Crackle. The time is 10:23 a.m., October 13th, 2030. This may be our final broadcast. Shanghai has fallen. It's now an uninhabited zone. Don't go there. Don't go there. To all surviving compatriots, don't stare at the crimson moon for more than 3 seconds. Don't respond to shadows under streetlights. Don't believe the dead will come back. The human spark will not be extinguished. Crackle. Chen Ye gripped the radio as the signal collapsed into static, and a chill crawled through his bones. Around him, the convoy moved like a funeral procession. No one spoke. Even breathing sounded loud. Shanghai, one of the world's super cities, had become a forbidden place. A few months earlier, the world had cracked open. Supernatural phenomena erupted everywhere, fast enough that entire small countries vanished into no-go zones before anyone could even understand what was happening. Guns became a bad joke. The things that came out of the dark didn't die easily, and sometimes didn't die at all. Chen Ye escaped Jiangqing and joined up with other survivors. Their plan was simple: reach the Shanghai survivor base. Shanghai had resources, manpower, and the kind of infrastructure that felt like a lifeline. Now the radio had just cut that lifeline in half. He was riding with the convoy on a battered 28-inch bicycle, a fat bundle strapped to the rear rack holding everything he owned. People always asked the same thing: why a bicycle when there were abandoned cars everywhere? He tried. Once, he smashed a window, climbed in, got the door open, and then sat there staring at the steering column like it was mocking him. No key, no ignition. He wasn't some movie hero who could twist 2 wires together and magically drive off. Scooters and motorcycles were the same story. No keys, no luck. This bicycle wasn't his first choice. It was his last. The only one left in a bike shed when the world started collapsing. The convoy itself was a messy collection of desperation. Modified off-roaders and buses rolled alongside motorcycles. Some people drove old mobility scooters. Others pushed electric scooters until the batteries died. And plenty, like Chen Ye, pedaled on bicycles because the human body still worked even when everything else didn't. Everyone in the convoy lived by 2 iron rules. First, don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Second, hoard supplies. The first rule mattered more. You could survive without a full stomach for a while. You couldn't survive alone on the road at night. If you fell behind, you didn't catch up later. You just disappeared. Most of them were Jiangqing refugees, chasing the belief that Shanghai had answers. That the biggest cities had plans. That someone somewhere was still in control. And then the broadcast told them Shanghai was already gone. Sobs broke out around the line of vehicles. Quiet at first, like people were ashamed of making noise. Then louder, because shame doesn't feed you hope. The convoy kept moving anyway, dragged forward by habit and fear. Night finally swallowed the road, and they stopped to camp. The blood moon rose slowly above the treetops, painting the world in a thin, crimson film. The air felt wrong the moment it appeared, like the land itself was holding its breath. Nobody laughed. Nobody argued. People even kept their crying low, as if the dark could hear them and take it personally. Night was when the supernatural got bold. From the distant towns that had already become forbidden zones, faint cries drifted on the wind, pleading for help. It was never real help. It was bait. Everyone knew it, because everyone had heard the stories. Chen Ye unstrapped his bundle and dug out his small camping pot, a portable gas stove, and half a bottle of mineral water. Stuff he'd scavenged during the first chaotic days of escape. A hand crossbow rested at his waist. In this world, the supernatural were terrifying, but people could be worse. Hunger made thieves. Fear made killers. He tore open a pack of instant noodles, dropped the block into the pot, poured in the water, and lit the stove. A small blue flame flared, licking the bottom of the pot. Bubbles formed slowly. After a second of hesitation, he tossed in a sausage too, like he was trying to convince himself today wasn't completely cursed. This was his last gas canister. Once it ran dry, hot food would become a memory. Steam rose. The smell of noodles spread. And with it, eyes turned his way. He didn't need to look up to know. You could feel hunger staring at you. Chen Ye kept the crossbow in his hand and ate fast, shoulders tense the whole time. If he'd put the weapon down, someone might have tried their luck. A lot of people hadn't eaten all day. When he finished, he didn't bother washing anything. Washing dishes needed water, and water had become more valuable than gold. He pulled out the last cigarette from a crushed pack, lit it, and let the smoke fill his lungs like a weak, stubborn comfort. In the apocalypse, even cigarettes were currency. Every one you smoked was one you'd never smoke again. The tiny flame lit the sharp edge of his profile. For a moment, the nicotine smoothed the panic down into something quieter. He smoked it until it tasted burnt, then flicked it away. Now he needed sleep. He reached into his bag for the blanket he'd scavenged from a villa district. His fingers brushed the fabric, and a line of text appeared inside his mind, clean and cold like a machine voice without sound. Upgrading blanket requires 129 kill points. Upgrade. Chen Ye froze. Upgrade? 15 minutes later, the truth finally landed. He hadn't awakened a sequence power. He'd awakened a system. An upgrade system. Anything he touched could be upgraded if he had enough kill points. The blanket, the crossbow, even the little stove he'd cooked with. With enough points, the system claimed, the blanket could become something as ridiculous as a magic carpet. For one heartbeat, joy hit him like electricity. Then reality followed, dumping ice water down his spine. He had 0 kill points. His hope barely had time to breathe before a second message appeared. Considering this is the host's first use of the system. The system can lend the host 300 kill points for a 1-month term. Chen Ye blinked hard. It could lend points? He didn't hesitate. In a world where tomorrow could kill you, playing safe was just a slower death. He accepted. With points available, his eyes drifted to the most important thing he owned, the 28-inch bicycle. Right now, that bike was his life. It meant speed. It meant distance. It meant not falling behind. And the convoy's first rule screamed in his head like an alarm. Don't fall behind. Use all kill points to upgrade the bicycle. The system answered immediately. Confirm using 300 kill points to upgrade bicycle. Confirm, Chen Ye thought, like he was afraid it would change its mind. Above the bicycle, an hourglass-shaped countdown appeared. Upgrade countdown. For hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. For hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The night stayed strangely quiet, as if the world was waiting. Without engines roaring and people moving, the sky looked clearer. Even the stars seemed sharper than they used to be. If it weren't for the occasional muffled sobs around the camp, Chen Ye might have almost believed this was still the old world. Then the horizon began to pale. Dawn crept in, and a system notification snapped him fully awake. Upgrade complete. Using the faint glow spreading across the horizon, Chen Ye finally got a good look at what his 28-inch bicycle had become. It wasn't a bicycle anymore. 2 wheels had turned into 3. The tires were now wide and thick, carved with rough, aggressive treads that screamed off-road. Even the spokes looked reinforced, chunkier and tougher, like they were built to survive broken roads and debris. And the biggest change of all was the back. A proper cargo bed. Not a shaky rear rack, not a bundle tied down with hope and string, but an actual loading platform that instantly doubled his carrying ability. His old bicycle had evolved into a pedal-powered 3-wheeler. Chen Ye rolled it forward and tested a few turns. The difference was immediate. It felt smoother, lighter, almost like the road itself had become easier. After a closer look, he understood why. The system had installed some kind of energy-saving mechanism. Same pedaling, less effort. Like the vehicle was quietly helping him move. Daybreak hadn't even fully settled before the 3-wheeler started pulling eyes. Yezi, where'd you get that thing? Xiaoya, don't tell me you went out scavenging at night. You've got guts. TSK, this isn't worse than a car. Voices rose from every direction, half admiration, half suspicion. In this world, anything useful was a target. And a vehicle that didn't need gasoline was basically treasure. Plenty of people had started the journey in cars, but once fuel ran out, those vehicles got dumped by the roadside like dead weight. Gasoline was rare. The only ones who seemed to still have it were the 2 modified off-roaders leading the convoy. And rumor said those off-roaders weren't just well-supplied, they were dangerous. Especially the young girl with a sword. A woman in yoga pants stepped forward, smiling like she'd already decided the answer. Brother Yi, let me ride in your cargo bed. My legs are killing me after walking for 2 days. She rubbed her calves as she spoke, putting on a show. The men around them swallowed hard, eyes stuck to her like she'd offered them a miracle. She'd been rescued during a supply run a few days earlier, and ever since then, a bunch of men had been orbiting her like hungry flies. She wasn't here because she liked Chen Ye. She was here because the off-roaders had rejected her. So she came to him as the next best option. Chen Ye didn't even blink. No way. The woman froze like she'd been slapped. Before the apocalypse, she'd been the kind of pretty that made men try too hard. She wasn't used to direct refusals, especially not one this clean, this cold. Her face darkened instantly. Chen Ye, you? Jia, why don't you ride with me? A burly man jumped in fast. My bike seat's padded. Super comfortable. Her expression softened a little. She shot Chen Ye a nasty glare, then turned away like a princess refusing to acknowledge peasants and walked toward the man. Everyone called him Qiangzi. Apparently he used to be a gym trainer, and it showed. Thick arms, heavy shoulders, the kind of body built to intimidate without trying. He'd had a motorcycle once. Then the gas ran out. Now he was just another rider trying not to fall behind. Jia sat down behind him and immediately complained, loud enough for nearby people to hear. This is so uncomfortable. Can you get a four-wheeler too? Qiangzi forced a smile. Four-wheelers are easy to find, sure, but refueling is a problem, charging is a problem too. Bicycles are better long-term. Don't be fooled by how happy they look now. Soon they won't be driving at all. It was mostly bluff. Chen Ye could tell. Plenty of abandoned cars lay scattered along the roads, but most people couldn't start them. No keys, no knowledge, no time. Jia rolled her eyes. If you can't get a four-wheeler, then get a three-wheeler like Chen Ye. Then she leaned closer and lowered her voice. Qiangzi, why don't we just take Chen Ye's? Qiangzi glanced at the hand crossbow hanging at Chen Ye's waist and stiffened. Forget it. Chen Ye isn't someone to mess with. And he's got that crossbow. Spineless. Jia snapped, then went quiet, but the look she kept throwing at Chen Ye was pure poison. Chen Ye ignored them. He hooked the crossbow back in place and tossed his bundle into the cargo bed. Before, it had been awkward and unstable on the bicycle rack. Now it fit like it belonged there, with plenty of space left over. When the convoy started moving again, Chen Ye noticed something right away. They were faster today. Maybe people were pushing harder after the Shanghai news. Maybe fear was turning into urgency. Either way, the pace climbed. His three-wheeler made it feel effortless. Nearby cyclists were already sweating, faces tight, breaths ragged. Chen Ye, by contrast, looked almost calm. Behind him, Qiangzi pedaled like his life depended on it, sweat soaking his back. Jia clung on and glared at Chen Ye harder. With every meter, he pulled ahead. Then a shout ripped through the line. Houses! There are houses up ahead. The convoy reacted instantly, like someone had thrown meat into a cage of starving animals. Heads snapped up. Eyes lit. Even the ones who'd been dragging their feet suddenly found energy. Chen Ye lifted his gaze and saw it too. A cluster of buildings by the roadside. A small town. A town meant supplies. Food. Water. Tools. Batteries. Medicine. Most of the convoy was already running low. Even Chen Ye's bag wasn't exactly full anymore. After the outbreak, towns were dangerous. The more populated the place used to be, the more likely it had turned into a human exclusion zone. Shanghai was proof of that. Jiangqing was proof of that. Normally, if it was night, they'd detour far away without even thinking. But it was daytime. And daytime, most anomalies didn't show themselves. Daytime was the only window survivors had to gamble. The off-road vehicles at the front surged forward, engines growling as they accelerated. Chen Ye tightened his grip, stood on the pedals, and pushed his three-wheeler faster, slipping past the regular bicycles with ease. Behind him, envy turned ugly. This bastard, that fast? Damn it, I hope he crashes and dies. There might be anomalies in that town. Who cares? If I don't find food, I'll starve first. The bold eat, the cautious die. Go. First come, first served. The whole convoy snapped into motion, even the people on foot breaking into a desperate jog. But as the town drew closer, that feverish excitement cooled, like someone had poured cold water over their heads. The air changed. Even from a distance, the place felt wrong. The town sat there by the road like a beast pretending to sleep. It was broad daylight, yet the streets ahead looked dim and lifeless, drenched in a cold that didn't belong to morning. The lead off-roader reached the entrance first. And then, right before it crossed in, It slammed the brakes. Tires shrieked. Two black marks streaked across the road. The vehicles behind it also braked hard, one after another, a chain of sharp screeching sounds. Then the noise vanished, as if someone had pressed a mute button on the world. Silence. Heavy, unnatural silence. Chen Ye slowed and rolled up beside the four-wheeled vehicles near the entrance. And when he finally saw the town clearly, his stomach clenched like an invisible hand had grabbed his insides and twisted. Cold fear rushed up from his feet to the roots of his hair. Something was waiting in there.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
What came into Chen Ye's view was a large gate at the town entrance with the words, "Welcome to Xinghua Town," painted on it. The flaking red paint on the gate made the place look desolate. Beyond the gate stretched a long street that extended into the distance. Although it was 3 in the afternoon, the far end of the road felt like it hid endless darkness. On both sides of the street were rows of shops. Their billboards all used a uniform black background with white characters, which felt unsettling to the eyes. Weeds grew rampant across the road, walls were mottled and crumbling, and even those black and white billboards were damaged. Only a few months had passed since the anomalies broke out. Yet this town looked like nobody had been here for decades. A rotten, damp smell hit them in the face. Anyone in their right mind could see there was something wrong with Xinghua Town. Many people's faces were deathly pale, calves already twitching, and they took involuntary steps backward. Chen Ye didn't look good either. He had the hand crossbow at his waist in his hands. Although the hand crossbow was useless against the anomalies, at least it provided some psychological comfort. Just as everyone hesitated without moving forward, a coarse voice rang out. "Enough dithering, I'm going first." Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a hulking man over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 300 kg clambering off a modified SUV. Yes, he was squeezing out of the vehicle. Only when the man stood on the ground did Chen Ye realize just how absurdly huge he was. Over 2 meters tall and massively built, his arms were about as thick as an average man's waist. Ignoring the stares, the hulking man charged like an elephant toward a distant supermarket billboard. The direction he charged toward obviously marked a large supermarket. Supermarkets usually meant abundant supplies. "Hey, big idiot, wait up." A curse came from the SUV. The vehicle started and followed the hulking man. Others glanced at each other, and soon a second SUV also followed, targeting the supermarket under that huge billboard. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. An old man nearby started up his little motorized scooter and followed. "You young folks aren't as tough as this old man. Wait until I get out there, watch me feast and drink." The old man tossed out that taunt before leaving. The others' faces flushed red. For a while curses flew nonstop. Many were provoked into following by that remark. But still many people stood frozen in place. Chen Ye rode his tricycle following those people. But his target wasn't the distant supermarket. That supermarket was too deep into town. If anything went wrong, escape would be difficult. Chen Ye's goal was the shops lining the street. Those shops might not be as richly stocked as the supermarket, but they were safer. Also, there was sunlight on the street. From survivors' experience, when being hunted by anomalies, getting to a sunlit area often made the anomalies stop chasing. He wasn't alone in thinking this. Several others also eyed the storefronts. Luckily, there were plenty of shops here. Everyone could take one without conflict. Chen Ye stopped at a tobacco, alcohol, and grocery shop. Through the glass door, he could make out the interior layout, cigarettes laid bare in the glass counter. In a slightly darker corner stood rows of shelving with snacks, though the light was poor so details were unclear. Although this small grocery store might not match a supermarket in supplies, it was still worth looting for Chen Ye. Especially those cigarettes in the glass display. They looked tempting. Chen Ye had been smoking for over a decade. Days without cigarettes were hard to endure. Besides food, cigarettes, alcohol, and medicine were scarce and valuable in the apocalypse. Even those who didn't smoke would grab cigarettes to trade for needed supplies. Chen Ye was about to find a brick to smash the glass door when he noticed the lock had already corroded into a sorry mess. With a gentle pull, he pushed the lock on the glass door open. The door groaned creak in an unpleasant way. Even the hinges were rusted and looked like they could break with a push. Chen Ye peered inside. It was already past 3 and approaching 4, the sun leaning westward, light pouring into the shop from the entrance. The area by the entrance was lit, shining directly on the cigarette counter. Other corners remained dim, creating a stark contrast between the entrance brightness and the shadows. Lifting the hand crossbow, Chen Ye inched into the shop, carefully surveying the interior and finding no sign of any anomalies. He sped up, swung his backpack around from his back to his front, and began sweeping food off the shelves. Although he wanted those cigarettes badly, he restrained himself. In the apocalypse, you don't die from not smoking, but you do die without food. In that moment, rationality overcame craving. Chen Ye's hands moved fast. Everything in sight went into the backpack. This backpack had been specially kept for times like this, when he previously scavenged supplies. Its capacity was large, but the food on the shelves was far less than he'd expected. Many shelves were empty. A small-town grocery like this could never compare to a city 24-hour convenience store in variety. Since a supermarket had opened in Xinghua town, business here had dwindled. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, this little shop might have been sold off soon. Nothing that caught Chen Ye's eye escaped his sweep. Spicy strips, instant noodles, jelly snacks, everything went into the bag. Outside, sunlight was slowly sliding west, and the sunlit area inside the shop was shrinking. Chen Ye emptied the shelves, and the backpack was only 2/3 full. He compressed it down, and what had been 2/3 became half again. Only then did he set his sights on the cigarettes in the display case, swallowing hard. This time his speed increased further. His hands were like phantoms. Not only were there Tazi brand cigarettes, there were several packs of Huazi. But most were cheaper brands. Huazi was only a few packs. Lotus brand was even scarcer, only 2 or 3 packs. Chen Ye didn't turn up his nose. He shoved all the cigarettes into the backpack. He even took the cabinet under the glass counter. Combined with the food, the fairly large backpack was quickly packed full. Anything he could carry, he stuffed in. Daily items that weren't essential were left behind. He also grabbed 2 bottles of alcohol. Suddenly, a familiar chill crawled up his spine. It was like the feeling he'd had at the town gate when he first saw the ruin. He had encountered this sensation several times back in Jiangcheng. Everyone who survived knew what that feeling meant. A face paler than a corpse lay pressed to the back of Chen Ye's head. He felt the back of his neck go cold in waves. The hairs on the back of his hands stood up. He could smell a damp, chilling stench. Goosebumps spread from the backs of his hands across his whole body. It felt like a cold snake crawling along his spine. Chen Ye slowly turned his face. It was the face of a child of about 7 or 8, very, very close to him. Pale skin, exaggerated rosy cheeks. The eyes and mouth curved into an arc, forming an unnaturally grotesque smile. The whole child looked like it was made of paper. Squatting in the dark like a monkey, the child stared at Chen Ye with curious eyes. Between them formed a dividing line of light and dark. One side still held lingering sunlight, the other was an extreme cold shadow. Whether the paper child had been hiding in that dark corner when Chen Ye entered, or had just appeared, he couldn't tell. Shit! Chen Ye stumbled, knocking over a counter and trying to bolt out, only to find someone had jammed a wooden stick into the glass door from outside. The door had been barricaded. Someone was targeting me? At that moment, Chen Ye saw through the glass that a man and a woman were standing in front of his tricycle outside the door. He recognized them. The woman was the yoga pants girl he had previously rejected. Her name was Jia. The man was the fitness coach Qiangzi. They seemed to sense something and turned, their eyes meeting Chen Ye's through the glass. The yoga pants woman was about to spit out a smug taunt when she noticed the pale-faced child in the darkness behind Chen Ye. Her face instantly drained of color, and she frantically urged Qiangzi to leave. Hee. A child's giggle drifted out. Lady Moon, watch over the coffin. Brother waits for candy and cries his heart out. The voice came and went, near yet far. This was a paper-crying child. The lullabies Lady Moon likely referred to the moon. In some southern regions, the moon is often associated with the protection of children. Coffin referred to a burial box. Candy was a precious commodity in the old days, so in some places candy was given as a comfort after a child's funeral. Chen Ye had encountered a paper-crying child back in Jiangcheng. He hadn't expected to find one in Xinghua town. A tingling numbness crawled across his scalp. Swoosh! A crossbow bolt shot out, passing cleanly through the paper-crying child's body. Chen Ye only wanted to curse right then. Lady Moon, watch over the coffin. Brother waits for candy and cries his heart out. Hee. I want candy. I want candy. Some people were eyeing the supplies in the shops, while others were eyeing other people's supplies. While Chen Ye was inside the tobacco and liquor grocery store gathering supplies, someone had been watching his every move all along. It was none other than the yoga pants woman Jie and the fitness trainer Xiangzi. The two of them only had one bicycle and one backpack. Even if they collected supplies desperately, they couldn't compare to Chen Ye's tricycle. So someone started coveting Chen Ye's tricycle. Just as Chen Ye entered the store, these two quietly closed the shop door, conveniently inserting a wooden stick through the door handle. At that time, Chen Ye was frantically sweeping goods and completely missed what was happening outside the shop. Otherwise, he would have already gifted this despicable couple a crossbow bolt. Jie, if we do this, we'll probably offend Chen Ye beyond repair. Xiangzi said with some worry. You useless fool, are you really that scared of Chen Ye? Wasted that big frame of yours. The yoga pants woman Jie said contemptuously. This tricycle is way better than your bicycle. Besides, he went in to gather supplies himself. Can he blame us if his bicycle gets lost? Even if he comes looking for us later, if we don't admit it, what can he possibly do to us? Plus, whether Chen Ye can even get out is a question. As she said this, the yoga pants woman's tone became noticeably more cheerful. If this were before the apocalypse, I wouldn't even want this tricycle if someone gave it to me. Jie said with both disdain and delight. Seeing Jie like this, Xiangzi had no choice but to come over and examine the tricycle. The excitement of obtaining this tricycle had already surpassed his fear of Chen Ye. Although Xiangzi knew Chen Ye wasn't someone to mess with, Xiangzi stroked the tricycle's handlebars and marveled. Chen Ye's luck is really good. This tricycle is no worse than a car, no need for gas or charging. An epsilon S. Just then, the sound of an overturned counter came. The two quickly turned to look and saw a calm, emotionless face through the glass door. It was Chen Ye. Chen Ye was currently looking at them calmly. It was this calm face that concealed killing intent, making both of them shiver simultaneously. Chen Ye stood in the light, while in the darkness there was vaguely a small figure, unclear what it was. Xiangzi, let's go quickly, Jie said in panic. Startled by Chen Ye's gaze. Xiangzi also felt creeped out by Chen Ye's stare, directly mounting the tricycle and standing up to pedal, unexpectedly finding it surprisingly easy, quickly leaving the place. The reason they were so wary of Chen Ye was because he, like Chen Ye, had escaped from Jiangcheng. During the escape process, Chen Ye had broken a small thug's arms and legs before directly throwing him to the anomalies chasing behind, which allowed Chen Ye to escape. You should know that thug had previously been calling Chen Ye brother Chen extremely affectionately. People who didn't know would have thought he was Chen Ye's own younger brother. Yet Chen Ye threw him to the anomalies without hesitation. Although that thug really wasn't a good person. During the escape, he had done plenty of bad things. But Xiangzi always felt Chen Ye shouldn't have done that. Xiangzi knew that Chen Ye seemed peaceful on the surface, sometimes even a bit joking around. But if he really took action, Xiangzi couldn't match him. That scene from back then, Xiangzi would never forget. Beneath that somewhat scholarly appearance was definitely no nice guy. If it weren't for Jie constantly egging him on, Xiangzi would never have dared to provoke Chen Ye. But Jie had said that as long as he protected her and kept her alive, she would consider being his girlfriend. It was this promise that made Xiangzi act recklessly. And now, thinking about Chen Ye's ruthlessness, Xiangzi felt some regret. If only he hadn't listened to that stupid woman Jie. Chen Ye just watched as his tricycle gradually faded into the distance, not saying a word. Right now, the anomaly hiding in the darkness was the biggest crisis. And in front of him was the glass door with a wooden stick inserted through the handle. This kind of glass door might seem flimsy, but sometimes if you really try to kick it open, it's actually quite difficult. But sometimes you just lightly touch it and the glass door shatters into pieces. I want candy, I want candy. Give me candy. A babbling voice came from behind Chen Ye. Chen Ye could even feel the chill behind him. If he weren't standing in the sunlight shining in from outside, and the anomalies still had some reservations, he would probably be dead by now. When anomalies face ordinary people, it's almost always an instant kill. But the sun was still setting in the west, and at any moment there might be no place left for him. The distance between the person and the anomaly was less than 1 meter. Before long, this shop would no longer have even a sliver of sunlight. The entire shop would be enveloped in shadow. Chen Ye looked around left and right but didn't find any handy tools. Gritting his teeth, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the glass door in front of him. Boom! Earlier when Chen Ye pushed the door open, the glass door's hinges had been squeaking noisily. He hadn't paid attention at the time. But now, the glass door shook violently from the kick, looking precarious. Chen Ye didn't hesitate and delivered another fierce kick. The glass door fell with the impact, shattering into pieces of glass shards on the ground. Chen Ye directly rushed out of this tobacco and liquor grocery store. When the afternoon sunlight around 4 o'clock shone on Chen Ye, it dispelled the chill on his body, making Chen Ye feel like he had instantly returned to the human world. He glanced back at the darkness inside the shop. A pale-skinned child stood there in the darkness, with 2 patches of rouge on its cheeks that looked incredibly eerie, just staring fixedly at Chen Ye. Its gaze was full of intense resentment. "Lady Moon, shine on the coffin bed. Little brother waits for candy," crying his heart out. Now that Chen Ye was completely standing in the sunlight, he didn't feel much fear toward the anomaly. Preparing his backpack, Chen Ye didn't look back again, chasing after the direction the tricycle had gone. The direction Xiangzi and Jiejia were heading on the tricycle was exactly toward the large supermarket. Chen Ye had previously worried that going too deep would be dangerous. But now he had no choice but to chase after his tricycle. The 4 o'clock sun was still slowly setting in the west. Before the sun went down, he needed to retrieve his tricycle as quickly as possible, preferably while gathering some supplies along the way. The shadows on the streets were growing more numerous. Chen Ye could even feel pairs of eyes hidden within these shadows watching him. Because of their group's arrival in Xinghua town, it seemed like certain things were awakening. "Jiejia, I think I just saw Chen Ye come out," Xiangzi said worriedly while rapidly pedaling the tricycle. The yoga pants woman Jiejia looked back, then slapped Xiangzi on the back of his head and scolded, "Seriously, I'm saying you're so much stronger than Chen Ye. Why are you so cowardly? Even if he did come out, so what? Can he really take the tricycle back? If he really comes, you just fight him, see who can beat who. When we get back with so many people around, can he really kill you? Even in the apocalypse, you can't just kill people randomly." Xiangzi's face showed distress. He has killed before. Then what are you afraid of?" "Xiangzi, I'm not trying to criticize you, but if you're this cowardly, how can I be your girlfriend in the future?" Actually, seeing Xiangzi like this, Jiejia was also having doubts in her heart. When she had escaped and joined the convoy, many men in the group had been fawning over her, like this Xiangzi in front of her, strong physique, decent features, and not too bright either. If Chen Ye didn't exist, Xiangzi would absolutely be her best target. But after seeing Chen Ye, Xiangzi seemed somewhat lacking. Yet Chen Ye had never given her a proper glance. She gave him opportunities, wanting to ride that tricycle, but he refused without hesitation. This broken tricycle, if it were before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have even looked at it. Now feeling that Xiangzi seemed quite afraid of Chen Ye, the yoga pants woman Jiejia felt even more contempt for Xiangzi, and felt even more favorable toward Chen Ye. If that bastard would just try to please her, she might not be unwilling to dump Xiangzi. She might not be unwilling to return the tricycle to him. Who asked him to always act like he's ignoring me? This young lady is very angry. "Jiejia, where are we going now?" "Where else?" "To the supermarket to collect supplies." "Without supplies, do you want me to starve to death?" When Chen Ye arrived at the shopping mall entrance, he noticed several vehicles parked outside the supermarket. There were modified off-road vehicles, sedans, and even a coach bus. Chen Ye recognized these as belonging to their convoy fleet. In the apocalypse, maintaining a vehicle was quite troublesome. Whether electric or gasoline-powered, refueling or recharging both presented significant challenges. He had just seen 2 off-road vehicles continuing ahead in search of a gas station. Since fleeing Jiangqing, Chen Ye had encountered numerous luxury cars along the way, many of them models he'd only seen online before, all abandoned by the roadside. Survivors on the road had tried driving these vehicles away. But reality differed greatly from movies. Most vehicles had been abandoned because they ran out of fuel. This explained why many in their convoy rode bicycles during migrations. Ordinary people struggled to gather supplies. Chen Ye immediately spotted his own tricycle parked outside the supermarket. His belongings remained in the cargo bed. When he'd emptied his backpack earlier, he'd taken everything out, and now it all lay scattered in the tricycle bed. Apparently, that wretched couple had also come to the supermarket. The shopping mall appeared quite large, with 4 o'clock sunlight casting faint illumination at the entrance, while the interior remained pitch black and unclear. So many people had entered, it should be lively inside, with at least some noise. Yet it remained unnervingly quiet. Chen Ye decided to scout around the entrance, hoping to gather some supplies by chance. Surviving in this apocalyptic world required some adventurous spirit, otherwise, you'd starve quickly. As for that wretched couple, he definitely wouldn't let them leave here alive. But gathering supplies remained the top priority now. Convoy's second iron rule: gather as many supplies as possible. In the apocalypse, supplies meant everything. After emptying his backpack of supplies and shouldering it again, Chen Ye crouched low and slowly approached the supermarket entrance, hand crossbow ready as he cautiously scanned left and right. At any sign of abnormality, he would turn and run immediately. As he ventured deeper, Chen Ye quickly realized his plan had flaws. This supermarket covered much more area than he'd imagined. The shelves near the entrance stood completely empty. Only the more distant shelves retained some remaining goods. Not far from Chen Ye, 2 figures moved between shelves, continuously grabbing items and stuffing them into their bags. Chen Ye raised his hand crossbow slightly, then ultimately lowered it. These weren't that wretched couple. They bore him no grudge, and the two couldn't carry much anyway. With so many supplies nearby, committing such foolishness seemed unnecessary. Chen Ye slowed his pace and gradually advanced deeper into the supermarket. The food section lay just ahead. Chen Ye crept over and discovered several figures already there. These people noticed Chen Ye's arrival and immediately made shushing gestures at him. Before Chen Ye could react, he felt that familiar hair-raising sensation surge through him. This feeling again. Chen Ye saw a young girl wandering among the shelves ahead, murmuring something under her breath. While warehouse-style supermarket shelves stood exceptionally high, normal supermarket shelves typically reached about 2.2 meters. Yet this young girl stood half her height above those shelves. By this estimate, she must have measured over 3 meters tall. Normal humans simply couldn't reach such height. Only one possibility remained. This girl was an anomaly. The girl had disheveled hair completely obscuring her face, wore a white dress, and swayed like a puppet as she moved. The super-tall girl carried an enormous pair of scissors. The scissors continuously opened and closed in her hands, emitting a chilling sound. "Where are you? Where are you? Come out, let's play together." The girl murmured these words, her voice drawn out and eerie, as if talking to herself yet also speaking to little mice hiding in the darkness. Now Chen Ye understood why those people had shushed him earlier. A cold sweat drop trickled down Chen Ye's forehead. Having just escaped from the paper-crying child, he never expected to encounter the white-dressed scissor woman. Chen Ye felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. The scissor woman turned past a shelf row and slowly rotated her body. Chen Ye also crouched low and gradually moved out of the scissor woman's line of sight, shifting to the other side. Only then did Chen Ye notice the food section contained quite a few people. But he didn't spot the yoga pants woman or Qiangzi. He did notice the burly man there, his massive frame comically trying to curl up small, his facial expression appearing somewhat foolish. Currently, the burly man also looked extremely tense. Seriously, with your huge size, you're also afraid of anomalies? How could you fear anomalies? The scissor woman seemed to detect something, suddenly stopping, her head obscured by long hair turning toward Chen Ye's direction. 2 crimson points of light beneath the hair looked this way. Everyone's movements instantly froze. As if placed under a immobilization spell, tense atmosphere permeated the air, cold sweat spreading across foreheads. Chen Ye could even feel time passing slowly, each second stretching like a year. If the scissor woman discovered them, everyone, including himself, would die. Fortunately, the scissor woman eventually moved again, walking forward mechanically. Everyone collectively sighed in relief, then began playing hide-and-seek with the scissor woman. Chen Ye thought about it, continuing like this wasn't sustainable. Chen Ye quietly took a bucket of beef noodles and stuffed it into his bag. Others saw this and began following his example. Some carried woven plastic bags, others had backpacks. Everyone quietly started loading items into their bags while nervously watching the scissor woman. Chen Ye followed behind these people. Having all survived this long in the apocalypse, they managed to avoid attracting the scissor woman's attention. Just as Chen Ye enthusiastically gathered supplies, he suddenly bumped into the back of the survivor ahead. Looking forward, he saw everyone had stopped moving, their eyes terrified as they stared ahead. A 7- or 8-year-old anomaly child blocked everyone's path. That deathly pale skin resembling a 3-day corpse, those unnaturally flushed cheeks, and those venomous eyes. This was the paper-crying child. He had tracked them here. A scream shattered the supermarket's silence. This scream awakened certain sinister presences in the darkness. The 3-meter-tall white-dressed scissor woman stiffly turned her head toward them. An overwhelming chill instantly swept through, making Chen Ye's hands and feet feel somewhat numb. Snip, snip. Scissor sounds echoed through the supermarket. Hee hee. So you're here. Want to play together? The scissor woman strode toward them, knocking over several shelves. Oh God. Run, I don't want to die. Chen Ye grabbed his backpack and turned to flee. Before he could turn completely, he witnessed 2 survivors ahead get cleanly cut into upper and lower halves by giant scissors. The 2 survivors seemed not to have processed what happened yet, their upper bodies falling to the ground while they still crawled and struggled with their hands, leaving trails of blood across the floor. Hee hee. Wonderful, so much fun. I want to play more. The scissors lifted again. The next second, another survivor wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses got cut in half at the waist. Damn it, fight it out. A furious roar. The entire supermarket filled with explosive energy. Chen Ye watched as that 2-meter-tall muscular giant, like an inflating balloon, transformed in the blink of an eye into a giant rivaling the scissor woman's size. Also 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging like iron lumps. Compared to the scissor woman, his overall presence seemed equally powerful if not stronger. This was sequence superpowers? When Chen Ye escaped from Jiangqing, he had heard people say it before. Anomalies couldn't be killed, only sequence superpowers could contend against anomalies. Sequence superpowers were humanity's last hope against anomalies. Along the way, people in the vehicle convoy had also been saying this. He just never expected that someone in their convoy was actually a sequence superpower user. The 2-meter-tall giant had always seemed quite peculiar among normal people. But now, that 2-meter-tall giant had transformed into a 3-meter-tall muscular devil man. If this wasn't a sequence superpower, Chen Ye couldn't think of any other explanation. The 2 giants began battling in the supermarket's food section. The entire food section instantly became a battlefield. It was only then that Chen Ye understood why this sequence superpower user had been so terrified of the white-dressed woman earlier. The muscular devil man roared and swung his fist at the white-dressed scissor woman. But the white-dressed scissor woman easily caught it with one hand. If that punch had landed on a human body, Chen Ye had no doubt it would turn someone into a mist of blood. Yet this emaciated, dried-up white-dressed scissor woman possessed incomprehensible superhuman strength. The white-dressed scissor woman gripped the muscular devil man's fist like she was kneading dough. It was complete domination. Chen Ye watched, utterly dumbfounded. This wasn't working either. The muscular devil man showed pain on his face, his body slightly bending under the other's sinister laughter. Chen Ye didn't know what he was thinking at that moment, but he directly raised his hand crossbow and fired an arrow at the white-dressed scissor woman. The crossbow bolt shot straight toward the white-dressed scissor woman's face, hidden beneath her long hair. The arrow lodged firmly in the hair behind the white-dressed scissor woman's face, but had absolutely no effect. The white-dressed woman slightly turned her head to look at Chen Ye. Being stared at by the white-dressed woman, Chen Ye felt his entire body shiver. Fuck you. The muscular devil man moved, his other fist smashing hard toward the white-dressed scissor woman's face, directly driving the crossbow bolt into her face. Alpha Nues. A piece of information flashed before Chen Ye's eyes. You attacked the anomaly white-dressed scissor woman. You gained slaughter points plus 200. He had no time to check the system notification. Under Chen Ye's terrified gaze, the muscular devil man's punch also didn't cause any damage to the white-dressed scissor woman. The white-dress scissor woman's body didn't even sway. Her slender arm shook slightly, effortlessly throwing the 3-meter-tall body flying, crashing through countless shelves. This was an anomaly. The sequence superpower, hailed as humanity's miracle, was nothing but a ragdoll before the white-dress scissor woman. In just a few months, humans had been driven out of cities to become nomads, forced to live in constant escape. They were the instigators of this disaster. "You bitch, I'm going to tear you apart." With an angry roar, a massive body jumped out from the collapsed shelves, charging toward the white-dress scissor woman. A faint blood aura surrounded the massive body's surface. This vitality also exceeded Chen Ye's estimation. The scales in Chen Ye's heart tipped toward this big fool again. Even after all that, this guy was completely unharmed. Indeed, sequence superpowers were sequence superpowers. However, this guy still wasn't running despite all this. He must have brain problems. Well then, if you're not running, I am. Chen Ye never considered running away to be humiliating. Even someone as powerful as old Devil Han would run like the wind when encountering strong enemies. While this big fool was fighting the white-dress scissor woman, he would escape far away. As long as he reached sunlight, the anomalies wouldn't dare pursue. Chen Ye hoisted his backpack and sprinted like mad. Lady Moon shines on the coffin bed. Little brother waits for candy, crying his heart out. The familiar eerie child's voice sounded in Chen Ye's ear. Chen Ye felt something grab his ankle. Looking down, he saw a pale child with a creepy smile staring right at you. "I want candy, I want candy." The child smiled eerily. Chen Ye's footsteps became increasingly sluggish. It's over. That was the only thought in Chen Ye's mind. Suddenly, he saw scattered candy all over the ground from the toppled shelves. Chen Ye quickly grabbed several pieces of candy and handed them over. "Candy, here's candy for you." The paper-crying child froze, seemingly not expecting Chen Ye to actually produce candy. It seemed reluctant to accept, but some kind of rule seemed to force it to take the candy from Chen Ye. The pale little hand released Chen Ye's calf and reached out to take the candy. While the paper-crying child was taking the candy, Chen Ye quickly ran toward the supermarket entrance. Survivors screaming for their parents were everywhere. Chen Ye glanced back and saw the paper-crying child unwrapping the candy. In the distance, the muscular devil man was thrown flying again, but quickly stood up and charged toward the scissor woman again. Just like an indestructible cockroach from cartoons. It seemed sequence superpowers weren't completely useless after all. They were still quite strong. Or rather, that white-dress scissor woman was just too strong. The sense of crisis in his heart relaxed slightly. At least he was safe for now. Chen Ye scanned left and right several times, directly pulled out 2 large bags from the collapsed shelves, turned and quickly left. Eerie, cold laughter came from behind intermittently, mixed with the muscular devil man's angry roars. He ran all the way to the supermarket entrance in one breath. When Chen Ye stood under sunlight again, he finally felt like he had returned to the human world. Screams and terrified shouts still came from inside the supermarket. "Save me, I don't want to die. No, don't come closer. Wah wah wah." Eerie shadows were everywhere around. Many survivors running would be pulled back into the darkness by eerie figures. All the anomalies in Xinghua town had been drawn by the crowd. A line of sunlight blocked the anomalies from charging out. The pursuing anomalies in the darkness waved their claws and fangs at Chen Ye, but it was too dark to see their appearances clearly. Chen Ye breathed heavily, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Sweat soaked his hair, sticking tightly to his face. Chen Ye plopped down in the cargo bed, casually throwing the 2 bags he brought out into it. If it were his old bicycle, these things probably wouldn't have fit at all. "Chen Ye, why are you sitting in our vehicle? Get down." Just then, Chen Ye suddenly heard a very unfriendly female voice. Chen Ye turned and saw yoga pants woman Jia and fitness trainer Qiangzi standing not far away, each carrying 2 bundles. Seeing the side door nearby, Chen Ye suddenly understood. These 2 weren't completely stupid after all. They had probably found this side door and entered the supermarket through it. Now they had safely emerged too. Pretty good luck. However, these 2 large bundles now belonged to him. "Chen Ye, what do you think you're doing? Trying to steal our vehicle?" "I'm telling you, Chen Ye, don't think we're afraid of you? Get off my vehicle right now, and I'll pretend this never happened." Without saying a word, Chen Ye directly loaded his hand crossbow. "Brother Ye, let's talk this out. Let's talk this out. The fitness trainer Qiangzi beside him panicked a bit. Qiangzi, why are you so cowardly? I don't believe he can do anything to us. Whoosh! Just as yoga pants woman Jiejia said this, a crossbow bolt flashed before their eyes, piercing Qiangzi's throat. Qiangzi's eyes widened suddenly, his bundles dropping to the ground, both hands clutching his neck, looking at Chen Ye in disbelief. Blood splattered all over Yoga Pants' face. Yoga Pants was also stunned, as if someone had cast a paralysis spell on her, trembling like a sieve, not daring to move a muscle. A few drops of liquid formed on the ground. You. Perhaps because the apocalypse had come too quickly, only a few months had passed. Therefore, many people hadn't fully adapted to the survival rules of the apocalypse. The Yoga Pants woman before him was exactly like this. The reason Chen Ye killed the fitness trainer first was simply because compared to the Yoga Pants woman, this physically strong fitness trainer posed a greater threat to him. Although his personality was somewhat cowardly. But if it came to a life-or-death struggle, who would win was still uncertain. A piece of information flashed before Chen Ye's eyes. You shot and killed your enemy. You gained slaughter value plus 1,000. Chen Ye froze for a moment, then without time to think further, began loading his hand crossbow. Chen Ye, you don't. Just as he was about to raise the hand crossbow. Yoga Pants woman screamed, turned and tried to run back. Compared to anomalies, Yoga Pants woman felt Chen Ye before her was even more terrifying. That arrow just now, he hadn't hesitated at all. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt hit the wall and fell to the ground. Yoga Pants woman had already screamed and fled back through the supermarket's side door. Before Chen Ye could react, he heard the woman scream again. Chen Ye, save me, save me. The woman stumbled back out. Now the woman was crying with tears and snot, all her previous arrogance gone, her face full of terror, her somewhat attractive face deathly pale. Behind the woman stood a figure in tattered clothes. Just as the woman was about to escape into the sunlight, the figure in tattered clothes grabbed the woman's hair and dragged her back into the darkness. Chen Ye, I was wrong, please save me. Save me. Chen Ye, I was wrong, I don't want to die yet. Please, I can still be useful. I can still be useful, I still want to live, I don't want to die. Chen Ye, I have children at home, I can't die. Chen Ye, you're so heartless. No matter how the woman begged and struggled, the figure behind her still slowly, firmly dragged her back into the darkness. Chen Ye just watched, slowly backing away, retreating into the sunlight. The woman's pleas had no effect on him whatsoever. Until the woman completely disappeared into the darkness, only a trail of her struggle remaining on the ground. Only then did Chen Ye realize his entire body was soaked in cold sweat. He threw the 2 bags into the cargo bed. By now, many survivors who had just escaped were around. But no one was willing to stop and speak up for justice. These people frantically loaded supplies onto their vehicles, then turned and fled. The surroundings were filled with panicked people fleeing, no one paying them any attention. Chen Ye stood up and pedaled the tricycle away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to pick up those 2 bundles and throw them into the vehicle. Ever since the anomalies erupted, humanity had never beaten them. Anomalies could not be killed. Only sequence superpowers could deal with them. But everything he had just seen cast a shadow over Chen Ye's mind. That muscular devil man had been undeniably strong, yet still helpless against the scissor woman. In front of the white-dressed scissor woman, the muscular devil man looked like a child. Chen Ye pedaled his tricycle fast, fleeing toward the town gate. By now the sun had fully slanted west. Shadows cast from both sides of the street covered 4/5 of the road in darkness. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Ye saw countless pitch-black, bizarre silhouettes standing within those shadows, staring at his group with poisonous resentment. Everyone was racing against time. A dark figure flashed across a nearby rooftop. Chen Ye only glanced once and saw a sword strapped to the figure's back, a girl. She moved like a legendary swordswoman, barely touching the edges of the street signs with the tips of her shoes, drifting forward like a gust of wind toward the supermarket where the fight had happened. This was another sequence superpower. How did the convoy have so many sequence superpowers among them? No time to wonder. Chen Ye had already reached the town gate and rushed past its archway. No sooner had his group passed through the gate than a large crowd swarmed around them. Brother, what happened? Honey, are you back? Little brother. Little brother. Where are you? A large number of people had gathered at the town gate. Most of them were women. There weren't many old people or children. In the apocalypse, the elderly and children are physically weaker, so they struggle to escape when anomalies appear. Adult women, on the other hand, have stamina and physical fitness only slightly lower than adult men, so they survive more easily. Many of them clustered around Chen Ye asking questions. Chen Ye didn't answer. He gripped his hand crossbow and wormed his way out of the crowd, staying alert. A man climbed down from the modified off-road vehicle at the front of the convoy. He was dressed oddly, a hooded sweatshirt, loose jogger pants, and, strangely, no shoes. The man's face was solemn and cold. He bent down, scooped a handful of dirt, and stuffed it into his mouth as if a chef tasting his latest dish. Then his expression changed and he said, "Move. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." After he said that, the faces of several people around him shifted as well. They scrambled back to their vehicles, crawling and running as if some great terror was about to strike. "What about Nana and Iron Lion?" someone asked. "Don't worry, they'll catch up. Move, no more talking." Soon the movement of these vehicles was noticed by other survivors. Are they leaving? Right, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Night would come soon. With the town so close, once darkness fell and the town's anomalies came out, everyone in the convoy would die. "No. My husband hasn't come back yet, you can't leave. Please, my brother isn't back either. Don't abandon us." Some panicked and even tried to block the convoy. "You want to die? Get out of the way." The modified off-road ignored the blockers and accelerated wildly. Chen Ye's face changed and he prepared to pedal after them. A middle-aged ant suddenly grabbed the handlebars of Chen Ye's tricycle. "Young man, you can't leave. Take us with you. We're old, if you don't take us, we won't survive." Chen Ye frowned. A flash of disgust crossed his eyes. He loathed this middle-aged ant's behavior. Before the apocalypse, many of these retired antis' pensions were practically higher than his salary. They were energetic, either doing square dances or rushing supermarkets to snatch eggs. Now they clung to age to demand a ride on his tricycle. "Get lost. Young man, do you even know what respecting elders and caring for the young means?" Bang! Chen Ye kicked the self-important ant into a nearby drainage ditch. He stamped on the tricycle and sped after the convoy. A string of curses rose from behind him. Seems like the apocalypse arriving so suddenly wasn't all good. Many people, like the yoga pants woman, hadn't fully adapted to the apocalypse's rules. The lead off-roader picked up speed, abandoning its usual slow pace. Survivors without vehicles quickly fell behind. Fortunately, Chen Ye's tricycle had an assist device. Even with the cargo bed full, he could barely keep up. At that moment, a bus lurched and swayed out of town. Chen Ye recognized the bus. It was part of the convoy. Earlier it had been packed, but now through the windows it looked noticeably emptier. One survivor tried to stop the bus and was run over and flung away, his fate unknown. The bus seemed like it had fire behind it, its accelerator floored as it chased the convoy. Chen Ye stood and pedaled like mad. His tricycle darted past several bicycles and dangled far behind a motorcycle. Right then he wished more than ever that his tricycle were electric. Maybe it was time to switch to a four-wheeler. Refueling or recharging would be a pain, but it would be much better than this. The tricycle kept racing. Thanks to years of major infrastructure projects, the roads were still passable. Even with some potholes, Chen Ye's tricycle handled them fine. He didn't know why the people ahead seemed to be running madly, but he knew that if he didn't keep up, he might die tonight. Only today had he realized there were actually 2 sequence superpowers in the convoy. Maybe that's why the convoy had stayed safe until now. Huff, wheeze. Chen Ye was drenched in sweat. His clothes were soaked. His lungs felt scorched, convulsing violently. If not for the assist device, he would have fallen behind for sure. Even so, the convoy ahead in his sight was reduced to a faint glimmer. Heavy breathing came from not far behind. Clearly a few cyclists were nearby. As for those traveling on foot, he hadn't seen any. After who knew how long, the faint glimmer ahead seemed to stop. A little hope sparked in his chest. Half an hour later, Chen Ye finally rejoined the convoy. People were getting out of the vehicles and setting up tents. He saw a 2-meter-tall burly man carried onto a patch of open ground, his left arm severed at the shoulder, blood staining the grass red. By the burly man's side stood a sword-carrying girl and the barefoot man. Chen Ye's arrival drew their glances. Apparently, they were surprised that the first to return was someone on a tricycle. After parking his tricycle, Chen Ye collapsed with a somersault and panted heavily. His chest heaved with each breath. About 5 minutes later, his breathing finally steadied slightly. His whole body felt like it had fallen apart. He forced himself up, sat against the tricycle tire, and pulled out a cigarette, trembling as he lit it. The glow illuminated Chen Ye's silhouette. Huff! He exhaled a long plume of smoke and felt some of the exhaustion lift with the nicotine. Only then did he feel a little better. He pulled up the system and found his slaughter points had already exceeded 1,200. Thinking back on the earlier chaos, Chen Ye had only one plan now: replace his tricycle with an electric tricycle. Chen Ye wasn't sure if his current 200 plus slaughter points would truly be enough. If it weren't for that muscle devil man's assistance, he probably wouldn't even have gathered those 1,000 plus slaughter points. After experiencing this incident, Chen Ye finally understood the precious value of an electric tricycle. If the convoy ahead hadn't stopped, he would have been completely left behind by the convoy. In this apocalypse, being abandoned by the convoy meant only one path awaited him: death. Chen Ye was absolutely certain that the convoy's frantic, disorganized escape today meant they had detected some danger. Ensuring he wouldn't be left behind by the convoy was now the most critical matter. Ideally, he should upgrade to a tricycle that combined both human power and electric power. During normal convoy travel, he could use human power. During emergencies like today, he could switch to electric power. System, can I design my own upgrade plan? Chen Ye tried asking the system a question in his mind. Unexpectedly, the system quickly provided a definite reply. A 3D stereoscopic effect diagram soon appeared before Chen Ye's eyes. This was the upgrade plan provided by the system. In the system's design plan, the tricycle's 3 wheels were completely replaced with vacuum tires. All 3 tires became 16-inch tires. Even the cargo bed looked sturdier than before, and its volume increased somewhat. The handlebars were equipped with throttle and brakes, and there was even a headlight. Chen Ye thought about it: if he encountered rainy weather later without any cover, he'd be directly exposed to the rain. So Chen Ye directly modified the front section into an enclosed cabin. At the same time, he changed all 3 tires to off-road solid tires. Compared to vacuum tires, solid tires had the advantage of requiring less maintenance and being puncture-proof. They were more suitable for heavy loads. Even though the suspension would be worse, making the ride bumpier and putting more stress on the frame, solid tires were still more appropriate for this post-apocalyptic world. Reno. After some thought, Chen Ye even considered reinforcing the frame. Within the system, just a thought from Chen Ye was enough for the system to prepare all plans according to his design. It was even more comprehensive than Chen Ye had imagined. The system would actively optimize any unreasonable plans. The original system design was for a 2-wheel rear drive configuration. Chen Ye thought about it and directly changed it to a 3-wheel drive scheme. In this apocalypse, while 3-wheel drive couldn't compare to 4-wheel drive, it was definitely much better than rear-wheel drive. Chen Ye even modified the vehicle's chassis frame. He directly changed it to a body-on-frame chassis. It was worth noting that typical body-on-frame chassis were only used on hardcore off-road vehicles. The advantages included suitability for rock crawling, desert crossing, and traversing uninhabited areas, functions that were absolutely perfect for the current post-apocalyptic world. After this round of modifications, the design diagram before him bore no relation whatsoever to the original tricycle bicycle, looking like an entirely different vehicle. If he really had such an apocalypse tricycle, it probably wouldn't be much worse than those modified off-road vehicles. Chen Ye directly clicked confirm. The 3D model before him shimmered elusively, and a line of information appeared before Chen Ye's eyes. Currently performing reasonable optimization based on the present plan. Optimizing in progress. Upgrading to electric tricycle requires 3,500 slaughter points. Insufficient slaughter points available. Upgrade plan cannot be achieved. No. Damn it. It requires 3,500 slaughter points? That many? This is way too expensive. Chen Ye was dumbfounded. He only had just over 1,200 slaughter points currently. But as Chen Ye looked at the tricycle he had designed, he was practically drooling. If he really had to give up on it, Chen Ye wouldn't be willing. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, thought about it, and had no choice but to modify the original design plan. He removed functions that weren't immediately necessary for now, keeping only some urgently needed features. He even canceled the headlight, all to save slaughter points. A few minutes later, Chen Ye looked at the simplified modification plan before him, feeling somewhat unwilling in his heart. But this was the only way. According to the current upgrade plan, 1,200 slaughter points are required. Upgrade will take 15 hours. Proceed with upgrade. He currently had only a little over 1,200 slaughter points. 15 hours was acceptable. Just as Chen Ye was about to click confirm, his gaze swept over the roadside not far away, spotting an abandoned motorcycle parked there, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The motorcycle was just lying fallen by the roadside, covered in rust, with even moss growing in the crevices. Such scenes were everywhere in the apocalypse. If Chen Ye had enough luck and patience, he might even find an off-road vehicle directly. Then perhaps Chen Ye wouldn't need to only upgrade this tricycle before him. But reality offered no such possibility. The only asset Chen Ye had at his disposal was this tricycle before him. If he didn't quickly utilize the upgrade system, he probably wouldn't survive many more days. System, if I can obtain components, can the slaughter points be reduced somewhat? The system quickly replied. If suitable components are found, the system may appropriately reduce some slaughter points. Chen Ye suppressed his excited heart and trembling hands, lit a cigarette, and slightly calmed the turmoil within. The flame's glow faintly illuminated Chen Ye's profile, making his eyes appear sparkling bright. Damn it, let's do this. Chen Ye struggled to get up from the ground, feeling only weakness and soreness throughout his body. He dragged the roadside motorcycle over to the tricycle. People not far away heard the noise, glanced toward Chen Ye, then turned their heads away. They simply didn't care what this ordinary person Chen Ye was doing. Those people had already started setting up tents. They even began lighting fires and roasting meat. The aroma of meat drifted to Chen Ye's nostrils, making him feel like he was frantically secreting saliva. Chen Ye could only take 2 fierce puffs of his cigarette, forcefully suppressing the hunger, and focus his attention on the system modification. System, can I use this motorcycle here for modification? The motorcycle's tires, engine, and even many of its components could be used for modification. Yes, current modification requires 900 slaughter points. It only saved 300 slaughter points. That really wasn't worth much. System, are there any other ways to save some slaughter points? Yes, if the host can disassemble all components of the motorcycle and preliminarily install them onto the tricycle, 100 slaughter points can be saved. If the host can find a third tire, another 100 slaughter points can be saved. If the host. Chen Ye understood. The higher the completion level of the desired upgrade target, the more slaughter points could be saved. Chen Ye currently had no tools at all, so he could only manage to this extent. It seemed that when going out to gather supplies later, he'd need to collect a set of tools too. Originally, Chen Ye wanted to check if there were other abandoned motorcycles by the roadside, but because it was too dark, he couldn't see clearly into the distance. This would have to do. After the system's modification, the original electric tricycle became gasoline-powered. This was unavoidable. It seemed that when gathering supplies later, he'd have to follow the convoy to search for gasoline. Fortunately, his tricycle had 2 driving modes after the modification. One was human-powered, and the other was engine-powered. But after the modification, riding it probably wouldn't be as easy as before. After clicking confirm in the system, Chen Ye saw an hourglass countdown appear on his tricycle. The upgrade would take 6 hours to complete, saving 9 hours compared to the previous 15 hours. Calculating it this way, the modification would be finished by tomorrow morning. Only then did Chen Ye have the time to look at the supplies he had gathered. When he left the supermarket, he had taken 2 large bags. The other 2 bags were snatched from that yoga pants woman and Xiangzi. Chen Ye first opened the 2 bags he had brought from the supermarket. The cigarette in his mouth had already gone out, so Chen Ye casually flicked it away. It was the apocalypse now, and no one would criticize him for littering cigarette butts. He lit another cigarette, savoring the rich aroma of nicotine. More than half of his backpack was filled with cigarettes, so he wouldn't run out anytime soon. Therefore, Chen Ye could afford to be a bit extravagant. Just then, Chen Ye noticed movement in the darkness. He watched the dark direction warily. A group of people came panting heavily toward him. Finally made it. Oh my god. I almost died. Wah. Those monsters stopped chasing. We survived. Wah. They had caught up. Judging by their tone, it seemed they had been pursued by monsters. The camp quickly became noisy. Some were hugging each other and crying. Some collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Others remained silent, not saying a word. Some glared venomously at the group of people who had arrived by vehicle. Even Chen Ye, who rode a tricycle, received their resentment, with hostile eyes constantly scanning over him. Chen Ye placed his hand crossbow within reach and gave these people a warning look with his eyes. These people were in bad shape, some even had bloodstains on their bodies. But their current situation wasn't his fault, and he had no interest in playing the savior. The previous convoy had about 200 people. But now, even including this group that caught up, the entire convoy probably had less than 100 people left. This was the apocalypse. Chen Ye moved his tricycle closer to the group that arrived by vehicle, putting some distance between himself and these resentful people, then finally had time to sort through his current gains. RS. He opened one of the bags, which turned out to be completely filled with rice. Seeing this bag of rice, Chen Ye couldn't help but swallow hard. It had been several days since he'd eaten rice. Opening the other bag revealed it was packed full of various snacks. There were potato chips, instant noodles, spicy strips, and chocolate. There were even several bottles of drinks and mineral water. It looked like a giant snack gift pack. This brought a slight smile to Chen Ye's face. Those drinks could quickly replenish sugar, and the empty bottles would also be useful for storing water. He organized these supplies, packed them into bags, and hid them away. Only then did Chen Ye start unpacking the gains from Yoga Pants Woman and Xiangzi. When he opened Yoga Pants Woman's bag, Chen Ye couldn't help but curse out loud. This foolish woman didn't have much food in her bag. Instead, it contained quite a few clothes and shoes. That would have been fine. In these times, any supplies were useful. But all these clothes and shoes were women's styles. The bag also contained many feminine hygiene products. These items would probably only be useful for trading with others for supplies. Next was Xiangzi's bag. Xiangzi's bag was even larger than Chen Ye's backpack and appeared to contain many things. Chen Ye even found cured meat in Xiangzi's bag. This was scarce supplies. There was no shortage of various snacks either. There were also 2 large packs of dried noodles. Just these 2 packs alone would last Chen Ye quite a while. Not only that, Chen Ye even found several pieces of clothing and a pair of shoes in Xiangzi's backpack. This brought a flash of pleasant surprise to Chen Ye's face. It was worth remembering that it was still October. The weather hadn't completely cooled down yet. Therefore, Chen Ye sweated heavily every day, and his body had long become sticky. His clothes were also dirty, making him look little better than a beggar. Even if he couldn't bathe, changing into clean clothes would be much more comfortable. Chen Ye eagerly changed into a quick-dry shirt, putting his dirty clothes in a bag to wash later when camping by a river. In these times, not even the smallest amount of supplies could be wasted. Even though the shoes on his feet had become smelly, Chen Ye had no intention of throwing them away. Taking out his portable gas stove and cooking pot, Chen Ye prepared to make himself a good meal today. Without a knife, Chen Ye could only use his crossbow arrowheads to laboriously cut off a piece of cured meat and throw it into the pot. As for washing the rice, Chen Ye didn't even consider it. Washing rice would waste water. He directly poured some water into the pot with the cured meat and placed it on the portable gas stove to cook. There were also 2 bottles of Laogan Ma spicy sauce in Xiangzi's bag. Having 2 bottles of Laogan Ma was truly a blessing in these times. The survivors who had arrived nearby were still crying, but Chen Ye couldn't be bothered with them. In this apocalypse, people who could still shed tears were the ones who could survive. Blowing out a smoke ring, Chen Ye leaned against his tricycle waiting for the food to cook. Meanwhile, he kept a wary eye on those people. After confirming they showed no extreme reactions, Chen Ye began thinking about the system again. There were still over 5 hours left until the tricycle upgrade completed. Seeing he still had 300 slaughter points left, Chen Ye thought about those sequence superpower users again. System, how can I awaken sequence superpowers? Chen Ye only asked tentatively, but the system quickly responded. There are currently 2 ways to awaken sequence superpowers. One is to obtain sequence serum and awaken sequence superpowers through the serum. The other is self-awakening. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't even consider sequence serum. It sounded extremely precious, and he definitely couldn't afford it. Plus, it was the apocalypse now. Humans had long been driven out of cities, so sequence serum was probably even harder to obtain. The other method was self-awakening. System. Is there a method for self-awakening? Yes, requires 3,000 slaughter points to exchange. Does host wish to exchange? Chen Ye. 3,000 slaughter points? He almost died just getting 1,000 slaughter points. Where would he get 3,000? Looking at the 300 slaughter points remaining in his account. If he exchanged for the system's loan, he'd have nothing left. Since the system wouldn't collect debts anyway, how could he maximize the benefits from these 300 slaughter points? Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, Chen Ye's mind raced furiously. Remembering back in Xinghua town, whether facing the white-dressed scissor woman or dealing with the paper-crying child. Ordinary people were completely helpless against anomalies, only able to constantly flee. System. Is there a way to deal with anomalies that costs 300 slaughter points? After Chen Ye issued this command, the system showed a small spinning icon, like a phone's loading icon when opening an app. He waited a full 10 minutes. Just when Chen Ye thought the system had no solution either, the system delivered a message. Consume 300 slaughter points to exchange for a solution to deal with anomalies. Confirm exchange. There actually was a way? Chen Ye immediately sat up straight. Confirm exchange. That feeling of being completely helpless against anomalies was truly unbearable. Although a method costing 300 slaughter points definitely wouldn't be a decisive solution, at least he'd have some ability to fight back. The 300 slaughter points in his account disappeared directly. A message appeared before Chen Ye. Black dog blood can have some effect on anomalies. Black dog blood. Chen Ye felt a surge of pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected this method. He'd been worried earlier about what to do if he ran out of gasoline after upgrading his tricycle. If he used this method to trade with those sequence superpower users ahead, maybe he could get some gasoline. Gasoline? Since he could exchange for sequence serum, he should be able to exchange for gasoline or other supplies too, right? Chen Ye directly called up the system to inquire. The system gave a positive response. But after Chen Ye glanced at the exchange prices, he fell silent. Looking at these exchange prices, Chen Ye decided that unless his life was threatened, he would absolutely not make any exchanges. As daylight began to break, a notification flashed before Chen Ye's eyes. Upgrade completed. After his tricycle flickered with a faint glow, the entire vehicle transformed completely. The tricycle no longer resembled a bicycle at all, instead looking more like a motorized three-wheeler. The front section was exactly the motorcycle Chen Ye had discovered by the roadside last night. The handlebars, seat cushion, and that rounded large fuel tank. If you ignored the rear portion, this was essentially a motorcycle. The cargo bed at the back had also undergone significant changes. For instance, the side railings had been raised slightly. If you laid flat the rear railing and added a cushion, it could easily serve as a bed for resting. From now on, Chen Ye wouldn't need to sleep on the ground at night. He could rest directly in the vehicle. The entire cargo bed's carrying capacity had been enhanced once again, although it still fell far short of the complete design he'd envisioned in the system. Given the current conditions, achieving this level of transformation was quite remarkable. Of course, there were still some shortcomings. For example, the tires. The front tire used the original motorcycle tire, while the two rear tires remained bicycle tires. This was a compromise to save some slaughter points. The front section also lacked a sunshade, meaning wind and rain would make for uncomfortable rides in the future. Even the tricycle's main frame hadn't been reinforced. It remained rear-wheel drive rather than three-wheel drive, which might cause issues on rough terrain. But considering it only cost 900 slaughter points to achieve this level, it was definitely worth it. Chen Ye got on to test it out. Even with the assist device, human-powered mode felt much more strenuous than before. If he couldn't obtain gasoline, this vehicle might prove less practical than his previous one. Chen Ye's mindset had already shifted. If he encountered another situation like yesterday's, he'd likely be left behind by the convoy. Being abandoned by the convoy meant only one outcome: death. Although this motorcycle's engine might lack power and speed, it was still significantly faster than pedaling a bicycle. Even if refueling proved troublesome, he'd just have to accept it. Chen Ye looked toward the front of the convoy. There were 2 off-road vehicles, 1 sedan, and 1 bus. They surely had gasoline. With his current stockpile of supplies, perhaps he could trade for some. Soon, Chen Ye's motorized tricycle attracted considerable attention. Many people cast envious glances his way. Some even looked at him with mocking expressions. That bicycle was so much better before. Now he's turned it into this weird hybrid. What a hassle. He'll have to scavenge for gasoline now. Exactly. His old tricycle was perfect. Maybe we should ask him what happened to it? If we could get our hands on it. Haha, haven't you realized this is that same tricycle, just modified? Wait, doesn't something feel off to you? What do you mean? This guy transformed his tricycle overnight into this. How is that even possible? Gasp. Once someone pointed this out, everyone turned to stare at Chen Ye. Right? How could any normal person modify a tricycle like this overnight? Transforming a tricycle to this extent would normally require several people working for days. But he accomplished it alone in one night? How is that possible? Unless this person was one of the anomalies? Everyone looked at Chen Ye with wary expressions. Some held resentment, others caution, and many pure fear. Yet no one dared approach him. Among the crowd were people who had witnessed Chen Ye shoot Jiangzi outside the supermarket yesterday. Seeing their reactions, Chen Ye felt his heart sink with a sense of foreboding. The commotion drew further attention. What's happening over there? Just then, a clear voice rang out. A long-legged girl with a high ponytail walked over. She wore A-brand sneakers, hot pants, a cartoon print t-shirt, and had a long sword hanging from her waist. Chen Ye recognized her. She was the girl who had been leaping between rooftops when they escaped Xinghua village, moving with such agility it seemed she could truly scale walls and vault over eaves. Alpha. She was a sequence superpowers user. Though the other survivors didn't fully understand the girl's identity, they still regarded her with inexplicable wariness. The girl glanced around before settling her gaze on Chen Ye, then shifting it to his motorized tricycle. When she saw the vehicle, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Chen Ye's hand moved toward his hand crossbow, aware he might not be this girl's match. But surrendering without a fight wasn't an option. Is this motorcycle yours? The girl spoke, her voice pleasant to hear. It's mine. Impressive. Yesterday you had a pedal tricycle, and today you've upgraded to a motorcycle. Really impressive. Have you awakened sequence superpowers? The girl turned, her bright eyes fixed intently on Chen Ye. Her words struck like thunder. Chen Ye froze momentarily. Sequence superpowers? Is she talking about me? The surrounding survivors erupted into murmurs. Some had heard legends about sequence superpowers before but never witnessed them. After yesterday's events, no one considered them mere myths anymore. Now, hearing this girl suggest Chen Ye had awakened sequence superpowers. How was that possible? The previously disdainful looks instantly transformed into envy and jealousy. The mechanic sequence? Otherwise, you couldn't have achieved this level of work. Never mind, come with me first. After speaking, the girl led Chen Ye toward the vehicles at the front. Chen Ye understood. The girl had mistaken his system for a sequence ability. Seeing her leading the way, Chen Ye didn't argue and followed behind. They left behind a crowd of survivors practically drooling with envy. This convoy had 2 sharply divided social classes. The first consisted of those driving the vehicles at the front. Based on Chen Ye's estimation, this group included at least 2 sequence superpowers users. They weren't numerous, probably several dozen people. After yesterday's incident in Xinghua town, they'd lost nearly half their members. These people's clothing and overall vitality appeared significantly better than the other groups. Chen Ye had even heard there was a celebrity among them. The other group consisted of survivors following behind on bicycles or on foot. Yesterday's events made it clear these people were considered expendable. As the girl brought Chen Ye forward, everyone cast surprised glances their way. Chen Ye even noticed a barefoot young man with a uniquely distinctive aura watching him. It was impossible not to notice. The young man's presence was simply too unusual. Nana, who is this person? Just now, this person awakened the mechanic sequence. After the girl said this, everyone present looked at Chen Ye with astonished or envious eyes. The mechanic sequence? Is that real? Hiss. I'm so jealous. This is the 4th sequence superpowers user in our convoy. Our convoy really has more and more sequence superpowers users now. For sequence superpowers users? So there's still one more sequence superpowers user. Who is it? That barefoot young man from earlier? The girl jerked her head to indicate the motor tricycle not far from Chen Ye, raising her chin proudly. She seemed quite pleased with herself for discovering a sequence superpowers user. Captain, you should all remember this vehicle. What did it look like last night? And what does it look like now? Only a mechanic sequence superhuman could achieve this level of modification. What do you think? Having a mechanic sequence user in our convoy is pretty good, right? After speaking, the girl vigorously patted Chen Ye's shoulder. Everyone's eyes shifted between Chen Ye and that motor tricycle. Many people cast amazed glances. The women's eyes sparkled brightly, while the men's eyes showed jealousy and envy. This was the legendary sequence superpowers. The survivors had long heard about sequence superpowers and had previously witnessed sequence superpowers abilities firsthand in Xinghua Town. If they could gain the protection of a sequence superpowers user. Just the thought made many people's eyes light up. Mechanic sequence? It should be some kind of superhuman related to machinery, right? With my own upgrade system, I do seem somewhat similar. Welcome to Awakening Sequence Superpowers. This will be a completely new world. The barefoot man with unique temperament stood up and extended his hand to Chen Ye, his face beaming with a sunny smile. From this moment on, Chen Ye felt like the door to sequence superpowers had already opened halfway for him. A wisp of steam rose gently from the teacup. Until now in the apocalypse, this was Chen Ye's first time drinking tea. Tea that he hadn't liked before now tasted refreshingly fragrant and invigorating. Chen Ye had been invited into the tent. Inside the tent were only Chen Ye, Xu Che, and Nana. Let me introduce myself. Xu Che, Pathfinder Sequence. Nana, Sword Immortal Sequence. Chen Ye, well, Mechanic Sequence. Since they've determined I'm Mechanic Sequence, I might as well play the role of a Mechanic Sequence superhuman properly. There's one more, you should have seen him, that big guy. He's Titan Sequence, and he's resting right now. You must have just awakened the Mechanic Sequence recently, right? As a newly advanced sequence superpowers user, you must have many questions. Back when I was like you, just having advanced to sequence superpowers, I was completely confused too. If you have any questions you want to ask, you can ask me. Chen Ye thought for a moment and said, what is the mechanic sequence? Xu Che looked at Chen Ye with surprise. In principle, every newly awakened sequence superpowers user should be able to obtain some basic information from their genes. But why does this person in front of me seem to know nothing? Xu Che still suppressed his doubts, picked up his cup to take a sip of tea, and then said, from what I understand, the mechanic sequence has a talent for machinery that ordinary people find hard to comprehend, a with tilde new section. They have an innate intuition about mechanical operation and principles. The mechanic sequence is considered a type of support sequence. If this were peacetime, the mechanic sequence would be one of the most ideal sequences, but what a pity. After Xu Che's explanation, Chen Ye gained a better understanding of this so-called sequence superpowers. Listening to Xu Che's explanation, Chen Ye deeply realized the vast complexity of sequence superpowers. There are over 100 types of sequence superpowers. Even Xu Che only knows about a few types of sequence superpowers. A large number of sequence superpowers remain in unknown states. After all, the apocalypse has only been going on for a few months. Each sequence superpowers has its own unique abilities. They're further divided into many major categories, such as combat sequences, support sequences, supernatural sequences. Even each country has its own unique sequences. Xia country has Sword Immortal Sequence, Celestial Master Sequence, and others. The island country has Ninja Sequence, Shikigami Sequence. The young girl Nana beside them is Xia country's unique Sword Immortal Sequence, born with special talent for swords. Actually, anomalies had already begun erupting in 2025. At first it wasn't particularly serious, so governments of various countries could still manage to cope. People had already started awakening sequence superpowers back then. Xu Che calmly shared the information he knew. Much of this information was things Chen Ye had never heard before, so Chen Ye listened particularly attentively. Anomalies cannot be killed. Only sequence superpowers can deal with anomalies. But as you've seen, against anomalies, sequence superpowers can only be somewhat effective. Killing anomalies is difficult for low-level sequences, some can't do it at all. The white-dress scissor woman in Xinghua Town isn't even considered very powerful among all anomalies. Yet even so, Iron Lion and Nana fighting together could only preserve their lives. Iron Lion lost an arm just to survive. Human sequence superpowers are still too weak against anomalies. Moreover, anomalies are continuously growing stronger. The future of humanity is quite bleak. Chuche spoke very methodically and slowly. But the more Chen Ye listened, the heavier his mood became. Just the existing anomalies alone had already caused human society to collapse, turning super cities into human forbidden zones. And these anomalies are still evolving, becoming even stronger. Is there still hope for humanity? Human cities have become anomaly nests, human forbidden zones. Meanwhile, Chuche also answered a question that had been puzzling Chen Ye. Why the convoy had remained relatively safe for so long. The reason for all this was Chuche's sequence. Chuche is Pathfinder sequence. This sequence has no offensive capability, but superhumans of this sequence have a special ability. They can sense anomaly presence within a certain range and find a safe route from within it. This is why the convoy has never been attacked by anomalies on the road. At the same time, anomalies are attracted by humans. The more people in the convoy, the more they attract anomalies. Therefore, only by constantly moving and evading anomaly pursuit can they survive. This is also why the convoy is always on the move. Apocalypse migration has no destination. Survival is the only goal. Chen Ye, you are now the 4th sequence superpowers user in our convoy. With your addition, our convoy will be even more secure. Welcome to joining us. Chuche smiled as he looked at Chen Ye. The young sword immortal Nana also looked at Chen Ye with bright eyes. Chen Ye shrugged. What else could he do if he didn't join? Did he have any other choice? Chen Ye reached out and shook Chuche's hand. By the way, Captain Chu, I wonder if our convoy has any gasoline? We do have gasoline, but I wonder what you plan to exchange for it? In our convoy, all needed supplies must be gathered by yourself or exchanged with others. Exchange? Wait, I'm a sequence superpowers user now and I still have to exchange? Does sequence superpowers come with 0 benefits? Weren't you just welcoming me to join? How about we hold an internal trading session? We just came out of Xinghua Town. Everyone must have plenty of supplies. We can exchange what we have for what we need. Chuche winked at Chen Ye. As long as you can pay the price, you can exchange for anything you want. Hearing this, Chen Ye's mind couldn't help but become active. An internal trading session? He might be able to exchange for the supplies needed to upgrade his tricycle. Thinking of this, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel anticipation. Soon, Chen Ye understood this convoy's survival rules. In this convoy, ordinary people still made up the majority. But ordinary people had limited capabilities and simply couldn't acquire good supplies, so it was difficult to get quality items from them. The only trading partners available were these few sequence superpower users before him. The convoy leader was naturally Chuche of the Pathfinder sequence. Superhumans of this sequence were natural leaders. The convoy's management was quite loose, much like Chuche himself. Chuche had only one requirement for managing the convoy: fairness. Whether it was Chuche himself or the most ordinary person in the convoy, anyone wanting supplies had to either go out and find them themselves or offer equivalent items in exchange. Just like when Chen Ye saw people entering others' tents at night, as long as they paid a certain price, they could survive. Chen Ye had no objections to this. In the context of the apocalypse, it was already quite rare for someone to uphold the principle of fairness. It seemed to welcome Chen Ye, this newly joined sequence superpower user. Chuche, Nana, and the still recovering big guy held a small supplies exchange gathering. Many people had escaped from Xinghua Town yesterday, and these individuals had acquired some supplies to varying degrees. This trading event today happened to maximize benefits for everyone. The trading event had no special rules. As long as both parties were willing, it was allowed. The entire trading event was scheduled for 2 hours. After 2 hours, they absolutely had to hit the road. For survivors who had been in a constant state of tension, this trading event was undoubtedly like spring rain, and many people showed rare smiles on their faces. The trunks of several off-road vehicles were all opened. People from the vehicles took out all the supplies from their trunks and displayed them. Chen Ye also took out the supplies from his motorcycle and displayed them. Of course, Chen Ye naturally wouldn't exchange items like cigarettes. In the convoy, excluding Chen Ye's motor tricycle and several motorcycles and bicycles, There were 4 four-wheeled vehicles in total. 2 modified off-road vehicles, 1 bus, and 1 small car. The 2 modified off-road vehicles belonged to Che and Nana respectively. That bus was the property of the still-recovering Titan sequence big guy. As for the remaining small car, it surprisingly belonged to the legendary female celebrity in this convoy. Chen Ye also saw this female celebrity. A woman in her early 20s, wearing simple jeans, a white shirt on top, with long hair that was very well maintained. Her delicate facial features made her look beautiful and pleasant even without much makeup. She looked somewhat familiar, but Chen Ye couldn't recall her name. "Hello, Jolan, nice to meet you." Only when the woman before him mentioned her name did Chen Ye suddenly realize. "Chen Ye, I've seen your work, it's very good." "Thank you, I heard you have some women's clothing, could I take a look?" The trunks of both off-road vehicles and the small car were all opened. Che's trunk contained some expired biscuits and cola, occupying almost half of the trunk space. No need to worry about hunger in the short term. Chen Ye even found something he had wanted for a long time in Che's trunk. A foldable solar charging panel. This kind of thing was usually essential equipment for hiking enthusiasts who liked venturing into mountains and forests. When phones and cameras ran out of battery, they could use the solar charging panel to recharge. If this fell into Chen Ye's hands and was upgraded, it could even be used as an energy source for electric vehicles. Unfortunately, what Chen Ye needed now wasn't electricity, but gasoline. Chen Ye also found quite a lot of clothing in Che's trunk, including windbreakers, fleece jackets, and quick-dry clothes. Clearly, these were specifically collected. In this current apocalyptic situation, these types of clothing were the most suitable. He also found 2 large barrels of gasoline. Chen Ye also discovered some strange animal furs in Che's trunk. One blood-red hide particularly caught Chen Ye's attention. This hide was found when escaping from Jiangcheng earlier. I don't know its specific use, but if you're interested I can give you a cheaper price. Just give me that bag of rice you have. Unexpectedly, Che had his eyes on Chen Ye's bag of rice. Trading a bag of rice for a completely unknown hide was simply impossible. Chen Ye politely declined. "TCH, stingy. How about giving me 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes then?" Because of Che's outrageous demands, Chen Ye didn't think highly of this greedy leader. "Stingy. How do you want to exchange for that gasoline?" Chen Ye pointed at Che's 2 large barrels of gasoline and asked. Che rubbed his chin and said, 1 case of instant noodles, 10 Snickers bars, 5 jean of rice. Chen Ye thought about it and decided to look around more. After all, Che wasn't the only one who had gasoline. Chen Ye came to the young woman Nana's trunk. The off-road vehicle's trunk was large, but at least a small half of it was filled with various types of clothing. The food was also various snacks, mainly instant noodles. There were also several bags of well-packaged cured meat, though it was unknown if they were expired. And several handheld gaming consoles. "Chen Ye, these handheld consoles are all the latest models. How about it, do you want them? I can give you a cheaper price. Just give me that bag of flour you have." RB. Chen Ye had no interest in handheld consoles. It was the apocalypse now. Who had time to play with such things? Inside the vehicle compartment were also several knives, both long and short blades. These knives were all found by me in a villa before. How about it, if you want them, I can give you a cheaper price, that long knife for 10 jean of flour, what do you think? When Nana saw Chen Ye looking at the long knife, she couldn't help but introduce it. 10 jean? Why don't you just rob me? How do you want to exchange for that gasoline? 20 jean of rice. Chen Ye. Finally came the bus's supply space. The bus had the most supplies. Because these supplies didn't just belong to the big guy, many also belonged to other people on the bus. Many people were browsing around the bus's stall. This stall didn't just have various foods, there were even quite a few rare beef and fish cans. Baseball bats, instant noodles, underwear, toilet paper, and even several Fruit brand laptops. There was even a whole box of Fruit brand phones. Chen Ye even saw an outdoor power bank, the kind specifically designed for camping equipment with capacity for 2 kilowatt-hours. Chen Ye had seen this kind of power bank before. Good ones cost over 10,000, while cheaper ones were several thousand. But in this apocalypse, even charging had become problematic, so such high-capacity power banks could only be considered decorations. There were also several rice cookers and microwave ovens. Chen Ye did indeed see something he wanted. It was a set of repair tools, including screwdrivers, socket bits, wrenches, and screwdrivers. When upgrading the motor tricycle before, not having tools to disassemble parts had caused the system to spend many extra slaughter points. Now that he was recognized as having the mechanic sequence, how could he not have a set of repair tools? Mr. Chen, are you interested in this set of repair tools? Mr. Chen has the mechanic sequence. If you could have this set of repair tools, it would definitely double your efficiency with half the effort. Mr. Chen, if you want it, we can give you a cheaper price. A balding man in his 30s with glasses said with a somewhat ingratiating smile. Chen Ye thought for a moment and asked, how do you plan to exchange it? 10 jean of rice or 2 cases of instant noodles. How about that? Chen Ye frowned slightly. The price this person quoted was a bit steep. In the apocalypse, food was the hardest currency, worth more than almost anything else. Especially unpackaged staples like rice. Many people had been living on instant noodles and packaged foods for a long time. Among those who had escaped from Xinghua town, not many had brought rice with them. Most of them had foolishly gone for chips, biscuits, and instant noodles. Flour and rice were scarce. Seeing Chen Ye frown, the person in front of him spoke very cautiously. If Mr. Chen really wants it, 5 caddies of rice will do. Or if Mr. Chen can repair the bus twice for free, I can give this set of repair tools to you for free. While saying this, the man kept studying Chen Ye's facial expression. The convoy had fewer than 100 people, so news that Chen Ye was a mechanic sequence superhuman had quickly spread to everyone in it. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment. Deal. The man before him was overjoyed and hurriedly helped load the repair tools onto Chen Ye's motor tricycle. Chen Ye then traded for some seasonings, salt, oil, things like that. Those only cost a few packs of instant noodles to exchange. 2 hours of trading time remained with half an hour left. Chen Ye still hadn't exchanged for gasoline. This made him a little worried. Gasoline was only available with Chu Che, Nana, and the Iron Lion who hadn't shown up yet. But all 3 of them had similar asking prices, very high. Was he really going to have to trade rice for it? He hadn't eaten rice in many days himself. He genuinely felt some reluctance to give it up. Maybe he could use that secret to trade for gasoline and Nana's knife. He wanted gasoline for himself. He wanted Nana's knife too. A gaze kept watching Chen Ye. The owner of that gaze was the pre-apocalypse celebrity and current small car owner, Zhou Lan. This woman didn't have many supplies compared to others, only a few items. Yet many people lingered in front of her stall. Seeing Chen Ye hesitate, she bit her lip, suddenly stood up, opened the rear door of her car, and took out a square metal can from the back seat. Sister, what are you planning to do? At that moment, a youth suddenly rushed over and grabbed Zhou Lan's hand. He was handsome, bearing a 5 or 6 point resemblance to Zhou Lan. If he were a girl, he would probably be a great beauty. Xiao, let go. I won't. Sister, are you planning to give this can of gasoline away? The youth said stubbornly. Silly kid, this gasoline was hard for our siblings to get. Do you think I'm that stupid? The youth said half in doubt, half in hope. Really? Zhou Lan patted the youth's head and smiled. Of course it's true. After the youth let go, Zhou Lan carried the oil can toward Chen Ye. Mr. Chen, I have a can of gasoline. If you don't mind, I can trade it to you. Just as Chen Ye was hesitating about whether to trade rice for gasoline, Zhou Lan suddenly appeared. What's your price? 10 caddies of rice. If Mr. Chen finds that inconvenient, 8 caddies of rice will do. Chen Ye's brow tightened. Previously, Chu Che and Nana also had gasoline, but both of them asked for 20 caddies of rice. This pre-apocalypse celebrity in front of him only wanted 8? That price was almost unbelievably cheap. Perhaps seeing through Chen Ye's hesitation, Zhou Lan explained quietly, I still have 1 can of gasoline, enough to reach the next supply point. The reason I'm offering it so cheaply to Mr. Chen is just hoping that in the future, when I encounter trouble, Mr. Chen might look after me a bit. Hearing this, Chen Ye looked up and appraised the pre-apocalypse celebrity before him. He immediately understood her intentions. Being a celebrity before the apocalypse, in this environment she was like a firefly in the night. The lecherous men lingering in front of her stall made that clear. She was a celebrity. If this convoy didn't maintain some order, other convoys might have already. As the apocalypse dragged on, the old social order and civility were slowly collapsing. Maybe one day it would fully revert to a savage era. Then her celebrity aura wouldn't protect her, it would make her a target. Chu Che and Nana already had fixed circles around them. Zhou Lan, however, wandered outside those circles. What she was doing now was likely trying to find protection. After all, she at least counted as a newly awakened sequence superhuman. Chen Ye hesitated a moment and said, "Not enough." Zhou Lan's face blanched slightly. "Mr. Chen, what else would you want?" Zhou Lan didn't have many supplies. In her small group, it was only her and her younger brother. When they were in Xinghua town, the siblings had failed to gather many supplies either. They were only slightly better off than the average survivors. Giving up this can of gasoline was already her greatest show of sincerity. She had nearly died facing anomalies to obtain that gasoline. But now the other party opened his mouth as if he wanted something for nothing. Zhou Lan's face flushed with anger. Her previously gentle eyes emitted a sharpness as she stared intently at the man before her. She wanted to know why he could be so shameless and say such things. "You, Mr. Chen, don't you think what you're saying is excessive?" Zhou Lan grit her teeth to say this. Chen Ye showed no hint of guilt on his face. "Maybe you can pick some clothes you like from my stuff. Also, Miss Zhou, if you truly had other choices, you wouldn't be standing here. If this were before the apocalypse, I might not even qualify to know you. But now, this is the apocalypse. I'm a sequence superhuman, and you're just an ordinary person. You decide." "You." Zhou Lan's chest heaved with anger. If this had been before the apocalypse, someone like Chen Ye, handsome as he was, wouldn't have warranted a second glance. The two of them wouldn't have even had the most basic interaction. With Raveni. But now, Zhou Lan's face flushed deeper. A sense of humiliation swept over the celebrity's heart. Her beautiful eyes grew a little misty, an emotion she had never felt before. After a full 30 seconds of silence, the pre-apocalypse celebrity finally ground out, "Fine. Deal." "What?" "Sis, you gave that kid the gasoline." "Sis, are you crazy? That was a whole can of gasoline. We only have 2 cans in total. If we give it away, what will we use?" "No way. Sister, I'm going to get the gasoline back." When Zhou Xiaoxiao found out her sister had actually given away one of their gasoline cans, she was beside herself. That was a whole can of gasoline. Before the apocalypse, it might not have been worth much, but in the modern world, that was life itself. Without gasoline, the car would be useless. What the sibling pair might face then went without saying. Besides, the two of them only had that one car as transportation, and every time they scavenged supplies they had to also gather gasoline. And they were both ordinary people. They had nearly died trying to collect those 2 cans of gasoline. Now one had just been given away for nothing in return. "Xiao, don't go. He's a sequence superpower. We can't mess with him." Hearing her brother, Zhou Lan felt a sting of regret. But there was nothing she could do. This was the apocalypse. Her former celebrity halo was long gone. Who knew that Zhou Xiaoxiao stubbornly stuck out her neck and said, "Sis, so what if he's a sequence superpower? He's only a mechanic sequence, not a combat type like Captain Chu. We have no reason to fear him. Besides, Captain Chu is here. What can he really do?" With that, the handsome youth walked straight toward Chen Ye. Chen Ye had noticed the commotion. There was no helping it. The famous Zhou siblings naturally attracted attention, and the kid had deliberately raised his voice as if to pressure Chen Ye. Even without prying, Chen Ye could hear everything clearly with no effort. He lit a cigarette and glanced sideways at the boy walking toward him, a playful smirk tugging at his mouth. The boy stopped in front of Chen Ye, eyes steady and resolute. Mr. Chen, my sister's can of gasoline." Chen Ye exhaled a thick plume of smoke in the boy's face. The boy frowned and waved the smoke away with his hand. Chen Ye flicked his chin and said nothing. Lowering his head, the boy took the gasoline can down from Chen Ye's motorcycle tricycle. Such a small incident had occurred within the convoy, and everyone turned to look. Some looked on with malicious glee toward Chen Ye. Others gave the Zhou siblings a "what were you thinking" look. In this apocalypse, daring to offend a sequence superpower was just asking for trouble. Many people had begged to be on good terms with sequences and failed. Throughout the exchange, Zhou Lan watched from afar. She hadn't stopped her sister's action. When Chen Ye glanced at her, she awkwardly turned her head away. Chen Ye had no particular reaction to the can being taken. If it's gone, it's gone. It's not like she's the only one with gasoline. Chen Ye walked over to Chu Che. The barefoot, composed youth smiled gently. "1 can of gasoline, I'll give you a good deal. How about 18 gin of rice?" "That won't do. You're ripping us off." "Heh heh." Zhou Lan won't trade, but I will. I'm helping you, you're calling me a gouger. Chen Ye shook his head. I want to trade you a piece of information for the gasoline. Useless information won't get you a can of gasoline. I guarantee it's valuable. It's a method to deal with the anomalies. At Chen Ye's words, Chu Che's expression turned grave. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Black dog blood can't kill anomalies, but it can have an effect against them. When Chu Che heard that, his pupils suddenly widened. He looked stunned. Then he murmured, of course. Why didn't I think of that? Even if it doesn't kill anomalies, having an effect is huge. That information is worth a can of gasoline. I'd also like your foldable solar charging panel. That depends on how effective your black dog blood method is against anomalies. Seeing Chen Ye get a can of gasoline from the captain with just a few words, the Zhou sisters exchanged glances and read the same phrase in each other's eyes, baffled uncertainty. RAB. Chen Ye then went to find Nana. Within the convoy, the strongest fighter wasn't the injured Titan Sequence big fellow, but the sword immortal Sequence girl standing before him. If not for her, the Titan Sequence big fool would very likely be dead already. What are you planning to do to Zhou Lan and her sister, was Nana's first sentence. Chen Ye shrugged. What else could I do? It's not like they had the gasoline to begin with. And besides, I don't trust you. Not one man among you is a good thing. How do I know what schemes you're hiding? In the sword immortal girl's eyes was only 3 words. I don't trust you. All right. I intend to trade you a knife. Chen Ye repeated to Nana what he had said to Chu Che. Nana had the same astonished reaction. With that piece of information, Chen Ye traded with the sword immortal Sequence girl and obtained a blade. It was an outdoor machete. The blade plus handle totaled over 40 centimeters. The handle was wood, the blade blackened, and the spine was thick, heavy, and substantial in hand. The sheath was leather and could be hung at the waist for convenient access. Nana said the machete was a brand from the island country. Before the apocalypse, this machete supposedly cost over 3,000 yuan. On the secondary market it could sell for over 5,000. When Chen Ye chose the machete, Nana's face showed a painful twitch. Regarding black dog blood having effect against anomalies, Chen Ye had no intention of hiding it. Humanity had a glaring disadvantage fighting anomalies. In just a few months, human numbers had dropped by more than 90%. Any scrap of information that could help fight anomalies was valuable. Chen Ye didn't mind sharing that information. He didn't bother trading for items near the bus. Although he wanted that 2-unit outdoor power bank, the Titan Sequence big fellow hadn't woken. No one could decide for him. Meanwhile, the Zhou siblings were stunned. They didn't know what Chen Ye had said to Chu Che and Nana. They only watched as Chen Ye exchanged a few words and walked away with a can of gasoline and an outdoor machete. Especially Zhou Xiaoxiao, he recognized the machete Chen Ye had taken from Nana. He'd wanted that machete for a long time, but Nana's price had been too steep and he couldn't gather enough supplies. He couldn't understand how Chen Ye had gotten it so easily. At the same time, Chen Ye also obtained 2 small bags of black dog blood. There were 2 black dogs in the convoy kept by survivors. It would have been hard for Chen Ye to take those dogs, but Chu Che managed to swap chocolates and sausages with their original keeper and acquired them. Chen Ye returned to his motorcycle tricycle. Some of the women's clothes on his stall had been traded away. Attention, attention, convoy departs in 15 minutes. Departs in 15 minutes. A loudspeaker on Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle announced the message, and many survivors who hadn't finished trades looked visibly anxious. Chen Ye calmly dug out a bundle of bolt arrows from the truck bed. Most of these arrows were homemade by him, crude, but better than nothing. His stock of standard crossbow bolts had already been used up. Now that he had the machete, Chen Ye adjusted the bolts accordingly. He had to admit, the unknown island country brand machete was very practical. Finally, he stuffed the adjusted bolts into the bag with the black dog blood, tied the mouth shut, and tossed it into a corner of the truck bed. Soon the convoy began to move. Leading was Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle. After that came Nana's vehicle, then the bus. Even now Chen Ye hadn't seen the 3rd sequence superpower. He followed behind that bus, effectively placing himself as the convoy's 4th figure. Behind him was the vehicle of the star Zhou Lan. Xiao, did you find out anything about what Chen Ye and Captain Chu and Nana said? Zhou Lan now felt some regret. If she had known things would turn out like this, she shouldn't have contacted Chen Ye in the first place. She had sent the gasoline away, and then made Xiao retrieve it. She blamed herself for being dizzy-headed at the time, feeling reluctant to part with that barrel of gasoline. But now that events had already unfolded like this, regretting it did nothing. Chen Ye and his group had definitely offended them. Still, Zhou Lan was a bit rattled that Chen Ye had walked away with a barrel of gasoline and a machete after just a few words. It was unsettling that so much could be traded for so little. Zhou Lan had asked Zhou Xiaoxiao to go ask around just to find out what Chen Ye had said to get those supplies. Sis, old Bao said he doesn't know. He even said he was your fan last time, huh? Fake fan. Zhou Xiaoxiao complained as she drove. Li Jia was the bus driver. Old Bao was the driver of Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle. There were 3 people in Chu Che and Nana's vehicle. Each formed a small group. Zhou Xiaoxiao went to ask Old Bao for information and came back with nothing, which left Zhou Xiaoxiao dissatisfied. Sis, I know what you're worried about. Are you thinking that since we've offended that Chen Ye, we 2 sisters won't be able to survive in the convoy later? Zhou Lan remained silent. Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled, speaking lightly. What are you afraid of? Sis, we've survived until now by relying on ourselves. Every time we go scavenge for supplies, it's a life-or-death gamble. That's exactly why we've outlived others in the convoy and are better off. Sis, that gasoline was hard for us to collect, why give it to Chen Ye? Besides, we don't need others to protect us. We protect ourselves. She said this with obvious pride. You, huh? Zhou Lan reached out and gently tapped Zhou Xiaoxiao's forehead. For some reason, unease settled in Zhou Lan's chest and wouldn't leave. Chen Ye traded for the gasoline from Chu Che and poured it into his motorized tricycle's tank. The engine shuddered and the tricycle started. The convoy moved a little faster today. Maybe they were trying to make up for the 2 hours wasted that morning. Chen Ye could see Chu Che occasionally stepping out of his vehicle up front, scooping a handful of dirt from the ground and tasting it, then pointing seriously toward a safe direction. Alpha. That had to be a Pathfinder sequence ability. When he used to trail at the back of the convoy, he'd never seen this happen. It wasn't until the afternoon that Chu Che finally announced the convoy would rest. Chen Ye took supplies from the tricycle's cargo bed and began to cook. He'd been without a proper rice meal for days and was craving it. Today's supplies were plentiful. Many hadn't left Xinghua town, but those who had came out with more than a little. Somehow a blood moon hung on the horizon. Maybe because everyone had food tonight, the camp's mood wasn't as bleak. Just as Chen Ye finished eating, Old Bao, Chu Che's driver, came to find him with news. Iron Lion had woken up. Chen Ye was surprised when he saw the legendary Titan sequence Big Guy. That day he'd seen the big guy's arm cut off at the shoulder. Now, the arm had regrown a bit. Was this also a sequence superpowers ability? Nana and Chu Che seemed unbothered by the sight. Iron Lion was slightly surprised to see Chen Ye too. So it was you. If not for your arrow that day, I would probably be dead. Lying on the bed, Iron Lion sounded weak. If not for you, I probably would have died too. Chen Ye said honestly. If Iron Lion hadn't blocked the white-dressed scissor woman that day, few people in the convoy would have survived. Iron Lion, Flesh Titan sequence. This is the basic ability of our Flesh Titans. Flesh regeneration. Haha, pretty awesome, right? Seeing Chen Ye staring at his severed arm, the big guy said it outright without any restraint. I heard your mechanic sequence. Great. From now on, when the convoy's vehicles break down, we won't have to toss them. He was clearly a chatterbox who talked a lot. After Chu Che told Iron Lion that black dog blood could affect anomalies, Iron Lion expressed his gratitude to Chen Ye. The convoy followed a fair share principle, so the news didn't come free. What do you want? That power bank of yours that can charge 2 degrees. Fine. Ask Oldly to give it to you later. Just like that, Chen Ye added a power bank to his gear, a small step closer to converting his tricycle into a hybrid electric gas vehicle. The following days were monotonous and leisurely. Sometimes the convoy headed east, sometimes it suddenly turned west. Sometimes they walked half a day forward only to end up back where they started by nightfall. At first people questioned it. Chu Che stepped out and explained that anyone unwilling to follow the convoy could leave. No one opposed after that. The convoy's route was chaotic, as if driven by a madman, no plan, no order. Only a few sequence superpowers users wore serious faces. According to Chu Che, in recent days several anomalies had been tracking the convoy's trail. At the most dangerous moments, an anomaly had come within 3 kilometers of the convoy. If not for Pathfinder sequence Chu-Che, the convoy would have been wiped out long ago. Every rest period, Chen Ye found chances to cut branches or bamboo to make bolt arrows. With the machete, his production efficiency improved significantly. Finished arrows were smeared with black dog blood along the shaft. Chen Ye's quiver now held over 100 bolt arrows. It was a pity about the 2 black dogs in the convoy. Probably drained for their blood, they looked listless all the time. Tomorrow we can reach Longevity Village. The convoy supplies are low. We plan to search that village for supplies. That was the first thing Chu-Che said during the evening meeting. At those words, everyone's faces showed fear mixed with hope. Except for a few sequence superpowers users, the convoy really did have little supplies left. If they couldn't scavenge more, the convoy might riot. Chen Ye lit a cigarette and calculated silently. In the apocalypse, the rule was, the more prosperous the pre-apocalypse city, the more fearsome it was to approach. The super-large cities were off-limits for the living. Small villages like this still offered opportunities. With plenty of arrows on hand, he might even get a lot of slaughter points. The system had told him before there was a way to truly awaken a sequence, but it required 3,000 slaughter points. At that moment, a terrified scream rang through the camp. Ah, there's an anomaly. This panic scream was like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil. The originally silent night erupted into chaos. Women's screams, children's cries, and men's angry shouts soon filled the air. Some people frantically packed their belongings, preparing to flee. In just a moment of distraction, Chen Ye saw a sword light shooting straight out. A man of exceptionally tall stature also rushed toward the direction of the scream. This was Iron Lion and Nana. The sequence superpowers had already been deployed. The camp descended into complete disorder. The psychological trauma inflicted by anomalies on survivors was simply nightmarish. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, the 2 sisters, looked nervously toward the nearby direction, their faces filled with alarm. Chen Ye picked up his hand crossbow, loading a black dog blood bolt arrow as he remained on guard. Under the blood moon, shadowy figures flickered among the trees not far away, like deep ghosts lurking in the darkness. Looking more closely, there were actually dozens of ghostly figures densely packed within the forest. Chen Ye felt a chill run down his spine. If all of these were anomalies, none of the survivors in the camp would survive today. Wasn't Chu-Che supposed to be able to sense the presence of anomalies? How could he have let anomalies get so close to the camp? Just at that moment, a dark figure emerged from the shadows of the forest. Please save us. A deep, weak voice sounded. A powerful flashlight beam illuminated the first figure. Seemingly because the strong light was too stimulating, the figure raised a hand to block the beam. The person standing in the flashlight beam wore tattered clothes, with many parts of their garments torn and ragged, and only one shoe remained on their feet. Yes, this was a person, not an anomaly. Everyone at the scene quietly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder Chu-Che hadn't detected them earlier. As a Pathfinder sequence 1 danger sensor, Chu-Che could perceive the presence of most anomalies, but his perception of humans wasn't as distinct. It was good that they were humans. Then a second person appeared. A third person. Dozens of figures appeared before everyone. These people wore ragged clothes and looked haggard. These were all survivors. Who are you people? Chu-Che had somehow appeared in front of the crowd, his eyes wary as he looked at these people. Sir, we escaped from Deer City. Deer City is gone. Wah! As these words were spoken, dozens of dark figures burst into sobbing cries. Chen Ye was momentarily stunned, then his heart sank. Although Deer City couldn't compare to international first-tier cities like Shanghai, it was still quite famous nationwide as a second-tier city, most developed in tourism resources and also renowned for its cuisine. Chen Ye had once thought about taking his girlfriend to Deer City for a few days. He never expected it was already gone. Although he had anticipated this. When even cities like Shanghai had become some of the world's top human forbidden zones, Deer City naturally couldn't avoid the same fate. But hearing someone tell you this directly still delivered a profound shock. Deer City is gone too? It's over. Humanity has completely lost hope. Are we really helpless against the anomalies? Wah, my parents are in Deer City, wah. The camp, which had just calmed down, descended into chaos once again. We escaped from Deer City. Deer City is now full of anom. The situation quickly became clear. These people before them had escaped from Deer City. According to these survivors, Deer City was now completely filled with anomalies and had become a new human forbidden zone. These people had all been hiding in an underground parking garage before. Later, when they couldn't endure it any longer, they hastily escaped. Originally, there had been over 200 people. Now only a few dozen remained. Chen Ye quietly approached Chu Che. Old Chu, these people won't attract anomalies, will they? Chu Che glanced at Chen Ye, wondering when he had acquired the nickname Old Chu. Ignoring Chen Ye, Chu Che crouched down, grabbed a handful of soil from the ground and threw it into his mouth, as if tasting some exquisite delicacy. After about 10 seconds, Chu Che finally opened his eyes and nodded to Nana. Chen Ye understood that this was probably Chu Che using his ability to detect that these people weren't being followed. It had to be said, the abilities of sequence superpower users were truly miraculous. Chu Che could detect the presence of anomalies just by eating soil, not to mention that Iron Lion could regrow his severed arm. He remembered the system saying that once he accumulated 3,000 slaughter points, it would tell him the method to awaken his sequence. 3,000 slaughter points. He didn't know when he'd be able to save up that much. Letting you join is no problem, but you have to follow the rules. As the team leader, Chu Che had no choice but to step forward and speak. As long as we can survive, we'll follow any rules. The leader of the Dark Figures quickly responded. They were called Dark Figures because these people were so filthy that you could only tell their gender, not their appearance. Among the Dark Figures, several women with decent figures tucked their hair behind their ears. To survive in the convoy, there's only one rule: fairness. Since you're newly joined, I can provide you with food for 1 day for free. After that, you'll need to find ways to support yourselves. The group of Dark Figures looked at each other, no one saying another word. After speaking, Chu Che turned and left without looking back. Originally, the convoy had about 200 people, but when they passed through Xinghua town, half of them remained there forever, unable to leave. Now with these new additions, the entire convoy's numbers once again exceeded 100. Chen Ye took a deep look at this group of dark people, then turned and returned to his vehicle. The camp soon became lively. Chu Che selected several middle-aged women to help cook. As team leader, he at least had this much authority. The meal was simple, just the most basic rice porridge and some pickled vegetables. Soon the fragrance of porridge wafted through the camp. Chen Ye lay in the truck bed, wrapping himself tightly in his clothes as he began to doze off. They would soon reach Longevity Village. Most former human settlements had now become human forbidden zones. The more prosperous large cities of the past were now the most dangerous. Instead, these remote small towns and villages were relatively less dangerous. But they still couldn't let their guard down. What Chen Ye needed to do now was conserve his energy, waiting to collect more slaughter points when gathering supplies. Ideally, he could collect enough slaughter points to reach 3,000 in one go, directly obtaining the sequence awakening method provided by the system. Just as Chen Ye was drowsily thinking about his own affairs, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar female voice loudly say, "It's not fair. Why are all the workers women? Why aren't those men doing anything? You're discriminating against women." Chen Ye knew immediately when he heard that voice, someone was starting trouble. We're in the apocalypse, and there are still people pulling this kind of nonsense. Chen Ye sat up in the sidecar of his three-wheeled motorcycle, looking toward the source of the voice. It was a slightly plump woman with a round face, small eyes, and a pointed chin standing there. It seemed because of this woman's words, everyone had turned to look in this direction. Chen Ye was no exception. When the woman's gaze swept over Chen Ye, she also threw him a disdainful glare. Chen Ye rubbed his nose. This woman must be crazy. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, blowing smoke rings with the air of someone preparing to watch a show. After all, I'm not the leader anyway, let's see how Chu Che handles this. Chu Che probably didn't expect someone to pull this kind of stunt at a time like this either. Chu Che looked at the woman with amusement and laughed. Then what do you think would be fair? The woman's eyes shifted craftily as she said directly, "We're in the apocalypse now. This is when we need you men the most. Making women cook while men reap the benefits. What kind of leader are you?" Perhaps because Chu Che always maintained his nice guy image. Or maybe this woman had just arrived in this new environment and wanted to quickly attract everyone's attention. Whatever her motives, many women in the convoy had brightened eyes. Especially among the women who had just joined the convoy, many quietly moved closer to this woman. In contrast, the women who were cooking glared angrily, as if this woman had stolen their jobs. But they seemed restrained by other reasons and didn't speak up. Chu Che glanced at Nana beside him. Nana rolled her eyes, hugged her long sword, and turned to leave. Chu Che smiled gently and said, "Since that's the case, Sister Zhao, you few can rest first. Old Bao, find some men to come cook." Old Bao nodded and turned to walk into the survivor crowd to start selecting people. Soon, this woman who had stood up for justice realized something was wrong. The several women who had lost their jobs because of her weren't grateful. Instead, they looked at her with venomous hatred. After Old Bao received the order, many men rushed over, raising their hands and shouting, "Old Bao, pick me, pick me. I used to be a cook." The woman didn't quite understand. She was clearly fighting for her group's interests. Why were they looking at her with such unfriendly eyes? Fortunately, some people still cast friendly glances her way. The woman's thinking was simple. Having just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, the quickest way to establish authority and gather a group was to represent some people's interests. Arnu. The food was quickly prepared. The aroma of food filled the entire camp. These survivors who had just escaped Deer City were so hungry their eyes glowed green. In the past, they wouldn't have given plain congee with pickled vegetables a second glance. But now, this bowl of plain congee with pickled vegetables was the most delicious delicacy in the world. Even the original survivors in the convoy were swallowing hard. After all, many people in the convoy were running low on supplies. If they didn't find supply points soon, everyone would likely starve before long. Chen Ye blew a smoke ring, feeling somewhat interested. The real show was about to begin. Sure enough, after the meal, all the men who had helped earlier received some payment from the leader. Though it was just a small piece of bread, it still made people envious. The woman who had spoken earlier watched these men happily receiving their bread and was completely stunned. Smack! A slap echoed through the quiet night. "You bitch! If it weren't for you, that bread would be mine. I haven't eaten all day, all because of you." A middle-aged woman with permed hair slapped the stunned woman hard across the face. "Serves you right. If it weren't for this slut, Captain Chu wouldn't have given the opportunity to others. Beat her to death." Before the woman could react, another woman grabbed her by the hair. I was doing this for your own good. For our own good, you bitch." Chen Ye lay back in his vehicle, looking at the starry sky, the faint firelight illuminating his features. A blood moon hung not far away, but Chen Ye didn't even feel like shifting his gaze toward it. Chen Ye had finally figured it out. Despite Chu Che's usual quiet demeanor, he hadn't expected him to be this cunning. Chu Che had probably noticed early on that some people in the convoy were running out of supplies. So he gave these few a work opportunity. He just didn't expect someone like this to suddenly jump out. So Chu Che simply went with the flow, directly putting this troublemaker woman in her place. It seemed this leader wasn't a simple character either. The woman's screams echoed right by his ears. We're in the apocalypse, and some people still haven't adjusted their mindset. They totally deserve this. Chen Ye lay comfortably in the sidecar. Sleeping in the sidecar was much more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. The convoy continued forward. According to Chu Che, they would reach Longevity Village in 2 more days. This was a carefully selected resupply target by Chu Che. After daybreak, Chen Ye took out his portable gas stove, lit a small flame, took out mineral water and poured half a bottle into the pot. He added a cup of rice, covered the lid, and waited for the rice to cook. Using the machete he obtained from Nana, he sliced some cured meat and threw it into the pot, added some oil, then tossed in some wild vegetables he'd gathered from the roadside a few days earlier. Just like that, a dish of stir-fried wild vegetables with cured meat slowly took shape in these conditions. Chen Ye's cooking skills were quite ordinary, but having such meals in this environment was already quite remarkable. The newly joined survivors looked toward Chen Ye's direction, frantically sniffing the air. Their meal today was still just plain congee with pickled vegetables. Compared to Chen Ye's meal, it was like heaven and earth. Chen Ye couldn't be bothered with these people. When the food was almost ready, he poured the stir-fried wild vegetables with cured meat directly into the rice and started eating. Finally, someone couldn't resist anymore. "Young man, could you share some of your food with my grandson? He hasn't eaten meat in a long time. He's just a child, malnutrition isn't good for his health." Chen Ye looked up to see an old woman holding a child's hand, looking at him pitifully. And that child was already reaching out without any restraint. Before Chen Ye could say anything, the child had already grabbed onto Chen Ye's rice bowl, trying hard to snatch it away. Chen Ye's expression instantly darkened. He'd encountered bratty kids before, but never one this obnoxious. I haven't even agreed to give you any, and you're already grabbing for it. The rice bowl remained motionless in Chen Ye's hand. The old woman acted as if she didn't see anything, smiling ingratiatingly at Chen Ye. Give it to me. I want to eat. The bratty child's shriek rang in Chen Ye's ears, making him frown in annoyance. He never had much patience with children anyway. Especially with this kind of spoiled brat, he was even more impatient. Back when there were surveillance cameras everywhere, Chen Ye had to hold back. But now, smack. This slap landed with considerable force. The bratty child spun around like a top from the impact, landing hard on his buttocks. He immediately burst into loud, wailing tears. In the old woman's eyes, her grandson was sweet and adorable. He just wanted some food, and he just tried to take it by force. The other party hadn't given it, so it wasn't really a big deal. It truly wasn't a significant matter. Besides, this young man was so much older. Surely he wouldn't stoop to arguing with a small child? But this young man not only argued with her grandson, he actually slapped him. And with such force. The red, swollen handprint made the old woman's heart ache with pity. Many people around were watching the scene unfold. Zhou Xiaoxiao watched Chen Ye with a spectator's expression while speaking to her sister. Sister, look, this Chen Ye is going too far. We gave him that gasoline for nothing. Good thing I took it back. In Zhou Xiaoxiao's mind, Chen Ye was indeed being somewhat excessive. He was just a child after all. If he didn't want to give the food, then don't give it. Why slap the child? In Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart, her evaluation of Chen Ye dropped several more levels. Zhou Lan nervously glanced around, confirming no one was paying attention to her and her sibling, then said in a reproachful tone, Xiao, what nonsense are you talking? Clearly that child doesn't know any better. What do you expect a grown man like Chen Ye to do with such a small child? Anyway, Chen Ye is a sequence superpower. We shouldn't offend him. Children are people too, not animals. As a pre-apocalypse celebrity, Zhou Lan had experienced more people and situations than her younger sibling. If this were happening to her, she might have chosen to just give the food. Like that famous saying goes, he's just a child. But deep down, Zhou Lan felt more wary of Chen Ye. She even worried whether she'd made a mistake by not stopping Xiaoxiao when she went to take back the gasoline earlier. After all, he was a sequence superpower. Zhou Xiaoxiao rolled her beautiful large eyes and gave her sister a disdainful look. What do you think Chen Ye will do about this situation? Chu Che watched with amusement, his expression quite intrigued. Iron Lion scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said in his deep, muffled voice, I don't know. But he's still just a child who doesn't know any better, Ano. Nana snorted coldly, what does being a child matter? Children are people too. Does being a child give them license to act recklessly? Before the apocalypse, some children were more detestable than demons. Iron Lion mumbled incoherently, unsure how to respond. Titan sequence superpower users always seemed rather inarticulate. Chen Ye watched the grandmother-grandson pair with indifference. Grandma. Wah wah. The child cried while reaching out, apparently wanting his grandmother to pick him up. My good grandson, my poor good grandson. The old woman's eyes reddened as she seemed to want to lift her grandson. But the chubby boy was too heavy, and the old woman couldn't pick him up, so she could only help her good grandson to his feet. The child stood up, wailing loudly as he hid behind the old woman. Feeling emboldened by his grandmother's protection, he glared viciously at Chen Ye. Young man, how could you do this? Don't you know to respect the elderly and cherish the young? How did your parents raise you? What did your school teach you? How dare you hit my good grandson? I'll make you regret this. You just wait. Without a second thought, Chen Ye stood up, raised his foot, and delivered a kick directly to the child who was peeking out to glare at him angrily. The child instantly flew through the air like a ragged sack. Zhuang zhuang. The old woman cried out in alarm, sobbing as she rushed over. The child slid along the ground for 2 or 3 meters before stopping. Wah wah. Loud wailing cries echoed throughout the entire camp. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Zhuang zhuang, how are you? Zhuang zhuang, my good grandson. Grandma, it hurts wah wah. Chen Ye hadn't held back at all with this kick. The bratty child's face was bleeding from Chen Ye's kick, and several front teeth had been knocked out. When he opened his mouth to cry, all his front teeth were gone. The old woman's heart shattered seeing her good grandson in such a state. The scene of grandson and grandmother crying in each other's arms soon unfolded. The old woman glared furiously at Chen Ye. Young man, he's just a child. Chen Ye snorted coldly. Some children are children, but some children are just animals. The old woman hadn't expected Chen Ye to respond this way, her face flushing red immediately. Before the apocalypse, whenever her bratty grandson caused trouble, she could always use this line to gain some moral high ground. Some people would just swallow their anger, red-faced, when she said this. Others wanted to refute her but didn't know how. She never expected it to be completely useless after the apocalypse. Or at least useless against this young man. She had seen when her grandson went to beg for food earlier. She hadn't even stopped him when he tried to grab it by force, fully expecting to exploit the young man's kindness to get a dinner. She never anticipated this outcome. Many people hearing Chen Ye's words felt secret satisfaction. These were people who had escaped Deer City together with this grandmother-grandson pair. They had been angered numerous times by this pair's outrageous behavior. This grandmother-grandson pair had survived until now entirely because people had been taking care of them along the way. Later, when everyone saw their true character, nobody took care of them anymore. If the convoy hadn't appeared, this grandmother-grandson pair probably wouldn't have survived much longer. I'll fight you to the death. The old woman, apparently feeling she hadn't gained any advantage, stood up intending to fight Chen Ye desperately. Chen Ye showed no mercy. Thump. He kicked the old woman flying once again. The old woman was sent stumbling backward by Chen Ye's kick, landing hard on her buttocks after retreating 3 to 5 meters. She couldn't get up for quite some time. Grandma. Woo-woo. Everyone at the scene was shocked by Chen Ye's actions. Some people looked at Chen Ye's behavior with disdain. Sister, did you see that? That Chen Ye is a complete bastard. He won't even spare elders and children. Zhou Xiaoxiao urgently tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered. For some reason, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who had previously thought Chen Ye was a coward, now felt somewhat afraid of him after these incidents. When she saw Chen Ye's gaze turn her way, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly averted her eyes, her heart pounding thump-thump nervously. But some people greatly approved of Chen Ye's actions. I never expected Chen Ye to act like this. It really suits my taste, like a real man. The young sword immortal said playfully, her hand resting on the long sword at her waist. Iron Lion scratched his head, wanting to say something but unable to get the words out. Nana glanced at Iron Lion and snorted. Were you going to say young people should respect the elderly and cherish the young? Iron Lion, I think your brain is all muscle. They say the Titan sequence's weakness is reduced intelligence. Seems like that legend is true. Back when I went to work in the mornings before the apocalypse, at least half the subway car was filled with these elderly people rushing for discounted eggs. On the bus they're as weak as Lin Daiyu, but off the bus they're as strong as Lu Jishan. Monthly pensions several times mine. Dancing square dances all night long. And these bratty children. Nana seemed deeply troubled by these memories, her little mouth not stopping once she started. Iron Lion opened his mouth, apparently rendered speechless by the young woman's verbal barrage. Chu Che clapped his hands to interrupt their conversation. All right, time to move out. Back with Chen Ye. The child still looked at Chen Ye with hatred in his eyes. Chen Ye slowly walked over. The child panicked and tried to hide behind his grandmother. The old woman protected her grandson, glaring angrily. What do you want to do? Chen Ye chuckled and said, Are you thinking that when your son or other people return, you'll settle accounts with me then? Seeing the expressions on the grandmother and grandson's faces, Chen Ye knew he had probably guessed correctly. Chen Ye continued chuckling, but this is the apocalypse now. Those who aren't here right now might never be here again. Child, do you understand what I'm saying? The old woman's face turned deathly pale. The child's mouth quivered, and he burst into loud wails. So heartbreaking. The convoy soon began to move. Chen Ye packed up his things simply and started his motor tricycle. After these days of travel, the motorcycle's gasoline was running quite low. If he couldn't find gasoline tomorrow, he'd probably have to use manual mode. The motor tricycle shook for a moment before starting to move. The grandmother-grandson pair were still crying and throwing tantrums. But not a single person stepped forward to help them up or speak up for them. Even the woman who had been practicing martial arts yesterday kept her head down and stayed silent. Apparently realizing this wasn't getting them anywhere, the grandmother-grandson pair slowly got up from the ground. The old woman occasionally shot venomous glances toward Chen Ye. Chen Ye noticed and looked back, but the old woman pretended to look elsewhere as if nothing had happened. Instead, when the child saw Chen Ye looking at him, he shuddered in fear and averted his gaze with terrified eyes. Now it was already early November, and the weather was turning cool. Even riding on his motor tricycle, Chen Ye could feel the chill in the breeze brushing against his face. During the next supply run, it would be best to gather some warm clothing. Otherwise, when winter came, they might freeze to death outright. Also, the motor tricycle needed modifications. Find some suitable parts to add a canopy over the cargo bed, creating an enclosed space. The front section needed a canopy too. Chen Ye never wanted to experience that miserable feeling from the rainy days before again. Calculating it all, the number of slaughter points needed was no small amount. Additionally, the motor tricycle's power was still somewhat insufficient. If it could be converted to three-wheel drive or four-wheel drive, that would probably be better. Fortunately, this time Chen Ye had prepared enough bolt arrows. Once they reached Longevity Village and went on a killing spree, he should be able to acquire quite a few slaughter points. Although Chen Ye's motor tricycle couldn't compare to the comfort of off-road vehicles and buses, it was still much better than what many others had. The new survivors who joined last night only had one car and two motorcycles. The remaining people basically had no means of transportation. They didn't even have a single bicycle. Fortunately, the convoy didn't travel very fast during daily movement. Even those traveling on foot could keep up. Iron Lion's bus was packed full of people again. Back in Xinghua town, the bus had lost nearly half its occupants. With last night's personnel supplement, the bus was now completely full. You had to admit, this big guy was still quite soft-hearted. As for Chu Che and Nana's off-road vehicle, they hadn't taken in any newcomers. Their vehicle maintained the three-person configuration. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's motor tricycle had attracted attention from quite a few people. However, given Chen Ye's previous attitude, many people felt wary of him, so no excessive trouble arose. The first day's journey ended just like that. It wasn't until evening that Chu Che led the convoy to find a safe shelter. A blood moon had quietly risen in the sky at some point, dyeing the world with a faint blood-red hue. The dinner provided in the evening was still plain rice porridge with pickled vegetables. But compared to yesterday's, tonight's porridge was much thinner, so thin you could almost see a reflection in it. Many people voiced dissatisfied protests. Chu Che responded with just one sentence: anyone who's unhappy is free to leave at any time. Chen Ye still used his clumsy cooking skills to prepare himself a dinner. Even though it didn't taste particularly good, many people still salivated over Chen Ye's meal. Large chunks of cured meat and generous portions of rice made many people envious. Not far away, a pair of venomous eyes occasionally glanced in this direction. Whenever Chen Ye looked over, he only saw faces pretending nothing was wrong. Chen Ye frowned. Apart from that grandmother and grandson pair, he shouldn't have offended anyone else. Who could hold such hatred toward him? This definitely couldn't be his imagination. He still slept in the cargo bed at night. The bed was padded with clothes, making it quite comfortable for sleeping. Lighting a cigarette, he blew out smoke rings, the nicotine easing the fatigue of the day. It had been many days since he last bathed. It seemed he had almost forgotten the refreshing sensation of hot water washing over his body. If he could find a place to bathe, it would be a true luxury. Before the apocalypse, Chen Ye basically bathed every day. Now, Chen Ye felt like certain parts of his body had even developed a patina from lack of washing. Before Chen Ye could fall asleep, Old Bao arrived. Mr. Chen, Captain Chu requests your presence for a meeting. Chen Ye followed Old Bao to the convoy's largest tent. Several people were already seated inside the tent. Captain Chu Che, the young sword immortal Nana, and the 2-meter-tall giant Iron Lion. Iron Lion's severed arm had now completely regenerated. Was this the innate ability of the Titan sequence? Such incredible regenerative power. Chen Ye, you're here. Come sit quickly. Iron Lion patted the spot beside him with a simple, honest gesture, signaling Chen Ye to sit down. Perhaps because back in Xinghua town, when everyone was fleeing, Chen Ye dared to shoot that arrow. This big guy had developed a favorable impression of him. Oh yes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the meeting quickly began. Among these newly joined survivors, that woman named Su Jiaojiao is quite troublesome. From what I know, she was an online feminist blogger before the apocalypse. This Su Jiaojiao has already gathered over a dozen people in the camp, seemingly planning something. Chu Che said this while pouring Chen Ye a cup of tea. Captain Chu's words were measured and calm, as if discussing something completely unrelated. The gentle expression on his face showed little change. Nana said with some dissatisfaction, "I can't believe even in the apocalypse, these people still won't settle down. This is the apocalypse now, the world is completely different from before." Iron Lion, Chen Ye, what do you think about this matter? Iron Lion scratched his head and chuckled. Whatever you decide is fine. I'll follow your lead, hee. Nana rolled her beautiful eyes and turned to look at Chen Ye. Chen Ye grinned, just a bunch of clowns. This is the post-apocalyptic world now. Without extraordinary sequences, these people probably wouldn't survive a single day. Captain Chu, you're not just calling us here for this, are you? Chen Ye drank Captain Chu's tea in one gulp. You had to understand, in the current situation, getting to drink tea wasn't easy. Therefore, every time he visited the captain, Chen Ye always operated on the principle of drinking as much as he could while he had the chance. The other two probably thought the same way. Their teacups were already empty too. Captain Chu Che pretended not to notice. Supplies like tea leaves were scarce now, even for him. Indeed, that's not the main reason. According to my estimates, we should reach Longevity Village tomorrow morning. I called you here to discuss tomorrow morning's plan. Hearing they would soon reach a supply point, everyone's expressions became slightly more serious. You had to understand, towns and villages from before the apocalypse had all become human exclusion zones, filled with endless dangers. A single misstep could mean certain death. Like what happened in Xinghua town before. The entire convoy had been reduced by half. Chu Che took out a radio and began fiddling with it in front of everyone. Chen Ye was somewhat confused. Wait, weren't you supposed to be talking about Longevity Village? Why suddenly bring out a radio? This is so abstract? Noticing Chen Ye's curious gaze, the young swordswoman Nana explained from beside him, "This is the eavesdropping radio, numbered 01257, it's a wonder. You can think of it as, well, an apocalypse magical artifact. Wonders often possess incredible abilities. The captain's eavesdropping radio is quite miraculous." The young swordwoman explained while looking enviously at the radio. Numbered? Chen Ye asked curiously while watching Chu Che manipulate the radio. Yes, the numbers also represent rankings. The top 100 wonders all have incredible abilities. The captain's is ranked beyond the 1,000 mark, but even so, it's quite an extraordinary treasure. You'll understand in a moment. Chen Ye felt puzzled in his heart. The apocalypse had only just begun a few months ago, yet this device before them had already reached over 1,000 in numbering. Who created this numbering ranking system? Also, that girl Nana looked to be only 17 or 18 years old at most. How did she know so much? Before Chen Ye could ponder further, Chu Che had already lifted his head, his eyes carrying some tension as he said, "It's ready. ZZZZ. Welcome to the Fair Convoy channel. The current time is 8:35 p.m. on November 5th, 2030. Fair Convoy? This was the first time Chen Ye had heard the convoy's name. According to reports from our radio station's correspondent, Longevity Village is 10 kilometers ahead. Longevity Village is a relatively unknown village in our country. There are 17 villages nationwide called Longevity Village, hence its lack of fame. The reason it's called Longevity Village is because an elderly person in the village lived to 127 years old before passing away, thus earning the name Longevity Village. After a burst of static noise, this device called the eavesdropping radio began introducing the situation of Longevity Village. This information was indeed accurate. This particular Longevity Village truly wasn't very famous. If it were the kind of village known nationwide, with the convoy's current meager numbers, they wouldn't dare treat Longevity Village as a supply point. The radio sounded as if there was a real radio host introducing Longevity Village's situation to everyone present. Chen Ye listened quietly, feeling slightly surprised in his heart. Cities had fallen. Most urban areas had become forbidden zones for humans. Forget radio stations. Even mobile phones had no signal now. No wonder this radio could be called a wonder. He just didn't understand why it was called eavesdropping radio. According to inquiries by our radio station's correspondent, Longevity Village has 357 villagers, 112 households, covering an area of approximately 2,000 acres. 3 months ago, anomalies broke out in Longevity Village. All residents died, no survivors remained in Longevity Village. Hearing the cold voice coming from the radio, everyone fell silent. A village with over 300 people, not a single person had survived. No one said anything. Nowadays, villages like this were far too common throughout the world. Take Shanghai, for example, a super city with tens of millions of people, probably less than 1% had survived. Chen Ye now understood why Captain Chu had brought out this eavesdropping radio. It seemed this wonder numbered 01257 had information-gathering capabilities. Sure enough, the content the radio spoke next made everyone present prick up their ears. ZZZZ. Longevity Village currently possesses relatively complete supplies. There's a small supermarket under the big willow tree in the village center with sufficient materials. Priority collection recommended. No. The cellar at the village chief's house contains many reserve grains. Secondary collection recommended. Each household also possesses some reserve food supplies. There's a well at the village entrance. The well water is not contaminated and is drinkable. The village currently, ZZZZ. At this point, the radio seemed to receive some interference, emitting static from the speaker. But it quickly returned to normal. The village contains over 100 anomalies. Based on the convoy's current strength, Longevity Village's danger rating is SSS level. After hearing this information from the radio, everyone had a general concept of Longevity Village. Without the eavesdropping radio's information, if they had rashly entered Longevity Village, they would likely have wasted much time. Wasting time in a village full of anomalies meant wasting lives. However, throughout the entire eavesdropping radio broadcast, Captain Chu Che's facial expression kept puzzling Chen Ye. This Captain Chu stared intently at the radio, looking somewhat tense, as if the radio might transform into an anomaly at any moment. Only after hearing the radio broadcast end did Captain Chu Che finally let out a long sigh of relief. Chu Che turned to Chen Ye and said, Chen Ye, for this Longevity Village operation, will you act with us or operate separately? Without hesitation, Chen Ye indicated he would act together with everyone. Chen Ye was still only a pseudo-sequence superhuman, and in a support sequence at that, acting alone would be suicide. The luck he'd had at Apricot Blossom Village wouldn't repeat itself. In that case, for this operation's supplies, I'll take 30%, Nana 30%, and Iron Lion and Chen Ye 20% each. How does that sound? The reason for this distribution was mainly because Chu Che's role was irreplaceable. Without him, the entire convoy would be gone, let alone searching for supply points. As for why the young sword immortal Nana could get 30%, Chen Ye only learned now that Nana was actually a sword immortal sequence 2 open blade realm swordsman. Her combat power was no weaker than Iron Lion's, possibly even stronger. As for why Chen Ye could get 20%, that was because his mechanic sequence ability was also indispensable to the convoy. Naturally, Chen Ye had no objections. They began formulating plans based on the eavesdropping radio's information. After reaching Longevity Village, Chu Che naturally wouldn't take action. His mission was already complete. The actual operations would be handled by Chen Ye, Nana, and Iron Lion. They would first go to the small supermarket under the big willow tree in Longevity Village, then proceed to the village chief's cellar after finishing at the supermarket. Just as everyone had almost finished discussing, suddenly the familiar voice of Captain Chu came from the eavesdropping radio. Sigh, that damn girl Nana, she looks delicate, but acts like a wild monkey all day, neither masculine nor feminine. If this were before the apocalypse, definitely no one would want her. And that Iron Lion, this big fool, I really don't know what's going on in his head. I've heard the Titan sequence's cost is reduced intelligence, but to be this stupid is just ridiculous. That newly joined guy has a bad temper and seems kinda gloomy. I really don't know what goes through his mind all day. This guy definitely wasn't a good person before the apocalypse. I even saw him hitting elderly people and children with my own eyes. My heavens, What kind of freaks do I have in my convoy? And that female celebrity Jolan, she looked quite pretty on TV, but in real life she's just average. At this moment, Chen Ye finally understood why Captain Chu had looked so tense when he brought out the radio. There were reasons for everything. This eavesdropping radio didn't just eavesdrop on targets to collect information. It even eavesdropped on the holder's words. He had no idea when Captain Chu had said these things. But the eavesdropping radio had captured them. Then, at the moment when everyone was most relaxed and everyone was present, it directly played them back. The scene fell into complete silence. Actually, when the eavesdropping radio started speaking, Captain Chu had already covered it with a piece of clothing. But it was completely useless. Captain Chu looked at the expressions on the three people's faces, and for the first time, an awkward expression appeared on his normally composed face. Chen Ye. Wait, Captain Chu said I have a bad temper and seem gloomy? And that I'm not a good person? Nana's face was utterly dark. Captain, you're something else. Neither masculine nor feminine are you talking about me. Iron Lion's face was full of grievance. Captain, the Titan sequence might not be smart, but we're not stupid either, let alone freaks. Saying this about me, doesn't your conscience hurt? Captain Chu's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to explain something, he already saw the hot-tempered young sword immortal beginning to draw her long sword. When leaving the large tent, Captain Chu had a black eye on each of his left and right eyes. The young sword immortal Nana pushed Chen Ye and Iron Lion aside, stomping away from the tent in a huff. Chen Ye threw Captain Chu a "you deserved it" look before directly leaving the tent. The convoy quickly started moving. Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle was at the very front of the convoy. Right behind it was the young sword immortal's modified off-road vehicle. After that came Chen Ye's motor tricycle. Iron Lion's bus was at the very back. Following behind were the other survivors. It seemed they wanted to reach Longevity Village earlier, so today's speed was slightly faster. The convoy soon stretched into a long snake-like line. At the very end of the convoy were survivors on foot without any transportation. Some of these people carried backpacks, while others had nothing and simply followed behind the group. Chen Ye kept feeling like a pair of venomous eyes were watching him. But every time he turned to look, he found nothing. After several times, Chen Ye couldn't be bothered to care anymore. He lit an HTS cigarette, the rich tobacco aroma filling his nostrils. Chen Ye exhaled a long stream of smoke. Earlier in the large tent, when the eavesdropping radio played Captain Chu's complaints, it said the price of the Titan sequence was decreased intelligence. If that was true, did every sequence require paying its own price? What price did Nana of the Sword Immortal sequence pay? What price did Captain Chu pay? Was Captain Chu's price just having a foul mouth? If that were the case, it actually seemed quite possible. Also, that eavesdropping radio was really useful. It could analyze information about Longevity Village so clearly. This saved a lot of effort. It would also be much safer when gathering supplies. But earlier, the radio publicly humiliated Captain Chu in front of so many people. Clearly, the eavesdropping radio also had side effects. Did every wonder have side effects? While mentally calculating the information he'd collected, Chen Ye secretly noted it down. His understanding of sequence superpowers was entirely from these past 2 days. Every piece of information about sequence superpowers was crucial. Steering the motorcycle handlebars with one hand, Chen Ye tossed away the HTS cigarette that was down to its filter and lit another one. Chen Ye was a heavy smoker, and he still had plenty of cigarettes left from what he gathered in Xinghua town. Therefore, Chen Ye had no concept of conserving them. Seeing the motorcycle's dashboard show the fuel tank was nearly empty. Just then, sudden loud exclamations came from within the group. A village! There's a village ahead! Oh heavens, it's a village! After so many days, we've finally seen a village. The noisy voices in his ears felt somewhat familiar to Chen Ye. When they discovered Xinghua town before, they encountered the exact same situation. Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle suddenly accelerated. Nana's vehicle closely followed behind. Chen Ye twisted the throttle, but the motor tricycle continued puttering forward at its leisurely pace. Chen Ye realized there really was no gas left in the tank. The bus behind him accelerated, leaving Chen Ye behind. He could even see Iron Lion's simple smiling face through the bus window. Then the other 2 vehicles quickly followed. After these days of travel, everyone's supplies had completely run out. Chen Ye actually ended up arriving at the village entrance after everyone else. Looking at this village, Chen Ye felt chills running down his spine. All the survivors, regardless of gender or age, stood at the village entrance, their eyes filled with fear while also seeming eager to try. Even though it was high noon with bright sunshine, the village before them gave off a gloomy feeling, as if sunlight simply couldn't penetrate into Longevity Village. Even though it was the same world, Chen Ye felt like Longevity Village existed in another dimension. Looking at this village, a trace of seriousness appeared on Chen Ye's face. Why did Longevity Village feel even more terrifying and dangerous than Xinghua Town? Sis, I feel like. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Longevity Village ahead, feeling cold air continuously rising from within her heart. Looking down, she discovered a layer of densely packed goosebumps had appeared on the back of her hand. This village. Xiaoxiao, maybe we shouldn't go in. Zhou Lan felt the same as her younger sister. Just looking at Longevity Village made her feel uncomfortable. Sis, we're out of supplies too. This morning we shared 1 pack of instant noodles, and we don't have much gasoline left either. Longevity Village is our only chance. If we don't gather supplies. Before Zhou Xiaoxiao could finish speaking, Zhou Lan wasn't lying either. Everything her younger sister said was true. If they couldn't find gasoline soon, only death awaited the 2 siblings. Even though the village ahead didn't look like it had a gas station. Even so, they had to try searching for it. Zhou Lan unconsciously glanced toward Chen Ye standing not far away. After all, Chen Ye was a sequence superpower user. If he could look after the 2 siblings, their chances of safely escaping Longevity Village might be higher. But the 2 siblings had already thoroughly offended Chen Ye. The current time is 11 a.m. Everyone must leave Longevity Village before 4 p.m. No exceptions. Captain Chu, wearing sunglasses and holding a megaphone, announced loudly. Everyone who heard these words had different expressions on their faces. Some showed terrified expressions. Others showed hesitation. Some even kept puffing their cheeks, staring fiercely toward Longevity Village. From where Chen Ye stood, he could clearly see an extremely tall willow tree in the center of Longevity Village. This willow tree was huge, so big it seemed abnormal. The drooping willow branches hung down messily, like a woman's disheveled hair. Suddenly, Chen Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. He saw that at Longevity Village's entrance, a figure had somehow suddenly appeared. It was a hunchbacked person, bent over with a hunched back, holding a cane, struggling to face the direction of Chen Ye and the others. Perhaps because of the hunchback, this person seemed to be making great effort to see the survivors' direction clearly. The hunchback grinned at everyone with a sinister, terrifying smile. That's a person. There's someone at the village entrance. Oh God, could there actually be living people in the village? Because of this suddenly appearing figure, all the survivors became restless. A place that shouldn't have any living people actually had a living person. And an old person at that. The scene looked utterly bizarre no matter how you viewed it. Chen Ye turned to look at Nana beside him. The young sword immortal's face showed increased seriousness. The eavesdropping radio said this village has no living people. The hunchbacked old man slowly turned around and walked step by step into the village. Just like that, he disappeared step by step before everyone's eyes. The survivors looked at each other, and for a moment, it became terrifyingly quiet. Yezi, stay close to me, Iron Lion said in a deep, muffled voice, then strode forward into the village. Chen Ye firmly gripped his hand crossbow, following behind Big Fool, not bothering to question the change in how Big Fool addressed him. At his waist hung a simple arrow quiver filled entirely with bolt arrows soaked in black dog blood. On his back was a large backpack that had originally been attached to his bicycle, but which Chen Ye had now taken off and carried on his back. As for Iron Lion, that Big Fool, he carried countless large and small empty bags that were too many to count. The roads in Longevity Village were very narrow, making it impossible for vehicles to pass through. Therefore, this supply-gathering mission could only rely on manual carrying. Looking from outside the village toward the center, they could see the large willow tree, which didn't seem too far away. Chen Ye followed behind Iron Lion, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The sword fairy maiden also carried a huge backpack on her back, her right hand gripping the long sword at her waist, her long legs moving with a peculiar rhythm. Soon, others began following the 3 of them into action. The first to follow was a sleazy-looking old man. This old man had been the first to act back in Xinghua town. It was worth noting that in the convoy, most people were young, with very few elderly. This old man was one of them. Surprisingly, this old man was still alive. At the village entrance, many survivors looked at each other, the greed and hesitation in their eyes particularly evident at this moment. Longevity Village clearly had problems, and no one could guarantee whether those who entered would come out alive. But if they didn't go in, they probably wouldn't get any supplies. In this apocalyptic background, supplies meant everything. Sis, hurry up, let's follow them. We'd be safer staying closer to them. Zhou Xiaoxiao carried a huge package on his back and quickly followed. Zhou Lan hesitated for a moment, but still followed. Xiaoxiao, we. Zhou Lan wanted to say more, but Zhou Xiaoxiao interrupted. Sis, don't overthink it. If something really goes wrong, I don't believe Chen Ye wouldn't save us. Alpha Nui. Even if he doesn't, there are still the other two. I don't believe they'd stand by and watch us die. Sis, you're a big celebrity. Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered in his sister's ear. At this moment, Zhou Lan deeply regretted having her brother ask for that bucket of gasoline back. If they hadn't reclaimed that bucket of gasoline back then, they might feel somewhat safer facing this situation today. But what's done is done. The siblings had already offended Chen Ye. Getting Chen Ye's protection was probably impossible. Zhou Lan wasn't as optimistic as her brother. She occasionally glanced at Chen Ye, her expression quite complex. Grandson, don't worry, Grandma. Grandma will go find food for you. You stay obediently outside and wait for Grandma to return. The bratty child hugged his grandmother's leg, crying, Grandma, I don't want you to go, I don't want you to go. Silly child, if Grandma doesn't go, what will you eat? This is the apocalypse now. These bastards won't sympathize with you. This grandmother-grandson pair were the ones Chen Ye had taught a lesson to before. That they hadn't fallen behind or starved to death during these days of migration was somewhat miraculous. But as time passed, many in the convoy had recognized the true nature of this grandmother-grandson pair. Especially that bratty child. Whenever someone had supplies, the bratty child would snatch them, spit if refused, or simply steal. When discovered, the old woman would appear saying, "He's just a child," making the entire convoy utterly disgusted. Gradually, no one extended any help to this grandmother-grandson pair. Grandma can only rely on herself to find food for her good grandson. Good grandson, you must remember, if Grandma doesn't return, everyone here is a murderer. When you grow up, remember to avenge Grandma. If they had given us food, Grandma wouldn't need to take this risk. Especially that Chen Ye, you must remember that face. Do you hear me? Grandma wah wah. The bratty child's crying made the surrounding survivors frown. Captain Chu not far away looked over, reaching to cover the nearby radio with a blanket. No movement in the entire convoy could escape the eavesdropping function of the eavesdropping radio. Captain Chu had heard the grandmother-grandson conversation clearly. When people court disaster, they cannot survive. Captain Chu sighed. Not far away, a round-faced, sharp-chinned woman bowed her head, her hair draped down, making her expression unreadable. Not everyone had the courage to enter Longevity Village to gather supplies. Those standing at the entrance accounted for more than half of the entire convoy. Most of them were women. As long as they could bring back supplies, they could enjoy a privileged life in the convoy. Regarding this situation, Chu Che didn't prohibit it. Everything was fair trade. Chen Ye lit a cigarette to relieve the pressure in his heart. This wasn't his first time entering such a place. But every time facing this situation, he couldn't avoid the heart-pounding feeling. The cigarette dangled from his mouth, clenched between his teeth, his hand gripping the hand crossbow, the machete hanging at his waist. The moment they entered the village, goosebumps instantly rose on the back of Chen Ye's hand. Originally bright and sunny weather now felt like they had entered deep night. The sun was still in the sky, but it seemed covered by a layer of black gauze. Inside and outside the village were two different worlds. Be careful, this is a ghost domain. The sword fairy maiden tightened her grip on the long sword at her waist, her small face tense, her expression very serious. Ghost domain. A special realm formed by some kind of power. In a ghost domain, even during daytime, the probability of anomalies appearing is higher. The sword fairy maiden explained. Chen Ye's face darkened. What? Xinghua Town didn't have ghost domains, so how could tiny Longevity Village have something like a ghost domain? Or was Longevity Village even more dangerous than Xinghua Town? After entering the village, Chen Ye kept feeling like something was watching him from the darkness. But when he looked carefully, he saw nothing, only darkness and gloom. The hunchbacked old man had now disappeared without a trace. Some survivors had already targeted the two houses at the village entrance. These two houses weren't large, just simple adobe structures. The dilapidated houses looked like they hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Two survivors, each carrying a steel pipe, tiptoed toward the houses. If they could find half a bag of rice or flour inside, that would count as striking it rich. The two survivors carefully pushed the door open. Perhaps due to corrosion, the door lock had rusted beyond recognition, opening with just a light push. A pitch-black opening appeared before them. They swallowed hard, glanced at each other, then walked into the house side by side. Their slightly trembling legs showed they were terrified to the extreme. Chen Ye also noticed these two. But their target was the large willow tree in the village center, not these civilian houses. Chen Ye watched as the two entered that house, and then, nothing. The house was like the gaping maw of a giant beast, silently swallowing the two without making any sound. I don't want to die, I want to get out. A bespectacled man couldn't bear the pressure anymore, turned around and ran toward the village entrance. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, seeing the scene, felt their hearts pounding and couldn't help but take two more steps forward. The disappearance of the two people had no impact on the team's progress. Neither Chen Ye nor the sword fairy maiden stopped because of this incident. Chen Ye and the others headed toward the large willow tree at the village center. As they went deeper into the village, the pressure on the survivors grew heavier. A strange sense of fear enveloped everyone's hearts. There were many residential houses on both sides of the village, with many of their doors wide open, revealing pitch-black interiors inside the rooms. Some survivors were determined to follow Chen Ye and the others. But others had been hesitating all along. Following them deeper into the village might not necessarily mean gathering more supplies, but it would definitely be more dangerous. However, entering the residential houses would also certainly involve risks. Among them, the Zhou siblings, Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, were firmly in the follow-along camp. Suddenly, Chen Ye's footsteps halted, his eyes narrowing slightly as he raised his hand crossbow to point forward. Beside him, Iron Lion and the Sword Fairy Maiden reacted similarly to Chen Ye. All three looked ahead with some wariness. It was the hunchbacked old man. Calling him an old man wasn't quite right. He was more like a puppet on strings, both in his movements and the expressions on his face. You've come. The hunchbacked old puppet's voice drifted over eerily, making everyone feel uncomfortable all over. It was as if this old man had been specifically waiting for Chen Ye and the others. The survivors behind them all huddled behind the three of Chen Ye's group. Are you from this village? Chen Ye was the first to ask. The hunchbacked old puppet chuckled darkly without answering Chen Ye's question, instead saying eerily, I know you're here to search for supplies. There's a small supermarket under the big willow tree with plenty of supplies. You can go check there. Yes. Follow this road straight ahead, and you'll reach the big willow tree's small supermarket. There's lots of delicious food there. Lots. After speaking, the old man slowly turned and left. The entire process was like watching pre-programmed code execute, sending chills down people's spines. Just then, Chen Ye heard an eerie calling voice. Save me, save me. The voice seemed both near and far like. Chen Ye's expression changed, and he turned to look at Iron Lion. Big guy, did you hear any sounds? Iron Lion's face didn't look good either as he nodded and said, I heard it, someone saying, save me. It's coming from inside that old man's body. Nana spoke up. That old man has problems. Without even thinking, Chen Ye raised his hand crossbow and fired a bolt at the hunchbacked old puppet. To survive, Chen Ye had practiced extensively with the hand crossbow these past days, and his accuracy had become quite reliable. The bolt coated with black dog blood struck right between the old puppet's eyebrows. A wisp of green smoke rose from between the old puppet's eyebrows, and a pained expression flashed across his face. Chen Ye felt a surge of joy in his heart. The bolts soaked in black dog blood were effective. At the same time, Chen Ye received a system notification before his eyes. You have dealt damage to the hunchbacked old puppet. You have gained slaughter points plus 100. Before Chen Ye could feel pleased, They saw the hunchbacked old puppet give Chen Ye a venomous look, reach up to pull the bolt from between his eyebrows, and throw it to the ground. That shot between the eyebrows hadn't posed the slightest threat to him. The black dog blood might be effective, but its effect was truly limited. It was far less effective than that shot against the white-dressed scissor woman back in Xinghua town. Of course, Iron Lion had contributed greatly to that shot. Attack! Nana's eyes flashed as the long sword in her hand transformed into a streak of sword light, directly attacking the hunchbacked old puppet. Iron Lion's movements were slightly slower, but he now radiated dangerous energy as he charged forward empty-handed, like a bulldozer operating at full power. Chen Ye pulled the bowstring to load the second bolt. The Sword Fairy Maiden's long sword sliced the hunchbacked old puppet into 2 sections with one stroke. Before the surrounding survivors could feel relieved, they saw that the 2 sections of the hunchbacked old puppet's body showed no sign of bleeding. The 2 body sections leaped like monkeys, dodging Big Fool's fist, climbed onto the nearby roof, and escaped. 2 body sections. Sobbing, pleading sounds came from the direction where the hunchbacked old puppet had fled. Save me, save me. The voice remained utterly chilling. Nana quickly grabbed Iron Lion, who wanted to give chase. Big guy, calm down. Gathering supplies is more important. The scene before them had unfolded rapidly, completed in almost the blink of an eye. But it left the survivors behind them utterly stunned. Several people felt a warm, wet sensation in their pants. Facing anomalies, even after seeing them countless times, they still couldn't help feeling fear in their hearts. I'm not going anymore. You go yourselves if you want. I'm not going. One survivor screamed in terror as he turned and ran toward the village entrance. I'm not going either. I don't want to die yet. Following closely, 2 more survivors broke away from the group and rushed toward the village entrance. Chen Ye glanced at the Zhou siblings following behind him, but said nothing. No, it should be said the Zhou siblings were following behind the 3 of them. As if sensing Chen Ye's gaze, the big celebrity Zhou Lan's eyes flashed with a faint trace of pleading and regret, but it quickly disappeared. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao lowered her head to avoid Chen Ye's gaze. The 3 said nothing, looked toward the direction of the big willow tree, and continued straight ahead. The atmosphere was very oppressive. There was still no one in the village. Within the ghost domain, everything felt oppressive, like walking in another dimension. As they walked, sudden terrified screams came from behind. Azzy is gone. The 3 turned around again. It was a disheveled girl's breaking cry. Azzy is gone. Azzy was just here. Azzy is gone. Whoa. The girl squatted on the ground crying heartbrokenly, her sobs like wind blowing through a wind tunnel. Chen Ye frowned slightly. They hadn't even reached the big willow tree small supermarket yet, but so many incidents had already occurred. Longevity Village was indeed more dangerous than Xinghua Town. Zhou Lan felt unbearable pity in her heart, squatting down to comfort. Don't cry, maybe Azzy has already returned. We'll see him when we go back later. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face flashed with impatience. The girl shook her head wildly, her black hair dancing like snakes. No, I can't be without Azzy. I can't live without Azzy. Before anyone could react again, the girl stood up and charged fiercely toward the direction they came from. You! Zhou Lan tried to grab the girl but came up empty-handed. No one at the scene spoke, just watching the direction where the girl had left. Yes, how similar they were to that girl. Every survivor who had lived until now had lost loved ones. Some had lost husbands, some had lost wives and children. But this was the apocalypse. Perhaps today they themselves wouldn't make it out of Longevity Village alive. Each person's heart felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on it. Chen Ye lit a cigarette to relieve the oppression in his heart. He always felt that something about these events wasn't right, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. As he exhaled a smoke ring, Chen Ye suddenly asked eerily, "Have any of you ever seen that girl in the convoy before?" When Chen Ye spoke these words, no one paid them any attention. Zhou Xiaoxiao instinctively retorted, "That girl is just. For some reason, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt compelled to contradict whatever Chen Ye said, without any rational explanation. But when Zhou Xiaoxiao searched her memories, she was startled to discover she couldn't recall the girl's name at all. Or rather, she had never actually seen that girl before. The expressions of the people around them were gradually changing as well. Zhou Xiaoxiao stubbornly insisted, "How can you be so sure we haven't seen that girl?" Her hair was so long you couldn't even see what she looked like. As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoxiao's own voice gradually softened. Chen Ye sneered coldly, gazing at the spot where the girl had disappeared and slowly saying, "This is Longevity Village. For an unfamiliar girl to appear in a place like this, and then follow us. Don't you think there's something wrong with that?" Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to argue further, but Zhou Lan grabbed her arm firmly. "Xiaoxiao." Chen Ye cast a casual glance at this little boy. Or rather, this little girl. Clearly female, yet she had been disguising herself as a boy while traveling with the convoy. Chen Ye understood perfectly well why she was doing this, but he had never exposed her secret. It wasn't that Chen Ye had particularly good tolerance for the girl's provocations. But there weren't many people left in this world anyway. If they encountered danger, having this girl as a sacrificial pawn wouldn't be such a bad idea. We should hurry up and take action, try to gather enough supplies and leave Longevity Village before 4 p.m. The Sword Fairy Maiden said warily while scanning their surroundings. The group suppressed their unease and continued walking toward the big willow tree in the village. When they had viewed this big willow tree from outside the village, they only thought it was quite large. But as they approached, they realized the big willow tree was truly enormous. It would take 3 people joining hands to encircle its trunk. A willow tree this massive would have been rare even before the apocalypse. Is this willow tree about to become a spirit? What a huge willow tree! I've never seen one this big before, oh my god. If we could sell this willow tree, it would probably be worth a fortune. Who would want this big willow tree now that it's the apocalypse? The survivors following the group discussed animatedly among themselves. Just around the next corner, they would see the true appearance of the big willow tree and also spot the big willow tree small supermarket. Therefore, Iron Lion, Nana, and Chen Ye quickened their pace slightly. Although the other survivors didn't understand why these superhumans were coming here, they knew that following them would greatly improve their safety. A withering above end section. Finally, when Iron Lion was the first to round the corner ahead, he froze in place, motionless. Nana's eyes narrowed sharply. "Iron Lion, what happened?" The big man swallowed hard, his voice somewhat hoarse as he said, "Nana, you, come here." The young girl hurried forward a couple steps, following Iron Lion's path around the corner. From Chen Ye's perspective, the moment the young girl saw the full appearance of the big willow tree, her entire body stiffened and she began trembling uncontrollably. It was as if she had witnessed something extremely terrifying. A bad premonition arose in Chen Ye's heart. The Sword Fairy Maiden was the strongest combatant in the convoy, far surpassing even Iron Lion. What exactly had happened? Chen Ye raised his hand crossbow and slowed his steps. The survivors behind them all looked frightened, their footsteps slowing considerably as well. "Iron Lion, Nana, what did you see?" Nana heard Chen Ye's voice and turned to look at him. Chen Ye could clearly see the young girl's pupils dilating, her face filled with immense terror, as if she had witnessed some unforgettable scene. "Chen Ye, you, come here." Chen Ye's brow furrowed tightly. What was wrong with these two? It didn't seem like they were under attack. After thinking for a moment, Chen Ye still slowly moved forward to approach them. They absolutely had to reach the small supermarket under the big willow tree. Without supplies, they would surely die in this apocalypse. His view gradually cleared as he rounded the corner, his field of vision becoming increasingly expansive. Under the gloomy sky, the sun outside Longevity Village appeared particularly distant. The village center featured a large square, with an enormous big willow tree in the middle that almost completely filled one's entire field of vision. Countless drooping green willow strands hung down from the sky. If this big willow tree had appeared on some sunny afternoon, or in a famous scenic area, it would undoubtedly have been a beautiful sight. Of course, that would be without the corpses hanging from those green branches. Corpses, one after another. At the end of every single drooping green willow strand hung a corpse. These corpses included men and women, old and young, like fruits borne by this big willow tree. They hung densely beneath the big willow tree. At a rough glance, there were at least over 100, maybe even 200. Each corpse hung suspended by willow branches, with no wind and no signs of life. Chen Ye now understood why Iron Lion and Nana had worn those stunned expressions earlier. Because he now wore the exact same expression. Chen Ye swallowed hard, feeling his entire body tremble, his throat dry, yet unable to utter a single word. His eyeballs kept trembling uncontrollably. The scene before him was more terrifying than the most horrifying horror movie, making one shiver with dread. What exactly had happened here? What was this big willow tree? Why were those people hanging from the willow tree? Countless fears and mysteries surged through Chen Ye's heart. A low whimpering sound came from behind. Chen Ye jolted, stiffly turning his head to see Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao. The two sisters were tightly covering their mouths, preventing themselves from making sounds that might attract unknown terrors. The group of survivors behind them wore similar expressions. Everyone's eyes were wide open, filled with sheer terror. Chen Ye took a deep drag from the cigarette at his lips, biting the filter so hard it creaked. The cigarette's glow illuminated a small patch of the surrounding gloom. Everyone, stop looking. Gathering supplies is what matters. Chen Ye reminded them in a hoarse, quiet voice. Right under the big willow tree stood a small single-story building, with a wooden sign beside it that read, Big Willow Tree Small Supermarket. Next to the wooden sign was a small door, left wide open, through which they could even see the glass counter inside the supermarket under the faint light. Everyone be careful, don't disturb these things. Chen Ye warned in a low voice. Iron Lion's massive frame cautiously inched toward the small supermarket. The sword fairy maiden gripped her long sword, moving like an agile cat. Chen Ye held his hand crossbow. The cigarette at his lips smoked down to the filter, forgotten to discard. The survivors behind them still looked utterly terrified, but they gritted their teeth and followed behind the several sequence superpowers users. They finally reached the entrance of the small supermarket. The group slipped inside the small supermarket. Iron Lion and Nana each turned on their flashlights, quickly revealing the supermarket's interior to everyone. This was a very ordinary rural supermarket. Right at the entrance stood a row of glass counters, behind which was a large set of shelves. The shelves contained everything, with cigarettes and liquor occupying more than half the space. To the right stood row after row of additional shelves. For a rural supermarket, this one was quite spacious. Seeing all these supplies, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. One old woman, hiding behind everyone else, saw the abundant supplies, and suddenly her legs didn't hurt anymore. Her vision wasn't blurry anymore. Her face filled entirely with greed. This old woman was the same grandmother from the grandmother-grandson pair who had previously clashed with Chen Ye. Perhaps knowing she would benefit by following the superhumans, this old woman had been quietly trailing them the whole way, not saying a single word, trying to minimize her presence. Now seeing the supplies in the small supermarket, the old woman felt her decision had been absolutely correct. Outside the supermarket, a breeze arose from somewhere, causing the corpses beneath the willow branches to sway slightly. The small supermarket was quite well stocked, with not just plenty of instant noodles and drinks, but also significant amounts of rice, flour, oil, and other staples on the bottom shelves. For the survivors in their current situation, these were undoubtedly the most scarce resources. There were also many cigarettes and alcohol products in the front glass counters. Chen Ye didn't hesitate at all, directly stuffing the cigarettes into the bag he'd brought. However, the quantity of cigarettes this time still couldn't compare to what they'd found back in Xinghua town. After packing several cartons of cigarettes, Chen Ye began gathering other supplies. His top priority was rice, followed by flour. As for things like potato chips, those took up the most space and offered the lowest value for their bulk. The supermarket also had other daily necessities like brooms, wash basins, and towels. But nobody was taking those items. This time, Chen Ye had brought 2 full backpacks. Chen Ye planned to carry one on his back and another on his chest. The backpack for his back was slightly larger and could hold dozens of pounds when full. The chest pack was a smaller backpack, designed specifically to avoid interfering with his hand movements. Perhaps because this was just a village supermarket, it didn't have many high-quality goods, but it was well-stocked with local mountain products. There were quite a few cured meats and dried fish, and Chen Ye didn't hesitate at all, but just as he was about to pack the cured meats and fish into his backpack, a withered arm suddenly grabbed the cured meat and fish from Chen Ye's hands. The speed was only slightly slower than Chen Ye's own. Chen Ye looked up and saw an elderly face glaring at him with fury. Chen Ye remembered, wasn't this the grandmother from the grandmother-grandson pair he disciplined some time ago? Chen Ye's eyes turned cold, and without a second thought, he drew the machete from his waist and swung it down. Every second was crucial right now, and Chen Ye had no intention of arguing with the other party. The old woman had initially planned to throw a tantrum and fight for the items. But when she saw that the person she was competing with was Chen Ye, her fighting spirit instantly evaporated. Seeing Chen Ye directly pull out a machete ready to strike, the old woman shuddered in fear, quickly retracting her hand, giving Chen Ye a venomous glare before turning and heading to another area. The sword fairy maiden witnessed the entire scene, tossing Chen Ye an approving glance before quickly returning to her own tasks. The brief encounter between Chen Ye and the old woman was seen by quite a few people. Many felt even more wary of Chen Ye after witnessing this. The sword fairy maiden wasn't doing much better than Chen Ye at the moment. Behind the young woman was a backpack taller than she was, already about half full. Judging by her casual demeanor, the backpack didn't seem to be causing her much trouble. Just in terms of carrying capacity alone, the sword fairy maiden was significantly stronger than Chen Ye. Truly worthy of being a sequence 2 superhuman of the Sword Immortal sequence. As for Iron Lion, the guy had become a mobile supply station. Back in Xinghua town, Chen Ye hadn't seen how he collected supplies. But this time he witnessed it, and it left Chen Ye utterly astonished. The big fool was carrying an enormous bag. The bag was large enough to hold 3 Chen Yes with room to spare. Clearly, this bag was specially made for situations like this. The big fool was stuffing everything he saw into the bag without any discrimination. Various chicken feet, spicy strips, laogan ma, instant noodles, sausages, the big fool would sweep them all into his bag with one large motion. Those 20-pound bags of rice felt like bags of potato chips in the big fool's hands. Everyone was busily working with shining eyes, focused on their own tasks. Some people's backpacks were already completely full, but they still weren't satisfied, stuffing their clothes pockets and even their chest areas with various foods. Ayo. Seeing these people's greedy appearances, Chen Ye sighed inwardly. This place wasn't safe, and if these people loaded themselves with so much stuff and encountered danger, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. Like that old woman who had conflicts with Chen Ye earlier. The old woman was currently carrying 2 backpacks, apparently planning to follow Chen Ye's example with one on her chest and one on her back. Surprisingly, the old woman had managed to fill both backpacks about 70 to 80%. However, the old woman was now sitting on the ground, completely unable to get up. As for the Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao sisters, the big celebrity had lost her former star glamour and was also focused on gathering supplies. The backpack on the celebrity's back was already full, while the bag in her hand was only about half filled. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao, she had gathered less than half of her supplies. Even though this small supermarket in Longevity Village was larger than typical village supermarkets, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of survivors who had come to scavenge supplies. Soon the small supermarket was completely picked clean, with not even a single bottle of seasoning remaining on any shelf. It looked as if someone had deliberately cleaned the place out. Everyone had gained something, some more than others. This is all gone? Someone said disappointedly. His backpack still had some space left. After all, it's just a small supermarket. Having this many supplies is already pretty good. Let's see if this supermarket has a warehouse. Maybe there are more things in the warehouse. This is just a small supermarket. Did you think it would have a big warehouse like those in the city? The exaggerated backpack behind Iron Lion was only half full, far from achieving his goal. The backpack behind the Sword Fairy Maiden was only about 70% full, and she hadn't even brought out another backpack to use yet. What should we do? These supplies are far from enough. Nana pointed at the backpack behind her, looking quite dissatisfied. This harvest fell far short of their expectations. Iron Lion scratched his head and said, I can still carry more, but there's nothing left here. Should we go to the village chief's house? These supplies are simply not enough. Chen Ye also felt hesitant. It wasn't like they could find suitable supply points every time they needed provisions. Returning like this felt too unsatisfying. Since we've come all this way, we might as well check out the village chief's house. The information from the radio said the village chief's house still has plenty of supplies. It shouldn't be wrong. After brief discussion, the 3 of them decided to head to the village chief's house. They had earlier spotted a quite impressive large villa not far away, which they assumed was the village chief's home, and it wasn't far from this small supermarket. hearing that the three superhumans planned to go to the village chief's house. Some survivors who had already gathered sufficient supplies expressed dissatisfaction. Don't go. This village doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. We should head back earlier. That's right, we have plenty of supplies already. It's too dangerous. Other survivors who had been slower showed displeasure on their faces. You've gathered enough, but we haven't found much yet. If you want to go back, you go back. The Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao sisters were definitely going to continue gathering supplies with Chen Ye and the others. The reason the sisters could live relatively well in the convoy was precisely because of their bold adventures time and again. Just as another argument was about to break out, Nana stepped forward and scolded. Still arguing? Have you forgotten what's outside? At Nana's words, everyone's expressions changed. Outside the supermarket hung hundreds of corpses on the willow trees. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Nana said coldly, "Those who want to return can go back themselves. You should remember the way we came. Those who don't want to go back can follow us to continue gathering supplies. But remember, those willing to follow us must obey instructions. Otherwise, if something happens, we can't guarantee anything." After speaking, the young woman strode out of the supermarket on her long, slender legs. Hundreds of corpses at the supermarket entrance watched like an audience at a play, quietly observing these people who had secretly intruded into the village. Right now it's 1:46 p.m., we still have over 2 hours to scavenge for supplies. We must leave the village before 4 p.m. Hurry up, otherwise, once it gets dark, we'll never be able to get out. Nana checked the watch on her wrist and spoke with a serious expression to everyone present. The expressions on everyone's faces were quite grim. Time was passing so quickly. When they arrived at the village, it was only a little past 11 a.m., and now 2 hours had already passed. A sense of urgency rose in Chen Ye's heart. When the group emerged from the small supermarket and saw that eerie big willow tree, the joy they'd just felt from gathering supplies instantly turned into terror and unease. Even Big Fool Iron Lion appeared extremely cautious. Everyone held their breath, tiptoeing quietly past the big willow tree. Chen Ye couldn't help but swallow hard and tightened his grip on the hand crossbow. When his gaze fell upon the corpses hanging from the willow branches, his heart gave a slight jolt. These corpses didn't seem right. He remembered when they first arrived. These corpses didn't seem to be facing this direction. But now, forget it, there was no time to worry about that now. The priority was to gather supplies quickly and leave this village. Nothing else mattered. Just at that moment, a sudden scream was heard. The scream was shrill and piercing. It didn't seem to be far from their location. Everyone on the scene instantly changed expressions. That's. Zhou Xiaoxiao seemed to recognize the scream and wanted to say something. Chen Ye coldly snapped, "Shut up, let's go." Zhou Xiaoxiao's pupils slightly contracted, clearly terrified to the extreme at this moment. Unlike Chen Ye, Zhou Xiaoxiao was quite popular within the convoy and knew most of the survivors. That scream just now gave Zhou Xiaoxiao a somewhat familiar feeling. This dramatically increased the terror in Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart. Fortunately, Chen Ye's cold command restored some of her rationality. The team quickly moved away from the big willow trees area, continuing until they were completely out of its range. Only then did Chen Ye let out a slight sigh of relief. Chen Ye instinctively glanced back. There should have been one more person behind them when they came out of the small supermarket. But with just that one backward glance, Chen Ye's heart gave another slight jolt. Behind him, there was no one. Just then, it was Zhou Xiaoxiao again, this time looking at Chen Ye with eyes full of extreme terror. More accurately, she was looking behind Chen Ye. You. Chen Ye suddenly felt a chill rush straight to the top of his head. He swiftly dodged forward 2 steps, aiming his hand crossbow toward the direction behind him. No S. Even Iron Lion and Nana were fully on guard. But behind Chen Ye, aside from the big willow tree covered with hanging corpses, there was nothing unusual. You, look over there. It's little Zhuang. It's little Zhuang. Zhou Xiaoxiao pointed with a trembling finger toward a certain direction of the big willow tree. Everyone looked in the direction Zhou Xiaoxiao was pointing. Under the big willow tree hung a corpse. This itself wasn't particularly strange. There were over 100 corpses under the big willow tree. But when everyone clearly saw this particular corpse, each person's heartbeat suddenly accelerated wildly. Chen Ye's pupils instantly contracted to pinprick size. This person, was actually one of the survivors who had entered the small supermarket with them earlier. Although Chen Ye wasn't very familiar with this person, he still recognized him as one of the survivors who had followed them into the small supermarket. The person who had been following behind Chen Ye was this very person. The corpse hanging under the big willow tree still had a bulging backpack on it. From the time the group left the small supermarket until now, it had been less than a minute. Yet he had already become one of the many corpses under the big willow tree. Even though Chen Ye considered himself mentally strong, he couldn't help but feel chilled to the bone. This big willow tree definitely had problems. Why had this person been hung under the big willow tree? How was there no sound at all? What exactly had happened? Without a second thought, Chen Ye immediately started walking, not wanting to say a single word. Rescue him. Don't be ridiculous. This wasn't the first day of the apocalypse. Even though anomalies were everywhere across the world, humans still felt full of terror and fear toward anomalies. No one paid any attention to the corpse that had been their companion just a minute ago. Everyone quickened their pace, wanting to get away from this place. At the same time, Chen Ye's desire to awaken his sequence grew even stronger. With just 3,000 slaughter points, Chen Ye would definitely exchange for the method to awaken his sequence from the system. In this apocalyptic world, only by awakening a sequence was there a way to survive. Nana's expression wasn't looking good either at this moment. As a superhuman of Sword Immortal Sequence 2, her 5 senses and 6 perceptions had long surpassed ordinary people. But she still hadn't detected how that survivor had been hung on the big willow tree. The entire village seemed covered in a layer of gray. Outside the village, the sun was still shining brightly, but inside the village it was gloomy and dark. They were completely two different worlds. The group strode away from the small supermarket under the big willow tree, their footsteps hurried. I have enough supplies, I don't want to search anymore, you all go by yourselves. One survivor suddenly said. After saying this, the survivor scrambled and crawled toward the village entrance. Chen Ye clearly saw that this survivor's backpack was only half filled with supplies. I have enough too. Soon another survivor followed the first one and ran off. Iron Lion, Nana, and Chen Ye didn't say anything. They just glanced briefly and continued hurrying forward. The Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao sisters were also quite tempted. Longevity Village was simply too dangerous, much more dangerous than it had been back in Xinghua Town. Perhaps the next second they might never be able to get out. But the sisters looked at the supplies they had currently gathered. If they left now, these supplies probably wouldn't last them more than a few days. The sisters exchanged glances, both seeing hesitation and panic in each other's eyes. Sis, we should follow them. Anyway, following them is better than going out on our own. Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered. Zhou Lan didn't speak, her eyes showing only a trace of worry. Longevity Village wasn't large, and finding the village chief's house wasn't difficult. They just needed to look for the biggest and best house in the village. Plus, the information from the eavesdropping radio had provided assistance. This is the place. The group finally arrived in front of a large house. This house was clearly much more impressive than the other houses. It was a small 3-story building with large floor-to-ceiling glass windows that looked quite different from the other residential houses. There was also a large courtyard with a black sedan parked inside. But the courtyard seemed like no one had visited for a long time. The house's exterior walls were covered with green vines, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows that should have been filled with sunlight were instead covered in a gray haze, always giving people an uneasy feeling. As if some kind of anomalous creature was hiding in front of these gray windows, spying on this group. Any normal person facing such an eerie mansion would probably want to stay as far away as possible. The three of them exchanged glances, each seeing a trace of vigilance and apprehension in the other's eyes. The danger level of Longevity Village this time was several degrees higher than that of Xinghua Town. And this was just a village. Let's go in, we're running out of time. Chen Ye flicked his cigarette ash, speaking in a somewhat low voice. Iron Lion, carrying a huge backpack, strode into the courtyard without saying a word. Nana followed closely behind, her long legs striding and ponytail swaying behind her. Chen Ye took a deep drag of his cigarette, raised his hand crossbow, and followed. Just as Zhou Lan was about to enter, she saw a slightly stooped figure moving even faster than her and her sister, closely following Chen Ye. Young man, do you understand what respecting the elderly and cherishing the young means? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked and saw it was the old woman who had previously clashed with Chen Ye, instantly getting so angry she wanted to curse. Zhou Lan reached out and pulled her sister, who was about to argue with the old woman, indicating now wasn't the time for quarrels. Only then did Zhou Xiaoxiao suppress her anger with a pout. If you only looked at the exterior, the village chief's large house was much more impressive than the other villagers' houses. The interior decoration was also considerably more luxurious than other villagers. Upon entering, there was a huge European-style leather sofa that looked very imposing. In the middle of the sofa was a marble coffee table, the stone's texture appearing natural and clear. If it were before the apocalypse, this sofa and coffee table set would have been quite valuable regardless of authenticity. Flashlights swept around the interior. The indoor environment was visible to everyone. Everyone search around. Speak up if you find supplies. Time is running out, move quickly. Nana's flashlight continuously scanned the surroundings. The first place everyone searched was naturally the kitchen. The village chief's kitchen was very large, nearly 20 square meters, bigger than many rental apartments that city workers rented. Soon everyone found flour, rice, 2 large packs of dried noodles, and some other ingredients in the kitchen. Although they had some gains, these findings weren't enough to satisfy everyone. The eavesdropping radio had mentioned that the Big Willow Tree small supermarket and the village chief's house had sufficient supplies. If this was all there was, it probably wouldn't be nearly enough. Everyone continued searching persistently. Soon someone went up to the second and third floors. Unfortunately, the second and third floors yielded little results. The second floor had a large living room with a billiards table in the middle, sofas on both sides of the table, plus 2 bedrooms. The third floor had a tea room and a bedroom, and nothing else. They didn't find even a trace of supplies on these 2 floors. They did find plenty of clothes and bags though. Among them were many luxury items. It seemed this village chief had made quite a fortune in the village. Before the apocalypse, these things would have been very valuable. But now nobody was interested in these items. In the survivors' eyes, these luxury goods probably couldn't even compare to a piece of bread. Chen Ye did find a smartwatch in the third-floor wardrobe. Before the apocalypse, these smartwatches were very popular. Many young people liked to wear one on their wrist. Compared to traditional mechanical watches, smartwatches had powerful functions, many interesting features, and could sync with phones, making them very popular among young people. Before the apocalypse, this smartwatch would have cost at least 7,000 or 8,000, something Chen Ye definitely wouldn't have splurged on. He never expected to find one here. I used to have one of these watches too, but now it's the apocalypse. Without charging, it's just trash. Nana said somewhat regretfully while looking at the smartwatch in Chen Ye's hand. Doesn't matter, I'll treat it as a souvenir of human civilization. Chen Ye shrugged and directly stuffed the smartwatch into his pocket. When he eventually gets the solar charging panel from Chu Che, this smartwatch might become usable. In the apocalypse, every resource has its purpose. Especially a timekeeping smartwatch. Finding nothing on the second and third floors, everyone went back downstairs. It was already 2:30 now, only an hour and a half left before they had to leave the village. Back on the first floor, everyone searched again unwillingly. Over here. A surprised exclamation attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over. They saw a bespectacled youth holding a steel pipe, excitedly pointing at a cellar door next to a staircase. The cellar door was already open, a pitch-black opening visible where the youth was pointing. There's a basement here. Nana flashed over to the youth's position. Others also gathered around. Several flashlight beams shone into the basement, but they could only see darkness, nothing visible. Why would the village chief's house have a basement? What's so strange about that? Most villas have basements. Could the village chief have hidden supplies in the basement? Possibly. Should we go down and check? Why don't you go down? For a moment everyone discussed excitedly, but nobody dared to enter the basement. Basements generally represented confined spaces. Many horror movie scenes took place in basements. Although everyone had suspicions, when it came to actually going down, nobody was brave enough. Chen Ye also frowned. Clearly the basement definitely contains something. I'll go down first to check. Without another word, Nana jumped down first. They could see flashlight beams moving around in the basement. Soon surprised exclamations came from below. Chen Ye, Iron Lion, there are lots of potatoes down here. So many. Hearing this, expressions of delight appeared on everyone's faces. "I'll go down to check," the youth who discovered the cellar door quickly said. Before anyone could react, the youth was the first to jump down. "Sis, you watch from above, I'm going down." Zhou Xiaoxiao followed closely behind the youth. Soon, survivor after survivor jumped down. Even the old woman jumped down without hesitation. Her nimble movements were no less agile than a young person's. In this apocalypse, supplies were everything. "Chen Ye, Iron Lion, you two stay up there guarding. I'll pack potatoes and you receive them from above." "Okay." Soon a backpack filled with potatoes was handed up to the cellar opening. Iron Lion single-handedly crouched at the opening and easily caught it. If Chen Ye had to catch this backpack, it wouldn't have been so easy. Soon another large bag filled with potatoes was caught single-handedly by Iron Lion and brought up. Zhou Lan was also helping. "Thank you, Brother Iron Lion." This was Zhou Xiaoxiao's sweet voice of gratitude. Chen Ye stood guard beside Iron Lion, holding his crossbow. A drop of cold sweat trickled from Chen Ye's temple to his chin, finally dripping onto the ground. In Chen Ye's pupils, a stooped figure stood at the first floor's main entrance, just smiling eerily while watching this group of people. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt in his hand fired. Hearing Chen Ye's firing sound, Iron Lion tensed up and turned around, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, but found nothing. "Yezi, what did you see?" Zhou Lan beside him also looked around with a frightened expression. "Nothing, Iron Lion. Hurry up, I have a bad feeling. We need to leave here quickly." Iron Lion looked around but didn't notice anything unusual, muttering, "Yezi, you'll scare someone to death like that." After saying this, the big fool continued taking potatoes out from the cellar opening. Only his movements became much faster. But the tension on Chen Ye's face didn't ease in the slightest. After the crossbow bolt was fired just now, Chen Ye's system received a notification. "You dealt damage to the hunchbacked old puppet. You gained slaughter points plus 100. The supplies stored in the basement, or rather the cellar, far exceeded everyone's imagination. Chen Ye guessed that perhaps the village chief of Longevity Village had already noticed something amiss and stored some supplies in his home's basement. According to messages passed up from below, the cellar contained not just potatoes and sweet potatoes. They later discovered many canned goods, rice, and flour as well. It was then that Chen Ye realized Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio was a rare treasure indeed. Without the information from the eavesdropping radio, finding this much supplies would have been impossible without 1 or 2 days. Surprised cheers occasionally rose from the cellar. "Auntie Zhao, hurry up and come out, otherwise we won't have enough time." The bespectacled young man leaned over the cellar entrance, urgently calling down to the old woman who was still stuffing potatoes into her bag. It was only then that Chen Ye learned that the grandmother from the grandmother-grandson pair he had clashed with was surnamed Zhao. "Xiao Fu, wait just a little longer for your auntie. We finally found so many supplies, it would be a shame not to take more this time." The old woman's voice echoed from the cellar. The bespectacled young man holding the steel pipe appeared to be around 20 years old, looking like he hadn't yet graduated from university, with that uniquely clear-eyed innocence often seen in college students. It was this university student surnamed Fu who had originally discovered the cellar. The grandmother-grandson pair had become universally disliked within the convoy, with only this university student still paying them any attention. The other survivors had already climbed out of the cellar. When they had left the small supermarket earlier, many people's backpacks were only half full, but now every backpack was bulging, with satisfied smiles on everyone's faces. To make room for these supplies, many people simply dumped out the snacks they had found in the small supermarket, filling their packs entirely with potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice, and flour. After all, compared to potato chips and spicy strips, the supplies from the village chief's house provided more satiety and were better suited for survival in the apocalypse. Some even took off their shirts to wrap up supplies, carrying bundles in their arms. The exaggeratedly large backpack on Iron Lion's back was now packed completely full. With that massive backpack on his back, Iron Lion looked like he was carrying a small mountain, a sight that made people click their tongues in amazement. This kind of backpack probably only someone like Iron Lion, a big fool, could carry. Not only was this guy carrying a mountain-like backpack on his back, but he also held several large bundles in his arms, apparently containing plenty of supplies as well. Even the Zhou sisters, Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, were loaded down with supplies. Zhou Lan had one pack on her chest, another on her back, and carried yet another in her hand. Zhou Xiaoxiao carried no less supplies than her older sister Zhou Lan. Smiles beamed from every face. In contrast, Nana and Chen Ye carried relatively little supplies. "It's getting late, we need to leave here quickly," Chen Ye urged. Nana glanced at the watch on her wrist, her expression turning tense. 40 minutes until 4 o'clock. We must leave the village within 40 minutes. Let's go. Everyone quickened their pace to leave the village chief's house. Only Chen Ye watched their surroundings with vigilant eyes. This trip had been far too smooth. Such smoothness left Chen Ye with a persistent feeling of unease, as if some great horror awaited them ahead. You all wait for me." The old woman in the cellar seemed to have heard that everyone planned to leave, her anxious voice rising from below. Aside from the university student called Xiaofu, no one paid any attention to the old woman, and many faces even showed a hint of schadenfreude. Perhaps disasters linger for 1,000 years. With the help of the kind-hearted university student, the old woman eventually managed to climb out of the cellar. When Chen Ye saw the supplies the old woman carried, he froze momentarily. The old woman was completely covered in supplies. Not only did she have a very large backpack on her back, but she also carried a large bundle in each hand, with another bundle hanging around her neck. Compared to the other survivors, this old woman had actually gathered the most supplies. Seeing how others looked at her, the old woman even seemed somewhat proud. Don't assume that elderly people lack physical stamina. Compared to young workhorses blessed with the 996 work schedule, these elderly people seem to have inexhaustible energy. If you don't believe it, go see the egg-grabbing scenes at supermarkets or certain tourist attractions. However, in such an environment, carrying this many supplies was practically no different from seeking death. Chen Ye ignored the old woman, his eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The hunchbacked old puppet from earlier had now completely vanished without a trace. "Let's go." The sword fairy maiden Nana walked at the front, her long sword in hand. Close behind her was the hulking Iron Lion. Unfortunately, Iron Lion's backpack was simply too large, causing some trouble when exiting through the door. They finally had to violently dismantle the village chief's door to successfully get the backpack out of the room. The courtyard appeared unchanged from when they had entered. The black luxury car sat quietly in the yard. Chen Ye would have liked to take the car with them. If they could have managed it, it would have been greatly useful for modifying his motor tricycle. But his abilities were limited, so he could only look for opportunities another time. Everyone began retracing their route back. The sky remained gloomy and gray. A dim, gray sun hung high outside the village. No one spoke, but the atmosphere was clearly much better than before. Only Nana kept checking the watch on her wrist as she walked. In the sword fairy maiden's heart, her premonition matched Chen Ye's. She also felt a persistent sense of unease. Every supply run usually meant narrowly escaping death. But this one had been exceptionally smooth. Something's wrong. Suddenly, those long legs stopped in their tracks. Iron Lion also came to an abrupt halt, his massive backpack lurching behind him, but the big fool's astonishing strength stabilized him before he could fall. Chen Ye instantly raised his hand crossbow. "What's wrong?" "This road, we've walked it before." The young woman pointed to a civilian house with its door open by the roadside. This house looked familiar. Someone had previously entered this building and never come out. Everyone looked at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, the small flame briefly illuminating his eyes. He frowned as he surveyed their surroundings. Although Chen Ye had some sense of directional impairment, the environment before him looked all too familiar. "Ahead is the big willow tree?" A trembling voice suddenly spoke up, filled with boundless fear. Everyone startled and quickly looked ahead. They saw an enormous big willow tree standing not far away. Just around a corner they could see the big willow tree's small supermarket. By all reasoning, the big willow tree should have been behind them, so how had it suddenly appeared in front of them? The color began draining from everyone's faces. The excitement from gathering supplies was rapidly fading. "We went the wrong direction." Nana glanced at her wristwatch, her young face showing an extremely serious expression. 30 minutes left. If we turn back now and hurry, we can still make it." Everyone cast a wary glance at the big willow tree before turning and quickly heading towards the village entrance. This time, however, the expressions on everyone's faces had become much more serious. While there had been some quiet murmuring before, now everyone fell completely silent, closing their mouths. Sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao both saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. They unconsciously quickened their pace, wanting to get closer to Chen Ye and the other sequence superpowers. In this apocalyptic environment, survivors could only find some sense of security from those with sequence superpowers. Every survivor had their own thoughts running through their minds at this moment. Chen Ye's heart felt heavy as well. This trip to Longevity Village probably wasn't going to be as simple as he thought. His suspicions were soon confirmed. When everyone saw the tall willow tree again, they fell into stunned silence. Some people's voices already carried a sobbing tone. How are we still here? I remember we clearly walked in the opposite direction. Is it a ghost wall? No, I remember we had our backs to the big willow tree, so why did we come back here? Damn it, I didn't die in Deer City. How could I be trapped by this little village? For a moment, everyone became noisy and restless, their eyes filled with panic and terror. All eyes turned to the three sequence superpowers. Iron Lion swallowed hard, his eyes slowly turning fierce and savage. Damn it, it must be that big willow tree causing trouble. Let's just cut down that big willow tree. Titan sequence superhumans usually didn't show much difference from ordinary people. But once they entered combat, they would become vicious, brutal, and warlike. Big fool, don't be hasty. Don't lose your reason before we understand what's happening. Chen Ye, what do you think? The long-legged girl turned her gaze to Chen Ye. At this moment, the girl didn't have any good ideas either, and time was running short. If they couldn't get out soon, they might encounter something very dangerous. A withering above. When they first entered, Xu Che had said they must get out before 4 o'clock. According to the convoy's rules, if Xu Che didn't see Chen Ye by 4 o'clock, he would most likely leave with the convoy. Without a guide to lead them and avoid those anomalies, it would be almost impossible for Chen Ye and the others to survive in this apocalypse. Chen Ye took a deep drag from his cigarette, forcing himself to calm down. How much time is left? Nana glanced at the mechanical wristwatch on her hand. 20 minutes left. Let's try one more time. If that doesn't work, we'll go deal with that big willow tree. That's all we can do now. This time, everyone headed in the opposite direction from the big willow tree again. This time, everyone's pace quickened considerably. When everyone saw the incredibly tall willow tree appear before them again, many people's eyes already held despair. How is this possible? The big willow tree, it's still the big willow tree. Why can't we get out? Could it be that all of this is the big willow tree's doing? A survivor with bloodshot eyes glared at Chen Ye. Didn't you say we could get out by turning our backs to the big willow tree? Why are we still here? Why? This survivor had overheard everything Chen Ye said to the long-legged girl earlier. Now that they were back here again, the survivor blamed Chen Ye for their situation. Aren't you sequence superpowers supposed to be amazing? Why can't you get us out? You useless trash? Hurry up and get me out of here, I don't want to die. The survivor with bloodshot eyes was becoming hysterical by the end of his rant. Some of the crazed survivors stared fixedly at Chen Ye, stepping toward him step by step. If Chen Ye couldn't get him out of here in the next second, he planned to attack Chen Ye. Chen Ye's eyes turned cold, his left hand already reaching for the machete at his waist. He wouldn't mind teaching this irrational survivor a bloody lesson. Bam! A thick leg viciously kicked the crazed survivor, sending the relatively strong survivor flying over 10 meters, plowing a deep furrow in the ground, his condition unknown. The one who struck was the tall Iron Lion. Even though he was loaded with supplies, it didn't affect his combat ability at all. This was the power of sequence superpowers. The usually honest and easily bullied Iron Lion said coldly, "If you want to die, I can grant your wish." His lion-like eyes swept over the faces of the other survivors. The other survivors trembled with fear, all avoiding Iron Lion's gaze. Iron Lion knew that Chen Ye was a support sequence superhuman, and combat wasn't his forte. That's why he stepped in to back up Chen Ye. The long-legged girl seemed to pay no attention to what had just happened, her serious gaze fixed on the big willow tree before them, her expression extremely cautious. "It seems we have no choice but to go deal with that big willow tree. Otherwise, we probably won't be able to get out. Hee. Finally, we're getting to the combat part. If things went too smoothly, it would be too boring. Iron Lion licked his lips. Every Titan sequence superhuman would get inexplicably excited when they heard about fighting. Chen Ye didn't say anything either, just checked the hand crossbow in his hand again. This was his greatest reliance. Iron Lion strode toward the big willow tree, his eyes filled with excitement, forming a stark contrast with the honest big guy from before. It was as if there were two personalities within this massive body. The long-legged girl followed closely behind. As for the survivor who had been kicked flying, no one gave him a second glance. Sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao exchanged looks, both seeing fear and worry in each other's eyes. The sisters also realized that sequence superpowers weren't as gentle as they seemed. Offending Chen Ye earlier might have been the worst mistake the sisters had ever made. You, don't go to the big willow tree. Dangerous. Just then, a hunchbacked figure appeared on the path ahead of everyone. No one knew when it had arrived. It was the hunchbacked old puppet from before. Who are you? Why can't we go to the big willow tree? Chen Ye stopped the long-legged girl who wanted to attack. The hunchbacked figure chuckled. You stole so many supplies from my home, and you're asking who I am? You are the village chief? That this hunchbacked old puppet was actually Longevity Village's chief surprised everyone. It is me, and yet it isn't me. Why can't we go to the big willow tree? Chen Ye continued asking. There were many types of anomalies. Many anomalies had lost normal human emotions, retaining only pure killing intent. Some anomalies still retained some human emotions. Encountering an anomaly that could communicate, Chen Ye didn't mind exchanging a few more words to gather some information. If I say you can't go, then you can't go. Young man, do you really think I would harm you? The hunchbacked old puppet struggled to lift its head, its pair of cloudy white eyes staring directly at Chen Ye. Those eyes seemed to contain endless terror brewing within them. While they were communicating, Chen Ye's ears kept hearing faint, indistinct cries for help. Tell me, how do we get out? You can't get out. Just stay here and keep me company. Playing mysterious tricks. The long-legged girl drew her sword, murmuring incantations under her breath, her left hand forming a sword gesture that she swept along the blade. The originally ordinary sword instantly gained a flowing light shimmering on its surface, some mysterious power circulating through the blade. Die! A sword light shot straight toward the hunchbacked old puppet. The hunchbacked old puppet let out a cold laugh, clearly prepared, its figure agile as a monkey as it dodged the sword light. But Sword Immortal Sequence 2's sword light wasn't that easy to avoid completely. The sword light struck the hunchbacked old puppet's hump. The old puppet's upper body clothing shattered into pieces that flew everywhere. Only then did everyone discover that the hunchbacked old puppet's hunchback was actually a woman's head with disheveled hair. The hump on the hunchbacked old puppet's back was, astonishingly, a disheveled woman's head. The sight sent chills down everyone's spines. Even the long-legged girl's rhythm faltered briefly as she held her longsword. Me, please, save me. The woman's head on the hump seemed to awaken, straining to turn toward the crowd, emitting a faint cry for help. Chen Ye finally understood. The plea they had heard earlier had come from this woman's head. Looking closely, the woman's head turned out to be one of the survivors who had accompanied them into Longevity Village. She had been timid and broke away from the group early to look for supplies outside the village. How had she become part of the hunchbacked old puppet now? A cold wave rushed through Chen Ye's skull. Goosebumps rose along his spine. Without thinking, Chen Ye raised his hand crossbow and fired a bolt straight at the woman's head on the hump. The hunchbacked old puppet ignored the bolt entirely and turned, fleeing into a nearby house. The bolt missed. The long-legged girl's brows shot up. The sharp light in her eyes grew lethal. She sliced her fingertip with the longsword. A drop of bright crimson appeared at her fingertip, then was quickly absorbed by the blade. The sword seemed alive, giving off ringing tones. The long-legged girl muttered incantations under her breath. Scarlet Marca's contract, sword spirit fused with flesh. Drink my blood, awaken the three cries. Cut illusion and slashed illusion, rend the soul and split the spirit. Dragons wail through the 9 heavens, 10,000 blades return to truth. Break. With each line she spoke, Chen Ye noticed the blade growing ever keener. At that moment, she stepped forward with both hands on the sword and slammed it down toward the house the hunchbacked old puppet had fled into. A sword chi erupted from the blade. The sword chi was pure white threaded with a hint of bloodlust, terrifying to behold. Could this be the legendary sword chi? Chen Ye's heart lurched. Even though the sword chi wasn't aimed at him, it made his eyes sting slightly. Through Chen Ye's stunned gaze, the blade-like sword chi sliced through the center of the house like a knife through tofu, then streaked off into the distance. A terrifying cut marked the house's midsection. Boom, boom, boom. With booming crashes, the house collapsed slowly like a toppled domino, its supports gone. The survivors gaped in stunned silence as if frozen by a spell. Only Iron Lion looked unsurprised. The girl had already appeared amid the ruins, her sharp gaze sweeping through the rubble. Faint sword radiance still clung to the blade. She clearly had energy left. Chen Ye kept his hand crossbow at the ready. After a long moment, the girl's expression darkened. The hunchbacked old puppet had vanished without a trace. Her face looked grim. Clearly, the hunchbacked old puppet had disappeared. At this, all the survivors turned toward the long-legged girl with eyes full of fearful reverence. They had only heard of sequence superpowers before. Now they finally understood what sequence superpowers meant. These abilities exceeded normal human capability. Chen Ye had seen Iron Lion's Titan sequence back in Xinghua Town. Transforming into a 3-meter-tall muscular giant had already shocked him. He never expected the long-legged girl to wield sword chi. They rounded the corner again. The grotesque great willow tree came back into view. The towering willow stood in the middle of the village square. Willow branches hung down like venomous snakes, and at the ends of those branches corpses dangled. Over 100 bodies hung beneath the tree, like fruit on the great willow. Facing that monstrous willow again, everyone felt their skin crawl. Many drifted closer to the long-legged girl. Her previous strike had won her their trust. Others clustered around the burly Iron Lion. Behind Chen Ye, no one stood. Clearly, Chen Ye's support sequence didn't inspire confidence. The bodies seemed to have increased. Chen Ye's gaze hardened, his voice turned cold. When they had first come near the great willow, there hadn't seemed to be this many corpses. Now, clearly, more had appeared. No, these corpses look familiar. Chen Ye saw that the newly appeared bodies still carried various backpacks. Cold dread flooded him. These corpses were from the convoy. They were people who had entered Longevity Village with them. Not that the corpses increased, but nobody has left since entering Longevity Village. These people tried to leave earlier. Now, they're all here. The long-legged girl's cool voice carried over. That's old Lu. Didn't he leave earlier? My god, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Xing, Xiao Qian, they're here. What the hell is this willow? The surrounding survivors' voices quivered with terror and helplessness. Among the newly hung bodies were many who had been lively just hours ago. Some were even familiar to them. Seeing familiar faces meet this end made bravery hard to muster. Earlier, Chen Ye thought this Longevity Village run might be too easy. After seeing this, he realized the village's intensity far exceeded Xinghua Town. From the moment they entered Longevity Village, no living person had left it. Damn it. The long-legged girl ground her teeth, tightening her grip on the longsword. Bastards, staging tricks, watch me smash it. Iron Lion shrugged off the small mountain on his back and strode toward the great willow. With each step, his already exaggerated physique inflated further. His thighs swelled rapidly, tearing his jeans into shorts. His boots became sandals. His t-shirt tightened into a compression shirt. In a few strides, his 2-meter build swelled to an even more ludicrous size. Chen Ye didn't stop Iron Lion's reckless charge. If the great willow prevented them from leaving, it would have to be destroyed. Let the big fool try, that was one way. Suddenly Chen Ye noticed a corpse in the distance twitch. Its rigid head slowly turned toward the burly man. Iron Lion's actions were like a stone dropped into a still lake. Big fool, watch out. Chen Ye raised his hand crossbow, aiming at a stirring corpse. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? It's already past 3 o'clock now, less than half an hour until 4. What's really going on in this village? Could it be they're all dead? Impossible, they have 3 sequence superpowers users. How could they die? Ever since Chen Ye and the other 2 had entered Longevity Village with the survivors gathering supplies, not a single person had emerged from the village. This situation was highly abnormal. Back in Xinghua town, survivors had continuously escaped out. Some survivors would return first after obtaining sufficient supplies. Others who got supplies later would come out a bit later. But since the survivors entered Longevity Village, not one survivor had come out. This eerie situation cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Even the usually confident Captain Chen Ye felt somewhat uneasy at this moment. The survivors remaining outside Longevity Village were also becoming restless. These survivors who lacked the courage to gather supplies included some who were physically inadequate and consciously unable to collect resources. Others were too afraid to face the anomalies, instead hoping to obtain supplies from others. Once someone acquired sufficient supplies, these people would offer equivalent value to exchange for supplies from them. Such phenomena were common occurrences in the convoy. As long as both parties were willing, Chen Ye wouldn't interfere with these matters at all. This was also the survival rule for others in the convoy. The people entering the village to gather supplies were also these people's hope. But since morning, not a single person had emerged from the village with supplies. This made many people feel increasingly uneasy. Chen Ye looked at the village shrouded in gray mist. When they first arrived here at 11 in the morning, Chen Ye could still barely see the situation inside the village. But now, the village's condition was no longer visible. Only a dark, hazy scene could be seen. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. This made Chen Ye very uneasy. Not far away, a woman's eyes flickered wildly. This woman was precisely Su Jiaojiao. After being slightly disciplined by Chen Ye last time, Su Jiaojiao had become much more subdued in her presence within the convoy. But if one thought this woman had done nothing, that would be impossible. Through networking during this period, Su Jiaojiao had contacted many sisters. Su Jiaojiao had already begun planning in her heart. If no one came out of Longevity Village, she wouldn't just wait for death either. Based on her understanding, although that Captain Chen Ye was also a sequence superpowers user, he didn't seem to have much combat capability. Su Jiaojiao secretly plotted in her heart. If by 4 o'clock, still no one came out. Just as the convoy outside the village was subtly worrying. The situation inside the village had clearly become extremely dangerous. The Great Willow resembled an enraged monster. Countless corpses bound by willow branches began reviving. Pairs of turbid eyes filled with evil desires looked at the survivors, as if gazing at delicious roasted chickens. Hundreds of corpses activating simultaneously felt like watching a scene from a zombie movie, making people shudder all over. A corpse entangled around the neck by willow branches charged at Iron Lion like a marionette. Once one corpse moved, the other corpses also began acting. These corpses were controlled by the willow branches, attacking through the air like airplanes in a child's hand. Get away. Iron Lion had originally intended to charge at the Great Willow, relying on his strength to destroy this eerie Great Willow. Perhaps this was the method to leave Longevity Village. But the corpses before him were increasing. His massive fist slammed into a corpse, sending it flying backward through the air. In just an instant, the corpse pounced forward again. Iron Lion's fist actually hadn't caused any lethal damage to that corpse. One had to know Iron Lion's punch could blast an adult man to pieces. Yet it had no effect on the corpse. Seeing the scene, Chen Ye felt his heart grow cold. These corpses were clearly inferior to entities like the hunchbacked old puppet and white-dressed scissor woman. But they were still so troublesome. This made Chen Ye's heart slowly sink. But soon other corpses charged forward again. One corpse had already pounced onto Iron Lion's back, opening its mouth ready to bite the back of his neck. Whoosh! A bolt arrow soaked in black dog blood pierced the corpse's back. Sizzle! White smoke rose. The corpse painfully retreated from Iron Lion's back. You have dealt damage to a corpse puppet. You have gained slaughter points plus 100. It worked? So they're called corpse puppets. Before Chen Ye could feel pleased, he saw the corpse puppet with the arrow still embedded pouncing at him again. Before the corpse puppet reached him, Chen Ye already smelled a foul, fishy odor. The long-legged girl brushed her left hand's sword fingers over her divine sword, murmuring incantations. Brilliant light tempers the blade, illuminating the netherworld. Open. The girl's long sword flowed with fluorescent light, slashing at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet split into 2 sections, falling to the ground. Even so, the bisected corpse puppet still struggled to crawl toward Chen Ye. Damn it. Chen Ye just wanted to swear. He never expected corpse puppets would be so difficult to deal with. A terrified scream. A survivor not far from Chen Ye had already been grabbed by several corpse puppets and flown into the sky. Blood soon splattered all over the ground. Corpse puppets couldn't originally fly, but corpse puppets pulled by willow branches could fly. Xiaofu, save me. The old woman loaded with supplies actually hadn't died yet, though she moved somewhat sluggishly due to carrying too many supplies. But she was still struggling, constantly dodging left and right under the corpse puppets' attacks. Those corpse puppets had originally intended to target her, but an inattentive survivor nearby was pushed by the old woman to become a substitute victim. Many survivors around saw the scene, feeling even more disgusted and resentful toward the old woman. Only that foolish university student didn't see it. But now the young university student called Xiaofu was struggling to protect himself, brandishing a steel pipe while fighting a corpse puppet, looking like he wouldn't survive the next second. The sisters Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were also in extremely dire situations at this moment. Groups of corpse puppets could attack survivors from any direction. Zhou Lan's celebrity status held no effect before these corpse puppets. When they saw the survivor who had just been beside them being screamingly carried away by corpse puppets, the sisters felt terrified. The sisters had previously planned to rely on the protection of Iron Lion and Nana to survive. Unfortunately, Iron Lion had already charged toward the Great Willow, dozens of meters away from the sisters. As for the long-legged girl, she was even less likely to protect the sisters. The long-legged girl currently had to both cover Iron Lion and protect Chen Ye, with no energy left to care for the sisters. A corpse puppet descended from the sky with willow branches, charging straight at Zhou Lan. "Sister, be careful." The young girl couldn't care about that much at this moment, casually slamming the backpack on her back hard at the corpse puppet, which allowed Zhou Lan to escape danger. But soon more corpse puppets charged forward. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the bolt arrow shot by Chen Ye nail into a corpse puppet, which soon emitted white smoke and retreated. Zhou Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. "Sister, let's go to Chen Ye. I don't believe he would refuse to save people in danger." Several months ago, as the younger sister of major celebrity Zhou Lan, Zhou Xiaoxiao was also someone surrounded by stars and adored by the moon. If judged solely by appearance, Zhou Xiaoxiao was not inferior to her older sister Zhou Lan. Even before Zhou Xiaoxiao had officially debuted, numerous talent agencies had approached her, hoping to sign her. Before Zhou Xiaoxiao even began her debut preparations, she had already secured several top-tier opportunities. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the entire entertainment industry was waiting for her debut. Compared to her sister Zhou Lan's graceful and mature womanly charm, Zhou Xiaoxiao embodied the youthful, energetic beauty that was currently most popular. Coupled with her sister Zhou Lan's established background, Zhou Xiaoxiao was predictably destined for A-list status in the domestic entertainment industry. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao herself believed this. Unfortunately, accidents often happen precisely when you think everything will go smoothly. The cities fell. Countless terrifying anomalies appeared. Human civilization was collapsing at an unimaginable speed. At that time, Zhou Xiaoxiao was preparing her debut project with her sister Zhou Lan, with both sisters set to appear in a major production film playing opposing roles. In just a few hours, everyone in the film crew was killed by some unknown anomaly, turning the entire set into a death zone. Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister desperately escaped from the city and, through a series of coincidences, joined this convoy. Like many others, Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't believe human society would become completely extinct. Perhaps soon, human military forces would reclaim the cities from the anomalies. But as she learned more about the apocalypse, the small hope in Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart gradually disappeared. The order of human society was slowly collapsing, becoming increasingly barbaric. If they hadn't joined the convoy, the sisters' current situation would definitely be much worse. Zhou Xiaoxiao cut her long hair short, changed out of her little dresses, smeared dirt on her fair, lovely face, and even gradually learned to act like a boy. Nigerian Ira Beta. Zhou Xiaoxiao treated herself as a boy. To survive in this apocalypse, to live with dignity. The sisters worked harder than ordinary survivors. Whenever they reached supply points, other survivors would hesitate and shrink back, even unwilling to gather supplies. But the sisters never missed a single opportunity, always rushing into towns and villages to collect supplies, encountering countless dangers along the way. Therefore, the sisters lived much better than other survivors. The sisters understood that in this kind of apocalypse, you could only rely on yourself. Until the day Zhou Xiaoxiao learned her sister had given a can of gasoline to a newly awakened sequence superhuman. That was an entire can of gasoline. To collect that can of gasoline, the sisters had almost died at the hands of anomalies. And that can of gasoline wasn't exchanged for anything. Her sister had given it away for just a promise. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt indignant and directly took back that can of gasoline. In the following days, Zhou Xiaoxiao had worried about retaliation from that person. Even though he was a support sequence, he was still a sequence superhuman after all. The days passed steadily like this. As she learned more about sequence superhumans, Zhou Xiaoxiao sometimes regretted what she had done. No matter what, he was still a sequence superhuman. Until they reached Longevity Village here. The dangers encountered in Longevity Village far exceeded those at other supply points. Zhou Xiaoxiao had never felt death so close before. Even the next second, she could become a cold corpse. Only now did Zhou Xiaoxiao truly feel regret about taking that can of gasoline back then. If they had obtained Chen Ye's promise, gained his protection, perhaps they could survive this time. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Zhou Xiaoxiao had been trying to follow behind the other two sequence superhumans to seek protection. Unfortunately, in the eyes of sequence superhumans, her and her sister's status wasn't any different from ordinary people. Up until now, the last two sequence superhumans were too busy dealing with those corpses hanging from the willow branches to care about the sisters. And that support sequence Chen Ye, who she had previously thought was useless, could actually repel those corpses using his hand crossbow. Even if he couldn't kill those corpses, just being able to repel them already made the sisters see him as a lifeline. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't care less about her past conflict with Chen Ye now, only wanting to seek his protection. At this moment, it wasn't just Zhou Xiaoxiao gathering toward Chen Ye's location. Even that old lady Zhao was making similar calculations. Nana and Iron Lion were coordinating with each other as they charged toward the Great Willow, completely unable to care about the other survivors at this moment. Fortunately, almost most of the corpse puppets were concentrated around these two. Otherwise, Chen Ye and the other survivors would have died long ago. But even so, the scattered corpse puppets still kept Chen Ye busy and flustered. Chen Ye was currently unleashing unprecedented potential. His hand crossbow was firing at its fastest speed. Thanks to his regular practice during rest periods with the convoy. He had just loaded a bolt arrow when a corpse puppet bared its ghastly white teeth and charged forward. Chen Ye raised his hand and fired an arrow. Whoosh! An arrow embedded in a corpse puppet's forehead, white smoke emerging from the wound. The corpse puppet retreated with a miserable howl. Chen Ye didn't have time to check the system notifications, pulling out another bolt arrow and quickly loading it. The surrounding corpse puppets were like moths drawn to flame. Ordinary survivors couldn't mount effective attacks against the corpse puppets. The steel pipes and reinforcement bars they picked up were nothing more than tickling to the corpse puppets. Old Lady Zhao moved with the speed of someone grabbing eggs in a supermarket or snatching seats on a bus. Before other survivors could reach Chen Ye's side, this nimble old lady had already quietly hidden behind Chen Ye, seeking his protection. Just as Old Lady Zhao felt slightly pleased with herself, she saw a large hand suddenly reach for her neck. Old Lady Zhao was slightly startled. What was this kid trying to do? Before Old Lady Zhao could think further, the large hand gently pushed her. Old Lady Zhao stumbled and saw an incredibly terrifying ghostly face giving her a venomous, cold smile. You! Old Lady Zhao understood. This kid was using her as a human shield. How dare he? Didn't he know to respect the elderly and cherish the young? Before Old Lady Zhao could curse aloud, she was already surrounded by two corpse puppets. With a miserable scream, this agile old lady who moved no slower than young people was dragged away by several corpse puppets, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Chen Ye's actions made the other survivors watching feel chilled to the bone. This young man, how ruthless! Just now, Chen Ye had been slightly slow in loading his crossbow bolt, allowing a corpse puppet to get close. So he pushed Old Lady Zhao, who was behind him, to use her as a sacrificial pawn. This was the epitome of ruthlessness and cruelty. Chen Ye didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt in his heart. When Zhou Xiaoxiao saw how ruthless Chen Ye was, her footsteps hesitated slightly. It was precisely this hesitation. Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart jumped, and she quickly turned to look, only to see her sister Zhou Lan being pounced on by a corpse. Chen Ye, save my sister. Compared to the long-legged girl and Iron Lion, Chen Ye's presence in the convoy as a support sequence was quite low. Nana, being of the Sword Immortal sequence, wandered around the convoy daily with a long sword on her back. Just moments ago, she had even sliced a civilian house clean in half with a single sword strike. In the eyes of the survivors, this long-legged girl was practically a superhero. Then there was Iron Lion, that massive Hulk whose 2-meter-plus stature alone exerted immense pressure on people. And the mysterious and unfathomable Captain Chu Che, who clearly had some real skills. Only Chen Ye, this newly awakened sequence superpower, seemed no different from the other survivors. If there were an instrument that could measure sequences, it would reveal that Chen Ye's mechanic sequence was a fake. This seemingly unremarkable support sequence had now become the other survivors' lifeline. When ordinary survivors faced the corpse puppets, it was like 3-year-old toddlers facing grown, burly men. The steel pipes and baseball bats in the survivors' hands were practically useless against the corpse puppets. Firearms and other such weapons were regulated arms that ordinary people simply couldn't obtain. After the apocalypse, guns and similar weapons became even rarer. Even if someone had firearms and ammunition, their effectiveness against anomalies was quite limited. Only the hand crossbow in Chen Ye's hands, soaked in black dog blood, could still have some effect on the corpse puppets. It was just that Chen Ye's ruthless decisiveness earlier, using old Lady Zhao as a human shield without the slightest hesitation, had made some people wary of him. And now, the big celebrity Zhou Lan had been knocked down by a corpse puppet, and perhaps the next second, this celebrity would die. Facing the corpse puppet's inhuman, ghostly visage, Zhou Lan felt all the hairs on her body stand on end. She desperately fended off the corpse puppet before her with the stick in her hands. Xiao. Zhou Lan couldn't help but scream out. Seeing her sister knocked down by a corpse puppet, Zhou Xiao panicked and shouted for Chen Ye's help. Chen Ye, save my sister. Chen Ye raised his hand and fired a bolt arrow. The bolt arrow struck a corpse puppet's head, sending up a puff of white smoke. The corpse puppet howled and retreated. Chen Ye glanced at the Zhou sisters, his expression unchanged, his hands never stopping as he quickly drew another bolt arrow, loaded it, and fired. He repelled another corpse puppet that was preparing to pounce. Seeing that Chen Ye was truly refusing to save them, Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with sorrow and resentment. But at this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't care about that anymore. She raised the stick in her hand and ran over to help. The corpse puppet's abilities were quite limited. Their strength and agility were only comparable to that of an ordinary, fit adult male. Driven by the willow branches, they appeared to have gained the ability to fly. Moreover, ordinary attacks were largely ineffective against them. The average adult male was no match for a single corpse puppet. And there were so many of them, over 100 corpse puppets under the Great Willow. Once one corpse puppet latched onto a target, it quickly attracted others to swarm in. They were much more troublesome than ordinary anomalies. Fortunately, Iron Lion and Nana were drawing most of the Great Willow's attention, allowing survivors like Chen Ye on the periphery to hold out this long. Our Omicron. It wasn't that Chen Ye and the others didn't want to escape the Great Willow's range. They simply had nowhere to run. The Great Willow's branches seemed capable of infinite extension, making the entire village its battlefield. Hearing her sisters cry for help, Zhou Xiaoxiao rushed over to assist, using the wooden stick in her hand to push away the corpse puppet pinning her sister down. Just as she pulled her sister up, Zhou Xiaoxiao despairingly realized that several corpse puppets had already gathered around them. Dealing with one corpse puppet had already been strenuous enough for the sisters. Now there were many more surrounding them. Those pairs of turbid eyes stared fixedly at the sisters, many of the faces still hauntingly familiar. The threat of death surged in their hearts. Could it be that she and her sister would die here today? The sisters stood back to back, each holding a sharpened steel pipe. Such simple weapons might pose some threat to ordinary people. But against corpse puppets, they were utterly useless. Zhou Lan gripped the steel pipe, her legs trembling slightly. 4 or 5 ferocious-looking corpse puppets surrounded the sisters. More corpse puppets in the distance were heading their way. Pairs of turbid eyeballs, gaping mouths, decaying bodies, and waves of foul, putrid smells assailed them. Zhou Xiaoxiao could even see maggots wriggling on the surfaces of the corpse puppets. These corpse puppets still retained human form, but they had lost all humanity. Little sister, run first when you get the chance. Just get to Chen Ye's side. Even if he doesn't want to save you, you'll be much safer there. Zhou Lan gritted her teeth as she instructed her sister. Zhou Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth fiercely. Zhou Lan, what nonsense are you spouting? I'd rather die than beg Chen Ye for help. Zhou Xiaoxiao bit down hard, her lips bleeding slightly, sweat soaking a strand of hair on her forehead, making her appear utterly disheveled. As she said this, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt somewhat guilty inside. A scream erupted as a male survivor trying to escape had a corpse puppet leap onto his back, its gaping mouth biting toward the nape of his neck. A spray of blood accompanied the man as he was dragged deep into the great willow's canopy. The tragedy occurred just 4 or 5 meters away from the sisters. That man had claimed to be an executive at some listed company before the apocalypse and had even pursued Zhou Lan at one point. Who would have thought he'd die right before their eyes like this? Zhou Xiaoxiao's pupils trembled violently, her beautiful large eyes welling with tears. Tears of fear. Death had happened right in front of her. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked toward Chen Ye not far away. Chen Ye. Zhou Xiaoxiao cried out unwillingly. For the first time, her voice carried a trace of pleading. This was extremely rare for the usually stubborn Zhou Xiaoxiao. From the apocalypse until now, Zhou Xiaoxiao had never begged anyone. But now, she and her sister Zhou Lan were in dire straits. Chen Ye wasn't in great shape himself at the moment. But fortunately, he had stored enough Black Dog Blood Bolt arrows and could barely hold on. Although the Black Dog Blood Bolt arrows couldn't kill the corpse puppets, they could at least repel them. System notifications flashed before Chen Ye's eyes, but he couldn't be bothered to count them right now. At this moment, Chen Ye could only pray that Nana and Iron Lion would act quickly. Otherwise, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. As for the other survivors, Chen Ye didn't care about them at all. Suddenly hearing his name, Chen Ye paused slightly, then saw 4 or 5 corpse puppets surrounding the Zhou sisters. The steel pipes in the Zhou sisters' hands were like children's toys against these corpse puppets. In just a few seconds, these sisters would be torn to shreds by the corpse puppets. The looks the Zhou sisters gave him were filled with entreaty and pity, like little puppies in the cold wind, casting pleading glances toward their owner. Seeing Chen Ye turn his head, the sisters' eyes lit up with hope. Zhou Xiaoxiao's large eyes filled with tears at this moment, endless regret and hope intertwined. Please. Chen Ye, save us. 1 second ago, she had said she'd rather die than beg for help. The next second, facing imminent death, with death so close to her. The shift happened so quickly that even Zhou Xiaoxiao herself hadn't expected it, just as Zhou Xiaoxiao was begging Chen Ye for help. A roar that shook heaven and earth echoed through the air, immediately followed by earth-shaking tremors, as if a giant dragon was roaring and churning underground. The corpse puppets bound by willow branches also began shaking and swaying chaotically. All the survivors turned their heads to look. Beneath the world-sized great willow, the 3-meter-tall giant's muscles bulged violently, his massive fists hammering against the willow's trunk like battering rams. Wood chips flew everywhere as the great willow shed crimson blood. The long-legged girl held her long sword with one hand, chanting some mysterious incantation. The power surrounding her sword grew increasingly intense, sword chi swirling around her body, her long hair flowing without wind as if she were a divine maiden. But the girl's face grew paler and paler, without a trace of blood color. This was the same sword technique the girl had used against the hunchbacked old puppet earlier, but this time the power was far greater than before. Strike! The girl shouted sharply, lightly swinging her sword down toward the great willow. A dazzling sword chi attached to the long sword, the originally 1-meter-long blade now extending over 10 meters. Even from such a distance, Chen Ye felt a chill in his heart. The sword came down. A terrifying sword scar appeared on the great willow's body, with large amounts of crimson blood flowing down the trunk. Eerie, inexplicable weeping and screaming sounds came from underground. This sword had clearly injured the great willow, its trunk writhing madly, affecting even the village center square. At this moment, it seemed like the entire village was experiencing an earthquake. This moment happened to coincide with Zhou Xiaoxiao's plea to Chen Ye. The survivors looked at the great willow in terror. Even the corpse puppets seemed to fall into some kind of panic, as if some great horror was about to arrive. "Run!" Chen Ye shouted loudly. The surrounding survivors were jolted awake, turning with their backpacks and madly fleeing toward the village entrance. Chen Ye couldn't afford to hesitate now. He could feel that because the great willow was injured, some taboo in the village seemed to have been breached. The backpack on his back posed no hindrance to Chen Ye whatsoever. At this moment, he wished his parents had given him 2 extra legs as he frantically charged toward the village entrance. Chen Ye's angry shout didn't wake the enraged big fool. The 3-meter-tall muscle monster still had bloodshot eyes, his iron fists continuously hammering against the great willow's trunk like sledgehammers. The Titan sequence was a powerful combat sequence among all sequences. But it wasn't without cost. For example, once someone awakened the Titan sequence, their intelligence would decrease to some extent. Titan sequence superhumans in combat mode easily entered berserk states, only recovering their senses when either they fell or their opponent fell. Big fool. Let's go. The long-legged girl's body swayed unsteadily, but her remaining rationality told her she had to wake Big Fool now. Otherwise, everyone would be in trouble. But Big Fool completely ignored the long-legged girl's warning, attacking the great willow like an angry lion. Chen Ye. The long-legged girl was completely exhausted now and had no choice but to seek Chen Ye's help. Chen Ye's pupils slightly contracted. Even without understanding the Titan sequence, he could tell Big Fool had likely fallen into some emotional state. The long-legged girl's plea was different from Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao's. These two were sequence superhumans. And that Big Fool had been quite friendly toward him. To save or not to save? This was the question. If it were Zhou Lan or Zhou Xiaoxiao, Chen Ye absolutely wouldn't save them. But these two before him were sequence superhumans. They had value worth saving. In just 0.01 seconds, Chen Ye made his decision, gritting his teeth and stopping his retreat. He aimed his hand crossbow at Big Fool's arm and fired an arrow. At this moment, Chen Ye wasn't sure if his black dog bloodbolt arrows would actually work, only hoping the pain could stir some rationality in Big Fool. The bolt arrow only embedded its tip into Big Fool's thick back muscles. Exaggerated muscle tissue stopped Chen Ye's arrowhead. Chen Ye watched with inner shock. This Big Fool had such defensive power from muscle alone. The Titan sequence was truly terrifying. Roar! Iron Lion, in his furious state, felt the attack on his back. Turning around, he saw a short human running frantically. Iron Lion roared loudly, taking large strides as he chased after Chen Ye. Chen Ye inwardly cursed in dismay. Damn it. Big Fool. That look in your eyes, are you planning to kill me? Iron Lion's eyes were bloodshot now, like an angry mammoth. Seeing this, the long-legged girl felt slightly relieved. Using her leg strength, she lightly and skillfully stood on Iron Lion's shoulder. Even nearly exhausted, achieving this wasn't difficult for the long-legged girl. When passing the hill-like supply bundle, the long-legged girl shot out a rope that hooked onto the massive bundle, tying the other end to Iron Lion's arm. Like this, the group created a trail of dust as they charged straight toward Longevity Village's entrance. If viewed from above, one would see a long snake charging toward the entrance, with dust trails following the snake's tail. Chen Ye was now using all the strength he'd accumulated in his lifetime to run madly. And at this moment, the entire Longevity Village awakened from its slumber. Starting from the village center, countless willow branches surged madly toward the frantically fleeing survivors. Ah, save me, I don't want to die yet, save me. A survivor who was slightly slower screamed in terror as willow branches grabbed his ankle and dragged him into the darkness. Other survivors saw this and were scared out of their wits, running even more frantically. 2 or 3 more survivors were entangled by willow branches and dragged into darkness. Several willow branches bypassed buildings, quietly spreading from the darkness on both sides of the street to block Chen Ye's path. Chen Ye raised his hand and fired an arrow. The black dog blood-soaked bolt arrow pierced through the willow branch. Amid faint, indistinct screams, the willow branch quickly retracted into the darkness. Suddenly, Chen Ye felt his ankle tighten. Before he could think, he felt his body lose balance as he was lifted upside down. Finally my turn? Chen Ye's hand crossbow was empty now, with no means left. Even if the long-legged girl wanted to help Chen Ye, the distance between them was still too far. Chen Ye pulled the machete from his waist and chopped down hard at the willow branch. Since obtaining this machete from Nana, Chen Ye had frequently soaked it in black dog blood. There was no reason to soak the bolt arrows in black dog blood, but not the machete. Actually, Chen Ye didn't know if soaking the machete in black dog blood would work. He was just trying it out. Unexpectedly, with this chop, the willow branch emitted a faint, indistinct scream. Chen Ye was overjoyed, chopping down 2 or 3 more times with the machete in his hand. It was worth noting that although the survivors didn't have firearms or other modern weapons, many had managed to obtain sharp tools. Previously, when survivors used their sharp tools against willow branches, it had no effect whatsoever. But now, the black dog blood-soaked machete actually worked. How could this not make Chen Ye ecstatic? The willow branch was chopped through, and Chen Ye's body fell to the ground. After rolling to his feet, Chen Ye didn't care how disheveled he looked and began running frantically again. "Yezi, get on here." A large hand directly scooped up Chen Ye, lifting him onto something soft. It was the hill-like backpack. The same backpack that big full Iron Lion was carrying. The bloodshot look in his eyes had faded, and the hill-like backpack was back on his shoulders. Now Chen Ye had been thrown onto that massive backpack. "Hold on tight, I'm about to accelerate." After saying this, Iron Lion's speed suddenly increased dramatically. Chen Ye frantically grabbed the backpack to avoid being thrown off. The village entrance was right before them, 16:21 inch. Chu Che glanced at the watch on his wrist, then lifted his eyes to look toward the village entrance, his face still maintaining a calm and composed expression. When his gaze turned toward the village entrance, it remained equally untroubled and serene, showing no urgency at all. When he made eye contact with the other survivors, Chu Che's eyes were exceptionally tranquil. Seeing Chu Che's calmness made the other survivors feel somewhat reassured. But deep within Chu Che's eyes, there was a faint trace of anxiety hidden. Up to this point, whether it was Chen Ye, Nana, and Iron Lion, or any other survivors, not a single person had escaped from Longevity Village. So many survivors had entered the village earlier. But now there seemed to be no movement at all. Not even the slightest sound had emerged. It had already been 21 minutes past the agreed time. If things had gone according to plan, the convoy should have already been on the road leaving by now. After becoming a sequence superpower of the Pathfinder sequence, Chu Che constantly sensed danger at all times. As ordinary survivors in the convoy, they might wonder, if even a major metropolitan city like Shanghai had fallen, why had their time with the convoy seemed so safe and peaceful? Sometimes they even wondered if the apocalypse was just a deceptive rumor. Except for those times when the convoy would randomly choose paths erratically. Like in the morning suddenly moving forward 7 or 8 kilometers, then in the afternoon backtracking 7 or 8 kilometers back to the starting point. They'd clearly decided to head east in the morning, but when it was time to depart, they'd head south instead. Though they didn't quite understand the convoy leader's erratic behavior. During their time with the convoy, aside from material shortages, they hadn't encountered any danger. After living comfortable days in the convoy for so long, sometimes they doubted whether the anomaly apocalypse even existed. But in Chu Che's eyes, life in the convoy was far from safe. They were actually on the brink of danger every single moment. From the day he became a Pathfinder sequence, Chu Che could very sensitively detect the aura of anomalies. In his perception, the convoy was constantly in danger. The seemingly safe path ahead. In Chu Che's perception, there was actually great terror ahead. The seemingly peaceful route they'd taken. In Chu Che's perception, there were several anomaly auras following the convoy's residual traces, tracking them. Anomalies would hunt humans based on the traces left behind by human presence and kill them. This was why the convoy had to keep moving constantly, continuously changing their position to prevent anomalies from locking onto their specific location. Arno Thailand Bot yes. The purpose of the Pathfinder's existence was to find a safe route for the convoy in this apocalypse filled with countless anomalies, ensuring the safety of the convoy members. The reason Chu Che had set the assembly time at 4 o'clock was because through his perception, staying at Longevity Village until before 4 o'clock was safe. But once it passed 4 o'clock, there was a high chance that unknown anomalies could catch up to the convoy at any time. In Chuche's perception, about 10 kilometers to the southwest, there was an anomaly with a terrifying aura approaching. This anomaly seemed to have detected the convoy's aura and was accelerating toward them. It had been the same last time at Xinghua town. Back then, Chuche had also sensed several terrifying anomaly auras approaching, which was why he led the convoy in a frantic rush. This situation was remarkably similar to what happened last time at Xinghua town. Chuche glanced at the watch on his wrist again. 16:22. I'll give you 8 more minutes. 4:30. If you're not out by 4:30, I can't wait for you any longer. Otherwise, the entire convoy will die. The deeply hidden worry in Chuche's eyes grew a little stronger. Che, Old Bao's voice sounded beside him. Chuche looked at Old Bao and could see the anxiety and concern in Old Bao's eyes. Chuche smiled calmly. No hurry, Old Bao, let's wait a few more minutes. We'll leave at 4:30. Old Bao didn't say anything, turning around to prepare for departure. Hearing they would be leaving soon, waves of commotion arose within the convoy. They haven't come out yet. Where are we going? No, my husband hasn't returned. I'm not leaving. Grandma. Wah wah. Big brother, my big brother is still inside. How can we leave? At this moment, they were less than 100 meters from the village entrance. At Iron Lion's current speed, he would probably burst out of the village in just a few seconds. Chen Ye was gripping the backpack straps tightly, his eyes both anxious and calm. Right now, the village was surrounded by ghostly shadows from all directions. Chen Ye couldn't tell whether these ghostly shadows were corpse puppets or other anomalies. Whispers like snake tongues came from beside his ears. Don't leave me. Don't. Hee. Won't you stay and play with me? Woo-woo. Are you really leaving? I'm so cold. The village is so cold. Won't you stay? Countless voices sounded in Chen Ye's ears. Among these voices were elderly people, women, young children, and youths. Some voices even sounded quite familiar, like members of the convoy. Some voices sounded completely unfamiliar. Chen Ye's mind grew dazed and confused. A young man who was about to rush out of the village stopped in his tracks, his eyes confused as he turned and walked toward the nearby darkness, disappearing without a trace. Whoosh! Chen Ye raised his hand and shot an arrow toward a dark shadow in the darkness. A shrill scream rang out, giving Chen Ye's ears a brief 1-second respite and restoring a bit of his rationality. The long-legged girl's eyes turned cold, her long sword slashing toward the darkness. A sword she sliced through the air and attacked the darkness. Another scream came. After releasing the sword chi, the long-legged girl swayed, nearly falling off Big Fool's back. By now, the girl's small face had turned as pale as paper, looking as white as a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. Even her once rosy lips had turned ashen gray. Big Fool, don't stop, hurry. Chen Ye quickly reminded. Damn it. Hold on tight. Iron Lion's 3-meter-tall body erupted with hazy red mist, his entire aura undergoing a dramatic transformation. In Chen Ye's perception at this moment, Iron Lion felt like a prehistoric mammoth. Chen Ye wrapped his arm around the backpack strap, using his other hand and foot to cock the crossbow. The one-handed cocking technique was something Chen Ye had practiced frequently in normal times, and now it came in handy. A bolt arrow soaked in black dog blood was already loaded. Just as Chen Ye finished cocking the crossbow, he vaguely sensed a figure appearing beside him. This figure moved with incredible speed, like an old mountain ape. The hunchbacked old puppet? Chen Ye's heart jumped in alarm. Why did this hunchbacked old puppet suddenly appear now? Chen Ye looked at the hunchbacked old puppet and saw that it was also looking at him, its mouth stretching into an exaggerated curve as if smiling at him. But the human head on the hunchbacked old puppet's back was staring at him with intense malice, a faint voice coming through. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you save me? Dead, you're all going to die. All going to die. I will be the next you. I am you. Chen Ye raised his hand and shot an arrow. The hunchbacked old puppet didn't dodge or avoid, allowing the bolt arrow to pierce its eye socket. Previously, the hunchbacked old puppet had shown caution after being hit by Chen Ye's bolt arrows. But now, Chen Ye's arrow seemed to have hit somewhere else. The hunchbacked old puppet continued running with the arrow still stuck in its eye socket, showing absolutely no reaction, its form still as swift as a monkey. A chill ran through Chen Ye's heart. A feeling of impending doom assaulted him. But just at that moment, Chen Ye felt a wave of warmth throughout his body. The dimness before his eyes suddenly became bright. A slightly yellowish light showered down before him, warm and bright. He was out. Chen Ye looked again toward the hunchbacked old puppet. He saw that the hunchbacked old puppet was now standing in the shadows at the village edge, still grinning eerily at him, the bolt arrow still embedded in its eye socket. 1628. 2 minutes left until 4:30. The convoy was ready to depart at any moment. Although many people were still objecting, the decision for the convoy to leave remained unchanged. Some survivors began throwing tantrums and making unreasonable demands, even planning to lie on the ground and refuse to move. But they still couldn't change Chu Che's decision. The expression on Chu Che's face showed no change, still maintaining that calm appearance. To the other survivors, nothing seemed capable of altering Captain Chu's decision. Many survivors even cursed Chu Che in their hearts for being cruel and merciless, with a heart of stone. The commotion coming from within the convoy was nothing more than insignificant noise in Chu Che's view. Actually, Chu Che was extremely anxious inside at this moment. As a sequence superpower user of the Pathfinder sequence, his sensing ability should be incredibly sensitive. He wanted to try sensing what was happening inside Longevity Village. But at this moment, he simply couldn't do it. Ever since the survivors entered Longevity Village, most of his perception had been blocked by some kind of barrier. He could only vaguely sense that there were countless anomalies inside Longevity Village. Chu Che could feel that even the Longevity Village they were seeing before their eyes was fake. He had no idea what was happening inside Longevity Village. Perhaps all the survivors had remained in Longevity Village. Beneath the illusion before their eyes might lie the corpses of survivors. Or perhaps intense fighting was currently happening in the village. Chu Che tried hard to sense the situation in the village. But at this moment, he simply couldn't do it. Just then, something changed at the entrance of Longevity Village. A small mountain broke through some kind of barrier and suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as if it had burst into reality from another world. The small mountain collapsed like a falling golden mountain or jade pillar. As the small mountain fell, everyone finally saw clearly what this small mountain actually was. A 3-meter-tall giant with an exaggerated backpack on his back. The giant was shrinking at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the giant's 3-meter height had reduced to just over 2 meters. Along with the giant's fall were a man and a woman. The man and woman were also in sorry states. The woman's face was pale as paper, her lips ash-gray, her long hair covered in dust and disheveled. The man wasn't much better off, his clothes tattered and torn, his forehead glistening with sweat and dust. A flicker of joy appeared in Chu Che's calm eyes. Seeing these 3 people appear, the survivors erupted in excitement. The convoy became even more chaotic. Old Bao, Oldly. They're back. Husband, have you seen my husband? Big brother, are you back? Son, where are you? The scene descended into chaos. Soon, more survivors came rushing out of the village. Survivors emerged one after another following behind the few people. Husband. A woman burst into tears like broken strings of beads falling to the ground when she saw a disheveled man, throwing herself into his arms and wailing loudly. With Iresis Nubius. The man showed a relieved smile on his face, extending his blood-stained hand to hold his wife's shoulder, comforting her with a happy expression. There was also an older brother patting his younger sister's head, smiling as he said he made it out, telling her not to cry. Another survivor carried a fully loaded backpack of supplies, silently walking to a bicycle and lighting a cigarette. Perhaps all his family members were already gone. Many people stood on tiptoes, craning their necks to look into the village. But they could only see a gray haze inside the village, with no human figures visible. These people didn't see the figures they were hoping for. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao, the 2 sisters supporting each other, were also among the survivors who survived. The sisters were in extremely sorry states. Zhou Lan's previously tied ponytail was now disheveled and spread out, the sweat on her face wetting her hair and sticking to her face and neck. One of her shoes had been lost at some point. Zhou Xiaoxiao wasn't much better off than her sister. Zhou Xiaoxiao had 2 deep wounds on her thigh and arm, blood flowing down her clothes and soaking half her body. Inside the village earlier, the dim lighting made it hard to see, but now it was clearly visible. Additionally, the clothes on Zhou Xiaoxiao's upper body were torn with a large gap, revealing extraordinary scenery inside. Only then did many survivors realize that this straightforward young fellow was actually a girl. Greed appeared in these survivors' eyes as they licked their lips, looking utterly covetous. The sisters had faced extreme danger this time, but they also gained substantial rewards. Not only were the backpacks they brought completely filled, but they also picked up an additional backpack along the way. The sisters supported each other as they dragged their backpacks to their vehicle. Time was running out. Chuche could even smell the approach of anomalies. They had stayed at the entrance of Longevity Village for too long. In his perception, several anomalies had already noticed the situation here and were beginning to approach. The convoy operated in an orderly manner, with people carrying Iron Lion's massive body into the bus. Several others stuffed Iron Lion's mountain-like large backpack into the bus's undercarriage cargo hold. These supplies would have to wait until they found a safe place to be distributed. No longer a novice, Chen Ye also knew time was pressing. He walked to his motor tricycle and threw his backpack into the cargo bed. Pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, he was about to light one. "Chen Ye, this is the gasoline Che sent for you." Old Bao came over carrying a can of gasoline and handed it to Chen Ye. The last bit of gasoline in Chen Ye's tank had been used up, and he had originally planned to borrow some from Chuche. Chen Ye didn't believe Chuche hadn't prepared any. As one of the few sequence superpower users in the convoy, Captain Chu would definitely lend some. He just didn't expect Chuche to be so considerate, sending it over directly. Chen Ye didn't stand on ceremony, reaching out to take it. "Thanks, I'll return it to him later." Old Bao nodded and turned to leave. In the fair convoy, nothing was given for free. This can of gasoline had to be returned. This gasoline can probably held only about 15 liters. Filling the motor tricycle's tank used only about half. He hadn't specifically calculated the fuel tank capacity of this motor tricycle, but it was probably around 7 liters. When upgrading later, he needed to increase the fuel tank capacity. If it was too small, the range would be insufficient. Insufficient range could sometimes be fatal in this apocalypse. At the very least, it would be good to find several gasoline cans to keep in reserve during future supply runs. At this moment, Chen Ye was busy following the convoy to escape, with no time to check how many slaughter points he had gained from this trip to Longevity Village. But he imagined it wouldn't be few. Of the Black Dog blood bolt arrows he brought this time, only a few remained. After refueling, the convoy began moving slowly. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, blew out several smoke rings, and then started his motor tricycle. At the village entrance, a few survivors still looked into the village with hopeful eyes. As time passed, the hope in their eyes gradually dimmed. Someone kept murmuring something, still hoping for figures to appear. Beep beep. The modified off-road vehicle at the front of the convoy emitted a sharp horn sound, and the convoy began to move. Under the apocalyptic sunset, the dim yellow light stretched the few curved shadows at the entrance of Longevity Village very long. The motorized tricycle, now fully refueled, regained its mobility. Chen Ye twisted the throttle, feeling the engine roar to life, and a deep sense of security welled up within him. Who said men don't need security? In this apocalypse, the fuel in the tank and the supplies in the cargo bed were the ultimate embodiment of security. Chen Ye took a deep drag of his cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, then twisted the throttle. The tricycle emitted a feeble roar before slowly starting to move. It had to be said, the power of Chen Ye's motorized tricycle was still quite lacking. Even with Chen Ye pushing the throttle to its limit, he still couldn't keep up with the off-road vehicles and bus ahead. This time, the convoy's personnel had diminished once again. Nearly 40 to 50 survivors had entered Longevity Village. Only about a dozen managed to escape from the village. Over 30 people remained permanently in Longevity Village. Many of them were survivors who had previously escaped from Deer City. These survivors had the least supplies, hence their desire to obtain resources was the most intense. For those survivors who didn't make it out of Longevity Village, their loved ones who waited at the village entrance never saw them emerge, remaining there forever. With their closest relatives not returning from Longevity Village, these people lost their will to live. The remaining survivors had no time for grief. Everyone was hastily gathering their belongings, rushing to follow the convoy. The survivors who had previously escaped from Deer City possessed 1 car and 2 motorcycles. Through the car window, Chen Ye noticed that the driver of this Dear City escape vehicle had changed. Presumably, the original owner of this car had remained in Longevity Village. Combined with the convoy's original 2 modified off-road vehicles, 1 bus, 1 sedan, 1 low-speed electric vehicle, 3 motorcycles, and Chen Ye's motorized tricycle. Thus, while the convoy appeared smaller in numbers, there were still quite a few various vehicles in the fleet. Several bicycles also followed at the very rear of the convoy. The low-speed electric vehicle particularly caught Chen Ye's attention. Since Chen Ye joined the convoy, this low-speed electric vehicle had always been present, and until now, it had never fallen behind. Chen Ye knew the owner of this low-speed electric vehicle, an old man surnamed Zhang. This old man was always cheerful, with quite a sharp tongue, and nobody knew how he managed to keep it charged. All vehicles in the convoy began moving. Under the setting sun, they formed a long procession. Only the Zhou sisters' car remained stationary, unable to move. Inside the sedan at that moment, Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao appeared utterly disheveled. Not only were their clothes tattered and torn, but they also bore numerous injuries, looking quite pitiable. Especially Zhou Lan's large, dewy eyes, no wonder she had become such a popular celebrity. "Sis, what should we do? We're out of gas, the car won't move," Zhou Xiaoxiao said anxiously, her voice carrying a note of vulnerability. This tomboy seemed to have become somewhat softer after the Longevity Village incident. Within the convoy, it was this sedan that made the Zhou sisters stand out, distinguishing them from other survivors. Without gasoline, this car would be essentially scrapped, and the sisters would become no different from other survivors. "Sis, maybe I should go ask Chen Ye to lend us some." Zhou Xiaoxiao had seen old Bao give Chen Ye a container of gasoline earlier. For some reason, after having asked once before, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt that asking Chen Ye again wasn't such a difficult thing to do. "Xiaoxiao, do you think Chen Ye would lend it to us?" Zhou Lan spoke up. Back in the village, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already asked Chen Ye once. Zhou Xiaoxiao naturally understood what her sister meant. Chen Ye hadn't extended help at that time. Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced at the motorized tricycle outside the window, her expression quite complex. "Sis, I'll just apologize to him, okay? He's a grown man. Surely he won't hold a grudge against a young girl like me." As she spoke these last words, Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice grew quieter and less confident. Chen Ye wasn't like those sycophants who used to surround her. From the moment he unhesitatingly used that old woman as a human shield, Zhou Xiaoxiao knew Chen Ye was ruthless and merciless. And now it was already the apocalypse. Zhou Lan didn't know what to say, opening the car door and rummaging through the trunk. Other survivors had already packed their belongings and were passing by the sisters' car. Although these people found the sisters' behavior strange, nobody stopped, each face showing tense expressions. Some rode tricycles, while others drove low-speed electric vehicles. Some relied solely on their own 2 legs. But nobody wanted to be left behind. "Sis, what are you doing?" Zhou Xiaoxiao asked, enduring the pain from her wounds, as her sister searched through the trunk. Soon, Zhou Xiaoxiao saw her sister mysteriously pull out a gasoline container from the trunk. When she saw this container, Zhou Xiaoxiao even forgot about her wounds. "Sis, when did you hide this? You're amazing!" This container of gasoline was something Zhou Lan had hidden during their last supply run, something even her younger sister Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't know about. She had prepared it precisely for moments like this. And so, the Zhou sisters' car also began to move. The convoy had already started gradually accelerating. This posed problems for survivors without any transportation, who could only grit their teeth and persevere. These pedestrian survivors weren't unwilling to ride in vehicles or share transportation with others. It's just that in the convoy, any assistance came at a cost. Moreover, every vehicle in the convoy was already full, with no extra space available. Fortunately, Captain Chu had chosen a relatively good route, a national highway with decent road conditions and no villages nearby. A gentle breeze carrying a slight chill felt quite comfortable on the skin. Occasionally, they encountered several vehicles parked by the roadside. Initially, when seeing these vehicles, some survivors would ecstatically run toward them, only to return disappointed shortly after. Chen Ye considered checking if these vehicles still had fuel in their tanks. But the convoy was moving too fast, leaving Chen Ye no time to investigate. Fortunately, the road conditions remained good. if they were on rural dirt roads. Not just the pedestrian survivors, but even Chen Ye would fall behind. This motorized tricycle simply couldn't handle off-road conditions. Just then, Chen Ye felt a slight coolness on his face. Wiping his face with his hand, he found moisture on his fingers. Chen Ye's expression immediately darkened. Damn it. Was it going to rain? My vehicle hasn't been upgraded with a canopy yet. At the same time, Captain Chu's expression also looked quite grim. In Captain Chu's perception, anomalous energies surrounded the convoy from all directions. Some were relatively close, while others were farther away. The closest anomaly was trailing about 7 or 8 kilometers behind the convoy, rapidly approaching. Captain Chu ordered the convoy to accelerate. As Captain Chu sped up, the remaining vehicles also began accelerating. The convoy's second acceleration spelled trouble for those survivors without transportation. Chu Che was already prepared to abandon these survivors. And Chen Ye wasn't having an easy time either. His motorized tricycle was already at full throttle, yet the distance to the four-wheeled vehicles kept increasing. Even the motorcycles could leave Chen Ye behind. The rain intensified, soaking Chen Ye's clothes, then his pants and shoes. Chen Ye felt completely drenched, as if immersed in rainwater. The vehicles ahead grew increasingly distant. The survivors behind were also left far behind by Chen Ye. The heavy rain obscured Chen Ye's vision. Chen Ye wiped his face with his hand, flicking away the rainwater to gain brief moments of clear sight. His ears were filled with the constant patter of raindrops. The sky was layered with dark clouds, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Chen Ye drove his motorized tricycle alone through the pouring rain. Between heaven and earth, aside from the torrential downpour, there was only Chen Ye's solitary figure. Chen Ye knew he couldn't stop. If he did, something terrifying would surely happen. Based on his understanding of the Pathfinder, Chen Ye knew Chu Che wouldn't act this way without reason. Fortunately, Chen Ye could still faintly see the distant red taillights, preventing him from losing the convoy. At that moment, Chen Ye had only one thought. Once they stopped, he must upgrade his tricycle with a cabin. He also needed to upgrade the vehicle's power to avoid being left behind by the convoy in the future. Ideally, he should upgrade the tricycle to a four-wheeled vehicle. And he needed to spend 3,000 slaughter points to exchange for the method to awaken sequence superpowers. He wondered if he had enough slaughter points this time. Chu Che maintained constant awareness of the anomalous energies throughout the night, not daring to relax even slightly. At this moment, he was like a skilled martial artist dancing on the tips of blades. One misstep could cost him his life. The relentless rain outside beat against the car windows with a continuous pitter-patter. Chu Che knew that after this ordeal, the convoy's personnel had been reduced by at least half, possibly even more. On such a stormy night, it was easy to imagine many falling behind and failing to keep up. Even though Chu Che found it unbearable, he still couldn't change any of it. Chu Che could sense that some of the anomalous energies following the convoy had stopped tracking them. He closed his eyes slightly, a flicker of pain crossing his face. He could imagine what had happened. Those were the convoy members who had fallen behind. The anomalies had followed the convoy's trail and found those stranded survivors. They could now begin a delightful hunt or picnic. These left-behind survivors would slow down the anomalies, allowing the rest of the convoy to escape safely. With new food or toys acquired, the anomalies would likely abandon their pursuit of the convoy. This was precisely why Chu Che always tried to bring along those survivors traveling on foot. When a gecko encounters danger, it chooses to sever its tail to distract predators and make a clean escape. Those footbound survivors were the gecko's severed tail. But this secret was known to no one except himself. Perhaps Nana could guess, but she had never questioned Chu Che about it. When the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the tension finally eased from Chu Che's expression. In his perception, the nearest anomaly was now over 20 kilometers away. That distance was sufficiently safe. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and Chu Che was nearly at his limit. Spotting a road sign ahead with two large characters, Yan Zhou. They had actually reached this place. Chu Che felt a slight shock inwardly, surprised they had arrived so quickly. When Chu Che saw a brilliant rainbow appearing not far away, he was at a loss for words. But it was currently winter. A wave of scorching summer heat struck him, and Chu Che was startled once more. It was late November. How could it be this hot? This was absolutely abnormal. Yenzhou? This is Yenzhou. I actually reached Yenzhou? Chen Ye stared at the road sign before him and the endless desert beyond, momentarily stunned. He had actually reached Yenzhou already? Without realizing it, he had traveled so far from Jiangqing to Yenzhou. He remembered learning in school that Yenzhou's topography was quite distinctive, featuring mountains, river valleys, plateaus, Gobi deserts, and sandy deserts among various landforms. Alpha-B. But at this moment, Chen Ye had no mind to appreciate the desert scenery before him. The sky was already brightening with dawn's first light, the clouds tinged golden and incredibly brilliant. Yet Chen Ye was in no state to admire it. After hours of intense combat in Longevity Village, plus last night's frantic journey through the rain, it was still late November and the weather should have been quite cold. Moreover, it had rained heavily throughout the entire night. Chen Ye now felt dizzy and faint. He had a premonition that he was about to fall seriously ill. The heavy rain had finally stopped. Chen Ye was completely drenched from head to toe. His hair clung to his scalp, dripping water, while his face, eyebrows, and even eyelids were covered in rainwater. His shoes felt heavy, clearly filled with water. With every slight movement, he could feel the sloshing inside. Chen Ye's body trembled slightly as he stubbornly remained mounted on his motor tricycle, refusing to collapse. Even the stunningly beautiful rainbow appearing as the sun rose failed to capture his attention. Rainbows typically appeared frequently only in summer or autumn. Yet here one was in late November. The campsite finally came into view not far away. Chen Ye forced himself to drive the motor tricycle to the camp. The camp already had tents set up here and there, with numerous campfires burning in various spots. The aroma of food wafted into Chen Ye's nostrils, and he greedily inhaled a couple of breaths. A wave of dry heat swept over him, dispelling the chill from his body and providing some slight relief. Chen Ye had reached the absolute limits of exhaustion. He couldn't bother questioning whether this sudden heat was reasonable or not. When Chen Ye's motor tricycle arrived, several survivors glanced over before returning to their own affairs. Their eyes were filled with confusion and despair. Nothing about others mattered to anyone anymore. After parking his motor tricycle, Chen Ye plopped down directly onto the scorching sand. The dry heat continued to drive the chill from his body. Huff, huff, huff. Gasping slightly, Chen Ye pulled a pack of cigarettes from his chest pocket. But as soon as he retrieved it, he noticed water droplets seeping from the cigarette pack. Damn it. Chen Ye set the soaked cigarette pack aside to dry. Even completely drenched, he couldn't bear to discard the cigarettes. They could still be smoked once dried out. Pulling out another pack, he tore off the plastic wrap and extracted one to light. Fortunately, the plastic wrap had done its job, protecting this pack of huazi from the rainwater. Inhale. He took a deep drag, consuming nearly a third of the cigarette in one go. Feeling the nicotine circulating through his body provided some relief from the fatigue. After smoking about a third of the cigarette, Chen Ye finally began to recover slightly. It was only then that Chen Ye sensed something was wrong. Why was it so hot? It was late November, winter. He'd never heard that Yenzhou's winters were this hot. This wasn't the south. Chen Ye finally began to examine his surroundings. They were alongside the Yenzhou National Highway, with vast desert stretching as far as the eye could see, his vision filled entirely with sand dunes and yellow sand. A glaringly bright sun hung in the sky. This was Chen Ye's first time seeing a desert in his life, and he was momentarily awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. But Chen Ye quickly lost his appreciation. Hot. Extremely hot. His previously rain-soaked body was already beginning to dry out. His hair was already more than half dry. Chen Ye noticed that the survivors nearby were all dressed in shorts and short sleeves, typical summer attire. Chen Ye also removed his jacket and jeans, hanging them on the handlebars. He took off his shoes too, and when he turned them upside down, water poured out onto the sand and quickly disappeared. He even stripped off his sweatshirt and long johns. This weather was just too hot. Chen Ye suspected this extreme weather shift was likely related to the apocalypse. After finishing another cigarette, Chen Ye wished he could just wear his boxers. By now, sweat was already seeping from Chen Ye's body. After quickly eating 2 pieces of bread to replenish his energy, Chen Ye eagerly began checking his gains from Longevity Village. When he saw the slaughter points value, Chen Ye was slightly astonished. He actually had over 7,000 slaughter points. From the moment they entered Longevity Village, Chen Ye had been constantly embroiled in various troubles. While in Longevity Village, Chen Ye had focused solely on cocking his crossbow, firing bolt arrows, then cocking again and firing more bolt arrows. At first, Chen Ye would still pay attention to the system prompts, but later on, he simply didn't have time to check the system notifications or see how many slaughter points he had accumulated. He only knew that the bolt arrows soaked in black dog blood that he had painstakingly collected were almost gone. Those bolt arrows had taken him a long time to accumulate. Every time he encountered suitable branches, Chen Ye would take his machete to cut a couple, and over time he had gathered many black dog blood bolt arrows. During the battle in Longevity Village, Chen Ye had even deliberately fired more bolt arrows to accumulate slaughter points. He just never expected he would accumulate 7,000 slaughter points. This number pleasantly surprised Chen Ye. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, Chen Ye focused his attention on the system with excited anticipation. He had previously inquired about methods to awaken sequence superpowers. The system's response was that it required 3,000 slaughter points. He had never saved up enough before, but this time with over 7,000 slaughter points, it was finally sufficient. With over 4,000 slaughter points remaining, he could properly upgrade his motor tricycle. System, I want to exchange for the method to awaken sequence superpowers. Confirm exchange for sequence superpowers method. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Confirm. Chen Ye made the excited decision in his heart. Soon, a rotating circle appeared on the system interface, resembling a phone's refresh screen. Chen Ye waited with bated breath. It took less than half a minute. Words appeared before his eyes. Methods to awaken sequence superpowers include 1. Natural awakening. Sequence superpowers awakened through this method are also called innate sequence superpowers. These sequence superpower users are superior to other sequence superpower users. 2. Awaken through sequence serum. Sequence serum belongs to a type of sequence potion. Injecting sequence serum has a certain probability of awakening sequence superpowers. Seeing these two lines of text, Chen Ye was stunned for a long moment. No way. 3,000 slaughter points just for this information? I already knew this stuff. When communicating with Iron Lion before, Iron Lion had already educated him about this. Natural awakening was out of the question. If he could awaken naturally, he would have done so long ago. And sequence serum was even more difficult to obtain. According to Nana, even before the apocalypse, the price of sequence serum was measured in billions. And it was practically unavailable on the market. Now he spent 3,000 slaughter points just to get these two publicly known secrets? Just as Chen Ye was about to curse, he suddenly felt something heavy appear in his hand. A cool sensation appeared in his palm. Without thinking, Chen Ye tightly gripped the cool object and cautiously looked around. Under the scorching sunlight, the survivors were all busy with their own affairs, nobody paying attention to Chen Ye's situation. Chen Ye slightly turned his body, using his peripheral vision to glance at the object in his hand. A glass syringe appeared in his hand, containing flowing blue liquid that looked both mysterious and beautiful. The moment he saw this object, one word instantly popped into Chen Ye's mind: sequence serum. It was actually this thing. After inquiring with the system, Chen Ye confirmed his suspicion. This was indeed sequence serum. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Ye looked around again. The surroundings showed no changes whatsoever. The survivors were still going about their business as usual. Some were cooking, some were resting in tents, and others were whispering among themselves. Pretending to have an urgent need to urinate, Chen Ye walked to a slightly distant spot, turned his back to everyone, and took out the sequence serum. The deep blue liquid looked incredibly mysterious under the desert's harsh sunlight. Without hesitation, Chen Ye raised his arm and injected the needle. A slight stinging sensation spread. Chen Ye slowly pushed the blue liquid into his body, feeling a cool sensation flowing through his veins. Soon, every drop of the serum was completely injected into Chen Ye's body. Only then did Chen Ye pull out the needle and carefully store the syringe. Shaking himself slightly, Chen Ye turned and returned to sit by his motor tricycle. He took out another cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and observed the changes around him. Simultaneously, Chen Ye was also anticipating changes within his body. There was no intense pain as he had imagined. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. Previously, due to running all night and getting drenched in rain, plus suddenly arriving in this high-temperature environment, Chen Ye had felt some physical discomfort and thought he might fall seriously ill. But when the sequence serum entered his body, Chen Ye felt that slight discomfort completely dissipate. He never expected sequence serum to have such an effect. Trying hard to sense the changes happening inside his body, Chen Ye didn't feel any sensation of gaining abilities. Based on what he had learned from Iron Lion before, after becoming a sequence superpower user, the body would undergo obvious changes and sensations. But after injecting the sequence serum, he didn't notice anything at all. What exactly was going on? System, why don't I feel anything? Did the awakening fail? Chen Ye inquired with the system in his heart. The system quickly responded. Awakening in progress. Please wait patiently, host. How long until successful awakening? Awakening in progress. Please wait patiently, host. Chen Ye asked several different questions, but the system's responses remained, awakening in progress. Please wait patiently. Faced with this, Chen Ye had no better solution. He could only wait. Now he had figured out the system's characteristics. If he was asking questions or exchanging for supplies, the system had no cooldown time and would directly provide answers or items. If he was upgrading items, then there would be waiting time. Should he use slaughter points to directly exchange for an apocalypse-based vehicle from the system? This idea was quite tempting, but it would probably require many slaughter points. Chen Ye quickly verified his idea with the system. The system could indeed exchange for an apocalypse-based vehicle, but the required slaughter points were practically astronomical. The long string of zeros was dizzying to look at. The desert sun was scorching Chen Ye's scalp, the previous chill in his body having completely disappeared. The sun in the sky was simply too intense. Reaching out to touch the clothes he had hung by the vehicle earlier, they were already mostly dry by now. In such an environment, exposing large areas of skin for extended periods wasn't a wise decision. Moreover, apart from a road sign, there wasn't even a single tree around. Some survivors had somehow found tents and set them up, hiding inside. Others were hiding in the shadow of the bus. Some people had nowhere to hide at all and could only hide behind sand dunes, which was still better than being completely exposed on the sand. The convoy had suffered significant losses during this trip to Longevity Village, with numbers visibly reduced by more than half compared to before. Rummaging through his vehicle compartment, Chen Ye finally found a hooded sun protection jacket. He had found this earlier in Xinghua Town, from the backpack of the fitness instructor he had killed. As for pants, Chen Ye only found a pair of shorts. The other pants were either too thick or women's clothing. Besides the supplies collected from Longevity Village this time, Chen Ye's vehicle compartment contained many other items. Among them were various types of clothing. Most had been collected by that survivor named Jia. That foolish woman, while gathering supplies in Xinghua Town, when others were collecting food, she had gone to browse clothing stores and brought back many clothes. With grave knew. These had now become his property. When trading supplies within the convoy before, other survivors had taken some, but many remained. In the apocalypse, any supplies were extremely precious, so even the women's clothing he couldn't use, Chen Ye had kept. Looking at these women's clothes, Chen Ye's eyes lit up slightly. Why not use these clothes to make a sunshade curtain for his vehicle? He had the system after all, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Thinking of doing it, Chen Ye quickly visualized the system interface. Soon, the system's upgraded design blueprint appeared before Chen Ye. A beautiful black sunshade canopy appeared before Chen Ye's eyes, extending from the vehicle compartment all the way to the front cockpit. The black sunshade canopy could envelop the entire motor tricycle. It even had rainproof functionality. With rainproof capability, he wouldn't have to fear heavy rain like last night. The sunshade canopy formed a relatively enclosed space for the vehicle compartment section. There were even zippers to create a ventilated environment for the vehicle compartment. The design was excellent. But when Chen Ye saw the slaughter points required to make this sunshade canopy, he felt terrible. It actually required over 700 slaughter points. After exchanging for the sequence serum, he now had just over 4,000 slaughter points left. Spending over 700 slaughter points now really pained him. No choice, he had to use the old method to save slaughter points. Chen Ye began adjusting the design draft. The black sunshade curtain didn't need to be that complicated. With so many women's clothes on hand, he should try to use these to save slaughter points. Chen Ye remembered seeing a design online before. Some foreign design master had made a sofa using discarded jeans. That jeans patch sofa looked quite good and wasn't cheap either. Chen Ye planned to borrow this idea to design his own sunshade canopy. Soon, a brand new design draft was completed. The new sunshade canopy was pieced together using various pants and clothing items. The brand new sunshade canopy even had pants pockets on it. That feature consumed too many slaughter points. Besides, they had now entered the desert map, where rain was a low probability event. Chen Ye modified the vehicle compartment into a semi-enclosed space. Lowering the curtains on both sides of the vehicle compartment and zipping them up would create an enclosed space. Rolling up the curtains would make the vehicle compartment an open space. As for the cockpit area, after some thought, Chen Ye temporarily only kept the overhead sunshade curtain, omitting all other designs. He would upgrade the cockpit later when he found suitable materials. Ideally, he could find an abandoned car, which would save many slaughter points. After completing the design, the system calculated it would only require over 200 slaughter points, which satisfied Chen Ye. Confirm using 252 slaughter points to upgrade the sunshade curtain. Chen Ye looked around again, confirming nobody was paying attention to him, then mentally confirmed. Over half of the women's clothes in the vehicle compartment instantly disappeared. A sandglass countdown appeared above the motor tricycle. For hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, Chen Ye appeared at the campsite. Many people cast surprised looks toward Chen Ye. You should know, from when they stopped to rest until now, Chen Ye was the only survivor who had managed to catch up. I never expected Chen Ye would actually catch up. Is she even human? Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with astonishment. Sequence superpowers are truly sequence superpowers. Even with just a tricycle, she can survive. The big celebrity Zhou Lan's face was now weathered, and her gaze toward Chen Ye was full of envy. Sis, if only I could awaken a sequence too, at least I could survive. The climate of Yanzhou Desert made Chen Ye very uncomfortable. Chen Ye felt today's temperature was at least 36 degrees Celsius or higher. Enduring such high temperatures in the desert, baking under the desert sun, with not a single tree visible to the naked eye around them. This feeling was simply torture. It was hard to believe it was already late November. Under normal temperatures, wearing down jackets in Yanzhou at this time wouldn't be excessive. Perhaps after the anomaly's outbreak, the seasons had changed. Winter no longer felt like winter. Summer no longer felt like summer. Gulp gulp. Chen Ye took out a bottle of mineral water, drank 2 mouthfuls, and quickly tightened the cap. There were still several boxes of mineral water in the vehicle compartment, but even so, Chen Ye didn't dare to drink heavily. Who knew when they would finally get out of this desert? In the desert, water resources were more precious than gold. God only knew when they would find water again. The previously soaked clothes were now completely dried out, thoroughly parched. Looking at the bus and cars not far away, Chen Ye thought for a moment, then got up and walked toward the bus. The things that needed to be done away from people were all completed, and if she foolishly stood here now, she'd probably get heat stroke before long. No matter what, the bus at least had a roof that could provide some shade, much better than her current exposed motorcycle tricycle. Her own vehicle canopy would take at least 4 more hours to complete its upgrade. Chen Ye's movements attracted some people's attention. These survivors just glanced up at Chen Ye, then turned back to their own business. Before going to the bus, Chen Ye first went to Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle. The information she got was that Captain Chu was also resting. Arriving at the long-legged girl's off-road vehicle, the girl wasn't resting, but her face was extremely pale, her lips ashen gray. Clearly, the girl had expended considerable energy in the previous battle at Longevity Village against the Great Willow and hadn't recovered yet. Chen Ye could only let her rest properly, then turned and headed toward the bus. This bus was Iron Lion's property. When chatting with Iron Lion before, Chen Ye had heard that before the apocalypse, Iron Lion was the bus driver. After the apocalypse broke out, Iron Lion had been driving this bus to escape until now. The bus exterior had many scratches and bloodstains, with much of the paint beginning to peel. It was evident this bus had already been quite old before the apocalypse. There was a high luggage rack on the roof, with many supplies tied to it, including the mountain-like bag Iron Lion had brought out from Longevity Village tied to the rooftop. A with tilde O. If this were before the apocalypse, having so many things on the roof would clearly be illegal for road use. But now it was the apocalypse and nobody cared about such things anymore. Arriving at the bus. Several survivors were lying on one side of the bus exterior. The sunlight hitting the bus happened to provide a decent shaded area. Perhaps sensing someone's arrival, these people lifted their eyelids to glance at Chen Ye, then drowsily fell back asleep. Actually, most people in the campsite were sleeping. After running all night until now, many people's physical strength was completely exhausted. The bus driver was a glasses-wearing young man around 30 years old. Hearing others address this glasses-wearing young man as Oldly had noticed Chen Ye long ago. Seeing Chen Ye's arrival, Oldly also got off the bus to welcome her. Regarding sequence superpowers users, Oldly maintained considerable respect. Chen Ye, you've come. This damn weather is too sunny. Coming to your vehicle to hide for a while. Oldly smiled without speaking, then turned and guided Chen Ye onto the bus. This was Chen Ye's first time boarding someone else's vehicle since the apocalypse. Once on the bus, Chen Ye finally saw the interior condition of this bus. At the very back of the vehicle was an enormous bed that occupied almost the entire lower part of the cabin. A strong figure was lying on the bed, snoring loudly. It was Iron Lion. The Titan sequence's combat power was formidable, but every transformation into a giant for battle consumed tremendous energy. Therefore, after Titan sequence battles, users would fall into deep sleep. First, to recover their physical strength and energy. Second, to heal their injuries. This was what the big full Iron Lion had previously told Chen Ye. Just as Nana had said, every superhuman who awakened the Titan sequence would have their intelligence somewhat suppressed. Much of Chen Ye's knowledge about sequence superpowers came from Iron Lion. Often Chen Ye would say one sentence, and Iron Lion would spill everything he knew. Previously at Xinghua Town, when Iron Lion lost an arm, he also slept in the vehicle for a long time to recover. Now Chen Ye could see that many wounds on the big fool's body had already begun to scab over. The vehicle's interior space was quite large and had even undergone simple modifications. Removing the interior cargo racks made the entire bus space appear much more spacious. There were other survivors on the vehicle, probably around 7 or 8 people. When these people saw Chen Ye's arrival, some looked fearful, while others appeared envious. Chen Ye said in surprise, "So few people?" Yes, many people didn't make it out of Longevity Village, and some weren't willing to leave with the convoy. Old Li's voice was very low. They were all survivors from the same vehicle, and suddenly losing so many people would naturally evoke sorrow in anyone. Old Li, go attend to your business. I'll find a place to rest for a while. Old Li turned to get Chen Ye a bottle of mineral water, then went about his own business. Chen Ye found a shaded seat and lay down. 2 survivors nearby saw Chen Ye arrive and got up to move further back. Adjusting the seat back to a comfortable angle, lighting a cigarette, Chen Ye lay there comfortably. Watching the countdown on the vehicle canopy tick away second by second, Chen Ye felt much more relaxed. Now she just needed to wait for Captain Chu Che to wake up, then they could distribute the supplies. The Big Fool's mountain-like backpack surely contained many good items. Though Nana's and her own backpacks were smaller, they still needed to be brought out for distribution. Chen Ye rested with her legs propped up on the back of the front seat. The distant desert was baked into a shimmering illusion by the sun. Just then, Chen Ye saw a low-speed electric vehicle slowly approaching from the far end of the highway. This low-speed electric vehicle swayed unsteadily, but moved forward with unwavering determination. It was actually that old Zhongtu. So many people had died, yet this old Zhongtu was still alive. It seems, this low-speed electric vehicle holds great secrets. The appearance of this low-speed electric vehicle instantly attracted the attention of many people. The elderly and weak in this convoy had almost all died out. Of the grandmother-grandson pair who previously had conflicts with Chen Ye, the grandmother died in Longevity Village, and that 7 or 8-year-old bratty child hadn't been seen until now, likely also dying during last night's escape. Given how detestable this grandmother-grandson pair was, probably no one wanted to save him. In last night's situation, many adult males who appeared physically fit also died during the night. Yet this old man driving the low-speed electric vehicle had actually survived. This situation was simply unbelievable. This old man had entered human forbidden zones twice. He hadn't missed either Xinghua Town or Longevity Village. So many people died, yet he was still alive. The low-speed electric vehicle wobbled as it approached, looking like it might fall apart at any moment. The vehicle's condition wasn't great either. Aside from various scratches on the body surface, even the frame had become deformed. There was plenty of mud stains on the vehicle body. On the roof was a shaky luggage rack tied with several bags containing who knows what, looking like they might fall off at any moment. Clearly, this low-speed electric vehicle hadn't had a peaceful night. Many people cast surprised glances over. The low-speed electric vehicle wobbled to a stop beside the camp. A sleazy, scrawny old man jumped out of the vehicle. His graying hair fluttered slightly, wearing only a white tank top on his upper body, black shorts on his lower body, and flip-flops on his feet. The old man showed a hint of pleasant surprise when he saw everyone. Finally made it. This old man almost died. Damn it. You people show no respect for the elderly or care for the young, not even coming to help this old man. Little Zhao, little Xing, little Zhang, aren't you going to come help your grandpa Zhang? The old man unabashedly called out several young people's names to come help. These young people just glanced over and couldn't be bothered to respond. The old man cursed and grumbled for quite a while. In the end, he could only take out a canopy tent from the vehicle and set it up himself. This actually surprised Chen Ye somewhat. He hadn't expected the old man to have such abundant supplies, even having a canopy. But the old man wasn't done yet. He took out several solar charging panels from that low-speed electric vehicle. He laid out a large area directly on the sand. This was simply outrageous. Chen Ye had always wanted Captain Chu Che's solar charging panel, but he never expected this old man to have so many. About 2 hours later, when the desert climate was gradually starting to cool down, 2 more figures actually appeared at the end of the path they came from. This made Chen Ye cast his gaze over again. These were 2 men riding bicycles. But these 2 men were clearly in extremely poor condition, their bicycle speeds extremely slow, the men themselves looking like they had crawled out of hell, utterly wretched. Chen Ye recognized one of them. It was that bespectacled college student who previously discovered the village chief cellar in Longevity Village. He didn't know the other person, but he was clearly also extremely disheveled. These 2 had large packages on their bicycle rear seats, supplies collected from Longevity Village. Aside from that low-speed electric vehicle driver, there were actually still living people from yesterday's situation. This truly surprised Chen Ye. As these 2 rode close to the camp, they suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. Little Li, little Xing, and you few others, come help. The speaker was Old Bao, directing several young survivors to go help. Old Bao was like the manager of the entire convoy. Many matters in the convoy were handled by Old Bao. Therefore, Old Bao's authority was much stronger than that old man driving the low-speed electric vehicle. The 2 survivors were quickly carried to a shady spot to rest. Chen Ye looked back at the path they came from. These 2 were probably the last survivors to return to the entire convoy. The convoy had lost a group in Xinghua town before. Then another group died in Longevity Village. 2 supply runs had caused hundreds to disappear, as if they had never existed in this world. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. Chen Ye lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, the faint flame slightly illuminating the contours of his face. He gently exhaled the smoke. The exhaled smoke traveled far like a snake before dissipating. Chen Ye paused slightly, took another drag of his cigarette wanting to repeat the trick. But he couldn't succeed no matter what. Chen Ye, Captain Chu is awake. He's calling you over. Oldly, since Iron Lion isn't awake, you represent Iron Lion and come too. After Old Bao finished dealing with those 2 survivors, he came to the front of the bus and called for Chen Ye. Chen Ye saw Oldly have 2 survivors climb onto the roof and bring down that mountain-like package. Chen Ye knew this was probably also the time for distributing supplies. According to the previous agreement before entering Longevity Village, Chu Che and Nana would take 30%, while Chen Ye and Iron Lion would take 20%. Chen Ye returned to his motorcycle tricycle, took out 2 backpacks from the motorcycle sidecar, and walked toward Chu Che's off-road vehicle. When Chen Ye saw Chu Che was barefoot squatting on the ground, grabbing a handful of sand and chewing it. Chu Che noticed Chen Ye's gaze, turned his head to look at Chen Ye and smiled, his pale face gaining a touch of warmth. The ability of the Pathfinder sequence. By establishing connection with the earth, we can sense the presence of anomalies. And this sand is the best medium. Because of the Longevity Village battle, Chu Che's attitude toward Chen Ye had become somewhat closer, hence he specifically explained. I can understand, just, what does sand actually taste like? Chen Ye was somewhat curious. When he saw Chu Che eating sand, there wasn't any expression of pain. Instead, it seemed like he was enjoying a delicacy. What else could sand taste like but the taste of sand? Even though I have the Pathfinder sequence, I'm still human, no different from any of you. Chu Che swallowed the sand in his mouth and guided Chen Ye to sit under the canopy tent. A set of camping tables and chairs had already been arranged inside the tent. So, what have you sensed? Chen Ye tossed his backpack aside, sat down, and casually picked up the tea, drinking it all in one gulp. We can stay here until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chu Che picked up the fairness cup and refilled Chen Ye's tea. Although Chen Ye didn't understand exactly how the Pathfinder sequence made these judgments, he was still amazed by Captain Chu Che's abilities. At the same time, he felt even more anticipation for his own sequence superpowers. Before the two could exchange more than a couple of sentences, they saw the long-legged girl arrive looking like she was deficient in qi and blood. The two people following behind Nana each carried a large backpack. In comparison, Chen Ye's 2 bags were actually the smallest. Soon, Iron Lion's mountain-like backpack was also carried over and thrown on the ground. Many survivors cast envious glances over. Nana strode over on her enticing long legs, plopped down on the chair next to Chen Ye, and directly took the teapot from Captain Chu's hands and started guzzling. Tea overflowed from the girl's mouth, flowing down her neck all the way to her collarbone, creating a kind of vibrant beauty. Regarding the long-legged girl's behavior, Chu Che's mouth twitched, his face showing a pained expression. What they were drinking today was pu'er tea, his pre-apocalypse collection. After the apocalypse broke out, others brought various foods or easily portable supplies, while he brought tea leaves. This was the apocalypse now, and these tea leaves would diminish with every sip. No amount of money could buy more. Even he himself rarely indulged in it. Yet Nana had gulped it down like a cow chewing peonies, utterly wasting it. Captain, you're so stingy, only giving out such a tiny amount each time. It's not even enough to get stuck between my teeth. Nana slammed the teapot onto the table, speaking with great dissatisfaction. Chu Che looked at the empty teapot, veins bulging on his forehead in anger. This woman had even eaten the tea leaves. It was simply. Nana smacked her lips, feeling the rich tea aroma filling her mouth and some energy returning to her body. Chen Ye was also stunned, never expecting this long-legged girl to be so crude, completely unlike her delicate appearance. But by now, Chen Ye understood. It seemed his actions in Longevity Village had made the long-legged girl consider him one of their own. Ahem. Old Bao, how many of us didn't make it back this time? Old Bao was standing nearby and replied directly. Previously, our convoy had 124 people total. Now only 44 remain. Between Longevity Village and last night, we lost 80 people altogether. The convoy now has 16 men and 28 women. Hearing the numbers from Old Bao's mouth, everyone present fell into silence. In just one night, they had lost over 80 people. Such a death rate before the apocalypse would have been news that shocked the nation, even the world. But now, aside from those in the convoy, no one knew. Not even the survivors in the convoy particularly cared. Chen Ye hadn't expected such heavy losses either. Initially, he thought losing about half would be the extent. When they went to Longevity Village to gather supplies before, most of them were men. Men had greater strength, faster speed, and could bring back more supplies, but because of this, many men never walked out of Longevity Village again. Last night, survivors with vehicles all survived, while those who didn't reach the camp all died. What exactly happened in Longevity Village? How did we lose so many people? Chu Che finally had time to ask this question. Nana recounted everything that happened from the moment they entered Longevity Village. During this, Chen Ye supplemented some information. Chu Che, Old Bao, and Old Li all listened very attentively. When they heard about the massive willow tree in the village center of Longevity Village hung with corpse puppets, both Old Bao and Old Li turned pale. Yes. As ordinary people, just imagining it made them feel chilled to the bone. And then there was the hunchbacked old puppet with human heads on its back. An even more nightmare-inducing existence. You're saying that hunchbacked old puppet didn't attack you at all? After listening to both of them, Chu Che fell into deep thought, his first question addressing this issue. Nana was taken aback, then remembered that in Longevity Village, the hunchbacked old puppet indeed hadn't attacked any survivors. This situation was truly strange. Anomalies and humans were naturally opposed. When anomalies encountered humans, most times they would attack relentlessly. Only when one side died would the attack stop. Chen Ye confirmed Chu Che's question. No, the hunchbacked old puppet only observed our actions and even possessed some intelligence. This was also a puzzle in Chen Ye's mind. He always felt like the hunchbacked old puppet was brewing some major move. Chu Che turned his gaze to Chen Ye and asked, Chen Ye, what do you think? Chen Ye pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. I have a speculation. It seems anomalies are gradually growing stronger and might even develop intelligence. Chen Ye said this based on the hunchbacked old puppet in Longevity Village and the paper crying child in Xinghua Town. The paper crying child's intelligence might not be that high, but it clearly had its own thoughts. Chen Ye had never encountered such anomalies before. As soon as Chen Ye spoke these words, everyone present felt a chill run through their bodies, their hearts sinking. Anomalies were already so difficult to deal with. If they developed intelligence, they would likely become even harder to handle. The scene fell into prolonged silence. Enough, let's not think about it. The world is already like this anyway. How much worse can it get? Let's distribute the supplies gathered from Longevity Village. Iron Lion hasn't woken up yet, so Old Li will represent him. As agreed before, I take 30%, Nana 30%, Chen Ye and Iron Lion 20% each. Any objections? Chen Ye shook his head, indicating he had no objections. Although Chu Che hadn't entered Longevity Village, without him, the convoy would likely have ceased to exist long ago. As for Nana, this woman was the only sequence 2 in the convoy and had contributed greatly in Longevity Village. Truth be told, Chen Ye hadn't yet demonstrated his value to the convoy up to this point, so getting 20% was already a huge advantage for him. The first backpack opened was Chen Ye's. Chen Ye had 2 backpacks, one on his back and one on his chest. But both backpacks weren't very large. Several of them moved aside the tables and chairs under the canopy and opened Chen Ye's backpacks. Chen Ye didn't hesitate either, directly dumping out the contents of both backpacks. Nearly half of the first backpack's contents were cigarettes. Huazi, Lotus, HTS, and others, high, medium, and low grades all included. There were also several bottles of baijiu. Chen Ye had practically cleared out the cigarettes from that small supermarket at the time. The other backpack contained some food items, mostly emergency rations and instant foods. Plenty of spicy strips and snacks. And some seasonings. For example, they had packed quite a bit of laogan ma, soy sauce, cooking wine, salt, and such things. This was the apocalypse now. As long as people still needed to eat, these items were absolutely essential. The several of them distributing supplies here naturally attracted the attention of other survivors. Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao sisters were among those drawn in. The sisters knew that the supplies Chen Ye and the others obtained would definitely be several times better than theirs, so they wanted to come see, hoping they might be able to trade with Chen Ye's group for some supplies they needed. Seeing so many cigarettes and alcohol, disappointment flashed in Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes. Why is it all this stuff? Zhou Xiaoxiao muttered quietly. Zhou Lan made a shushing gesture at her mouth. Some commotion also arose among the surrounding survivors. For some people, these were premium goods, but for others, they were rather useless. Chu Che examined the supplies Chen Ye brought back, his expression showing no disappointment. Cigarettes and alcohol are both excellent goods. Although I don't smoke, these items are hard currency. If we encounter other convoys in the future, they'll be very useful for trading for supplies. And with so many cigarettes, they're lightweight and easy to carry. As for alcohol, this stuff. Many survivors around looked at those cigarettes and alcohol with eyes full of greed. If not for fearing the martial power of sequence superpowers, they probably would have tried to snatch them by now. Hearing Chu Che say this, a trace of surprise flashed in Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes. Sis, these cigarettes can't be eaten or drunk. What's so good about them? Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered to her sister. Keep your voice down. Just look at the expressions of people around us and you'll understand. Zhou Lan quietly scolded her younger sister. Zhou Xiaoxiao curled her lip. What's so great about them? But while saying this, Zhou Xiaoxiao began observing the eyes and expressions of people around her. Zhou Xiaoxia herself didn't like smoking, didn't like people smoking around her, and didn't like drinking alcohol either. But when she saw the blatant looks in the eyes of those around her, those pairs of greedy eyes completely baffled her. Chen Ye received 2 cartons of Huazi cigarettes, 2 cartons of Ta cigarettes, plus several boxes of Kunzi and other cigarette brands. He also got 2 bottles of Baijiu, along with 2 jars of Laoganma and various seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. The other people received similar amounts of supplies, though the 2 cartons of Huazi were prioritized for Chen Ye. Chen Ye had no dissatisfaction with this arrangement. It had been agreed earlier that he would get 20%, and Chen Ye accepted this distribution method. If he ran out of cigarettes later, he could always trade with Captain Chu and the others. Among the 4 sequence superpower users in the convoy, Chen Ye was actually the only one who smoked. But tobacco and alcohol were hard currencies. Even if you didn't use them yourself, you could trade them for other supplies with people. According to Chu Che, there were many such convoys in the apocalypse. When they encountered other convoys, they might be able to trade for some good items. Chen Ye, when you run out of cigarettes, come trade with me. As teammates, I'll give you a good deal. The long-legged girl waved the carton of Lotus cigarettes in her hand and giggled. That works for me. I just hope Sister Na will go easy on me when the time comes. Giggle. The girl seemed to really like Chen Ye's form of address, laughing brightly as her black hair glowed in the apocalyptic sunset. Next came Nana's backpack. Nana's backpack was noticeably larger than Chen Ye's 2 backpacks combined. Even though her sequence wasn't focused on physical attributes, the long-legged girl's physical fitness still far surpassed ordinary people. The backpack on the girl's back was about 90 liters, the kind that serious outdoor hiking enthusiasts would buy, costing at least several thousand yuan even before the apocalypse. Chen Ye had been interested in hiking for a while, so he had some understanding of what a 90-liter backpack meant. Carrying a 90-liter outdoor hiking backpack wouldn't be easy even for a grown man. But on the long-legged girl's back, it seemed as light as nothing. Perhaps this was one of the benefits of sequence superpowers. Iron Lion had mentioned that after awakening his sequence superpower, his physical fitness had improved significantly in a very short time. It seemed this benefit wasn't limited to just the Titan sequence. Other sequences probably had some degree of enhancement too. The backpack opened, and the long-legged girl grabbed both straps, dumping everything inside directly onto the ground. The pile formed a small mountain on the ground. The surrounding survivors gasped with "wow" sounds of amazement. The supplies in this backpack were noticeably different from Chen Ye's. The contents were incredibly diverse. There was everything imaginable. There were various spicy strips, chicken legs, sandwich cookies and chocolate, even potato chips. Chen Ye didn't even know what to say about this. Among survivors who went out to gather supplies, potato chips were the least desirable items. They were the worst value, taking up lots of space while being lightweight, wasting precious capacity. Yes, he never expected the long-legged girl to bring back so many. There were also many toiletries, toothpaste, shampoo, and similar items. Even feminine hygiene products. Chen Ye could understand this. Girls loved beauty after all, so packing these things was perfectly reasonable. Among the surrounding survivors, girls made up the majority, and many of them had shining eyes when they saw these items. Just like how the male survivors had reacted to the tobacco and alcohol earlier. The rest consisted of scarce supplies like potatoes, flour, and rice. These items were clearly found in the cellar of the village chief's large villa. The long-legged girl wasn't finished yet. She opened another backpack too. This was the backpack she had been carrying in front, considerably smaller than the 90-liter backpack on her back. When this backpack opened and its contents were revealed to everyone, people's expressions turned strange. This backpack was completely filled with beer. Cans of beer packed the entire backpack. At a time like this crazy woman actually brought back beer while gathering supplies? It was just. Understanding dawned in Chen Ye's eyes, so that's how it was. Each of the 4 sequence superpower users in the convoy had their own quirks. Chu Che preferred tea, the long-legged sword immortal girl liked alcohol, and he himself preferred cigarettes. He wondered what that big fool liked. Chu Che's face showed helplessness, clearly already accustomed to Nana's behavior. The girl's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed as her beautiful eyes glared the surrounding tisk sounds into silence. What are you looking at? This lady takes whatever she wants. Seeing the girl's fierce expression, the survivors quickly averted their eyes. I'm taking this, we'll split the rest. The long-legged girl picked out a box of hair dye from the supplies and said with a giggle. Chen Ye glanced at it, but said nothing. Nana was just a teenage girl after all. If she wanted to change her hair color, nobody would object. The distribution of the long-legged girl's supplies concluded quickly. Chen Ye also received 4 500 milliliters cans of beer, a bag of rice, over 10 pounds of potatoes and corn, plus some shampoo and shower gel. But having not bathed for about a month already, there was nowhere to use these shampoo and shower gel products. Just thinking about this made Chen Ye feel uncomfortable all over. Before the apocalypse, even in winter, Chen Ye bathed every day. After months without bathing, he felt like he was starting to smell. As for the beer, Chen Ye had no particular attachment to it, planning to return the carton of Lotus cigarettes to the long-legged girl later. Oldly, representing Iron Lion, also received many supplies, his face now split into a wide grin. In the apocalypse, supplies were more important than anything else. Finally came the massive backpack belonging to the hulking Iron Lion, piled up like a small mountain. Chen Ye was most interested in the supplies in this backpack. Back at the small store under the great willow tree, the big guy had used this huge backpack to frantically gather supplies. The big guy's large hands had swept entire shelves of goods directly into this backpack. Nearly half of that small store's supplies had ended up in the big guy's backpack. This backpack clearly wasn't mass-produced. It had probably been custom-made after the apocalypse to help the big guy gather supplies more efficiently. The backpack surface now showed multiple damaged spots, with many areas covered in dust. It took 3 survivors working together to carry the fully loaded massive backpack to the center of the canopy. Old Bao opened the backpack in front of everyone. The contents of the bulging backpack were quickly revealed to all. Compared to Chen Ye and Nana's backpacks, the supplies in this backpack were much more straightforward. Aside from large quantities of supplies, there was nothing else inside. There were large packs of instant noodles, plus 7 or 8 types of dried noodles, round, thick, flat, thin, every variety imaginable. Just these dried noodles alone could feed one person for a long time. Chen Ye even spotted several cases of bottled water among the supplies. Seeing this bottled water, Chen Ye's eyes lit up slightly. They were in the desert now, where water was just as important as food. The water they had scavenged from Xinghua town was almost gone. This bottled water would solve their urgent need perfectly. Moreover, the water bottles themselves were valuable commodities in this apocalypse. Empty bottles could be used to store water. If they encountered heavy rain like last night again, these empty bottles would come in handy. There were also various canned fruits and meats, plus large quantities of potatoes, corn, rice, and flour. These were likely supplies scavenged from the old village chief's house. Just these items alone occupied more than half the space. Captain Chu Che's face finally showed a genuine smile. Finally, someone who didn't give him headaches. The supplies allocated last were also the most abundant. But the distribution speed was the fastest. According to the previously agreed ratio, even though it was only 20%, the supplies in front of Chen Ye had piled up into a small mountain. The envy and greed in the eyes of the surrounding survivors couldn't be hidden at all. If not for fear of the sequence superpowers, someone would probably have already started making a move. Chen Ye adjusted the machete and hand crossbow at his waist. Nana let out a cold snort, her hand resting on the hilt of the long sword at her waist, her eyes sweeping over those restless people. The commotion on sight quickly subsided. As a superhuman of the Sword Immortal Sequence's second realm, Open Blade Realm, just one glance was enough to make ordinary people lose all their courage. Chen Ye, park your vehicle with mine later. Nana said quietly to Chen Ye. Chen Ye nodded slightly. So many supplies, if this were before the apocalypse, they would just be worthless things that no one would glance at even if piled on the street. But now, these supplies were comparable to a mountain of gold. Chen Ye rode his motor tricycle over, cleared out some space in the cargo bed, and then moved all the supplies into it. The previously somewhat spacious cargo bed was instantly filled with supplies in the blink of an eye. At this point, there was less than half an hour left until the vehicle upgrade completion. Oldly also brought 2 people down from the bus, packed up the supplies belonging to Iron Lion, and took them away. Chen Ye watched as those survivors tied these supplies to the roof of the bus. Che and Nana did the same, adding more supplies to the roofs of their modified off-road vehicles. The sun at the horizon slowly tilted westward, casting dim yellow light on the sand dunes, turning the entire dune field into a golden ocean. If such beautiful scenery could be photographed and posted on social media now, it would definitely get many likes. It's just a pity that since the apocalypse began, most electronic devices have become useless bricks after running out of power. On the other side, a blood moon had already risen into the sky, replacing the golden ocean of the desert with a bloody hue, making the entire desert appear more eerie and unsettling. The temperature was getting lower and lower. Chen Ye took a jacket from the cargo bed and put it on, also changing into slightly thicker long pants before feeling somewhat better. Some survivors had already started preparing dinner. Although many people had died in Longevity Village, the convoy wasn't short of supplies for the time being. The aroma of food spread over the sand dunes, adding a hint of sweetness to the air, and some noise reached their ears. Chen Ye busied himself on the vehicle in a performative manner, aiming to cover up the commotion when the upgrade succeeded later. After all, he was what others believed to be a mechanic sequence superhuman. There were still 15 minutes left until the upgrade completion. Chen Ye found several wooden sticks to support on the cargo bed, took apart several pairs of jeans, and simply set up a makeshift tent. By now, the faint light at the horizon was getting darker and darker. Chen Ye had parked in a very clever position. Unless people deliberately paid attention to Chen Ye, they basically couldn't see what Chen Ye was actually doing. And by this time, the survivors were already talking and eating around the campfire, with no one paying attention to what Chen Ye was doing. The 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Watching the countdown turn to 0, Chen Ye only felt waves of dizziness before his eyes. The women's jeans in his hand disappeared, and even the other women's clothing in the cargo bed had vanished into thin air. In a daze, Chen Ye felt he was now in a semi-enclosed space. Where he could previously see the campfire not far away, it was now blocked by a cloth wall full of patches. It's done? Chen Ye felt a slight joy, suppressing the sense of accomplishment in his heart, and directly climbed out from the cargo bed. Using the faint remaining light at the horizon, what Chen Ye saw now was a completely different motor tricycle. A canopy full of patches had been added above the cargo bed. This canopy had a distinctive feature. It was pieced together from strips of jeans and various t-shirts. Chen Ye even spotted a women's bra among them. This was simply, utterly disgraceful. Not only that, but the canopy roof extended toward the cargo bed, covering the top of the cargo bed to form a small sunshade curtain. The motor tricycle now looked very much like a delivery vehicle from before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, delivery workers would ride such electric tricycles through streets and alleys every day, with the cargo beds filled with packages. Before the apocalypse, this was just a delivery tricycle. But now in Chen Ye's eyes, this was the best vehicle in the world. He just liked it more and more the longer he looked at it. He had the system, and upgrades could complete anytime, anywhere. Now that there was an enclosed space at the back of the cargo bed, whenever Chen Ye wanted to upgrade supplies in the future, he could place them in the cargo bed without worrying about being seen and causing unnecessary trouble. The canopy also had sun protection functionality, able to avoid direct exposure to the scorching sun during the day. At night, he could also sleep in the cargo bed, which was certainly better than sleeping in the open air. Chen Ye's eyes shone with light. He was one step closer to his dream of an apocalypse-based vehicle. Wow, Chen Ye, is this your new vehicle? Just then, an exaggerated exclamation of admiration came from behind Chen Ye. Hearing this voice, Chen Ye felt his entire body turn ice cold. No. When did this person appear? What did she see? What should I do? Escape? Or? Chen Ye turned around stiffly, first seeing a pair of exaggeratedly long legs, long, white, and slender, worthy of being called legs to play with for a year. The girl held a can of beer in her hand, with a long sword hanging at her waist, her facial expression unclear. It was the long-legged girl Nana. Nana, you're looking for me? Chen Ye's voice was slightly dry. Pfft. Hee. The girl instantly understood the reason for Chen Ye's nervousness when she saw his tense appearance. This man usually appeared scheming and calculating, but now he was so adorable. The girl laughed heartily, rocking back and forth, her long legs dazzlingly eye-catching. Chen Ye, however, was creeped out by her laughter. This woman. Hee. Chen Ye, what's with that expression? You don't think I'm going to silence you because I saw your secret, do you? Hee hee. Yezi, you're too funny. What time is it now? Humanity is almost gone. As sequence superhumans, who doesn't have a few secrets? You're killing me with laughter. Hee hee hee. Chen Ye. Don't worry, as sequence superhumans, everyone has secrets. Captain Chu has them, Iron Lion has them, and I have them too. Your little thing doesn't even count as anything. I just never expected the mechanic sequence to be so miraculous. The girl held a can of beer in one hand while walking over to size up the delivery tricycle in front of her, clicking her tongue repeatedly. TSK tisk. It used to be a bicycle, and in such a short time, it's already become like this. It seems the mechanic sequence is much more powerful than I imagined. Chen Ye stood to the side, not knowing what to say. If anyone can survive this apocalypse, Chen Ye, you're one of them. When the girl said this, her voice sounded somewhat subdued. But the subdued tone lasted only a second before her voice quickly became bright and lively again, as if she hadn't just said those words. The girl turned around and looked at Chen Ye with her bright big eyes. By the way, where's your alcohol? I'll trade cigarettes for it. Chen Ye had previously been allocated 4 500 milliliters cans of beer. He never expected Nana would come looking for him so quickly. The girl waved a full carton of Lotus cigarettes in her hand and said, Yezi, for beers for a whole carton of Lotus? You're making out like a bandit this time. Previously, the girl had taken more cigarettes from Chen Ye's share than he got himself. She had taken away a full 30% of the supplies. Nana, you're really pushing it with that offer. You think 1 carton of Lotus is enough for all my beer? Chen Ye lit a cigarette and looked at the girl with a condescending gaze. It was only then that Chen Ye noticed the girl's hair had actually turned pink. It seemed this woman must have used that bottle of hair dye. Just like a typical young girl, even in the apocalypse she still cared about her appearance. A strong smell of hair dye drifted through the air into Chen Ye's nostrils, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Wait, it's late at night right now. The lighting is so dim. How could I possibly see the color of the girl's hair clearly? And she's so far away from me. How can I smell the scent from her hair? Could it be that I'm about to awaken my sequence superpowers? Chen Ye, you black-hearted scoundrel. This carton of Lotus would have cost 300 to 500 yuan before. How much were your 4 cans of beer worth? Hearing that Chen Ye actually refused, the girl immediately complained loudly. Suppressing the wild excitement in his heart, Chen Ye began haggling with the girl. Sister Na, you can't look at it that way. This is the apocalypse now. Both alcohol and cigarettes are rare commodities. In the end, Chen Ye exchanged 4 500 milliliters cans of beer for a full carton of Lotus cigarettes from the girl, plus an additional carton of Ta cigarettes. With this, the total number of cigarette cartons in Chen Ye's possession had reached more than 7. With so many cigarette reserves, this heavy smoker Chen Ye didn't have to worry about running out of cigarettes for quite some time. The girl grumbled and cursed as she left Chen Ye's motor tricycle. Chen Ye smiled and stuffed 1 carton of Huazi and 1 carton of Ta cigarettes into his backpack. The faint glow of the cigarette butt illuminated Chen Ye's smiling face. It had to be said that Captain Chu's method of distributing supplies was quite fair. Regardless of whether you needed the supplies or not, everything was distributed according to the previously established allocation method. If you wanted more of a certain type of supply, you had to trade for it privately among yourselves. This greatly reduced the chance of team members directing their anger at the captain due to unfair distribution. For example, now, Nana liked to drink but didn't care for smoking, so she used the cigarettes she received to trade with Chen Ye for alcohol. Even if Nana got somewhat shortchanged in the deal, she wouldn't resent Captain Chu for it. At most, there would just be some minor grievances between Chen Ye and Nana themselves. After the girl had gone some distance away, Chen Ye finally began to check his physical condition. Chen Ye discovered that his eyesight was now much better than before. Even in such dark night conditions, he could see very far. Not far away, a voluptuous young woman followed a sleazy old man into that low-speed electric vehicle. Chen Ye saw it clearly and could even make out the sleazy smile on the old man's face. Chen Ye had some impression of this young woman. Her husband had previously entered Xinghua town and never came out. Later, this young woman found a new boyfriend. But that new boyfriend ended up staying permanently in Longevity Village. He never expected she would now hook up with that old man from the low-speed electric vehicle. Such things were commonplace within the convoy. Those survivors who didn't dare to go out gathering supplies could only trade certain personal resources to obtain survival resources. Within the convoy, everything was fair. The bloody light shed by the blood moon actually had little effect on him now. Although it wasn't as bright as daytime, it was still much better than before. Chen Ye found that his hearing had also improved significantly. He could vaguely make out the sleazy laughter coming from the low-speed electric vehicle. And Beta. That sleazy old man had managed to make the deal with just one bucket of instant noodles. This old man. Damn it. Isn't my eyesight and hearing just too exaggerated? Chen Ye quickly asked the system, but the answer he got was still that it was awakening in progress. However, the system also gave a hint that his current condition was a side effect brought by the sequence superpowers, which enhanced the 5 senses of superhumans. Many sequences had similar side effects. A few minutes later, Chen Ye finally suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to cook. During this supply distribution, Chen Ye had received some solid alcohol blocks, totaling more than 100 pieces. Iron Lion had gathered them from a small supermarket. Almost all the solid alcohol blocks from that small supermarket had been taken by Iron Lion. The gas canisters for the portable gas stove had already been used up, but fortunately there were these solid alcohol blocks. Otherwise, he would have had to eat cold food again today. Chen Ye was too lazy to cook rice today, so he took some dried noodles and put them in the pot, pouring in half a bottle of bottled water to make a simple bowl of noodles. Even simple dried noodles were considered a rare delicacy in the apocalypse. Mr. Chen. Just then, Chen Ye heard a somewhat cautious voice. Chen Ye looked up and saw a sickly-looking face. It was the bespectacled university student, Xiao Fu. Back in Longevity Village, when no one else was willing to pay attention to that old woman, only this university student was willing to engage with her. This university student was also one of the last 2 people to return to the convoy. But he looked like he was sick now. After a night of heavy rain, plus the daytime exposure to sun, and now the temperature drop, it was already quite an achievement for an ordinary person to withstand all that. What is it? Mr. Chen, could you trade me some alcohol blocks? The university student said while carefully watching Chen Ye's expression. What are you offering in exchange? Chen Ye wouldn't generously give away his supplies just because someone looked pitiful. The university student hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, "My bicycle? I wonder if that would be acceptable?" Chen Ye was surprised. "If you give me your bicycle, what will you do yourself?" "We've already made arrangements with Brotherly. We're going into the bus, so the bicycle will be useless. Not only can I give you my bicycle, but my friend's bicycle too. I know Mr. Chen is of the mechanic sequence, so these 2 bicycles should be useful to you," the young man said somewhat anxiously. Chen Ye thought about it and finally agreed to the exchange, trading 20 alcohol blocks for 2 bicycles. At this price before the apocalypse, it would have been considered fraud. The young man happily left with the 20 alcohol blocks. But those 2 weren't really at a disadvantage either. There were many empty seats on Iron Lion's bus now, so these 2 had no need to keep their bicycles and would have had to discard them anyway. Chen Ye giving them 20 alcohol blocks was essentially making use of what would otherwise be waste. With the system, any supplies in Chen Ye's hands could be useful. For example, he could dismantle these bicycles for parts to reinforce the vehicle canopy. Because he needed to conserve slaughter points, the canopy looked decent but was actually quite fragile. A strong wind could make it tilt. The bicycle wheels could also be used to add another container at the back of the vehicle, allowing him to carry more supplies. Chen Ye thought about how to maximize the use of these 2 bicycles while waiting for his dinner. During this time, other survivors also went to Chuche, Nana, and Iron Lion's vehicles to exchange supplies. The supplies of other survivors in the convoy were limited. When these people gathered supplies, most focused their targets on food. But the supplies of the 4 of them with sequence superpowers were clearly much more abundant than the others. To live better, having only food wasn't enough. The dried noodles cooked quickly, and Chen Ye added a sausage to them. He ate everything clean, noodles and soup included, then lay contentedly on the sandy ground. After resting for a while, he began modifying the tricycle. A very round smoke ring drifted waveringly up toward the sky. There were more stars in the sky than grains of sand in the desert. Before the apocalypse, it was almost impossible to see nights with so many stars. Except for the sinister and terrifying blood-red moon, everything else could be gradually accepted. Another very round smoke ring floated up to the sky. And another. Suddenly, Chen Ye froze. Having smoked for so many years, Chen Ye had always been able to blow smoke rings. But blowing several such perfectly round smoke rings in succession was quite rare. How could a person blow such perfectly round smoke rings? Chen Ye guessed one possibility. There were hundreds of types of sequence superpowers, among which many sequences were not well understood by people. This was what Chu Che had told him. Could it be? Chen Ye was ecstatic and quickly asked the system. System, has the awakening been completed? The system quickly replied. Host sequence superpowers awakening has been completed. Just after Chen Ye saw the system prompt, his entire being felt like it was being dragged into an endless starry river, a sensation impossible to describe in words. It wasn't painful, devoid of sorrow or joy. A rather marvelous energy circulated through his entire body over and over, like the ocean washing over his form. Each wash left Chen Ye feeling completely comfortable throughout his body. As if with these energy washes, all the impurities within his body were being cleansed away. Was this the process of sequence superpower awakening? Even his brain felt much clearer. This sensation couldn't be precisely described with words. If he had to describe it, it was like just finishing a sauna, then spending 188 for a full body massage. As his body strengthened, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. It seemed this information had long been hidden within his genetic code, with the sequence serum merely serving as a guide. Supernatural Path, Smoke Apostle Sequence 1 Smoker. This was his sequence superpower. A moment later, Chen Ye opened his eyes, the excitement in his gaze impossible to conceal no matter what. With trembling hands, he pulled out a Huazi cigarette from the pack and lit it. The lighter took several attempts before it caught. He took a deep drag, the faint flame illuminating Chen Ye's excited eyes. Smoke billowed from Chen Ye's nostrils. This wouldn't be considered any remarkable skill in the eyes of ordinary smokers. Anyone could do it. But Chen Ye's smoke was quite different. Chen Ye exhaled dense smoke for over a full minute. Within a 1-meter radius around him, faint smoke had already spread, these smoke clouds lingering persistently around him like extensions of his own limbs. A with tilde and beta S. At this moment, Chen Ye's figure flickered faintly within the smoke. Although it didn't directly increase attack power, this ability already satisfied Chen Ye greatly. First ability, Smoke Breath. This ability would grow increasingly stronger as his sequence level increased. If raised to a high-level sequence, a single breath could envelop several kilometers around. Chen Ye's heart stirred slightly, strange light flashing in his eyes as the smoke around him twisted and struggled, a rather crudely formed little rabbit struggling to break free from the smoke. However, it quickly dissipated into disordered smoke. Unwilling to accept this, Chen Ye focused again, and a cat formed from smoke curled up at his feet. The kitten yawned, opening sleepy eyes to look curiously at Chen Ye. Second ability, Basic Smoke Shaping. Smoke could form any object, with higher success rates for more familiar targets. Chen Ye had kept a cat before and understood cats well. Therefore, simulating a cat with smoke was relatively simple. Whereas his earlier attempt at shaping a rabbit had failed. After all, Chen Ye had never kept rabbits, making simulation more difficult. His lungs also felt remarkably relaxed. Due to his smoking habit, Chen Ye's lungs had never been very comfortable, with coughing being a chronic issue. But now, the comfort in his lungs made Chen Ye feel an unprecedented ease. This was Chen Ye's third ability, also a kind of passive ability, nicotine tolerance. This ability didn't seem to offer combat advantages, but it was the one Chen Ye liked most. The Supernatural Path Smoke Apostle Sequence was his awakened sequence superpower ability. The three abilities were Smoke Breath, Mimicry, and Nicotine Tolerance. Simultaneously, Chen Ye also felt his physical constitution had significantly enhanced. Even if it couldn't compare to the absurd strength of the Titan sequence, it was still much stronger than ordinary people. If he went gathering supplies again, Chen Ye could even switch to a larger backpack. I've finally become a sequence super. I have finally made it. Just then, Chen Ye could feel a sudden blurriness in his left eye. His vision rapidly deteriorated within a short time. This sensation made Chen Ye somewhat panicked. What was this? Then he remembered. Iron Lion had once mentioned that every sequence super had to pay their own price. Every sequence super user had side effects. without exception. That explained why Che always walked barefoot. Since meeting Che, this superhuman had never worn shoes. And he'd heard Che and Nana mention a few times before that those who awakened the Titan sequence would experience certain intelligence impacts. Was that the Titan sequence's side effect? What was the Smoke Apostle sequence's side effect? Chen Ye quickly searched for information about the Smoke Apostle. Soon, the joy on Chen Ye's face diminished considerably. Because Chen Ye could feel his left eye's vision had weakened to a certain degree, creating a disjointed feeling compared to his right eye's vision. The physical enhancement from awakening was now receding in his left eye. The distant bonfire and figures, originally clear in his left eye's view, now appeared noticeably fuzzy around the edges to Chen Ye. If he had a mirror, Chen Ye might even see his left pupil had changed from black to white. Smoke Apostle sequence side effect, left eye vision deterioration. While gaining powerful strength, one must also pay the corresponding price. The deterioration of his left eye vision was precisely the price Chen Ye paid. It only took 15 minutes for Chen Ye to accept that he had become a Smoke Apostle sequence superhuman. He also accepted the cost of his left eye's vision deterioration. Becoming a sequence super already meant Chen Ye's survival probability in the apocalypse had greatly increased. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Ye accepted the reality of his left eye's vision deterioration. In the apocalypse, grieving over something for too long was a luxury. Everything had to make way for survival. Awakening the Smoke Apostle sequence, becoming a superhuman, and paying some price to enhance survival probability was something to be grateful for. The desert temperature dropped rapidly at night, Chen Ye's breath turning into white mist. Many survivors were around. Those who should have entered tents had already done so. Those who should have gotten into vehicles were already inside. Only Chen Ye remained outdoors. But Chen Ye didn't find the cold unbearable now. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical constitution, he had gained some resistance to temperature changes. Having obtained 2 bicycles, Chen Ye planned to use them to continue modifying his tricycle. He had previously traded with Iron Lion for a set of repair tools, which now came in handy. Chen Ye took the toolbox from the vehicle bed and began removing all components from the 2 bicycles. Simultaneously, Chen Ye was using the system's upgrade tools to begin designing solutions. With the system upgrade task currently idle, this was practically wasting life. In the system's design schematic, he removed the bicycle wheels and used the frames to weld a sturdy canopy frame onto the vehicle bed. With this canopy frame, the vehicle canopy's sturdiness greatly increased. This way, he could also create a roof rack, allowing lighter supplies to be placed on top, just like Che's modified off-road vehicle. Meanwhile, the vehicle bed interior could be freed up for resting space. As for the 4 wheels, Chen Ye planned to use them to create a towable trailer bed for future additional supplies. By now, Chen Ye had mostly dismantled both bicycles. Thanks to his enhanced physical constitution, dismantling the 2 bicycles had become much easier. Unfortunately, the frames were welded, and Chen Ye lacked tools to cut bicycle frames. After some thought, inspiration struck Chen Ye. System. Can you upgrade the available materials into vehicle canopy reinforcement components? Nana and Chen Ye reached a deal, trading 4 500 milliliters cans of beer for 1 pack of Lotus and 1 pack of Ta cigarettes. Nana felt she had been scammed by Chen Ye and was quite dissatisfied with him. The young woman thought Chen Ye was a black-hearted profiteer. Iron Lion was still sleeping and recovering inside the bus. The bus welcomed new members. Su Jiaoju was still connecting with other survivors, attempting to overthrow the Dark Rule, but it wasn't having much effect. After the Longevity Village incident, Su Jiaojiao's authority had taken a hit. Trying to overthrow the rule of the fair convoy was proving difficult. Inside the tent, Captain Che was mixing a bucket of red paint while listening to the messages intercepted by the eavesdropping radio. When Captain Chu heard that Chen Ye and Nana had reached a deal, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that seemingly gloomy Chen Ye could actually manage to fool Nana into making a transaction. Hearing that Iron Lion was still sleeping, Captain Chu did a quick mental calculation, estimating that Iron Lion should wake up tomorrow. As for that Su Jiaojiao, that woman who escaped from Deer City, she kept advocating for gender equality, but with little effect. Among the convoy's 4 sequence superpower users, 3 were male, which made Su Jiaojiao feel it was very unfair. She had even once planned to overthrow Captain Chu's rule. However, Captain Chu only needed to employ a small trick to make this feminist activist utterly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, this woman never gave up and was still secretly active. But she didn't know that all her actions were being clearly heard by the eavesdropping radio. The former Chu Che, Captain Chu, used to be an upright, sunny young man. But ever since obtaining Wonder 01257, the eavesdropping radio, Captain Chu's eavesdropping habit had become increasingly severe. Being able to hear secrets unknown to others every day was Captain Chu's happiest time. Who would have thought that the righteous-looking Captain Chu actually had such an unspeakable habit? He actually enjoyed listening through walls. In the entire convoy, only Captain Chu knew the most secrets. This was perhaps the side effect of possessing the eavesdropping radio. Captain Chu hummed a tune as he carried the paint bucket out of the tent. Soon after, two hastily written red characters appeared on the off-road vehicle's body. Fair. Do you wish to consume 362 slaughter points to upgrade and process the materials before you? 300 slaughter points? So expensive? Previously, upgrading the vehicle canopy with discarded clothing only cost a little over 200 slaughter points. But now, just modifying some components required over 300 slaughter points. And this was only the slaughter points needed for modifying the vehicle canopy reinforcement components. It didn't even include the components for modifying the trailer compartment. If he added his previous plan to use bicycle wheels to modify the trailer compartment, the slaughter points would directly skyrocket to 1,000 points. Mainly because the materials were insufficient, requiring the system to provide some materials. Materials were the major consumer of slaughter points. Because of this, Chen Ye could only temporarily set aside the trailer compartment modification plan and first upgrade and reinforce the vehicle canopy. Chen Ye only hesitated for a moment before choosing to confirm. A slaughter countdown appeared above the pile of bicycle components. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It would only take 1 hour to complete the upgrade. This time frame was still acceptable. Chen Ye leaned against the side of the vehicle, lit a cigarette, and waited slowly. Using his newly acquired ability, he transformed the surrounding smoke into a tiger one moment, then into a giant python the next. Smoke breath mimicry should be his strongest attack method currently. When encountering enemies in the future, he could first use smoke to conceal his figure, then use mimicry to launch attacks. However, Chen Ye still hadn't grasped the essentials of practicing the mimicry skill. Whether it was tigers or pythons, Chen Ye had only seen them on phones and television. What he was most proficient with was mimicking small cats and dogs. A sudden thought occurred to Chen Ye. If mimicking living creatures didn't work well, why not simply mimic inanimate objects? Chen Ye attempted to use the mimicry ability to simulate the hand crossbow and found it exceptionally smooth. However, it didn't possess the hand crossbow's shooting function. It was just for show. Even so, Chen Ye played with it delightedly. Time passed imperceptibly as Chen Ye tried to simulate other objects he could use around him, only stopping the mimicry when a needle-like pain sensation struck his mind. He rested for a long time before the headache sensation eased. The desert at night was tranquil, with only the soft talking sounds from the surrounding vehicles and tents, plus the wind. Occasionally, he could also hear some indescribable sounds. No need to elaborate on those. The temperature kept dropping, but fortunately, Chen Ye's enhanced physical constitution could still withstand it. If it were just 1 day earlier, forget about modifying the vehicle canopy. Even just staying inside the canopy would make one shiver from the cold. 1 hour quickly passed in a flash. Your components upgrade is complete. Upon receiving the system prompt, Chen Ye quickly stood up and walked over. By the faint light of the blood moon, Chen Ye saw that where the bicycle components had been placed earlier, there were now many steel pipes and various clasps. These components looked like they were specially made for constructing vehicle canopies, showing no trace of being modified from the previous bicycle parts. Delighted, Chen Ye picked up these components to examine them. They were a perfect match for his tricycle. He took out his previous toolbox, grabbed the tools, and began installing them on the vehicle compartment. First, he installed bases on the compartment using clasps, then fixed steel pipes one by one onto the clasps. He bound the heavily patched vehicle canopy to the frame. The previous vehicle canopy was considered a soft canopy, only serving to provide shade and create private space. Even a slightly stronger wind would make the canopy sway back and forth. If encountering harsh weather like sandstorms, it would probably be torn apart in minutes. Now, with the fixed frame added, the entire vehicle canopy looked much more secure. There was even a small luggage rack on the roof. According to the system's design plan, the roof luggage rack could carry supplies weighing up to 40 kilograms. Although it couldn't compare to Captain Chu's or Nana's modified off-road vehicles, Chen Ye was quite satisfied. It had to be said that system-produced items had excellent quality. Chen Ye reached out and shook the canopy frame, not feeling any significant wobbling. Chen Ye moved all the temporarily and used supplies onto the roof rack, instantly freeing up considerable space inside the compartment. After a bit of tidying up, he obtained a relatively spacious resting area, which greatly satisfied Chen Ye. Chen Ye lay down in the middle of the prepared temporary bed with his clothes on, feeling thoroughly comfortable all over. This was much more comfortable than resting directly in the vehicle compartment as before. In this apocalypse where supplies were extremely scarce, having such an independent resting space was undoubtedly a kind of luck. If one day earlier a small car and this tricycle were placed side by side, Chen Ye would have unhesitatingly abandoned his tricycle and chosen the small car for upgrading and modification. But at this moment, looking at the tricycle he had gradually modified himself, Chen Ye would hesitate. After all, this tricycle was something he had upgraded and transformed bit by bit. The motorized tricycle with the added canopy had improved loading capacity, not inferior even to the Zhou sisters' small car. Although it couldn't compare to four-wheeled cars, its fuel consumption was much lower than four-wheeled cars. Chen Ye turned over contentedly in the vehicle compartment, planning to sleep right away. Suddenly, his hand touched something resembling a twig. Chen Ye brought it before his eyes and saw it was a willow branch. This is a willow branch from the Great Willow of Longevity Village? How did it get here? As for that Great Willow in Longevity Village, Chen Ye would never forget it even if he died. Without a flashlight, inside the pitch-black vehicle canopy where you couldn't see your own hand in front of your face, Chen Ye only needed to reach out and touch it to recognize this was definitely a willow branch from that Great Willow in Longevity Village. He remembered now. When he had escaped from Longevity Village before, willow branches had wrapped around his ankles trying to drag him into the darkness. Fortunately, the machete soaked in black dog blood had been right beside him at the time, allowing him to cut through the branches. This branch must have remained wrapped around his ankle when he left Longevity Village and had stayed with him until now. Just as Chen Ye was about to toss the willow branch out of the vehicle canopy, he suddenly paused. This was a branch from the Great Willow. From yesterday until now, this willow branch had remained as fresh as if it had just been cut from the tree. His fingers could even feel the crisp, tender willow leaves. An irresistible idea emerged. Chen Ye pulled out his hand crossbow from his waist, stroking the crossbow's bowstring. After the intense battles in Longevity Village, the hand crossbow's bowstring had become severely worn. It probably wouldn't last many more uses before the crossbow would snap. Without the hand crossbow, his combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly reduced. I wonder if this willow branch could replace the bowstring? Create a wonder? Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio had left a deep impression on Chen Ye. If he could have a wonder hand crossbow, his combat effectiveness would definitely be greatly enhanced. Once the thought came, he acted. Chen Ye placed the willow branch and hand crossbow together. Inside the pitch-black vehicle canopy, Chen Ye lay flat on his back, but the system interface had already appeared before his eyes. System, can the willow branch and hand crossbow be fused and upgraded? The system quickly gave an affirmative response. Chen Ye felt a surge of joy in his heart. Can the fusion of the willow branch and hand crossbow result in an upgraded wonder? The system also gave an affirmative response. Upon receiving this answer, Chen Ye's right eye practically glowed. Even his already mutated left eye shone with excitement. Without a second thought, Chen Ye quickly confirmed the upgrade. That was a wonder. According to what Nana and Chuche had said, every wonder had its own unique ability. He had no idea what kind of wonder would result from fusing the willow branch and hand crossbow. He guessed its ranking probably wouldn't be high. After all, the willow branch was just the most insignificant part of the Great Willow. Even if it were a wonder ranked beyond 10,000, Chen Ye wouldn't disdain it. As long as it was a wonder, that was enough. But the response he received left Chen Ye quite disappointed. Upgrading hand crossbow requires 5,000 slaughter points, insufficient slaughter points. Host, please continue working hard and accumulate more slaughter points. The system's cold prompt felt like a bucket of icy water being poured over his head. After going through a series of upgrades and modifications, his more than 7,000 slaughter points had dwindled to just over 4,000 now. Simply not enough. The desert night's cold exceeded Chen Ye's expectations. The temperature was dropping at an alarming rate. By midnight, Chen Ye had even been woken up once by the cold. Keep in mind, this was despite his physical fitness having already been enhanced, yet he still felt somewhat cold. Chen Ye dug out his thickest clothes and piled them on himself, only then did his body feel slightly warmer. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at how exaggerated the temperature fluctuations had become after the apocalypse. Fortunately, he had upgraded the vehicle canopy during the day. If he had slept out in the open, he probably would have frozen to death outright. Although the vehicle canopy didn't raise the temperature inside the space much, it was still far better than having nothing. By morning, the temperature had risen again. The temperature was most comfortable when getting up, just right for wearing a long-sleeved shirt. The blood moon had already set. A scorching hot sun jumped out from the horizon, golden sunlight once again dyeing the desert gold. The white frost from last night was disappearing at a visible rate. The camp began showing signs of life. Some survivors emerged from the bus, covered in dust and grime. Movement could be seen from several tents in the surrounding area. The survivors who had stayed in tents last night were those few who had motorcycles for transportation. These survivors hadn't joined the bus group, choosing to live independently instead. Joining the bus had its advantages. Life had some guarantees, but supplies were distributed uniformly. After joining the bus, all supplies had to be handed over to Oldley for collective distribution. Living independently also had its own benefits. At least all supplies could be managed by oneself. As long as you had supplies, life within the convoy could be even more free than before the apocalypse. Things that couldn't be done before the apocalypse could now be accomplished with just a piece of bread. A voluptuous woman emerged from the low-speed electric vehicle, followed by a withered-looking old man. The old man grinned as he handed the woman a piece of chocolate, winking at her with an expression that couldn't be more lecherous. The woman rolled her eyes at the old man and swayed her hips as she walked away. The Zhou sisters also emerged from their vehicle with sleepy eyes. The temperature fluctuations last night had caught the sisters off guard. Fortunately, the sisters had prepared in advance, taking out the down jackets they had gathered earlier to wear, thus avoiding freezing to death. Yawn, sis, last night was way too cold. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver as she remembered how she had trembled from the cold last night. Since being recognized by other survivors a few days ago, Zhou Xiaoxiao had stopped disguising herself as a man. The hat she used to frequently wear on her head had been removed, revealing delicate features and ear-length short hair that made her look cute, playful, and lively. With Rave New Beta. Her clothing had also been changed to women's wear, shining brilliantly under the golden morning light, not falling short of her mature and charming sister in the slightest. No wonder the entertainment industry used to have the saying, the entire entertainment industry is waiting for her debut. Zhou Lan smoothed the long hair behind her head, sleepiness still evident in the corners of her eyes. When I came to Yenzhou for filming before, I knew Yenzhou had big temperature differences between day and night, but this extreme is just abnormal. Xiao, next time we gather supplies, collect more cold weather clothing. Got it, sis? Sis, my mouth tastes awful. I want to brush my teeth. No way, are you crazy? This is the apocalypse, and we're in the desert. You know how precious water resources are. Zhou Lan glared angrily at her younger sister Xiao. Ultimately unable to resist her sister's wheedling, the two sisters still found a secluded spot and shared half a cup of water to brush their teeth. University student Xiaofu had just gotten off the bus when he saw the sisters in this breathtakingly beautiful scene, making his heart race. He quickly looked away. The bus shook several times as a massive figure also descended from the bus, stretching luxuriously toward the sun on the horizon. Yawn. It was the big guy Iron Lion. This guy had slept for a full day before waking up, his wounds mostly healed already. You had to admit, this guy's physical fitness was simply outrageous. Last night's low temperatures were nothing for Iron Lion, who excelled in physical prowess. Chen Ye had taken out all his clothes last night to keep warm. This guy had slept in the vehicle last night wearing just shorts and a t-shirt, without even covering himself with a blanket. For an old smoker like Chen Ye, the first thing after waking up in the morning was to have a huazi to refresh himself. As for brushing teeth or washing face, don't even think about it. Water resources were more precious than gold now. Hey, Yazzie, your eyes. When Iron Lion saw Chen Ye, the first thing he noticed was the white pupil in Chen Ye's left eye. One black pupil, one white pupil, giving Chen Ye a somewhat eerie appearance. Nothing, just awakened a second sequence last night. Chen Ye hadn't planned to hide his awakening of sequence superpowers from the people in the convoy. They were practically together every day. With just these few dozen people in the convoy, trying to hide it would be impossible anyway. Chen Ye said with complete nonchalance. Besides, awakening a second sequence would give him advantages during future supply distributions. You awakened a second sequence? The big guy Iron Lion stared at Chen Ye with his mouth agape, his simple-looking face displaying utter shock. Chen Ye, awakening a second sequence, quickly drew exclamations of surprise from Chu Che and Nana. However, the two didn't show expressions of envy. The long-legged girl even looked at Chen Ye with a somewhat complicated expression. Having dual sequences is good, but you also have to pay double the price. Can you handle it? The girl's pink hair shone in the morning sunlight, looking quite beautiful. Snap. Chen Ye lit a huazi cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said slowly, "Can't worry about that much. We'll deal with future matters when they come." The long-legged girl gave Chen Ye a thumbs up. Regardless, awakening dual sequences is ultimately a good thing. In this kind of apocalypse, surviving one more day is already profit. Captain Chu said with a gentle smile. Iron Lion said in his deep, muffled voice, "Yezi, what's your second sequence?" Chen Ye blew a smoke ring, and amid everyone's astonished expressions, the smoke churned and a small cat emerged from within. The kitten circled around everyone's feet. The smoke kitten was remarkably lifelike. Everyone stared dumbfounded. The kitten was one of Chen Ye's most practiced forms of mimicry. Smoke Apostle Sequence. Chen Ye had no intention of hiding it, directly stating the sequence name. Smoke Apostle? One of the supernatural pathways. Captain Chu, who possessed the eavesdropping radio, was well-traveled and knowledgeable, quickly giving his feedback. Supernatural pathways? Chen Ye was somewhat confused. From the information he'd obtained, there was no mention of supernatural pathways. There are over 100 sequence superpowers. You can understand pathways as major categories. For example, Iron Lion's Titan sequence and Nana's Sword Immortal sequence can both be classified as close combat pathways. Human order has already collapsed, so this is the only classification we can use for now. You can control smoke, so it should be a supernatural pathway. Also called superpower pathway. Captain Chu casually educated the group. This made Chen Ye curious about Captain Chu's extensive knowledge. In the convoy, Iron Lion used to be a bus driver. Nana used to be a top high school student who had just received an admission letter from a top domestic university when the apocalypse hit. Only this Captain Chu never talked about his past, remaining quite mysterious. After chatting for a few more sentences about Chen Ye's second sequence, the group prepared to return to their respective vehicles to get ready to depart. Thailand bot. Captain, can we find water today? I'm filthy. The long-legged girl complained discontentedly. Water? I'd like that too, but it depends on fate. Damn, aren't you Pathfinder sequence? Can you handle something this simple? The long-legged girl didn't hold back in her disdain for the captain. Chen Ye blew a smoke ring and turned to return to his tricycle motorcycle. Every sequence had side effects, and as sequence levels increased, the side effects would grow stronger. Superhumans with 2 sequences represented bearing double the cost. Like Chen Ye's currently albino left eye. A scream pierced the relatively quiet desert morning. The pink-haired girl who had been walking away directly disappeared from sight. Chen Ye, cigarette dangling from his mouth, turned to look in the direction the sound came from. He saw a woman pointing in terror at a tent in front of her. Chen Ye spat out his cigarette and quickly walked over. What happened? The long-legged girl placed her hand on the sword at her waist, asking with a serious expression. Dead, someone's dead. The terrified woman extended a trembling hand pointing at the tent before her. The girl's expression changed as she used her sword to lift the tent's curtain. Inside lay a man's corpse. The man was covered with a thin blanket, his entire body curled into a ball. Seeing this scene, Chen Ye roughly understood the man's cause of death. Last night's temperature drop had been severe, and this man didn't have sufficient cold weather clothing, freezing to death in the desert night. Chen Ye had some impression of this man. He was one of the few in the convoy who owned a motorcycle, and also one of the handful who had escaped from Longevity Village. Last night, this man hadn't chosen to join the bus, instead setting up a tent in the campsite. Although entering the bus seemed comfortable, it required surrendering all one's supplies to the bus for unified management. Therefore, many people were unwilling to do this. Without supplies in the apocalypse, it meant losing one's freedom. Possessing supplies in the apocalypse meant having everything, representing even more freedom in some ways than before the apocalypse. Like that sleazy old man driving the low-speed electric vehicle. Other survivors hung their heads dejectedly, filled with anxiety and fear. Only this old man smiled all day long. Captain Chu didn't interfere with these people's choices, letting them live according to their chosen ways. Unexpectedly, someone had frozen to death last night. I told him long ago, go to the bus, go to the bus. Woo-woo. He just wouldn't listen to me. Woo-woo. Bastard, scumbag. The woman cried while cursing, though it wasn't clear who she was cursing. The survivors who gathered around felt a wave of sorrow. It was as if they were seeing their own futures. Chen Ye's emotions were somewhat affected too. If he hadn't already awakened sequence superpowers, if he didn't have sufficient supplies, if he hadn't upgraded his vehicle canopy, he might have frozen to death last night too. In this kind of apocalypse, death was the most ordinary thing. Familiar survivors dug a large pit in the desert and hastily buried the man's body in the sand. The woman stood before the man's sandy grave, continuously shedding tears. Meanwhile, Chen Ye's gaze fell upon that motorcycle. The man was dead, but his motorcycle remained. Perhaps he could use this motorcycle to upgrade his tricycle. Currently, the tricycle was only supported by one engine, truly feeling like a small horse pulling a heavy cart. The rainy night before last was the best proof. His tricycle simply couldn't outrun those four-wheeled vehicles. Couldn't even outrun two-wheeled motorcycles. The tricycle's volume was simply too large, with too many supplies. But given the woman's current state, discussing the motorcycle with her seemed somewhat inappropriate. At least wait until evening. 9 o'clock in the morning. The convoy departed on schedule, destination unknown. Compared to the liveliness of previous days, today's convoy seemed exceptionally quiet. Captain Chu Che's modified vehicle now prominently displayed two large characters painted in red on its body. Fairness. The handwriting was crooked and messy, but at least one could still tell what was written. Originally, Captain Chu had intended to ride on the long-legged girl's off-road vehicle too, but the girl absolutely refused. Captain Chu had no choice but to ride on Big Full Iron Lion's bus. Even the Zhou sisters and the small car that escaped from Deer City couldn't escape the fate of being ridden on. By departure time, the desert temperature was already becoming hot. Fortunately, yesterday's upgraded vehicle canopy played an important role. Chen Ye gripped the handlebars, the sunshade canopy overhead casting a large shadow that made him much more comfortable. Iron Lion had once invited Chen Ye to enter the bus, but Chen Ye had politely refused. If he really entered the bus, comfortable though it might be, the secret of his upgrade system would likely be hard to keep. Plus having to surrender all his supplies, that was absolutely unthinkable. After upgrading the vehicle canopy, the tricycle's weight had increased by at least several dozen pounds, plus the supplies distributed yesterday. The tricycle had gained considerable weight, plus the wind resistance from the vehicle canopy. Even with Chen Ye twisting the throttle to its limit, he still couldn't keep up with the convoy ahead. Currently, the convoy had no bicycle riders, no pedestrians. Chen Ye became the convoy straggler. Even that sleazy old man's low-speed electric vehicle was faster than Chen Ye's tricycle. Fortunately, the desert road conditions were decent. Even though many sections were covered with sand dust, there was still a road to follow, just slightly more troublesome. If they were truly driving in the desert, Chen Ye's tricycle would likely be in trouble. Meanwhile, whenever the vehicle passed over bumpy road sections, it felt loose and shaky, swaying left and right as if it might fall apart at any moment. This made Chen Ye worry that his vehicle might break down on the road at any time. Back when he was saving slaughter points, Chen Ye had barely reinforced this vehicle's frame, just making it usable. As the vehicle underwent upgrades and modifications, the chassis frame problem became increasingly serious. Another vehicle upgrade was urgently needed. Just as Chen Ye was planning how to obtain that motorcycle, he heard Captain Chu Che's off-road vehicle sound its horn. Attention! Attention! Situation ahead! Situation ahead! All personnel, be alert. Chen Ye narrowed his eyes looking forward, seeing over a dozen vehicles stopped on the road directly ahead of the convoy. Had they encountered another convoy? He'd long known there were other convoys in the world, just hadn't expected to encounter one so soon. When the announcement came through the convoy's loudspeaker, an atmosphere of tension instantly spread throughout the entire vehicle group. The convoy's speed immediately slowed down as well. Zhou Xiaoxiao grabbed a baseball bat from under the back seat, watching the road ahead with a tense expression. Unfortunately, the view ahead was completely blocked by the bus, making it impossible to see what was happening in front. Sis, it's fine, the convoy has Captain Chu, Nana, and Chen Ye, they're sequence superpowers users, it'll be fine. Zhou Lan was also somewhat nervous. Zhou Lan had long guessed that in this apocalypse, their convoy couldn't be the only one, there must be other survivors. She just hadn't expected to encounter other survivors so quickly. But encountering other survivors wasn't necessarily something to be happy about. When Chen Ye heard Captain Chu's loudspeaker announcement, he immediately reduced his tricycle's speed while simultaneously grabbing the hand crossbow from his waist. His left hand gripped the handlebars while his right hand began cocking the weapon single-handedly. Twang! The already overstressed bowstring snapped with the sound. There was no time for regret. He tossed the hand crossbow aside and drew the machete from his waist. Like the Zhou sisters, Chen Ye's first reaction upon hearing about another vehicle group was immediate caution. In the apocalypse, humans could sometimes be more terrifying than anomalies. The entire convoy maintained considerable wariness. Chen Ye's enhanced right eye quickly detected something unusual. The other convoy should have heard their earlier loudspeaker announcement. Yet they showed absolutely no reaction whatsoever. Could it be anomalies? No. If it were anomalies, how could Chu Che still be leading the convoy forward? The situation ahead became increasingly clear. Finally, he could see properly. There was indeed another convoy ahead. There were several dozen vehicles, with what appeared to be an off-road vehicle leading the pack, completely overturned in the desert beside the highway, half buried in the sand. As the remaining vehicles were all crammed together, seemingly involved in collisions of varying severity. It looked like a massive traffic accident scene. Several vehicles appeared to have been burned by fire, charred black. Dozens of vehicles were congested on the desert highway. The desert heat made the distant accident scene appear blurry. The outdoor temperature was at least over 40 degrees Celsius. The fair convoy's movements didn't elicit any reaction from the accident scene. Not even a single person was visible. Chen Ye frowned. This situation felt very wrong. Soon Chu Che's vehicle also came to a stop. The other vehicles stopped one after another. The barefoot young man got out of his vehicle, glanced toward Chen Ye's direction, then looked into the distance. The young man grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and put it in his mouth, chewing it. He was probably activating some ability of the Pathfinder. Chen Ye stopped his tricycle and walked toward Chu Che wearing his shorts and sun protection clothing. Nana and Iron Lion also got out of their respective vehicles. Captain, what's the situation? The long-legged girl wearing a sun hat and sunglasses sounded somewhat irritable. Anyone leaving their vehicle's air conditioning would feel irritable. Even so, the girl's hand never left the sword hilt at her waist. Chen Ye glanced enviously at the girl's sunglasses and sun hat. Under such intense sunlight, having sunglasses and a sun hat was pure bliss. Chu Che narrowed his eyes slightly. You can all see it. There's been an accident with the convoy ahead. We can't get through. Anomalies? The girl's eyes turned alert. She had seen the situation with the convoy ahead, and their own group had made considerable noise, yet there was no reaction from ahead. If anyone claimed there wasn't some problem, nobody would believe it. Chu Che shook his head. No anomalies. This is simple enough, Xiao Fu. Go check it out. Iron Lion said in his deep, resonant voice. The first part was addressed to everyone, the second part was shouted back toward the bus. The bespectacled university student got off the bus, rode a motorcycle, and quickly sped toward the front. Chen Ye recognized this motorcycle. It was the same one from this morning. He just didn't know how this motorcycle had ended up with the university student. Soon Xiao Fu returned, wearing a very strange expression. Xiao Fu, what's the situation ahead? Brother Iron, Captain, Sister Na, Brother Yi, There's nobody in the vehicles ahead. The clear-eyed but somewhat naive university student addressed everyone present before describing what he had seen. Nobody ahead? Not even bodies. None. All the vehicles are completely empty of people. Xiao Fu recounted what he had observed. Everyone present looked at each other, exchanging glances. Maybe we should go take a look? Chen Ye said with a cigarette in his mouth. That seems to be our only option. Everyone returned to their vehicles. The convoy soon started up again, slowly moving forward with 3 parts caution, 3 parts testing, and 3 parts greed. But Chen Ye felt a small thrill of excitement in his heart. If the convoy ahead was truly empty, then maybe he could finally get a different vehicle. Although his tricycle had been modified quite well, it was still far inferior to a 4-wheeled off-road vehicle. If he could get an off-road vehicle to upgrade and modify, just the thought alone was exciting. When they were 50 meters from the accident scene, the convoy stopped. Iron Lion was the first to get out. His massive body strode toward the accident scene, projecting an unimaginable sense of security. The long-legged girl appeared on the roof of the off-road vehicle at some point, hand on the horizontal sword at her waist, ready to respond to any unexpected developments at any moment. Although Xiao Fu had scouted ahead, nobody knew what might happen when their group got closer. If not for this level of caution, the convoy probably wouldn't have survived this long. Chen Ye took a deep drag from his cigarette, nearly smoking half a huazi in one pull. Thick smoke streamed from his nostrils, quickly forming faint, hazy smoke clouds around him. A small cat's meow emerged from within the smoke haze. Chen Ye's right eye stared intently at the massive figure in the distance. When he saw the big guy make a safe gesture toward their direction, Chen Ye's heart finally relaxed. Immediately, excitement surged through him. With so many vehicles, he might be able to get a suitable one. Then he wouldn't have to drive this broken tricycle anymore. He would finally join the ranks of car owners. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Against the backdrop of the current apocalypse, the role of a good vehicle was irreplaceable. With Pathfinder sequence supernaturals leading convoys and constant migration on the roads, a modified off-road vehicle that could carry supplies while also providing shelter was the most envied possession among survivors. Many people in the convoy greatly admired those 2 modified off-road vehicles. If they were in the cities now, obtaining an unclaimed vehicle wouldn't be difficult. But no one dared to go. The more densely populated major cities were now the most terrifying places. When Captain Chu led survivors in choosing routes, they stayed as far away from these areas as possible, mostly selecting paths through sparsely populated, rarely traveled areas. Only by choosing such routes could they escape the pursuit of anomalies. Therefore, obtaining a vehicle wasn't easy, let alone finding a suitable one. When they saw dozens of vehicles ahead, many survivors shared Chen Ye's excited mindset. With dozens of vehicles parked there, surely they could find at least one suitable car? Yahoo, I'm going ahead. A young man riding a motorcycle roared past Chen Ye's tricycle, even raising an eyebrow at Chen Ye as he passed. It seemed like both a challenge and a show of pride. Among the 4 sequence supernaturals in the convoy, only Chen Ye's tricycle was the most dilapidated. Young man, good luck. Maybe you'll get a good vehicle today. This old man is going ahead first. The low-speed electric vehicle also roared past him. In the past, it would have been uncertain whether Chen Ye's tricycle or the old man's low-speed electric vehicle was faster. But after Chen Ye added the vehicle canopy, even twisting the throttle to the limit, the speed still wouldn't increase. Chen Ye's lips curled slightly, a hint of sinister mockery flashing in his eyes. These people really didn't treat sequence supernaturals as supernaturals at all. The motorcycle that had just rushed past Chen Ye skidded, let out a scream, and directly flipped into the desert beside the highway. The motorcycle crashed onto the road surface, directly blocking the path of the low-speed electric vehicle. Who would have thought the low-speed electric vehicle would twist left and right, effortlessly maneuvering around the obstructing motorcycle? You brat, serves you right for showing off. Now you've gotten your comeuppance, ha ha ha. The old man even shamelessly mocked the motorcycle rider, who had been thrown into disarray. This infuriated the motorcycle rider, who groaned and cursed loudly. The tricycle also deftly navigated around the fallen motorcycle, slowly moving forward. Large-scale accident scenes involving dozens of vehicles were something previously only seen in news reports, always feeling like just news stories. When the tricycle approached the scene, Chen Ye could finally feel the shocking impact of the collision. The most severely crashed vehicles were completely deformed, barely recognizable as cars anymore. Several other vehicles had burned down to just their frames. But no people were visible anywhere. Not just living people, there weren't even any corpses. This was an extremely bizarre situation. Chen Ye parked his tricycle, lit a toss cigarette, exhaled smoke, adding a few more clouds of smoke swirling around him. The smoke-mimicked kitten circled around his feet. Several survivors noticed Chen Ye's situation, secretly glancing over with expressions mixing envy and wariness. "Sis, didn't you say Chen Ye has a support sequence? He doesn't really look like it." After meeting Chen Ye's gaze, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly turned her head and whispered to her sister. Zhou Lan instead gave Chen Ye a friendly smile before saying, "I don't know, don't meddle in others' business. Hurry and see if there are any supplies we can use. Are Nigeria Naira Omicronpies." The sisters also parked their vehicle and quickly headed toward the large accident scene. The survivors at this moment were like scavengers, all filled with anticipation. Chen Ye planned to find a less severely damaged vehicle for transportation. With his system, as long as the damage wasn't too serious, he could restore it to perfect condition. The vehicles at the accident's epicenter were definitely not worth considering. The first vehicle Chen Ye approached was a two-door compact car. This car had been jokingly called Chopped Pepper Fish Head by netizens. Before the apocalypse, this Chopped Pepper Fish Head had been wildly popular nationwide, favored by many young mothers and office workers. Although its range was less than 100 kilometers, it could still meet the daily needs of these groups. Therefore, its sales had been astonishingly high. Chen Ye was interested in this car mainly because it was the closest and in relatively good condition, with almost no dents or scratches. While charging was problematic, for Chen Ye, it wasn't an unsolvable issue. Upgrading a couple of solar charging panels should solve the power supply problem. In the future, he wouldn't need to risk searching for gasoline. This was one point that appealed to Chen Ye. However, this car essentially had no trunk, forcing him to use the back seat as storage space, with the roof potentially solving part of the problem. It couldn't compare at all to the storage space of his tricycle. Chen Ye just wanted to take a look first, whether he would choose it or not. He'd decide later. Other survivors had also taken an interest in this car, but when they saw Chen Ye approaching, they had to stop and head toward other vehicles. When the tricycle approached the scene, Chen Ye could finally feel the shocking impact of the collision. However, there were sunglasses next to the driver's seat, which delighted Chen Ye. Walking through the desert every day, the direct sunlight not only raised temperatures, but the glaring sun often made it hard to keep eyes open. Reaching out to open the door, he found it was locked. His modified body possessed strength beyond ordinary humans. Chen Ye exerted force, violently wrenching the door open. After a tearing sound, the door opened. A wave of heat immediately rushed out from the cabin, along with the smell of baked plastic. Not worrying about that, Chen Ye directly had the smoke kitten rush into the car, pick up the sunglasses in its mouth, and place them in his hand. After several days of practice, the smoke kitten could handle such tasks. Putting on the sunglasses instantly made his eyes feel much more comfortable. Blocking the glaring sunlight, the world before him became much clearer. If this were before the apocalypse, just a pair of sunglasses would never have made Chen Ye this happy. But now it was the apocalypse, where every bit of supplies was precious. Chen Ye got into the car, preparing to try starting this chopped pepper fish head to check its condition. But the vehicle showed no response at all. Clearly, after too much time, the car's battery had drained and couldn't start. Chen Ye felt slightly disappointed and could only search the car for any other supplies. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything useful. Just as Chen Ye was preparing to check other vehicles, an idea occurred to him. Chen Ye placed his hand on the car, and a system dialog box appeared before his eyes. System, monitor vehicle condition. The system quickly responded. Vehicle integrity 89%, basically intact, currently in drained battery state. Chen Ye closed the car door with satisfaction. This chopped pepper fish head wasn't bad, he'd keep it as a backup option. Time to check other vehicles. Not far away was a Wrangler, though it had rolled onto its side. Several survivors were circling around it, worth checking out, might bring some surprises. The accident scene had dozens of vehicles, including many high-end luxury cars. Chen Ye even spotted a Nanji among them, along with several cars he had only ever seen on television or phones before. But all these vehicles were completely wrecked. That Nanji worth millions had its front end smashed to pieces. Just from a distant glance, Chen Ye knew that repairing this car would require tens of thousands of slaughter points, something not even worth considering. When choosing a vehicle, you should pick the most practical one, preferably with powerful performance, sufficient trunk space, durable quality, and fuel efficiency. Fuel efficiency was the most important factor. After all, you couldn't always find enough gasoline. Chen Ye still owed Captain Chu Che a barrel of gasoline that he hadn't repaid yet. The Wrangler not far away was quite famous. Anyone with even slight knowledge about off-road vehicles knew about this car. Before the apocalypse, every time this vehicle hit the streets, it would attract numerous gazes from passers-by. The reputation of rugged off-road vehicles made this car many people's dream car. Several survivors were gathered around this vehicle discussing something. Some were even attempting to flip the car back over from the sand. But the vehicle was buried too deep. It would be difficult without proper tools. When they saw Chen Ye approaching, these survivors' eyes flashed with apprehension and resignation. If Chen Ye wanted this vehicle, they would have to give up. When ordinary survivors encountered sequence superpowers users, they could only retreat. This was the apocalypse now, might made right. Chen Ye inspected the vehicle's condition. The door seemed to have been impacted, with the entire door panel dented inward. Some survivors had just tried to open it but failed. With the vehicle body buried in sand, the tire condition wasn't visible. Of the two tires visible above the sand, one was already punctured, hanging deflated from the wheel rim. The roof also appeared to have been struck by something heavy, with a large gap torn open. Even the exposed chassis showed slight deformation. System, monitor the current vehicle condition. Chen Ye placed his hand on the car door. Vehicle integrity, 69%, requires complete repair. Vehicle currently undrivable. 69%? Chen Ye clicked his tongue, feeling this integrity level was neither high nor low. However, compared to other options, Chen Ye wasn't willing to give up on this vehicle. System, how many slaughter points would complete repair require? How much time? Complete repair requires 7 days and 12 hours, needs 13,728 slaughter points. Hearing it required so many slaughter points and so much time, Chen Ye could only give up. In the current situation, there simply wasn't that much time to repair this vehicle. The over 10,000 slaughter points also made Chen Ye hesitate. Suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes lit up as he spotted something in the vehicle's trunk through the glass. Chen Ye grabbed the trunk handle. Several minutes later, Chen Ye finally managed to forcibly dismantle the trunk. He had even specifically returned to his tricycle to fetch tools for this. This was only possible after his physical enhancement. An ordinary person wouldn't even dream of attempting it. The contents in the trunk made Chen Ye's eyes shine. 2 30-liter fuel cans. These were essential equipment for long-distance travel enthusiasts, specifically used as reserve fuel containers. The cans had English letters printed on them. Chen Ye didn't recognize them, but he could tell these 2 fuel cans were probably quite valuable. And one of the fuel cans was still full. This delighted Chen Ye greatly. Holding the other empty fuel can, an idea occurred to Chen Ye. With so many vehicles here, their built-in fuel tanks must still contain some gasoline. He might as well collect some. Just as this thought occurred to him, Chen Ye looked up and noticed someone had already started doing exactly that. Chen Ye quickly opened this vehicle's fuel tank cap, found a hose from the trunk, and began collecting. The Wrangler's fuel tank didn't have much left. Chen Ye felt he had only collected a small amount before it ran out. Chen Ye turned his attention to other vehicles. Half an hour later, Chen Ye finally filled the second 30-liter fuel can. Seeing there were still a few vehicles left unsearched, he could only let others benefit from them. Chen Ye continued searching for a suitable vehicle. Soon he became disappointed. While there were many vehicles at the scene, almost more than half had some issues. Either the engines had problems, or the vehicle chassis was damaged. For a vehicle, these were all major issues. After searching around, Chen Ye barely found one with the highest integrity. Higher than the previous Wrangler's integrity, reaching 76%. This was an off-road vehicle with a bull's head emblem manufactured in Japan. This vehicle's emblem was extremely familiar. In certain areas with complex road conditions, these bull's head emblems could be seen everywhere. Aside from some body damage, there were no other issues. If Chen Ye wanted to switch to this vehicle, he would need to repair it. Chen Ye didn't require repairs everywhere. He only needed the vehicle to be roadworthy. But even with such requirements, it would still require at least half a day. This was nearly an impossible task. Never mind half a day, Chu Che had said they would depart in 40 minutes. The important issue wasn't the slaughter points problem. If it were only about slaughter points, Chen Ye could find solutions. Like repairing a little today, then waiting until he accumulated enough slaughter points to repair a bit more. Or attempting to borrow some from the system. But repair required time. Chen Ye had already abandoned the idea of changing vehicles. Was changing vehicles just an impossible luxury for him? Chen Ye refused to accept this. Entering a treasure mountain empty-handed wasn't Chen Ye's style. Chen Ye's gaze shifted between his tricycle and the surrounding vehicles. An idea surged into his mind. Since he couldn't change vehicles, why not dismantle parts from these cars to upgrade his tricycle? The tricycle had insufficient power, a loose body structure, and tires modified from motorcycle tires. The Wrangler's tires were all-terrain tires, far superior to his motorcycle tires. That engine was also powerful, along with that rugged body-on-frame chassis. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became. Just then, a rumbling sound reached his ears. Turning to look, it was Iron Lion, that big fool, transformed into a 3-meter giant, forcibly pulling a yellow school bus from the sand. The surrounding survivors watched in stunned silence. This yellow school bus was much larger than the previous bus and appeared superior in every aspect compared to the earlier bus. Clearly, Big Fool had found a usable vehicle and planned to switch. Oldly had already started inspecting this yellow school bus and was directing other survivors to move supplies into it. Chen Ye's eyes lit up. If he could take Iron Lion's bus instead, that wouldn't be bad either. Iron Lion. Chen Ye quickly walked over to communicate with Iron Lion. Soon Chen Ye returned disappointed. According to Iron Lion, that bus had experienced serious problems last night. They had planned to ask Chen Ye, as a mechanic sequence user, to repair the bus this morning. Fortunately, someone on the vehicle knew repairs, allowing the bus to barely remain operational. Now this bus could no longer start. Chen Ye used the system to inspect it. Iron Lion was right. The bus indeed had serious problems. Restoring driving capability would require at least 3 hours. Plus the bus's nearly 30-liter fuel consumption made Chen Ye hesitate. No choice. He could only follow the original plan. Dismantle parts to modify the tricycle. Just as Chen Ye was preparing to disassemble the car, his eyes flickered slightly. Rather than dismantling the car to use its parts for upgrading his tricycle, wouldn't it be better to tow that bull's head emblem off-road vehicle with a rope and slowly repair it during rest time at night? This plan seemed more cost-effective than disassembling the car to upgrade his own broken tricycle. Even if he didn't have enough slaughter points, he could just repair it slowly. The only trouble was getting that bull's head emblem off-road vehicle out. This car couldn't start at all, so it had to be pulled out of the sand by human strength. Even with his enhanced body, he couldn't accomplish this. Unless he had the Titan sequence like Iron Lion. They were about to depart soon, so he needed to act quickly. Moreover, that vehicle was quite far from the road. For ordinary people, pulling such a large vehicle back onto the road would be almost impossible without heavy equipment. But if it were the big guy with Titan sequence, he might be able to do it. If only he had a watch. The electronic watch he found earlier in Longevity Village still hadn't been charged yet. Just as Chen Ye went to discuss with Big Fool about how to get that large vehicle out. Not far away, the sand shifted slightly. A rotting desert lizard raised its head from the sand, its green eyes looking toward the convoy as if confirming something. As if receiving some information, this rotting desert lizard turned and ran into the distance at extremely high speed. Actually, there wasn't just one such rotting desert lizard. When Chen Ye and the others got out of their vehicles, similar rotting lizards had been watching these survivors with their green eyes. At the same time, Captain Chu Che's expression became rather unpleasant. The car accident scene they encountered today was completely unexpected. The Pathfinder sequence could sense anomalies, but its perception of vehicles or people wasn't as clear. If they gave up searching for these supplies, not only would Chen Ye and the others refuse, even Captain Chu himself wouldn't agree. Because this unexpected stop had disrupted their previous travel plans. According to his senses, The nearest anomaly to the convoy was 20 kilometers away, staying in one place without moving. And then there was that anomaly that had been following the convoy. When the convoy set out this morning, they had already shaken it off beyond sensing range. But when Captain Chu saw a rotting lizard quickly crawling into the distance, Captain Chu's expression changed. Captain Chu focused his attention, sensing that distant rotting lizard. This is an anomaly's aura. These rotting lizards were actually anomalies. The anomaly aura of these rotting lizards was extremely faint. If he hadn't deliberately sensed them, he wouldn't have noticed these rotting lizards' existence at all. With a Kyoto. Captain Chu's expression changed slightly as he expanded his sensing range again. Soon Captain Chu's expression underwent another change. That anomaly that was previously 20 kilometers away had moved. It was now only 18 kilometers from the convoy. Cold sweat slid down Captain Chu's forehead. Dead, all dead. Not a single one can escape. The sudden voice from the eavesdropping radio made Captain Chu's anxiety even more severe. Who knows what the eavesdropping radio had heard, but it now spoke with a Chongqing hotpot accent. Old Bao had just loaded a barrel of gasoline into the trunk when he saw Chu Che's strange expression and heard that eerie sound coming from the strange radio. Old Bao, notify everyone, we need to leave now, immediately. But wasn't there still half an hour? No time left, immediately leave now. Captain Chu's expression was extremely serious, with a trace of panic on his face. Old Bao realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately jumped into the car. Attention! 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 All convoy members now. Immediately. Depart at once. All convoy members. Depart immediately. Depart immediately. The sudden, urgent horn sound startled the survivors who were still excitedly gathering supplies. They all froze momentarily, then looked up toward the source. Don't worry, Yezi. You helped me back in Xinghua town, and then again in Longevity Village. Your business is my business. I'll definitely help you. Just as Iron Lion was pounding his chest with assurance, Old Bao's voice came through the loudspeaker. Chen Ye's expression changed, and even Iron Lion's face didn't look good. Seeing this, the other survivors showed panicked expressions and hurriedly ran toward their respective vehicles. Captain Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle with the word fairness painted on its body with paint had already started. The engine roared as it charged toward the cars still on the road. These vehicles that were originally on the road were pushed off it by this modified off-road vehicle. The sudden change caught everyone off guard, and Chen Ye's expression turned very ugly. He believed Chu Che must have a reason for doing this, definitely because he had detected danger and had no choice but to leave. But he had finally found a suitable vehicle, and leaving now felt truly unwilling. Could he really let the duck that had fallen into his hands fly away? So unwilling, so unwilling. Yezi, what should we do? The newly acquired yellow school bus was already packed with people. Old Li was waving at Iron Lion, signaling him to quickly return to the vehicle. Chen Ye looked at Iron Lion, then at the distant bull's head emblem off-road vehicle. Gritting his teeth, he said, Iron Lion, help me this once. I don't want to give up. When Chen Ye said these words, Iron Lion's eyes gradually became determined. All right, but Yezi, time is probably. Chen Ye looked reluctantly at the distant bull's head emblem off-road vehicle again, gritted his teeth and said, change of plans. Just then, Chu Che's modified off-road vehicle seemed to be blocked. Because there were too many cars on the road, the massive resistance blocked its path. Just then, another modified off-road vehicle suddenly charged out, directly bumping into the rear of Captain Chu's vehicle. It was the long-legged girl Nana. The two off-road vehicles, with their powerful engines, slowly cleared a path through the center of the car crash site. The other vehicles behind also started moving, following one after another. At the same time, Chen Ye also took action. Chen Ye led Iron Lion quickly rushing toward the Wrangler that had fallen by the roadside. The main reason he chose this vehicle was because it was closest to the road. Taking this vehicle away wouldn't be easy, but just removing some parts was quite simple. Chen Ye quickly approached the vehicle with tools, his movements so fast they became a blur. For wheels along with their rims were removed. Next was the engine. Yezi, let me. Then they saw Iron Lion expand into a 3-meter-tall giant, reaching out to grab the engine in the front compartment and pulling hard. The engine was plucked out directly from inside, just like a human heart. Chen Ye was stunned. This big fool. Iron Lion, Chen Ye, Hurry up and leave. Captain Chu's voice came through the loudspeaker. The urgent tone indicated the current situation was critical. Chen Ye gritted his teeth. Iron Lion, let's go. All right. Iron Lion responded in a muffled voice, holding the Wrangler's heart with one hand while throwing a wheel toward the road with the other. The four wheels flew through the air with whooshing sounds, landing beside Chen Ye's tricycle and shaking it violently. No time to think more. Iron Lion rushed toward the yellow school bus while holding the engine. As for Chen Ye, he quickly threw the four wheels into the tricycle's cargo bed, making the tricycle sway left and right from the weight. Ignition. Due to the excessive load, black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe before it started moving. Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief, taking one last look at the distant Bull's Head emblem off-road vehicle before reluctantly shifting his gaze away. But just then, Chen Ye's eyes fell upon that chopped pepper fish head. The survivors didn't understand why they had to leave immediately when they were told there were still 40 minutes left. But no one objected to Chu Che's decision. Even Chen Ye himself had no doubts about Chu Che's decision. Forcing open a path through the car crash site, the convoy quickly departed from this large-scale accident scene. Many people looked back reluctantly at the receding car crash site. Chen Ye wasn't the only one who wanted to get a vehicle. Other survivors had the same idea. The harsh sunlight made the perceived temperature reach over 40 degrees Celsius, and the ground temperature was undoubtedly even higher. When Chen Ye sat back in his vehicle, he discovered the soles of his shoes had been burned off. A perfectly good pair of shoes was completely ruined, making Chen Ye's heart ache. This was the apocalypse. Finding another pair of shoes wouldn't be easy. Even the wind blowing against him felt scorching hot. Sweat evaporated before it could slide down to his chin, leaving only a patch of white salt crystals stuck to his temples. Just from getting out of the vehicle for that short while, his exposed skin had already turned red from the heat. The only consolation was that the vehicle canopy could still block some sunlight, allowing Chen Ye to enjoy some brief shade. The sunglasses he found from that chopped pepper fish head car blocked much of the glaring sunlight. If not for the convoy getting further and further ahead, Chen Ye would have felt much better. After loading massive amounts of supplies and 4 huge tires, Chen Ye's tricycle had slowed to an absolute crawl. And the tricycle was still towing a chopped pepper fish head car behind it. Yes, that very chopped pepper fish head car parked by the roadside. Chen Ye simply couldn't accept leaving it behind, so he used a rope to tow the chopped pepper fish head car, planning to take this chopped pepper fish head car with him. This car had the highest level of completeness, if he could modify it with his tricycle. Then get a solar charging panel for upgrades. Maybe his tricycle could become a hybrid gasoline-electric system. Then even without gasoline in the future, he wouldn't need to worry about range issues. Fortunately, the car wasn't too heavy, otherwise no matter how unwilling Chen Ye felt, he probably wouldn't have been able to tow it. Before, this tricycle was like a small horse pulling a big cart. Now it was like a small horse pulling a tank. The throttle was already twisted to the maximum, but the speed still wouldn't increase, barely matching someone riding a bicycle. Sis, look at Chen Ye. He's just like the snake trying to swallow an elephant out of greed. His tricycle is completely loaded, of course it can't move fast. Doesn't he know to throw some things away? If anomalies catch up to him. Zhou Xiaoxiao curled her lips, seeming quite disdainful of Chen Ye's foolish approach. For some reason, ever since Longevity Village, Zhou Xiaoxiao's perception of Chen Ye had changed. After experiencing the previous incident, Zhou Xiaoxiao clearly understood that ordinary people had little chance of surviving in the apocalypse. They might die tomorrow during migration, or starve to death the day after when supplies run out. Surviving until now wasn't because the sisters were capable, but because they were lucky. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoxiao wanted to repair her relationship with Chen Ye and seek some protection. But she simply couldn't swallow her pride to ingratiate herself with others. Before the apocalypse, she was like the moon surrounded by stars in the entertainment industry, highly anticipated even before her debut. For someone with such a background, changing their mindset. Forget a few months. Some people could never accept change in their entire lives. Every time she saw Chen Ye, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but pay attention to him. But every time she made eye contact with Chen Ye, she couldn't help but look away, feeling panicked inside. She knew very clearly that a man like Chen Ye would truly likely use her as a human shield if real danger arose. Like back in Longevity Village. Zhou Xiaoxiao had personally witnessed Chen Ye using that old woman as a scapegoat without any guilt. As for why Zhou Xiaoxiao focused on Chen Ye instead of seeking other sequence superpowers users. Compared to other sequence superpowers users, Chen Ye was undoubtedly the best choice. Because only Chen Ye was alone. Like Captain Chu or Iron Lion or Nana, these people already had their established circles. It would be difficult for Zhou Xiaoxiao to integrate into them. Xiaoxiao, I've noticed you've been paying a lot of attention to Chen Ye lately. You wouldn't be. Sis, what nonsense are you talking about? I just want to repair my relationship with him. I simply want to use him. It's not as dirty as you think. You use him? Come on, Xiaoxiao, be careful playing with fire. I won't get burned. Sis, how about we give him a ride? His tricycle doesn't have enough power and can barely move anymore. Zhou Lan glanced at the rearview mirror. Chen Ye's vehicle was indeed getting slower and slower, about to be left far behind by the convoy. Yet Chen Ye didn't seem panicked at all, even taking the time to light a cigarette. Zhou Lan thought to herself, this man, I really don't know what to say about him, actually having the mood to smoke at a time like this. But just then, the smoke around the man grew thicker and thicker. Zhou Lan's eyes widened. Zhou Xiaoxiao beside her was also shocked, speechless. Sis, what is he doing? The smoke churned continuously, as if something was about to emerge from within. This is. A horse composed of smoke galloped out. Both sisters' eyes bulged wide. Sis, this is. Sequence superpowers. This smoke-formed horse looked somewhat stiff, even a bit distorted in some places. Zhou Lan felt this smoke horse was different from what she'd seen on film sets before. But she still felt utterly shocked inside. While Chen Ye felt quite satisfied. After all, he had only seen horses on television, and only seen them at tourist spots in real life. Simulating to this degree was already quite an achievement. Two smoke-formed ropes extended and tied to the tricycle's frame. The smoke-mimicked horse raised its hooves and began galloping wildly. The distance between the tricycle and the convoy visibly closed. In the off-road vehicle ahead, the long-legged girl Nana also witnessed the scene, her eyes revealing a playful glint. Interesting, the smoke apostle sequence can be used like this too. On the yellow school bus, the listless big full Iron Lion also saw the scene and said in a muffled voice, Yezi, really impressive. After saying this, the big fool collapsed and immediately fell into deep sleep. Earlier, when extracting this vehicle from the sand, Iron Lion had also used his transformation ability. Every time he used his transformation ability, Iron Lion needed sleep to recover. In Chu Che's eyes, Chen Ye's behavior was wasteful. In Captain Chu's view, sequence superpowers abilities were extremely precious and shouldn't be used for anything other than combat. Fortunately, Chen Ye only used the ability for about 10 minutes before stopping the smoke-mimicked horse from pulling the vehicle. This kind of activity was simply too draining. In just over 10 minutes, Chen Ye already felt dizzy and lightheaded. When the temperature began to drop. When the sunset dyed the desert golden, the convoy finally decided to stop and set up camp. Migrating at night wasn't a good idea. The blood moon appeared in the sky again. Only then did Chen Ye's tricycle slowly arrive. He had used the smoke mimicry ability twice along the way, yet even so, Chen Ye had been left far behind by the convoy. Even that low-speed electric vehicle was much faster than Chen Ye. At least that low-speed electric vehicle wasn't carrying so many supplies. But when Chen Ye saw his gains from this trip, he still felt completely satisfied. Next, he would use his currently limited slaughter points to upgrade his vehicle. After upgrading, he wouldn't need to worry about vehicle issues for some time to come. He could focus on upgrading his own strength or weapons. Until now, Chen Ye still couldn't forget about the 5,000 slaughter points needed to upgrade a wonder. Chen Ye arrived at the camp completely exhausted. The 4 all-terrain tires on the tricycle, along with their rims, were piled in the cargo bed, causing it to deform slightly. And those 2 chopped pepperfish heads, when he parked, they bumped into the back of Chen Ye's vehicle due to inertia. Many survivors cast envious glances toward Chen Ye. Some even whispered among themselves. One woman with a good figure bit her lower lip, seeming eager to approach Chen Ye. This woman had always claimed to be the social butterfly of the convoy. Though not as beautiful as the Zhou sisters, she still made many men drool. She had previously tried to win over Captain Chu Che, but without success. Now seeing Chen Ye seemingly gaining influence, she turned her attention to him. The woman bit her fingernail, her eyes flickering dangerously. This migration was more exhausting than any before. Chen Ye had used his smoke breath ability twice just to keep up. After parking the tricycle, Chen Ye's first action was to pull out a toss cigarette and take a deep drag, savoring the nicotine's richness to relieve his fatigue. As a seasoned smoker, his first thought when tired wasn't to rest, but to have a smoke. In the past, Chen Ye would have been more cautious since smoking damages health. But after awakening to sequence superpowers, smoking's minor side effects could no longer harm him. This left Chen Ye smoking without any reservations. He casually checked his cigarette supply. At this rate, they probably wouldn't last a month. Yezi, you're back. Just as Chen Ye leaned against his vehicle to rest, Big Fool Iron Lion came looking for him. Chen Ye offered a cigarette. Want one? Iron Lion quickly waved his hand. I don't smoke. After speaking, Iron Lion tossed a carton of toss cigarettes to Chen Ye. Chen Ye looked at this big fool in surprise. Iron Lion grinned sheepishly. Well, Yezi, if you have time, could you take a look at my vehicle? My vehicle seems to have some problems. Chen Ye glanced toward Iron Lion's tent nearby. Several survivors were crawling under a vehicle with a flashlight, the light flickering constantly. Your vehicle already has problems so soon after getting it? Iron Lion showed a trace of frustration. Yeah, the previous bus had issues from the start. We finally found the school bus, thinking it would be better, but it has problems too. Our people have been checking for a long time but still can't find the issue. That's why I thought of you, your mechanic sequence. You must have a solution. Iron Lion's team had maintenance personnel who could handle minor problems internally. But when they encountered issues even they couldn't solve, that's when Chen Ye's help was needed. Hence Iron Lion brought the carton of toss cigarettes. Is it serious? The vehicle won't start, and even when it does start, it won't move properly. You'll understand when you see it. Chen Ye thought for a moment, then pointed at his tricycle. You saw today, I need to modify this tricycle first. I can help you after I finish. Even though Iron Lion was on good terms with him, Chen Ye didn't plan to set aside his own tasks to help first. If he didn't modify the tricycle soon, he probably couldn't continue with tomorrow's migration. Iron Lion nodded. No problem, focus on your own stuff first. I can manage. Alright, Iron Lion, could you bring that engine over for me? I might need it. No problem. Iron Lion left the cigarettes and departed. After recovering some strength, Chen Ye struggled up to cook. Only after eating his fill would Chen Ye have the energy to handle the upcoming tricycle upgrade and modification. Using superpowers wasn't just about mental energy consumption, it also tested physical stamina. While Chen Ye was eating, Iron Lion brought the engine over. The massive steel heart made Chen Ye's eyelids twitch. If it were him, even with his enhanced post-modification body far stronger than ordinary people's, he couldn't possibly carry such a steel heart. But Iron Lion seemed much more relaxed about it. After eating, Chen Ye began the upgrade and modification of his tricycle. The previous 7,000 plus slaughter points had left just over 4,000 after various modifications. Looking at the 4,000 plus slaughter points, Chen Ye felt troubled. This small amount probably wasn't enough. But Chen Ye quickly adjusted his mindset: upgrade first, then figure out the rest if it wasn't enough. The system upgrade interface soon appeared before Chen Ye. System, I need to upgrade. Chen Ye planned to incorporate the chopped pepperfish head he brought back, along with this 2.0T engine removed from the Woodman, and those 4 all-terrain tires, all added to the tricycle. The chopped pepperfish head was an electric vehicle. Combined with this 2.0T engine, they could assemble a hybrid fuel-electric vehicle. In this apocalyptic situation, such a hybrid vehicle would absolutely be worth more than its cost. Daytime sunlight was abundant every day. With an upgraded solar charging panel, he could ensure his electricity freedom. Even if the chopped pepperfish head's power was somewhat weak, it would definitely be much stronger than his tricycle. A new design blueprint soon appeared before him. Just looking at this design blueprint made Chen Ye drool. The chopped pepperfish head replaced the previous motorcycle tricycle front. The previous cargo bed became a carriage connected to the chopped pepperfish head. Perhaps to fit that 2.0T steel heart, even the chopped pepperfish head's front fascia was lengthened, making it look much more imposing. To accommodate those 4 all-terrain wheel rims and tires, the chopped pepperfish head's body was also raised significantly. The chopped pepperfish head's original 4 small wheels were directly swapped to the rear carriage. The entire vehicle now had 8 wheels. But under the system's design, the vehicle didn't look ugly. Instead, it appeared quite domineering, perfectly suited to the current apocalyptic backdrop. One could even say it was a vehicle specifically crafted for the apocalypse. The chopped pepper fish head had undergone massive changes, completely unrecognizable from its original form as a city commuter car. Even the body lines had become much more rugged. The tricycle had transformed into an apocalyptic pickup truck. Chen Ye looked at it until he drooled. If he possessed such a vehicle, regardless of its internal configuration, just its appearance could surpass Captain Chu and the long-legged girl's modified off-road vehicles by 8 blocks. But when Chen Ye saw the slaughter points required for modification, he became utterly depressed. Damn. It actually required over 20,000 slaughter points. As for what numbers followed the two, Chen Ye didn't bother looking. The required slaughter points were simply too exaggerated. Chen Ye's heart felt like cats were scratching it. The slaughter points were completely insufficient. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Ye, and an excited expression instantly appeared on his face. System, how many slaughter points can I borrow now? He had previously borrowed 300 slaughter points and repaid them on time, establishing good credit. Maybe his limit had increased, and he could borrow more now. The system interface showed a spinning circle, seemingly assessing Chen Ye's creditworthiness. Iron Lion's newly acquired school bus seems to have some problems, and that amateur mechanic in his convoy can't fix it. Iron Lion approached Chen Ye, hoping Chen Ye would help repair his vehicle, but unfortunately Chen Ye refused. He wants to prioritize modifying his own tricycle. What a selfish young man. Inside the tent, the eavesdropping radio offered its opinion on Chen Ye's earlier refusal of Iron Lion. The entire convoy was under the surveillance of the eavesdropping radio. Sometimes it would even share its views on certain matters. And often during these times, its opinions tended to be quite cutting. No, I don't see it that way. In the apocalypse, fairness is the most precious thing. Chen Ye prioritizing himself, in my view, he's being perfectly fair. Captain Chu picked up a cup of tea, took a small sip, then revealed an intoxicated expression. Now when Captain Chu wanted to drink tea, he would no longer do it openly in front of everyone. Instead, he would secretly savor it alone in his vehicle or during rest times inside his tent. In Captain Chu's opinion, giving his good tea to those few people was like a cow chewing peonies, a complete waste of something precious. Based on the system's comprehensive assessment, the host's current available slaughter points credit limit is 10,000 points. 10,000 slaughter points? Receiving this answer, Chen Ye's face showed an expression of pleasant surprise. This was 10,000 slaughter points, enough to accomplish many significant things. Adding to the 4,000 slaughter points remaining from before, he now possessed a total of 14,000 slaughter points. Although it wasn't enough to transform the tricycle into an apocalyptic pickup truck, it could still accomplish many things. Like the wonder he had been longing for. Even if he reserved 5,000 slaughter points, he would still have 9,000 remaining. This was mainly thanks to his previous frugality. Whenever human effort could accomplish something, he absolutely wouldn't let the system waste a single slaughter point. Chen Ye once again optimized the system's upgrade plan. Simply put, he was squeezing slaughter points out of the system's design scheme. Otherwise, 9,000 slaughter points would be completely insufficient for upgrading to an apocalyptic pickup truck. The first thing Chen Ye eliminated was the apocalyptic pickup truck's 8-wheel design. This design looked cool and even had decent practicality, but it consumed far too many slaughter points. And fuel consumption would also increase significantly. Even in electric drive mode, it probably couldn't handle 8 wheels. Chen Ye optimized the 8-wheel design. 8 wheels became 4 wheels. He kept the 4 all-terrain tires salvaged from the Wrangler. These tires were absolutely necessary. Who knew when they might leave the road route, then these tires would prove their worth. The previous 20,000 plus slaughter points requirement suddenly dropped from starting with 2 to starting with 1. This saved a considerable number of slaughter points. Chen Ye checked the design blueprint again. He saw there was still suspension modification. According to the system's design, this suspension system could ensure the driver had a good experience inside the vehicle, which would be quite necessary on rough terrain. Thailand bought yes. Chen Ye hesitated for a moment, but didn't delete the suspension modification. He just replaced it with a cheaper alternative. Next came the frame and chassis issues. Seeing the system's modification quotes for these two items, Chen Ye felt physical pain. Back at that large car crash site, Chen Ye had wanted to salvage a frame and chassis. But Captain Chu Che's sudden departure had disrupted that plan. Checking the system's upgrade plan. These two items cost several thousand slaughter points. No matter how much it pained Chen Ye, modifications to these two components were unavoidable. Before, it was just a tricycle that could manage with simplicity, but now it was an apocalyptic pickup truck. Without these things, it just wouldn't make sense. But there were still ways to save some slaughter points. Following the system's prompts, Chen Ye streamlined the design as much as possible without affecting normal operation. Next came the cargo bed. The previous cargo bed had already been upgraded. This upgrade would make it more complete. The entire cargo bed was modified with sheet metal, and even the vehicle canopy was changed to sheet metal. Not only was this much sturdier than the previous spliced canopy, it could even provide shelter from rain. Chen Ye unhesitatingly restored the previous splicing solution. The design now presented before Chen Ye didn't look too bad. It could only be said to better match the name, apocalyptic pickup truck. The previous apocalyptic pickup truck looked like a rich kid's toy in the apocalypse. But now, it truly resembled a real apocalyptic pickup truck. A weathered, battle-hardened apocalyptic pickup truck. For the remaining design, he saved wherever possible. Air conditioning in the cabin? That actually costs 500 slaughter points? No way, delete it. And the intercom? No, delete that too. Radio? Delete. And automatic seats? Also delete. Switch to manual. Even the automatic oil-electric switching system was changed to manual by Chen Ye. This system mainly automatically switched the vehicle to electric mode when the fuel tank was empty. To save slaughter points, Chen Ye directly changed it to manual. In the future, when Chen Ye drove this vehicle and ran out of gas, the vehicle would have to stop completely for him to manually switch to electric mode. As long as it didn't affect survival, even if it only saved a few slaughter points, Chen Ye would unhesitatingly make the modification. Even the four wheels were removed by Chen Ye. If the system handled installation, it would still cost dozens of slaughter points. Chen Ye preferred to install them himself. Even for that steel heart, Chen Ye only kept the pre-installation position. He preferred to handle the remaining installation work himself. Under the system's guidance, this apocalyptic pickup truck would have no problems with basic operation. But comfort was completely out of the question. Every function that could be saved was eliminated. Half an hour later, Chen Ye's newly designed apocalyptic pickup truck wasn't much better than a tractor. Chen Ye checked the system's budget again. It still required 6,000 slaughter points. Sigh, can't optimize it any further, this will have to do. Chen Ye confirmed the upgrade plan in the interface. An hourglass countdown appeared above the tricycle. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. 10 hours. Still acceptable. It would be upgraded by around 7 tomorrow morning. 14,000 slaughter points, spent 6,000, leaving 8,000. Upgrading the Wonder would cost another 5,000, leaving 3,000. He previously had 14,000, but in the blink of an eye, only 3,000 remained. Chen Ye once again felt anxious about having only 3,000 slaughter points. Having solved the tricycle modification and upgrade problem, Chen Ye stood up, brushed the sand off his pants, and walked toward Iron Lion's yellow school bus. From the constantly flickering flashlight beam, he could tell they still hadn't given up. Taking Iron Lion's things naturally meant helping Iron Lion fix his vehicle. Seeing Chen Ye arrive, many people put down their work and looked at him with expectant eyes. Yezi, you're here. Yeah, just came to take a look. Still not fixed yet. No, Sai, I don't know what's wrong. I should have never swapped for this vehicle in the first place. A trace of regret appeared on Iron Lion's honest-looking face. This school bus was definitely much better than the previous bus. Just the space inside this vehicle was about 30% larger than the previous bus. Moreover, the interior height was much taller than the previous bus, and the cabin space was much wider. Someone as bulky as Iron Lion definitely needed a larger vehicle. No problem, let me take a look for you. As Chen Ye walked over, the survivors who were still repairing made way for him. At this point, the school bus's engine compartment had been mostly dismantled, and with just one glance, you could see the exposed steel heart and the greasy engine oil. It had to be said that Iron Lion was quite lucky to find a school bus that could still run in such an environment. Chen Ye placed his hand against the school bus's body, and a system dialog box appeared before his eyes. System, inspect this vehicle's condition. Inspection complete. Vehicle integrity, 87%. Seeing this integrity rating, Chen Ye roughly understood that there shouldn't be any major issues with this school bus. The problems Iron Lion mentioned earlier were probably just concerns that made him want Chen Ye to take a look. In this apocalypse, the importance of vehicles went without saying. System, provide a list of vehicle problems. A table quickly appeared before his eyes. There were about 7 or 8 problems listed in the table, half of which were related to the vehicle's exterior, such as peeling paint or body deformation. Chen Ye quickly found the issues Iron Lion mentioned earlier in the table, the abnormal vehicle noises and weak throttle response. From the looks of it, these problems wouldn't significantly affect the vehicle's operation in the short term. But if left unresolved for a long time, small issues could turn into major problems. Iron Lion had just obtained this vehicle, so he was naturally somewhat worried. The activity between Chen Ye and Iron Lion quickly drew attention from other survivors. The convoy only had about 40 people, so any news spread quickly throughout the entire group. Like how Chen Ye was previously a mechanic sequence and had awakened some superpower sequence. Now Chen Ye was clearly going to help Iron Lion repair the vehicle. Therefore, everyone wanted to see exactly how Chen Ye would fix the vehicle. Seeing Chen Ye standing motionless with his hand pressed against the yellow school bus, people around began whispering. Sis, what is Chen Ye doing? Why isn't he moving at all? I don't know, probably activating his superpower ability. The Zhou sisters were also in the crowd. Especially Zhou Xiaoxiao, whose desire for sequence superpowers was unparalleled. This girl dreamed of awakening a sequence and becoming a superhuman. Oh no. Therefore, she would never pass up this opportunity to observe sequence superpowers up close. Quite a few people shared similar thoughts as Zhou Xiaoxiao. Seeing Chen Ye's palm pressed motionless against the vehicle body, many people around were discussing something. Even the long-legged girl Nana came. She had never seen Chen Ye use his mechanic abilities on site before. By now, Chen Ye had seen the problem list provided by the system and identified the main issues. System, if I want to repair this problem, how many slaughter points are needed? Requires 150 slaughter points. 150 points? Chen Ye felt a bit pained. This system was treating him like he was made of money. But he had already taken a pack of toss cigarettes from Iron Lion, and asking Chen Ye to return them now saying he couldn't fix it was something Chen Ye would absolutely not be willing to do. Even someone as stingy as Chen Ye couldn't bear to spend 150 slaughter points. System, can you provide repair guidance? Does this require slaughter points? Repair guidance only requires 10 slaughter points. Hearing it only required 10 slaughter points, Chen Ye was instantly tempted. He immediately exchanged for 10 slaughter points. Then repair guidance provided by the system appeared before Chen Ye's eyes. Chen Ye's expression didn't change as he habitually lit a cigarette, took tools from a nearby survivor, and began the repairs. Everyone on site practically craned their necks to see inside. They saw Chen Ye disassembling various parts in the engine compartment with incredible familiarity. The feeling was like a master mechanic with decades of repair experience was working. A few minutes later, Chen Ye completely fixed Iron Lion's vehicle. The bespectacled man only got in to test it. Smooth startup, rapid throttle response. Iron Lion was overjoyed, patting Chen Ye's shoulder and grinning happily at him. But the survivors around them were disappointed. That's it. I thought we'd get to see superpowers, but it ended just like that. This mechanic sequence is probably fake too. If it were me, I could also. You could what? You think you could do it if you tried. Nana took a swig of beer from her bottle, then strode away on her long legs. The Zhou sisters exchanged glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. In the crowd, a round-faced, sharp-chinned woman stood there with disheveled hair. If anyone had noticed her, they might have seen that the woman's eyes were glowing. This woman was none other than the former online feminist athlete Su Jiaojiao. After Captain Chu employed a small trick, this woman lost all social standing in the convoy, with several people even thoroughly disliking her. After that incident, the woman had been lying low. When they went to Longevity Village last time, this woman didn't go at all due to fear. Now in the convoy, Su Jiaojiao maintained her livelihood by helping others. Unfortunately, This woman had average figure, average looks, and aside from confidence that far exceeded ordinary people, she had no particular skills. Therefore, she wasn't doing well, living like a rat in the gutter within the convoy. But it wasn't necessarily true that she had completely submitted. Recently, this woman had been connecting with other survivors, trying to overthrow the rule of the sequence superhumans. But it had minimal effect. And now, hearing these words in her ears, Su Jiaojiao's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and her gaze toward Chen Ye carried a meaningful quality. Plus, the recent peace had made her restless heart become active again. Chen Ye clapped his hands, stood up, and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, the survivors who had been tinkering for a long time but still couldn't fix the vehicle looked at Chen Ye with admiring eyes. Only they themselves knew how truly skilled this person before them was. It was already past 11 p.m. The desert temperature had plummeted. Survivors had already wrapped themselves tightly in their clothes. Those with vehicles had already gotten inside. Those without vehicles had already entered their tents. Chen Ye also felt a chill, but now wasn't the time to rest. There was one thing Chen Ye had wanted to do for a long time, but kept putting off. That was to find Captain Chu to exchange for that solar charging panel. He had wanted this thing for ages. With this solar charging panel, not only could the electronic watch he found earlier in Longevity Village be used, even his apocalyptic pickup truck could utilize electrical power. Chu Che naturally knew about Chen Ye going to help Iron Lion repair the school bus. With Captain Chu possessing the eavesdropping radio, nothing in the convoy could escape his ears. Like that perpetually restless Su Jiaojiao. However, Captain Chu didn't take Su Jiaojiao seriously at all. If he took action against this woman without reason, it would violate the convoy's principle of fairness. As the captain, he definitely wouldn't easily break the rules he himself had established. And this woman actually thought Chen Ye was the weakest one in the entire convoy. Haha, interesting. SSS. Captain Chu took a small sip of the pu'er tea in his cup, feeling completely comfortable all over. He truly missed the days when he could drink tea freely. In his previous home, he had a dedicated tea room. The apocalypse had its perks, but this tea, once you drank a little, there was less left, and it wasn't easy to collect more. Remembering the scene last time when Nana drank it like a cow chewing peonies, Captain Chu felt a bit heartache. As the captain, Chu Che didn't care for beautiful women. He didn't even have the slightest desire to glance at those women in the convoy with decent figures. Not even beauties like the Zhou Lan and Zhou Xiaoxiao sisters interested Captain Chu. The only thing he loved was this cup of tea broth. It was simply the ultimate earthly pleasure. SSS. He savored another sip. Captain Chu felt his soul had been elevated, and the day's fatigue was completely eliminated at this moment. Captain Chu. A familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the tent. Captain Chu's heart jumped in surprise. He hurriedly prepared to stuff the tea set into the box beside him. Just as Captain Chu picked up the teapot to hide it in the nearby box, the tent flap was lifted from the outside. A handsome, somewhat stubbly face appeared at the entrance. It was Chen Ye. Chen Ye also didn't expect to see the scene when he lifted the tent flap. Captain Chu was sneakily stuffing something into the box beside him. Chen Ye's gaze shifted to what Captain Chu was trying to hide, and his eyes lit up slightly. Captain, that's not very fair of you, drinking tea alone without calling me. SSS, come to think of it, I haven't had tea in many days either. Chen Ye walked into the tent, rubbing his hands together like a fly. Originally planning to exchange for the solar charging panel with Captain Chu, he happened to catch Captain Chu drinking tea. You have to understand, this was the desert. Water resources in the desert were extremely precious. Even Chen Ye controlled his daily water intake, let alone drinking tea. To conserve water resources, Chen Ye hadn't brushed his teeth for several months. The last time he bathed was that rainy night when they left Longevity Village. Thinking back on that night's rain still felt somewhat regrettable. If only he had collected some in bottles back then. Captain, you're really stingy. Chen Ye chuckled and pulled over a moon chair by himself, sitting directly opposite Captain Chu. Chu Che's mouth twitched violently. You, forget it. Seeing that he'd been caught red-handed, Captain Chu had no choice but to share this pot of pu'er with Chen Ye. Captain Chu added hot water to the teapot, then poured the tea broth into the fairness cup. The orange-red tea broth emitted an invigorating fragrance. Chen Ye was also examining Captain Chu's tent. You had to admit Captain Chu knew how to enjoy life. The tent even had a single army cot and camping lights. The solar charging panel that Chen Ye wanted was just casually thrown on the ground. Much better conditions than what Chen Ye had. So, how did it go? Iron Lion's vehicle fixed. Fixed, no major issues. Truly worthy of the mechanic sequence, but you're too ruthless, earning a whole carton of cigarettes from Iron Lion in just a few minutes. Can't be helped, Iron Lion and I have a good relationship. Just a carton of cigarettes. Even if he didn't give them, I would still have helped him check it out. This wasn't false. When Chen Ye previously asked Iron Lion for help pulling his vehicle from the desert, Iron Lion agreed without hesitation. As long as it didn't affect himself, Chen Ye was willing to lend Iron Lion a hand. But if Iron Lion was willing to give cigarettes, Chen Ye wouldn't refuse either. The mechanic sequence is truly impressive, but the support sequence is easily underestimated too. You're keeping too low a profile. Captain Chu looked at Chen Ye with a smiling expression, his words seeming to carry some hidden meaning. Chen Ye picked up his cup, drank it all in one gulp, and savored the lingering aroma of the tea. Chen Ye, you're someone who never visits without a reason. Coming to find me in the middle of the night, what's it really about? Just say it directly. Chen Ye pointed at the solar charging panel behind Captain Chu. I want that. I'm wondering how Captain plans to exchange for it. Captain Chu glanced at the solar charging panel. He had long guessed Chen Ye would come to exchange for this thing, just didn't expect it would take this long. If you want this, it's not impossible to exchange, but this thing isn't cheap. Name your price. 1 10-kilogram bag of flour plus 1 10-kilogram bag of rice. You're crazy. Chen Ye didn't expect Captain Chu to be so ruthless, even more cutthroat than himself. Chu Che slowly took a sip of tea before saying, expensive? You can go find old Zhang too. He has more solar charging panels. However, he's much more ruthless than me. If you want to exchange for a solar charging panel from him, the price would at least double. Chen Ye gritted his teeth. He believed Captain Chu's words. That wretched old man driving the low-speed electric vehicle only gave a small piece of bread each time after finishing transactions with that voluptuous woman. A whole night, and only one small piece of bread. Given that level of stinginess, obtaining that solar charging panel would definitely require a huge price. And Chen Ye wasn't very willing to deal with that old man. For some reason, Chen Ye always felt there might be something off about that old man. Before figuring out that old man's background, Chen Ye thought it better to keep a respectful distance. Sometimes learning from old Devil Han helped you live longer. Captain, that's just too expensive. Not expensive at all, Chen Ye. You have so many supplies, only feeding yourself, while I have to support this many people. My supplies are even tighter than yours. How about exchanging with me? Oh right, you still owe me a 15-liter bucket of gasoline. When are you planning to return it? Chen Ye currently only had about 60 liters of gasoline left. If he returned it to Chu Che, he'd only have 45 liters left. Ahem. Captain, since you're not short on gasoline anyway, let's talk about it later. Let's discuss the solar charging panel first. 10 kilograms of rice, 10 kilograms of flour, non-negotiable. You black-hearted Scrooge. Say whatever you want. Captain Chu was quite satisfied seeing Chen Ye's frustrated expression, happily raising his teacup to drink. However, if you really think it's too expensive, I do have another set of solar charging panels. Although they're broken for you, that shouldn't be a problem. If you want them, I can give you a cheaper price. Just half of the previous offer. All right then, please show them to me, Captain. Hearing that he could get them for only half the supplies, Chen Ye's heart became active. Wait a moment, let me look for them. After saying this, Chu Che got up and went to a travel suitcase at least 30 inches large nearby. Captain Chu had obtained this travel suitcase during previous supply gathering. Finding it very useful, he used it to store supplies. Chen Ye's gaze also turned toward that box. Anything Captain Chu kept in this box must be somewhat useful. Suddenly, Chen Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. A red piece of leather was taken out by Chu Che from the box and placed to the side. He had seen this leather piece before during the convoy trading session. At the time, he just thought this leather was quite strange. Now it seemed this leather might possibly be some kind of wonder material. Chen Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. System, what is this leather? Does it require spending 100 slaughter points for appraisal? Holy crap! It actually required spending slaughter points for appraisal? This kind of thing had never happened before. Could it be some incredible wonder material? The desert temperature plummeted at night. During the day, you wished you could throw off all your clothes. By nighttime, you wished you could wear every single piece of clothing you owned. The newly repaired school bus had all its windows closed tightly, and they'd even used clothes and quilts to seal the window gaps. In the deep night, temperatures dropping dozens of degrees below zero were enough to freeze a person to death. Sulina didn't know why Su Jiaojiao had called her out of the vehicle in the middle of the night. But considering they shared the same surname, Sulina still wrapped herself in clothes and descended from the school bus. Even though Sulina was bundled in thick clothing, it couldn't conceal her graceful curves. Several male survivors watched her receding figure with lingering, longing gazes. In the convoy led by Captain Chu, there was only one iron rule: fairness. Unless Sulina was willing, no one could force her to do anything she didn't want to do. That old Zhang Tu who drove the low-speed electric vehicle had even taken out a large bag of food to try to please Sulina, but she had politely refused. You have to understand, that was food. A large bag of it. If given to other survivors, they would do anything for it. In the apocalypse, no resource was more precious than food. This mysterious woman was even more attractive to men than the Zhou sisters. Her every movement and gesture was filled with a natural allure. This kind of allure was called femininity by some people. Some women were born with it, while other women who tried to learn it would only end up as poor imitations. Some people had been curious about what work Sulina did before the apocalypse. Even the Zhou sisters were curious about this femme fatale of the convoy. But no one had managed to find out any information. She was a mysterious woman who maintained neutral relationships within the convoy. She spoke to everyone with a smiling expression, offending no one, but not getting excessively close to anyone either. Ro Epsilon. Therefore, Sulina didn't live better in the convoy because of her looks. She did her fair share of the convoy's daily work. Sulina tightened her clothes, her breath forming white puffs as she stamped her feet and arrived not far away. Jiao, not sleeping in the middle of the night. What did you call me out for? Su Jiaojiao's clothes made her look as bloated as a ball, and combined with her perpetually unwashed hair, she already emitted an unpleasant odor. But this woman didn't mind because most people in the entire convoy were like this. Even the Sulina before her wasn't much better off. Sister Lina, I need to talk to you about something. Su Jiaojiao looked around, her eyes carrying a trace of wariness. Jiao, don't keep me in suspense now. Say what you need to say quickly. It's too cold. All right then, Sister Lina. Don't you think it's too unfair in our convoy? Sulina's eyes grew alert. What do you mean? Sister Lina, our convoy has 43 people total, with 4 sequence superpowers users, 3 men, and only 1 woman. Sister Lina, don't you think this is unfair? Sulina didn't speak, just subtly shifted her feet backward, putting a bit more distance between herself and Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao was clearly caught up in some kind of excitement. Sister Lina, we clean the vehicles every day, we cook for the men, and we even let them violate us. Sister Lina, don't you think this is unfair? Why do those men get to eat well without doing anything, while we clean vehicles and cook every day, yet only get to barely eat our fill? Why? This isn't fair, Su Jiaojiao said through gritted teeth angrily. Sulina showed no emotional change in response to Su Jiaojiao's arguments. Instead, her eyes remained perfectly clear. In fact, Sulina somewhat regretted coming out. This woman has gone mad. What do you want to do? Sulina still asked out of curiosity. Sister Lina, I want to make this convoy fairer. Sister Lina, I want everyone in this convoy to have food to eat, everyone to be well-fed and clothed, everyone to be able to speak up for themselves. Sister Lina, I've already investigated thoroughly. Sequence superpowers aren't actually that amazing. You saw it today too, that Chen Ye. He's also a sequence superpowers user, but did you see any difference between him and us ordinary people when he was repairing the vehicle today? Sister Lina, have you ever thought that maybe sequence superpowers are just a joke? Sister Lina, I've already planned it out. That Chen Ye is the weakest among the sequence superpowers users, so we'll start with him. Isn't he the mechanic sequence? Once we control Chen Ye, we can change the convoy. Then you'll be the deputy captain, I'll be the captain, and we'll establish a new apocalyptic utopia. Stop. Sulina raised her hand to interrupt Su Jiaojiao. Su Jiaojiao looked at Su Lina's eyes, which were 10,000 times more beautiful than her own, with a stunned expression. Jiaojiao, if you think it's unfair, you can go collect supplies yourself next time. The Zhou sisters also collect supplies themselves. See how they're living quite well? Su Jiaojiao's face stiffened. She absolutely didn't dare face those anomalies herself to collect supplies. Don't speak, let me finish. The vehicle space is quite limited anyway, and daily cleaning doesn't involve much work. If you're unwilling, I'll do your work for you from now on. And about those who willingly degrade themselves, that's their business, it has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to interfere with others' choices. One last thing to tell you. You say Chen Ye is the weakest? Hehe. I disagree with you talking about the man I've set my sights on like that. Slap. Su Lina delivered a fierce slap across Su Jiaojiao's face, directly stunning Su Jiaojiao. A red handprint quickly appeared on that round face. Before Su Jiaojiao could react, Su Lina turned and walked away quickly with swaying steps. Before the apocalypse, Su Lina was the golden phoenix nurtured deep in the mountains of Sichuan. Only Su Lina herself knew how much effort she had expended to escape those mountains. That summer, Su Lina had cried for an entire afternoon while clutching her university admission letter. After entering university, due to her outstanding qualities, Su Lina was rated as the campus goddess and became the dream lover of countless male university students. Even after she left campus, legends about her still remained. After graduation, through a chance opportunity, Su Lina came into contact with a certain powerful figure. From some point on, Su Lina became that powerful figure's caged golden canary. Because of this, Su Lina obtained living conditions and resources far beyond her peers. At the same time, leveraging this powerful figure's connections, Su Lina gradually developed her own small business, planning to restart her life once she gained a firm footing. However, the apocalypse began. After experiencing the initial panic, Su Lina actually felt that her current life was quite acceptable. The daily work was actually quite simple, just cleaning the vehicles, helping with cooking, or assisting with other tasks. Trading this work for the daily necessities she needed. In this convoy, everything emphasized fairness. If you wanted to obtain something, you had to give something in return. Fortunately, as long as she was unwilling, no one could force her to do anything she didn't want to do. Su Lina knew how rare this was in an apocalyptic environment like this. Therefore, Su Lina was quite satisfied. The only thing that made Su Lina unhappy was that she simply couldn't eat her fill. Over time, Su Lina also wanted to climb higher, otherwise she wouldn't have become a caged canary back then. At first, Su Lina had set her sights on Captain Chu Che. During a few occasional, not too inappropriate contacts, Su Lina discovered that Captain Chu's gaze was strange. When looking at a beautiful girl like her, his eyes showed absolutely no change. Since she became aware of such things, she had never seen such a gaze again. Su Lina sadly realized that Captain Chu seemed to be, well, not quite functional, right? As for the big guy Iron Lion, better forget about that. And that old Zhang too, who kept showering her with attention. Well, she hadn't reached the point of being that desperate yet. It wasn't until Chen Ye appeared that Su Lina's attention turned to this young man. Young, handsome, a sequence superpowers user, and now even dual sequences. Su Lina set her target on this man. Su Lina had even shamelessly told Su Jiaojiao that Chen Ye was the man she had set her sights on, and had even slapped Su Jiaojiao over it. Su Lina very much hoped that today's events and the words she had spoken today would reach Chen Ye's ears. Once Chen Ye took the initiative to approach, Su Lina would then act as if nothing had happened. This was the technique of someone who had once been a caged canary. By the way, Su Jiaojiao wants to deal with Chen Ye. Chen Ye probably doesn't know yet. Should I tell him? This is also an opportunity to make contact with him. However, it seems he hasn't returned yet. I'll wait a bit longer. What tone should I use when speaking to him later? Thinking this, Su Lina began to tidy her messy hair. She even took out a precious wet wipe from her inner pocket that she had been reluctant to use, tore it open, and wiped her face that hadn't been washed for several days, not even sparing her neck. Confirm identification. As Chen Ye confirmed in his heart, the system quickly provided an identification response, deducting 100 slaughter points. Identifying. Identification complete. Item name: Flayed Ghost Scalp. Type: Wonder material can be used to create wonders, will possess functions beyond ordinary imagination. Origin: this item was peeled from a flayed ghost's head by a Buddha sequence 3 discipline holder. This Buddha sequence superhuman died in battle, was found by survivors, and eventually ended up in the hands of fair convoy leader Chen Ye. Suggestion: this item belongs to rare wonder material, created wonder number may be within 2000, but has a certain probability of producing side effects. Within number 2000? Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio is numbered 1257. Although it might not compare to Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio, Chen Ye was still quite satisfied. You have to understand, this is a wonder. According to Captain Chu's explanation, wonders are extremely rare. Even he only obtained that eavesdropping radio through sheer coincidence. It's said Nana also has a wonder, but its ranking is beyond 3000, though no one knows what it is. Chen Ye speculated it might be her sword. Since meeting that woman, he'd never seen her apart from that sword. As for Iron Lion, no one had heard of him possessing any wonder. This shows just how precious wonders are. You want this? Although it was phrased as a question, Captain Chu's expression seemed to say, I knew this day would come eventually. Looking at that smug, self-satisfied face, Chen Ye really wanted to spit a thick glob of phlegm right at this show-off. But for the sake of negotiating the price, he restrained himself. Chen Ye suppressed the greed in his heart. Even though he definitely wanted this item, he couldn't show it. How do we exchange for this? Chen Ye didn't answer Chen Ye's question directly. Instead, he took a pair of rubber gloves from nearby, put them on, and only then picked up that red skin. Reino yes. Damn it, just now you casually threw it around like it was nothing. Now that I want it, you start wearing gloves? Your heart is truly dirty, Captain. This time, looking at the red skin up close, Chen Ye's feeling was completely different from last time. The blood-red color of the skin was absolutely unbelievable, as if it had been soaked in a blood pool for countless years, so red it was terrifying. For some reason, Chen Ye immediately knew this was human skin, because the texture of the skin was exactly identical to the skin on his own body. Since you've figured it out, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I don't know where the skin came from either, Chen Ye. But I know this thing definitely isn't simple. To obtain the skin, the convoy lost one survivor. Chen Ye began recounting what he knew. This was before Chen Ye joined the convoy. A survivor had brought this thing out while gathering supplies. Later, this survivor was found dead in his own tent one morning, and all the skin had been completely stripped from his body. Afterward, the skin ended up in Chen Ye's possession. Originally, Chen Ye had planned to discard the thing, but fortunately Captain Chu hesitated, thinking the skin might prove useful later, so he kept it. Although I can't figure out this thing's origins, I know it's not ordinary. Originally, I planned to trade it for good items when we encountered other convoys, but since you want it, I'll trade it to you. After hearing Captain Chu's long-winded explanation, Chen Ye understood the price wouldn't be cheap. Then, how do you plan to exchange it? Chen Ye thought for a moment, then said, I want your chopped pepper fish head. Chen Ye stood up and turned to leave. Wait, don't be so hasty. Let's talk more, negotiate further. Young people these days, why so impatient? Chen Ye ultimately paid 2 bags of rice, the 10-kilogram kind, so 20 kilograms total. Plus 10 kilograms of flour, 1 case of instant noodles, 1 case of bottled water, 2 bottles of Laogan Ma, 10 sausages, 10 packs of marinated eggs, and 5 jean of cured meat. Only then did he obtain that red skin and the broken solar charging panel. During this transaction, the solar charging panel had essentially become a freebie. Chen Ye had basically hemorrhaged resources. Yezi, don't blame me for having a black heart. I'm a man who has to support an entire convoy. This little bit of supplies isn't nearly enough. You support an entire convoy? Well, the survivors who escaped Deer City were indeed provided 2 days of free food by Captain Chu. Chen Ye couldn't be bothered to respond and directly left Captain Chu's tent. Now that he had obtained the item, he didn't bother hiding his excitement. As he left the tent, he happened to encounter Old Bao walking 2 large black dogs. These 2 large black dogs were obtained after Chen Ye told Chen Ye that black dog blood could deal with anomalies. Chen Ye had traded for them from survivors. The black dog's original owner had long since died in Longevity Village. Now seeing these 2 large black dogs again, they had become so thin they were practically skin and bones, clearly not in good spirits. It seemed Chen Ye, that black-hearted devil, had drawn plenty of blood from them. After walking just a few steps, he saw the long-legged girl staggering back from outside, one hand holding a can of beer, the other gripping the hilt of the sword at her waist. When she saw Chen Ye, the long-legged girl even raised her beer can in greeting. "Yezi, want a drink?" "No, you enjoy it yourself." Somehow, everyone else had also started calling Chen Ye Yezi. When Chen Ye returned to his tricycle, he saw the countdown still had over 9 hours remaining. Just as he was about to return to the vehicle canopy to rest, he saw a figure shivering from cold appear beside the tricycle. "Who's there?" Chen Ye was startled, his hand already gripping the machete hilt at his waist. It's me." The shivering figure turned around, a face pale from cold appearing under the blood moon. Even bathed in the blood moon's light, that charming face that could shift between pouting and smiling still allowed Chen Ye to recognize this person. No helping it, the convoy only had so many people. This girl was quite famous in the convoy due to her alluring figure and unique temperament. Unless Chen Ye was like Captain Chu. Otherwise, it was impossible not to notice this woman. "It's you." Sulina slightly raised her face, letting Chen Ye see her features more clearly. Then she said in a somewhat unsteady voice, I'm Sulina." Sulina seemed completely unaware of how famous she was in the convoy, defaulting to thinking she was just an unknown nobody. This approach made men feel protective instincts. The hunter who disguises herself as prey is the most skilled hunter. "I came here to warn you. Someone means you harm, you need to be careful." As Sulina spoke, she stomped her feet, visible white breath puffing from her mouth, her small face flushed red from cold. She looked utterly pitiful, enough to tug at heartstrings. "You came just to tell me this?" Chen Ye looked the woman up and down. Had to admit, even frozen like a miserable wretch, this woman was still beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Even compared to the Zhou sisters, she wasn't the slightest bit inferior. She even had an extra touch of delicate femininity that made people want to bully her a little. You're a good person. I don't want good people to get hurt." Sulina's words implied that, even if it were someone else, she would do the same. She was just that kind and virtuous. "Who wants to harm me?" I can't say. If I say, others will target me. If you know the name, you'll definitely seek revenge. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. The world is already like this." Such strong green tea vibes, Chen Ye mentally complained. Sulina watched Chen Ye staring dumbly at her, thinking to herself, "This dog man, I've gone to all this trouble. Aren't you going to offer some food to thank me?" Just as Sulina grew so embarrassed she couldn't help but turn to leave, Chen Ye finally pulled a Snickers bar from his chest pocket and offered it to her. Sulina looked at the Snickers bar and swallowed hard. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have touched such high-calorie food. She needed to maintain her figure, keep her attractiveness. But now, this is the apocalypse. Sulina felt her mouth frantically producing saliva, but she still painfully averted her gaze. "I told you this news because I don't want good people getting hurt, not because I want to get something from you. That's all. You should rest early. Good night." After saying this, the woman turned and ran off with a sway of her hips. She was afraid if she ran even one step slower, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from showing her desperate state in front of that man. Chen Ye watched the woman's retreating figure, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. This woman's skill level isn't low. Wonder what she did before to be this capable. But Chen Ye quickly collected his thoughts and returned to the tricycle's cargo bed. Groping in the dark, he found that willow branch. Earlier Chen Ye had thought, since he could identify the flayed ghost scalp, could he also identify this willow branch? What exactly was that great willow in Longevity Village? What function did this willow branch have? If he used this willow branch together with the flayed ghost scalp, would he be able to create a wonder with an even lower number? Confirm identification. As Chen Ye confirmed in his heart, the system quickly provided an identification response, deducting 100 slaughter points. Identifying. Identification complete. Item name: Flayed Ghost Scalp. Type: Wonder material, can be used to create wonders, will possess functions beyond ordinary imagination. Origin: this item was peeled from a flayed ghost's head by a Buddha sequence 3 discipline holder. This Buddha sequence superhuman died in battle was found by survivors and eventually ended up in the hands of fair convoy leader Chu Che. Suggestion: this item belongs to rare wonder material, created wonder number maybe within 2000, but has a certain probability of producing side effects. Within number 2000? Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio is numbered 1257. Although it might not compare to Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio, Chen Ye was still quite satisfied. You have to understand, this is a wonder. According to Captain Chu's explanation, wonders are extremely rare. Even he only obtained that eavesdropping radio through sheer coincidence. It's said Nana also has a wonder, but its ranking is beyond 3000, though no one knows what it is. Chen Ye speculated it might be her sword. Since meeting that woman, he'd never seen her apart from that sword. As for Iron Lion, no one had heard of him possessing any wonder. This shows just how precious wonders are. You want this? Although it was phrased as a question, Captain Chu's expression seemed to say, I knew this day would come eventually. Looking at that smug, self-satisfied face, Chen Ye really wanted to spit a thick glob of phlegm right at this show-off. But for the sake of negotiating the price, he restrained himself. Chen Ye suppressed the greed in his heart. Even though he definitely wanted this item, he couldn't show it. How do we exchange for this? Chu Che didn't answer Chen Ye's question directly. Instead, he took a pair of rubber gloves from nearby, put them on, and only then picked up that red skin. Damn it, just now you casually threw it around like it was nothing. Now that I want it, you start wearing gloves? Your heart is truly dirty, Captain. This time, looking at the red skin up close, Chen Ye's feeling was completely different from last time. The blood-red color of the skin was absolutely unbelievable, as if it had been soaked in a blood pool for countless years, so red it was terrifying. For some reason, Chen Ye immediately knew this was human skin, because the texture of the skin was exactly identical to the skin on his own body. Since you've figured it out, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I don't know where the skin came from either, Chen Ye. But I know this thing definitely isn't simple. To obtain the skin, the convoy lost one survivor. Chu Che began recounting what he knew. This was before Chen Ye joined the convoy. A survivor had brought this thing out while gathering supplies. Later, this survivor was found dead in his own tent one morning, and all the skin had been completely stripped from his body. Afterward, the skin ended up in Chu Che's possession. Originally, Chu Che had planned to discard the thing, but fortunately Captain Chu hesitated, thinking the skin might prove useful later, so he kept it. Although I can't figure out this thing's origins, I know it's not ordinary. Originally, I planned to trade it for good items when we encountered other convoys, but since you want it, I'll trade it to you. After hearing Captain Chu's long-winded explanation, Chen Ye understood the price wouldn't be cheap. Then, how do you plan to exchange it? Chu Che thought for a moment, then said, I want your chopped pepper fish head. Chen Ye stood up and turned to leave. Wait, don't be so hasty. Let's talk more, negotiate further. Young people these days, why so impatient? Chen Ye ultimately paid 2 bags of rice, the 10-kilogram kind, so 20 kilograms total. Plus 10 kilograms of flour, 1 case of instant noodles, 1 case of bottled water, 2 bottles of Laogan Ma, 10 sausages, 10 packs of marinated eggs, and 5 jin of cured meat. Only then did he obtain that red skin and the broken solar charging panel. During this transaction, the solar charging panel had essentially become a freebie. Chen Ye had basically hemorrhaged resources. Yezi, don't blame me for having a black heart. I'm a man who has to support an entire convoy. This little bit of supplies isn't nearly enough. You support an entire convoy? Well, the survivors who escaped Deer City were indeed provided 2 days of free food by Captain Chu. Chen Ye couldn't be bothered to respond and directly left Captain Chu's tent. Now that he had obtained the item, he didn't bother hiding his excitement. As he left the tent, he happened to encounter Old Bao walking 2 large black dogs. These 2 large black dogs were obtained after Chen Ye told Chu Che that black dog blood could deal with anomalies. Chu Che had traded for them from survivors. The black dog's original owner had long since died in Longevity Village. Now seeing these 2 large black dogs again, they had become so thin they were practically skin and bones, clearly not in good spirits. It seemed Chu Che, that black-hearted devil, had drawn plenty of blood from them. After walking just a few steps, he saw the long-legged girl staggering back from outside, one hand holding a can of beer, the other gripping the hilt of the sword at her waist. When she saw Chen Ye, the long-legged girl even raised her beer can in greeting. Yezi, want a drink? No, you enjoy it yourself. Somehow, everyone else had also started calling Chen Ye Yezi. When Chen Ye returned to his tricycle, he saw the countdown still had over 9 hours remaining. Just as he was about to return to the vehicle canopy to rest, he saw a figure shivering from cold appear beside the tricycle. Who's there? Chen Ye was startled, his hand already gripping the machete hilt at his waist. It's me. The shivering figure turned around, a face pale from cold appearing under the blood moon. Even bathed in the blood moon's light, that charming face that could shift between pouting and smiling still allowed Chen Ye to recognize this person. No helping it, the convoy only had so many people. This girl was quite famous in the convoy due to her alluring figure and unique temperament. Unless Chen Ye was like Captain Chu. Otherwise, it was impossible not to notice this woman. It's you. Sulina slightly raised her face, letting Chen Ye see her features more clearly. Then she said in a somewhat unsteady voice, I'm Sulina. Sulina seemed completely unaware of how famous she was in the convoy, defaulting to thinking she was just an unknown nobody. This approach made men feel protective instincts. The hunter who disguises herself as prey is the most skilled hunter. I came here to warn you. Someone means you harm, you need to be careful. As Sulina spoke, she stomped her feet, visible white breath puffing from her mouth, her small face flushed red from cold. She looked utterly pitiful, enough to tug at heartstrings. You came just to tell me this? Chen Ye looked the woman up and down. Had to admit, even frozen like a miserable wretch, this woman was still beautiful and pleasing to the eye. Even compared to the Zhou sisters, she wasn't the slightest bit inferior. She even had an extra touch of delicate femininity that made people want to bully her a little. MHM, you're a good person. I don't want good people to get hurt. Sulina's words implied that, even if it were someone else, she would do the same. She was just that kind and virtuous. Who wants to harm me? I can't say. If I say, others will target me. If you know the name, you'll definitely seek revenge. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. The world is already like this. Such strong green tea vibes. Chen Ye mentally complained. Sulina watched Chen Ye staring dumbly at her, thinking to herself, this dog man, I've gone to all this trouble. Aren't you going to offer some food to thank me? Just as Sulina grew so embarrassed she couldn't help but turn to leave. Chen Ye finally pulled a Snickers bar from his chest pocket and offered it to her. Sulina looked at the Snickers bar and swallowed hard. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have touched such high-calorie food. She needed to maintain her figure, keep her attractiveness. But now, this is the apocalypse. Sulina felt her mouth frantically producing saliva, but she still painfully averted her gaze. I told you this news because I don't want good people getting hurt, not because I want to get something from you. That's all. You should rest early. Good night. After saying this, the woman turned and ran off with a sway of her hips. She was afraid if she ran even one step slower, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from showing her desperate state in front of that man. Chen Ye watched the woman's retreating figure, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. This woman's skill level isn't low. Wonder what she did before to be this capable. But Chen Ye quickly collected his thoughts and returned to the tricycle's cargo bed. Groping in the dark, he found that willow branch. Earlier Chen Ye had thought, since he could identify the flayed ghost scalp, could he also identify this willow branch? What exactly was that great willow in Longevity Village? What function did this willow branch have? If he used this willow branch together with the flayed ghost scalp, would he be able to create a wonder with an even lower number? Sulina stomped her feet as she returned to the vehicle. Her hands and feet were completely numb from the cold, and even her face was flushed bright red. Even the crimson glow of the blood moon couldn't conceal the redness on the woman's face. To wait for Chen Ye, this woman had waited for nearly half an hour. But in such low temperatures, forget half an hour, ordinary people could barely manage 10 minutes. Yet, she had persisted for 30 minutes. This showed how tenacious her character was. The moment she boarded the vehicle, Sulina's lips curled slightly upward, but she quickly hid the expression. For no other reason than the fact that the people in the vehicle were looking at her completely differently than before. Previously, when men saw her, they always looked like they wanted to devour her whole. But now, the men's gazes toward her were more complex. Some held wariness, some held contempt, and some even carried hatred. The women looking at her had expressions mixed with envy and disdain. However, none of this affected Sulina's good mood at this moment. From this direction inside the school bus, she could clearly see Chen Ye's tricycle. The scene of her just now talking with Chen Ye could be seen clearly with just a glance from inside the vehicle. This was something Sulina had deliberately arranged. Although Sulina knew that nothing had actually happened between her and Chen Ye, and they had no relationship whatsoever. But in the eyes of others, this woman was clearly entangled with that Chen Ye. This way, those who had previously wanted to make a move on her naturally had to consider Chen Ye's attitude. The wrath of a sequence superpower user wasn't something ordinary people like them could withstand. No man thought Chen Ye could resist Sulina's charm. When Su Jiaojiao saw Sulina, she felt the slap mark on her face burning with pain. Seeing her enemy made her eyes turn red with rage, and she stood up charging towards Sulina. She had to avenge that slap. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After Sulina boarded the vehicle, she appeared not to notice Su Jiaojiao, but the corner of her eyes had been watching this woman the entire time. Seeing Su Jiaojiao stand up and charge toward her, Sulina took a step back into a defensive posture, watching as Su Jiaojiao's round face came rushing at her. Sulina did something nobody expected. She reached out and delivered another slap. Smack. Another slap directly stunned the entire bus compartment. Not only did Su Jiaojiao not expect Sulina to actually hit her, even the other survivors around them were shocked. Sulina, I'll fight you to the death. Rage filled Su Jiaojiao's eyes. She desperately wanted to tear Sulina apart. Sister Jiaojiao, don't be impulsive. We're all part of the same convoy. Don't be rash. A man rushed out and quickly stopped Su Jiaojiao. This man was none other than university student Xiaofu. This very righteous university student was now quite famous in Iron Lion's team, highly valued by Oldly and Iron Lion. Aside from the few sequence superpower users, Xiaofu probably had more supplies than any other survivor. But this guy's sense of justice overflowed, and within just one day of returning to camp, he had almost given away all his supplies. As long as someone asked him if he thought they looked pitiful, he would give. His reputation for kindness spread throughout the entire convoy within 2 days, with very few people not owing him supplies. That old Zhang Tu, who drove the low-speed electric vehicle, always demanded something in return whenever someone wanted to borrow supplies from him. But Xiaofu didn't. As long as your acting skills were passable, you could get large amounts of supplies from him. This was also one of the reasons why Xiaofu directly joined Iron Lion's team on his second day back. Xiaofu, get out of the way, I want to tear that slut apart. Su Jiaojiao jumped trying to grab at Sulina. A perfectly measured look of panic appeared on Sulina's face, making the male survivors around them feel heartache. Jiaojiao, don't get excited. Whatever it is, we can talk it out. We're all in the same vehicle. That's right. Jiaojiao, is there some misunderstanding? Lina, don't be afraid. With us here, Su Jiaojiao won't dare do anything to you. The men around them spoke one after another, their words making Su Jiaojiao's ears practically steam with anger. Didn't you idiots see that I got hit without saying a single word? Why are you all trying to calm me down? You bunch of idiots, isn't it just because Sulina is slutty? She's someone else's woman now. Better hide those thoughts in your pants. Everyone knows you want to sleep with Sulina. Hee. Better not let her man find out. Watch your lives. Su Jiaojia wasn't stupid either. She didn't bother arguing about her conflict with Sulina, instead directly pointing out these men's dirty little thoughts. Alpha Nui S. The men's faces also turned unpleasant. Their eyes shifted between Su Jiaojiao and Sulina. A look of shame and indignation appeared on Sulina's face, and her eyes instantly glistened with tears, making her look even more pitiable. Like a young wife who had suffered endless grievances. Even though she was the one who had just struck, at this moment it looked like she was the one being wronged. Such acting skills. If she hadn't become that big shots caged canary back then, even if she had entered the entertainment industry, she could have at least brought back a little golden statue. Jiaojiao, you actually say such things about everyone. Think of me like that? The reason I hit you, don't you understand it yourself? Sulina didn't take the bait at all, offering no explanation about her relationship with Chen Ye, instead redirecting the conversation toward the other party. This attitude of I hit you, but it's for your own good, was at least a level above Su Jiaojiao's shrewish cursing. Su Jiaojiao gritted her teeth, looking venomously at Su Lina. You hit me, and it's still for my own good? Ha ha. Su Lina, do you think I'm as stupid as those idiots? Su Lina didn't take Su Jiaojiao's venom to heart. She even privately scorned Su Jiaojiao's foolishness. This one's combat ability is still too weak. Once I get serious, this woman is simply no match for me. Perhaps only a man like Chen Ye could ignite even a tiny spark of my fighting desire. However, with my skills, if I want to conquer Chen Ye, 3 days should be enough. If it takes more than 3 days, I'll consider it my loss. Gathering her thoughts, Su Lina focused her attention on the woman before her. Su Jiaojiao kept calling people stupid men and idiots, making the surrounding men frown even more deeply, their gazes towards Su Jiaojiao growing more displeased. Even university student Xiaofu, who was restraining her, felt somewhat awkward. Jiaojiao, I know you've always been dissatisfied with the convoy, unhappy about why some people get more while others can only barely eat their fill. You want to rebel, you want to win me over. You want to do big things, want to become captain, and have me serve as deputy captain. Jiaojiao, it's not like that. They went out to gather supplies themselves. So many companions didn't come back. It's only fairness that they get more and eat more. They risked their lives for it. We got food without doing anything. I already think that's pretty good. I'm already very grateful. The reason I hit you is to wake you up. This is the apocalypse. If you want a good life, fine, but you need to earn it through your own labor. If you want it, you can learn from the Zhou sisters. They go out to gather supplies themselves. If they can do it, why can't you? There aren't many people left in the convoy now. Stop making trouble. Su Lina didn't hesitate to expose all of Su Jiaojiao's plans in front of everyone. She even dragged the Zhou sisters into the mess along the way. Su Jiaojiao's face gradually turned pale, her body swaying slightly. When others heard what Su Lina said and saw Su Jiaojiao's expression, their eyes all changed. Everyone received the same message. Su Jiaojiao actually wanted to launch a coup? This time, whether male survivors or female survivors, everyone's gaze towards Su Jiaojiao changed. Wariness, disdain, even disgust. Even the women who had previously sympathized with Su Jiaojiao, after Su Lina brought out the Zhou sisters, changed their views and abandoned their sympathy for Su Jiaojiao. Only Su Lina lightly returned to her seat as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. I never thought there would be such an interesting woman in the convoy. Ha ha. I really wonder what kind of sparks would fly if this Su Lina encounters Chen Ye. Captain Chu happily took a sip of the bright tea broth, satisfying both his taste buds and his psychological cravings. Everything that happened in the school bus was heard from beginning to end by the eavesdropping radio, greatly satisfying Captain Chu's eavesdropping desires. Not far away on the tricycle, Chen Ye glanced curiously at the school bus in the distance. He could only hear the sounds of arguing, but couldn't make out what exactly they were arguing about. He focused his attention on the willow branch before him. System, appraise this willow branch, see what exactly this thing is. Previously appraising that red leather had cost 100 slaughter points. For this willow branch, Chen Ye had already mentally prepared himself to spend another 100 slaughter points. Though his heart was bleeding inside, Chen Ye still decided to proceed with the appraisal. However, when the system showed it only required 10 slaughter points, Chen Ye felt both disappointed and relieved. The disappointment came from thinking something appraised for just 10 points couldn't possibly be anything good. The relief was because he'd only spent 10 slaughter points. The system quickly provided the answer. Item name: Willow branch of the Binding Resentment Willow. Type: Wonder material, can be used to create wonders. Origin: this object is a willow branch cut from the Binding Resentment Willow by an unknown nobody. The Binding Resentment Willow has many such branches. Evaluation: this object belongs to rare wonder materials, ordinary wonder material. So the Great Willow in Longevity Village was called the Binding Resentment Willow. The name was actually quite fitting. Those corpse puppets hanging beneath the Great Willow were essentially resentful spirits. Wait a minute. What does it mean by unknown nobody? Could the system actually mock people? When appraising the flayed ghost scalp before, the system had even provided an evaluation saying it could create wonders within the top 2,000 numbered ones. But this time, the system didn't give any such hint at all. It seemed the willow branch of the Binding Resentment Willow was considerably inferior to the flayed ghost scalp. Still, Chen Ye carefully stored away the willow branch of the binding resentment willow in the darkness. Currently, the system still had an upgrade task in progress. He could only proceed with the next task after the system upgrade was complete. The system could only handle one upgrade task at a time. It couldn't conduct two upgrade tasks simultaneously. On the other hand, tasks like appraisals or Q&A tasks, those that the system could immediately respond to, usually didn't occupy the system's upgrade slot. If he wanted to upgrade the Wonder, he'd have to wait until after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Lighting a cigarette, the faint flame illuminated a small patch of light inside the vehicle canopy. The white pupil of his mutated left eye flickered faintly in the darkness. Reino es. Chen Ye's thoughts rapidly scattered. One moment he thought about the time before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, Chen Ye had just been an ordinary person. Going to work every day, coming home, killing time watching short videos when he had nothing to do. The next moment he thought about the present. Like this convoy, for instance. The convoy's Captain Chu was a young man who appeared quite refined, but was actually stingy at heart, secretly drinking tea without wanting to share. He was even a pervert who enjoyed using the eavesdropping radio to listen in on others' privacy. Occasionally, he'd even get exposed by the eavesdropping radio and suffer social death. Then there was that alcoholic high school student, the pink-haired, long-legged beauty. He hadn't realized before how alcohol-dependent this woman was. These past few days since she got her hands on liquor, she'd been drunk all the time. And then there was Iron Lion with his dual personality, usually just a simple, honest fellow, but becoming incredibly violent during fights, like a completely different person. The scheming bitch Sulina, this woman overflowing with feminine charm, she definitely had her own little schemes for getting close to him. The overly righteous university student Xiaofu, this guy looked like he wouldn't last long. The self-righteous Zhou Xiaoxiao and the mature, intellectual big celebrity Zhou Lan. And then there was himself, the chain smoker. This convoy was really quite interesting. Everyone had their own distinct personality. The vision in his left eye was getting worse and worse. Perhaps one day he'd go completely blind. Having the upgrade system, it should be possible to cure it, right? As he thought and thought, Chen Ye only felt his thoughts growing more and more muddled, his eyelids heavier and heavier. Time passed quickly. Almost the instant the upgrade completed, Chen Ye opened his eyes. He had been looking forward to this apocalyptic pickup truck for a long time. He had long been fed up with that tricycle. If he could have gotten his hands on a four-wheeled car, Chen Ye would never have ridden a tricycle through the apocalypse. Just lying inside the vehicle compartment, Chen Ye sensed something different. It wasn't that the vehicle had become taller, but rather it had become lower. As if the vehicle had been placed directly on the ground. Climbing out of the compartment, the low temperatures from last night seemed not to have existed at all. A golden sun had replaced that eerie blood moon. The morning sunlight each day also dispelled some of the apocalypse's gloom. It seemed that aside from Chu Che, everyone else in the convoy occasionally experienced this apocalypse illusion. What Chen Ye saw before him now was a majestic and domineering apocalyptic pickup truck. Even without wheels, it still displayed this vehicle's imposing presence. At the time, to save slaughter points, Chen Ye hadn't asked the system to help install the wheels. Every little bit saved counted. The chopped pepper fish head had a very short front end, almost like a minivan. But now the front end was quite long, just like those popular rugged off-road vehicles on the market. When designing this apocalyptic pickup truck, Chen Ye had designed a front engine compartment. The window sections had also been enlarged, something Chen Ye had deliberately done during the design phase. The previously pieced-together vehicle canopy now seamlessly connected with the front section, looking completely harmonious. Originally, to have sleeping space, Chen Ye had designed the tricycle's cargo bed very long, at least 2.5 meters. The chopped pepper fish head originally had a 3-meter length. With the extended front engine compartment, the entire vehicle now measured over 4 meters visually, plus the 2.5-meter cargo bed. The entire vehicle's length appeared to be 6.5 meters, already longer than typical large off-road vehicles by a section. Such a vehicle might be difficult to drive in the city, but in this apocalyptic setting, it was perfectly suitable. Chen Ye was quite stingy when spending slaughter points. But once a task was confirmed, the system would complete it conscientiously. Only the paint job looked somewhat ragged in places, with some spots revealing the original material beneath. This was also a result of saving slaughter points. Anyway, this was the apocalypse. Even if the paint was ragged, it wouldn't affect survival. This kind of vehicle better suited the apocalyptic backdrop. Chen Ye couldn't be more satisfied with the apocalyptic pickup truck before him. At least he wouldn't have to be the straggler anymore. Next came installing the 4 all-terrain tires. These tires were taken from that previous Wrangler. One tire had been punctured, but after the upgrade, the system had repaired that tire too. Chen Ye took the jack from the cargo bed and started installing the tires. The jack lifted the vehicle into a slanted position, and Chen Ye simply hoisted the tires up to install them. For his enhanced body, though not as exaggerated as Iron Lion's strength, completing this work wasn't difficult. Moreover, because the design was extremely minimalist, this vehicle, which didn't even have an engine installed yet, wasn't very heavy. Just as he aligned the wheel hub and raised his hand, he saw a face that could shift between anger and delight standing beside him. This face seemed to have some light makeup applied, and she was wearing clean long sleeves, looking much better than last night when she'd been wrapped up like a zongzi. This woman was none other than the convoy's #1 heartthrob, Sulina. Sulina held a hexagonal socket in her hand, her voice somewhat hesitant as she said, "Chen Ye, I saw you were overwhelmed." Chen Ye didn't wait for the woman to finish, taking the hexagonal socket from her and starting to install the screws. What this woman was scheming, Chen Ye could naturally guess somewhat. But if she thought she could become his female lead, she was dreaming. This was the apocalypse, and Chen Ye had no intention of dragging around dead weight during the end times. Even if this dead weight was extremely good-looking, Chen Ye wouldn't change his mind. If danger arose, Chen Ye wouldn't mind using this pretty face as a sacrificial pawn once. Sulina had no idea what Chen Ye was thinking, and she even felt somewhat happy that Chen Ye hadn't chased her away. Only this hint of happiness was buried very deep within her. "Did you hear anything strange last night?" Captain Chu stood by the tent window holding a cup of light tea, watching Chen Ye busy himself not far away. When he noticed Chen Ye looking over, Captain Chu raised his cup in greeting. Captain Chu was quite astonished by Chen Ye's vehicle. Just last night it had been a beat-up tricycle, but overnight it had transformed into an apocalyptic pickup truck. If he weren't suspicious, Captain Chu probably wouldn't be fit to hold his position as captain. And with the eavesdropping radio in his possession, no secret in the convoy could escape his ears. "I didn't hear any strange sounds. Something's fishy, something's fishy." The radio emitted an eerie tone. The system upgrade hadn't produced any sound, only causing the upgraded object to momentarily phase out when the upgrade completed. Therefore, the eavesdropping radio hadn't picked up anything about the system. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The fact that even the eavesdropping radio couldn't uncover this secret made every cell in Captain Chu's body tingle with excitement. Could it be some new type of sequence superpower? Mechanic sequence? I'd be a fool to believe that. Hehe. It seems our friend here definitely has big secrets. But so, what if he has secrets? Who in this convoy doesn't have secrets? But who knows more secrets than I do? Interesting. Captain Chu expressed complete indifference toward the secrets Chen Ye might possess. It was just that damn voyeuristic urge that Captain Chu couldn't resist. What Captain Chu cared about was that perverse pleasure of eavesdropping on secrets, not the things the secrets themselves represented. Even though he knew Chen Ye's secrets were likely significant, Captain Chu had no intention of forcing Chen Ye to reveal them. In this apocalypse, who didn't have secrets? Whether it was the pink-haired, long-legged high school alcoholic girl, or the simple-minded Iron Lion, or even himself. Everyone had secrets. Even those ordinary survivors had their own secrets. But no one had as many secrets as Captain Chu. Thanks to his superhuman physique, Chen Ye quickly installed one tire and moved on to the next. Before long, all 4 tires were installed. The apocalyptic pickup truck with its tires mounted wasn't much inferior to Nana and Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicles. If you just looked at appearance, it was even larger. The vehicle measured 6.5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. It looked like a giant beast crouching on the desert highway. Throughout the entire process, Sulina quietly helped Chen Ye without saying a word, as if she didn't exist. By the time they reached the second wheel, the woman no longer needed Chen Ye's reminders. She knew exactly what he wanted with just a gesture. Looking at the apocalyptic pickup truck before him, Chen Ye felt quite pleased. He pulled a cigarette case from his pants pocket and took out a tall cigarette. He flicked the lighter twice, but it wouldn't ignite. A gentle breeze carrying yellow sand blew in, extinguishing the lighter's flame. Suddenly sensing a fragrant breeze approaching, he looked up to see the woman had opened her coat to block the wind. Since it was still morning and the temperature was slightly cool, the woman wore a trench coat over a tight black turtleneck base layer, with skinny jeans below. Alpha Beta Epsilon. Clearly, she had put effort into her appearance. Her curvaceous figure appeared right before Chen Ye's eyes. Noticing Chen Ye's gaze, the woman's face flushed slightly as she turned away, not daring to look at him. Their interaction at that moment resembled a famous scene from a certain short video. It was surprising that the woman didn't smell bad despite not bathing for so many days. After lighting the cigarette, the woman closed her coat, her face still red as she looked toward the distant red clouds. This slightly suggestive moment didn't prompt Chen Ye to do anything inappropriate. Before finishing his cigarette, Chen Ye held it in his mouth and began installing the engine. This apocalyptic pickup truck used both gasoline and electric drive systems. The electric drive system used the same 27-horsepower engine from the previous chopped pepper fish head, with a battery capacity of about 10 kilowatt-hours. Fully charging such a vehicle battery with solar charging panels was basically impossible. Even under ideal sunlight conditions, it would take 10 days, or even several dozen days. Therefore, Chen Ye's previous plan to charge using outdoor solar charging panels required necessary upgrades and modifications to the panels. Of course, that was for the future. For now, the task was to install this 2.0T engine. The system had already reserved space and all installation conditions in the front engine compartment. Following the system's guidance, Chen Ye easily installed the engine. Excited, Chen Ye opened the door and climbed into the cockpit. Besides the original dashboard from the chopped pepper fish head, the cockpit contained only a steering wheel. No radio, no communication equipment, no seat warmers, no automatic ventilation. Nothing at all. The entire vehicle was manual transmission. Even the seats were manually adjustable. Although Chen Ye wasn't proficient with manual transmission, he could still drive it. Even the windows were hand-cranked. All this was to save slaughter points. There was only one headlight, taken from the previous motorcycle tricycle. In this aspect, it somewhat resembled Chen Ye. Both the vehicle and the man were one-eyed. When the vehicle roared to life with a shuddering vibration, Chen Ye's smile stretched from ear to ear. He couldn't contain the grin on his face. The configuration was simple, even bare bones, but sitting in the vehicle gave Chen Ye an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He had always been the straggler in this convoy. During every migration, he always stumbled along at the back of the convoy. The engine's roar finally caught others' attention. Damn, Yezi, you're amazing. You managed to put together this big guy overnight. Hey, is this that previous chopped pepper fish head? The rarely sober long-legged girl, sporting pink hair, wandered over to Chen Ye's vehicle, running her hands over the imposing-looking truck while continuously expressing admiration. Not only was the long-legged girl amazed, even the survivors gathering around had shining eyes. In this apocalypse, who wouldn't want a vehicle for transportation? Look at the Zhou sisters. Just because the sisters had that small car, their quality of life surpassed what other survivors could achieve. Not to mention Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck. The vehicle body alone measured 6.5 meters, making it considerably longer than those two modified off-road vehicles. This represented cargo capacity. The other survivors' eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. This vehicle, not bad, Yezi. As expected of the mechanic sequence, impressive. The pink-haired girl circled the vehicle again and again. Yezi, get down, let me try it. Nana unceremoniously expressed her desire to test the vehicle. Chen Ye chuckled as he got out of the vehicle. The girl lifted her leg and climbed into the cab. Damn, your interior is this shabby? Why is there nothing? And it's manual transmission. The moment she got in, the pink-haired girl expressed her disdain. This vehicle's interior was far inferior to her modified off-road vehicle. Chen Ye didn't mind her complaints at all, still smiling as he looked at his vehicle. In the crowd, the feminine Sulina had already squeezed her way out, retrieving a stove and solid alcohol blocks from nearby supplies to start making breakfast. While everyone admires your achievements, only I care about whether you're eating properly. This time, let's see how you escape my grasp. Su Lina's lips curved slightly upward, but the expression quickly disappeared. Vroom. Screech. Suddenly, the apocalyptic pickup truck's engine roared violently, the vehicle creaking and groaning, terrifying the survivors gathered around. At that moment, the vehicle lunged forward abruptly, tires emitting furious friction sounds. The survivors who couldn't dodge in time were scared out of their wits, crying for their parents as they tried to escape. The vehicle surged forward 3 or 4 meters, scaring an old man who screamed and scrambled forward on hands and knees, with the apocalyptic pickup truck less than 2 meters behind him. Just as the vehicle was about to hit the old man. Screech. The tires left 2 deep marks on the highway as the vehicle came to an abrupt stop. The old man broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, staring dumbfounded at the large vehicle before him before collapsing weakly to the ground. This old man was none other than old Zhang Tu, who drove the low-speed electric vehicle. Nana jumped out of the vehicle, her face slightly flushed. Damn, I haven't driven manual transmission in so many years. Didn't expect to be this rusty. The old man wanted to curse, but when he saw the long-legged girl, he forcibly swallowed whatever he was about to say. Many nearby survivors had also been frightened, but didn't dare curse at the pink-haired girl, struggling to contain themselves. Chen Ye remained expressionless. After all, the desert was vast. Even if Nana drove recklessly, nothing would happen. Besides, while the vehicle was simple, it was system-produced and guaranteed quality. With the vehicle sorted, the next plan was to upgrade the Wonder. Even someone as big as Iron Lion couldn't help but have his eyes light up when he saw Chen Ye's apocalyptic pickup truck, his gaze filled with envy. The crowd dispersed, everyone returning to their own vehicles. Except for some envious glances that still lingered on Chen Ye's vehicle. There was no helping it. While this vehicle might not be particularly practical, it certainly looked impressive. Especially its imposing and domineering body. It perfectly embodied the post-apocalyptic aesthetic. A steaming bowl of dried noodles was brought before Chen Ye by Su Lina. Seeing Su Lina's somewhat shy yet expectant expression, Chen Ye was genuinely a bit surprised. This bowl of noodles was quite skillfully made, far better than what he could prepare himself, and it even contained a fried egg. Plus 2 green vegetable leaves. Green vegetable leaves? Eggs? This egg. Chen Ye remembered that his supplies didn't include eggs. Eggs were rare commodities these days. They could only last 7 to 10 days at summer room temperature, and, even under optimal storage conditions, no more than a month or so. In this apocalyptic world, the preciousness of a single egg was unimaginable. He had no idea where this woman had gotten the egg. And these green vegetable leaves. This was the desert. Where could she possibly find green vegetable leaves? This was simply unbelievable. Su Lina lowered her head, her face reddening as she said, You should eat first. I'm going back to have my meal. After saying this, the woman turned and walked away, like a young girl being stared at by her crush. After turning around, the shyness on Su Lina's face transformed into smug satisfaction. From beginning to end, Su Lina hadn't bothered about herself, only making a single bowl of noodles for Chen Ye. She hadn't even thought of making any for herself. Surely this would leave a deep impression on Chen Ye. She had even saved him supplies. He must certainly think she was considering him with her whole heart. Men, they were so simple-minded. Remembering the surprise on Chen Ye's face earlier, the smugness on the woman's face grew even stronger. Su Lina even felt that dealing with a man like Chen Ye offered no challenge at all. Returning to the school bus group. Breakfast was already prepared by this time. Old Li greeted Su Lina with a beaming smile. Lina, Yezi's vehicle is quite impressive. Su Lina's expression remained unchanged, still maintaining her polite smile. Yes, Chen Ye's vehicle is really nice, truly worthy of a mechanic sequence super. Very impressive, Nigerian Ira yes. The 30-year-old Old Li smiled even more amiably. Simultaneously, Old Li's head seemed to have grown even balder. The other survivors glanced at Su Lina with complicated expressions, then lowered their heads to attend to their own matters. Regarding Su Lina coming to eat for free without having worked this morning, no one voiced any objections. Even Su Jiaojiao didn't jump up to mock her. She just silently turned her back, head bowed low, using her hair to conceal her facial expression and the small bowl in her hands. During this period, this woman had lost considerable weight. Presumably because the convoy's supplied resources were limited, even the fattest person could become thin under such circumstances. Sister Lena, this is yours. Xiao Fu brought over a large bowl of thin porridge. Xiao Fu, thank you. Su Lena accepted the small bowl, her face showing neither disappointment nor gratitude, still maintaining her usual politeness that made people feel comfortable. Su Lena could clearly sense that the people around her had become much friendlier. This was fair. She had given something, so naturally she could receive something in return. Even that sleazy old man hadn't come to harass her this morning. Previously, that sleazy old man would appear punctually every morning. Although he had never managed to take any real advantage, dealing with him was still quite troublesome. The green vegetables and eggs she had given Chen Ye were all tricked out of that sleazy old man. Even though the old man knew he had been duped, he didn't dare to approach. When Su Lena looked toward the sleazy old man, he even gave her a somewhat ingratiating smile. Chen Ye rubbed his chin, watching Su Lena's swaying waist with a contemplative gaze. Without overthinking it, he took a taste and found it quite delicious, much better than his own cooking skills. Holding the noodle bowl, he squatted to one side, put down the bowl, observed his surroundings and found nobody paying attention to him. Everyone was eating breakfast. Chen Ye took out the machete, the broken hand crossbow, the binding resentment willow branch, and the flayed ghost scalp. Picking up the noodle bowl again, he slurped the noodles while already planning upgrade strategies in his mind. The most precious among these was naturally this red flayed ghost scalp. If upgrading with the skin went smoothly, he might even obtain a wonder with a serial number within the top 2,000. This would be a top 2,000 serial number wonder. Just look at how Captain Chu treasured that eavesdropping radio to understand how precious a top 2,000 wonder was. And that pink-haired, long-legged high school alcoholic girl, he heard her sword's serial number was beyond 3,000, but Chen Ye had never seen her apart from that sword. While slurping noodles, Chen Ye's gaze wandered among the 4 items before him. System: how many slaughter points are needed to fuse the flayed ghost scalp with the machete for upgrade? The spinning small circle soon appeared. The answer made Chen Ye both excited and quite frustrated. The system's response indicated a requirement of 30,000 slaughter points and 86 hours, meaning 3.5 days. 30,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye simply didn't have that many. He only had 8,000 slaughter points remaining. He even still owed the system 10,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye tried having the flayed ghost scalp fuse and upgrade with the hand crossbow, which also required 30,000 slaughter points and 86 hours. Similarly, a wonder requiring 30,000 slaughter points would certainly be extraordinarily powerful. Chen Ye abandoned using the flayed ghost scalp as wonder material and decided to first upgrade using the binding resentment willow branch. He didn't choose to fuse and upgrade the hand crossbow. Instead, Chen Ye focused his attention on the machete. The reason for upgrading the machete was to obtain a close-quarters defense method. The system's response remained 5,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye had 5,000 slaughter points. Without hesitation, Chen Ye clicked agree. An hourglass countdown appeared above the machete. 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Suddenly Chen Ye thought of something else. Black dog blood. Black dog blood could affect anomalies to some extent, so it should also count as a type of wonder. Why not take out the black dog blood and try it? Thinking it, he acted on it. Chen Ye put down his bowl again, climbed into the truck bed to search. Soon a small bag of somewhat viscous black dog blood appeared in his hand. It only cost 1 slaughter point to get the appraisal result. Item name: almost dried ordinary black dog blood. Type: ordinary wonder material. Origin: this is ordinary black dog blood collected from an ordinary black dog. Comment: this item can have some effect on common anomalies, but attempting to kill anomalies with such ordinary black dog blood is undoubtedly fantasy. Chen Ye felt speechless. He knew this thing might not be that precious. But he hadn't expected it to be this ordinary. The appraisal results were filled throughout with words like ordinary and common. Chen Ye immediately canceled the ongoing upgrade task. Since the system recognized it as wonder material, even if it was ordinary wonder material, it should still be upgradable and serve some function. Having something was better than having nothing. If it could retain the black dog blood's effect on anomalies, that would be even better. Then he wouldn't need to keep smearing black dog blood on the machete blade in the future. Previously, Chen Ye had soaked the machete in dog blood. Later, when black dog blood became insufficient, Chen Ye would just smear it on the blade edge. Every so often when the black dog blood wore off, he had to reapply it, which was quite troublesome. He hoped the fused new wonder would retain the black dog blood's characteristics. Chen Ye added the black dog blood to the new upgrade plan. The system quickly provided a response. The upgrade required 5,500 slaughter points, an increase of 500 slaughter points. Using 5,500 from his 8,000 slaughter points left him with 2,500 remaining. These 2,500 should be enough to handle unexpected needs. The time also changed from the previous 12 hours to 12.5 hours, meaning the upgrade would complete around 9:30 p.m. tonight. The upgrade hourglass countdown reappeared above the machete. 12 hours 29 minutes and 59 seconds. 12 hours 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Attention! Attention! Departing in 10 minutes. Departing in 10 minutes. Old Bao's loudspeaker sounded again. Chen Ye had almost finished his bowl of noodles. As for washing the bowl, Chen Ye poured a little bottled water into the bowl, swirled it around, then drank the flavored bowl washing water in one gulp. This was the desert. Every bit of water resource was incredibly precious. After tidying up the repair tools and other items slightly, Chen Ye opened the door and climbed into the driver's cabin. The brand new apocalyptic pickup truck's first post-apocalyptic migration was about to begin. Tonight he would obtain his very first wonder. A new day filled with hope. The convoy started moving. Leading the way was Captain Chu's modified off-road vehicle with the word "Fairness" painted in red on its body. Following closely behind was the pink-haired, long-legged high school girl with a drinking problem. Through the window, Chen Ye saw that this woman had gotten drunk again, passed out in the passenger seat. He really didn't understand how this woman managed to be drunk for 20 out of 24 hours every day. When she noticed Chen Ye looking at her, the woman shook her beer can at him. Chen Ye raised his cigarette in response, a moment of mutual understanding between a chain smoker and an alcoholic. The Mopar pickup truck vibrated slightly as it shifted gears and started moving. This large pickup truck with distinct apocalyptic styling followed behind the long-legged girl's vehicle like a massive beast. Although this vehicle still had many shortcomings, and even numerous flaws, for Chen Ye, this was the best vehicle one could have in the apocalypse. Many survivors cast envious glances, wishing they could drag Chen Ye out of the vehicle and take his place. Finding such a vehicle in the apocalypse was something most people couldn't even dream of. Sitting inside the vehicle, he could see the endless desert stretching in all directions. Aside from their convoy, there were no other signs of human presence around. This would have been absolutely impossible before the apocalypse. Before the end times, even in the most remote areas of this land, you could still find traces of human civilization. It seemed like in just a few months, this land had transformed into something unrecognizable. Chen Ye always had a feeling that this apocalypse might not be as simple as it seemed. Take this harsh desert weather, for example. The daytime temperatures could literally heat you to death, while the nighttime temperatures could freeze you to death. Such extreme weather patterns were unheard of before. Then there were those anomalous creatures. They definitely weren't organisms that should exist on Earth. Some survivors had speculated that unknown dimensions might be merging with Earth's space. Others guessed it could be a spiritual energy resurgence. There were all kinds of theories floating around. The weather remained unbearably hot as usual. Chen Ye rolled down both windows, letting the scorching wind blow across the undulating sand dunes into the cabin, carrying away the sweat from his temples. With circumflex and epsilon. He wore black sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, blocking the intense glare from outside and giving his eyes some relief. Before the apocalypse, these sunglasses wouldn't have been anything special. But in the current situation of severe material shortages, many people envied Chen Ye's sunglasses. Some had even tried to trade for them, but Chen Ye had refused all offers. On his feet, he wore flip-flops. His previous shoes had been lost during the major vehicle accident. When he got out to search for a new vehicle, the soles had melted off from the heat, forcing Chen Ye to wear flip-flops ever since. What bothered Chen Ye even more was the smell on his body. It had been months since his last proper bath. The odor was truly unbearable. Flicking his cigarette butt out the window, he kept one hand on the steering wheel while reaching to the passenger seat with the other to grab a bottle of water. He drank the last remaining water in one gulp. Feeling his mouth slightly moistened, he carefully tucked the empty bottle under the passenger seat. Before the apocalypse, Chen Ye would have casually tossed such bottles into the trash. But now, even these empty bottles counted as valuable resources. Who knew when they might find a new water source? These would become containers for storing water when that time came. Chen Ye had already collected dozens of such empty bottles. As time passed, the initial excitement of driving gradually faded. Instead, Chen Ye began to feel somewhat bored. If only he had a radio now to play some music. Or even better, if he could install a car air conditioner, that would be perfect. Also, this vehicle was way too stiff. He could feel every small pebble on the road transmitting clearly through to his back. The minimal shock absorption he designed into it didn't really help much. Perhaps this was just human nature, never being satisfied. First, he wanted a vehicle, and after getting one, he immediately wanted better comforts. Noticing the convoy gradually slowing down, he leaned out to look and saw two vehicles parked by the roadside ahead. They were two completely burned-out vehicles, reduced to nothing but charred frames. Captain Chu's vehicle had already come to a stop. A young man came running out from the vehicle. Chen Ye recognized him. He was the third person in Captain Chu's vehicle. There were 3 people total in Captain Chu's vehicle. Old Bao usually handled miscellaneous convoy matters for Captain Chu, while Captain Chu himself typically didn't involve himself in convoy affairs. The third person was this young man called Xiao Wang, who served as Old Bao's assistant, sometimes helping with driving, other times assisting Old Bao with various tasks. He'd always heard Old Bao refer to him as Xiao Wang, essentially serving as the convoy assistant. The pink-haired, long-legged girl's vehicle had only 2 people, including herself. Besides the long-legged girl, the other person was called Xiao Yu. She was a petite girl under 150 centimeters tall, wearing black-framed glasses, and reportedly even younger than the pink-haired, long-legged girl. Twice, Chen Ye had seen this short girl struggling to drag the long-legged girl into their vehicle. He'd even overheard the short girl calling Nana cousin. Chen Ye had even seen this petite girl driving the modified off-road vehicle. If you didn't look carefully, you might think the vehicle was driving itself. Under Chen Ye's watchful gaze, Xiao Wang quickly ran up to the 2 burned-out vehicle frames. Seeing this, Chen Ye parked his vehicle properly and jumped out. Nowadays, whenever he saw vehicles, his eyes would light up. Who knew what useful items might be inside them? Gathering supplies was the first rule of apocalyptic survival. Others were getting out of their vehicles behind him, probably thinking along the same lines, checking just in case there might be something useful. Brother Yi. Xiao Wang was inspecting the situation and quickly greeted Chen Ye when he saw him approaching. Chen Ye nodded, examining the 2 vehicle frames before him. Both vehicles had been thoroughly burned, with nothing salvageable left inside. Each vehicle contained 2 corpses, already partially carbonized from the intense heat. Finding nothing useful, Chen Ye returned to his vehicle disappointed. The others were equally disappointed. The convoy started moving again. After this minor interruption, the convoy returned to its previous lifeless atmosphere. No one knew where they would rest tonight. No one knew when this kind of life would end. No one knew when this migration would finally conclude. Everyone gazed despairingly at the endless desert. Just then, horn sounds came from the front. Attention everyone! Route change, we need to leave the paved road. Attention! We need to leave the paved road. This meant the convoy was leaving the highway. This information immediately disrupted many people's rhythms. The Zhou sisters and people from another small car visibly changed expressions. Driving on sand surfaces was completely different from driving on paved roads. The other off-road vehicles could manage fine, but the small cars would clearly struggle much more. The convoy gradually came to a stop. Many people went to ask Old Bao for explanations. Chen Ye, cigarette in mouth, went to find Captain Chu. Nana and Iron Lion also gathered around. Captain Chu's expression looked somewhat troubled. No choice, there's danger ahead. If we proceed now, we might not have any survivors. That dangerous? Chen Ye flicked his cigarette ash, his expression turning more serious. Extremely dangerous. Although our convoy has 4 sequence superpower users, if we encounter more powerful anomalies, none of you might be a match for them. Captain Chu said earnestly. All right, leaving the highway it is then. Our vehicle can handle it. The pink-haired, Long-legged high school alcoholic girl swayed as she spoke. Probably because she'd drunk too much, she could barely stand steady, reaching out to support herself on Chen Ye's shoulder while giggling foolishly. Chen Ye could only shrug helplessly, unaware that from the yellow school bus behind them, a pair of charming eyes watched with a hint of jealousy. "All right, everyone, don't worry too much. We'll be safe as long as we don't proceed forward. Everyone return to your vehicles and let some air out of your tires." When driving in desert conditions, you needed to adjust tire pressure according to the sand conditions. Chen Ye also returned to his vehicle, letting some air out of all 4 tires before returning to the driver's cabin. After the convoy left the highway, everyone felt somewhat nervous at first. But they quickly adapted. The Zhou sisters' sedan got stuck in the sand once. Nana's vehicle pulled them out. Night gradually fell. But Captain Chu still hadn't given the order to stop. A tense atmosphere permeated the convoy. Chen Ye kept a cigarette constantly at his lips, the cabin filled with smoke. The smoke was his weapon. Within the range covered by his smoke breath, Chen Ye could detect everything happening in that area. This smoke essentially served as Chen Ye's eyes. There were still a few hours left before the machete's upgrade would complete. Fortunately, when the blood moon hung high in the sky, Captain Chu finally announced they could rest. It was only from Captain Chu that they learned it was already 9 p.m. In just half an hour, the first wonder would complete its upgrade after a day's trek. The survivors in the convoy had long been exhausted and worn out. Previously, there were roads to guide them, giving the survivors some psychological comfort. Roads represented the existence of civilization. But now, looking around, there was nothing but endless desert with no idea where they were. Faint sobbing could occasionally be heard from the camp, and the low-speed electric vehicle nearby was shaking even more violently today, accompanied by some indescribable sounds. Fortunately, the convoy's supplies were still relatively adequate, though drinking water might not last much longer. When Chen Ye was cooking, he didn't dare use too much water. Compared to the pessimism of other survivors, the sequence superpowers users remained relatively calm. Nana, the girl, had already drunk herself into a complete stupor, completely unaware of her surroundings. Iron Lion's massive frame sat silently by the fire, not saying a word. Only Captain Chu was nowhere to be seen. He had probably retreated into his tent to drink tea. Watching the solid alcohol blocks burn with orange flames, Chen Ye curled the corner of his mouth into a slight smile. 2 seconds. 1 second. Upgrade complete. The machete beside him shimmered briefly as the previous black dog blood and binding resentment willow branch simultaneously disappeared. His hand felt heavier, and the familiar touch gave Chen Ye a sense of reassurance. He lifted the machete to examine it. Under the blood moon's light, Chen Ye could see a faint crimson energy flowing within the blade, though when he looked more closely, he couldn't see anything. The machete's appearance had undergone some minor changes compared to before. The 40-centimeter thick-backed blade looked very reliable, with the edge emitting a crimson cold light. The slightly reverse-curved handle was a full 20 centimeters long, making it convenient for chopping when held. The handle was wrapped with what appeared to be hemp rope, which would provide anti-slip function during combat. Wait, no. This wasn't hemp rope. Chen Ye brought the handle closer for careful observation. The handle was wrapped with the binding resentment willow's branch. Just as Chen Ye recognized the binding resentment willow branch, a tender green sprout emerged from the end of the handle. Chen Ye was greatly surprised. Before Chen Ye could react, the willow branch rapidly grew, quickly wrapping around his wrist once. Linking his wrist to the machete, the willow branch stopped growing. Information about this machete wonder immediately flooded his mind. Wonder name: Blood Resentment Machete, number 04879. Seeing this ranking number, Chen Ye wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, it was just a wonder crafted from the most common wonder materials. Having a number at all was already good. And the number was still within the top 5,000. Below the information was the introduction about this blood resentment machete. Uses: the blade has a certain restraining effect on anomalies. When throwing the machete, the willow branch can serve as a tether, providing some blade control effect. Under the blood moon, this effect is enhanced. Blood resentment machete has the ability to absorb resentment energy. When resentment accumulation reaches a certain level, it may even undergo qualitative transformation, with grave Nigerian Irabies. Seeing these three abilities of the machete, Chen Ye felt quite excited. The first use was clear. It should have inherited the Black Dog Blood's effect. The second should be the Binding Resentment Willow's ability. Back in Longevity Village, the corpses hanging under the Binding Resentment Willow could all fly freely. As for the third ability, it should also be inherited from the Binding Resentment Willow's characteristics. Otherwise, how did the Binding Resentment Willow get its name? So that meant the Binding Resentment Willow should have similar characteristics. The more corpses hanging under it, the more corpse puppets it controlled, and it could also undergo qualitative transformation. Remembering the Binding Resentment Willow in Longevity Village, Chen Ye felt a chill in his heart. He banished these chaotic emotions. Chen Ye continued examining the Blood Resentment Machete's information. Cost: requires daily feeding with the host's blood. Daily blood feeding? That shouldn't be too difficult to manage. A drop or two of blood per day should be enough, right? With his sequence superpowers body, he should be able to handle it. After all, it was only a wonder ranked around 4,000 to 5,000. The side effects shouldn't be too outrageous. Taboo: must never be drawn in front of blood relatives, otherwise the blade will turn against family members. Blood relatives? In this current apocalypse, where would one find blood relatives? This taboo didn't need much concern. But what was Captain Chu's eavesdropping radio's taboo? The taboo for a wonder ranked within the top 2,000 should be quite powerful. Comment: if the Binding Resentment Willow's trunk could be obtained for the handle, this blade's ranking might advance significantly. This final comment made Chen Ye think of the Binding Resentment Willow again. But using the Binding Resentment Willow's trunk for the handle. Better forget about that for now. When he became stronger in the future, he could visit Longevity Village again. He felt that village still held many undiscovered secrets. Chen Ye played with the machete in his hand, flicking his wrist to send the machete flying out under the crimson moonlight, with a willow branch extending infinitely through the darkness. Chen Ye felt he could even control the flying machete through the willow branch. He could even sense that the machete seemed somewhat excited under the blood moon. This was probably the enhanced effect under the blood moon. Flicking his wrist, the willow branch rapidly retracted. His hand felt heavier as the machete returned to his grasp. This feeling. If he encountered enemies in the future, with the cover of smoke breath, it would be absolutely terrifying. After playing with it for quite a while, Chen Ye tested and found the willow branch's maximum range was about 20 meters. As for this number, 4879 machete. Although he didn't know how the numbering was determined, Chen Ye was quite satisfied. He ran the blade across his finger, letting crimson blood drip onto the machete's edge. The machete seemed to come alive, frantically sucking the blood, and even the Binding Resentment Willow branch on the handle relaxed noticeably. Seeing this, Chen Ye simply pressed the cut wound against the machete's blade. Since this was his first time feeding the machete blood, and he didn't know the required amount, he wanted to test how much it could absorb. Only when Chen Ye felt a faint sense of discomfort did the machete stop absorbing. The willow branch wrapped around the handle trembled slightly, as if cheering happily. This level of blood absorption was still manageable for him. Probably because the ranking wasn't too high, so the cost wasn't too outrageous. Still, he wondered who determined these rankings. And what were the top 100 wonders like? How powerful were they exactly? A burnt smell reached his nose. Oh no, my food. The rice pot contained a blackened mess, emitting an unpleasant burnt odor. That night, Chen Ye ate burnt rice. Even though it was burnt, Chen Ye couldn't bear to waste it. His mood remained quite good. He had obtained his first personal wonder. After finishing his terrible dinner, a gentle breeze blew by, miraculously bringing a trace of dry heat. Chen Ye felt slightly surprised and looked up at the starry sky. A blood moon hung distantly in the sky, but the stars that were usually within reach weren't visible at all tonight. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Ye turned his attention to the solar charging panel he had obtained. Gasoline was running low now. 60 liters of gasoline couldn't guarantee worry-free travel for the rest of the journey, especially since they had used quite a bit today. What remained was even less. Charging the pickup truck's battery was imperative. The primary task was to repair the solar charging panel. Repairing the solar charging panel would take 5 hours, completing the upgrade by midnight. Fortunately, it only cost 100 slaughter points. Still, it made Chen Ye feel somewhat pained. The night passed without incident. When he woke the next morning, the solar charging panel had been successfully repaired. While regretting wasting the upgrade task, Chen Ye immediately began urgently upgrading the solar charging panel. This solar charging panel was obtained from Che. Normally, it would only be sufficient for charging small appliances like phones or power banks. Using it as an alternative power solution for the apocalyptic pickup truck seemed like pure fantasy. Fortunately, he had the upgrade system. Therefore, this matter became not entirely impossible. Soon, Chen Ye became discouraged. To achieve the ideal charging effect, he needed to increase the solar panel's surface area while also improving charging efficiency. This exceeded the technology of this era. Therefore, the system's quoted price was 50,000 slaughter points. Chen Ye simply didn't have enough slaughter points. He could only settle for a simplified solution. Increase sunlight reception area, improve electrical conversion efficiency. His requirements were lowered too. Being able to fully charge in 50 sunlight hours would be sufficient. Even so, it still required 5,000 slaughter points. This left Chen Ye feeling rather helpless. He simply didn't have enough slaughter points. What should he do? Would he have to borrow from the system again? He hadn't even repaid the previous loan. The system probably wouldn't lend, right? Just as Chen Ye was considering trying to see if he could borrow again, a terrified scream came from the camp. The voice's owner seemed to have seen something utterly horrifying. That's a sandstorm. Sandstorm, a sandstorm is coming. Sandstorm? Hearing these three words, Chen Ye instantly felt his scalp tingle. Even though he had never been to a desert region before, he knew the terror of sandstorms. He looked up. His right eye, hidden behind sunglasses, contracted to the size of a needle tip. A khaki-colored horizon line rolled toward them, stretching endlessly with no end in sight. The entire world was khaki-colored, making it impossible to distinguish between sky and earth. The blazing sun in the sky was swallowed by the khaki hue. The wind blowing against his face stung, and the car windows made crackling sounds. This feeling was like the end of the world had arrived. Even though he was already a Sequence 1 superhuman, even though he already possessed a wonder ranked within the top 5,000, the brief surge in strength hadn't made Chen Ye lose his head. With just this level of power, could he withstand such natural might? The pressure capable of destroying heaven and earth made it hard for Chen Ye to breathe. Danger. Even Chen Ye, a Sequence superhuman, was so shocked he couldn't speak. The expressions of the other survivors were even more pitiful. Zhou Xiaoxiao slightly opened her small mouth, staring dumbfounded at the distant khaki horizon line, the strong wind making her ear-length bob messy. A sense of trembling fear washed over her. Sister hasn't returned yet. Sulina had originally planned to visit Chen Ye this morning to give him the half sausage she saved from last night. She had restrained herself from going to Chen Ye last night precisely because she didn't want to appear cheap. This woman understood perfectly how to handle interactions with men, maintaining ambiguity without appearing casual. Although she believed Chen Ye didn't lack this half sausage. But this was her heartfelt intention. Sometimes what men value isn't how precious your gift is, but the sentiment behind it. Sulina understood this principle very well. The wind was quite strong today, and the sun in the sky wasn't particularly scorching, so the temperature wasn't too high. The strong wind made Sulina's dress flap loudly, showcasing the woman's perfect figure to its fullest. During those years as a caged canary, Sulina not only developed her career, but also worked hard to maintain her figure. If the apocalypse hadn't arrived, this woman might have truly achieved great things. Years later, she could have become another inspirational idol. Regardless of gender, once you succeed, your dark history becomes just part of your journey. Didn't Han Xian endure the humiliation of crawling between someone's legs, yet still became the military god? A grain of sand blown by the wind struck Sulina's face, causing slight pain. Sulina paid it no mind, her thoughts focused entirely on what to say when facing Chen Ye later. Suddenly she heard someone shouting sandstorm. Sulina was startled and quickly looked up. In just an instant, all the hair on Sulina's body stood on end. That khaki horizon line between heaven and earth almost filled her pupils entirely. Sulina felt her legs go weak, even somewhat unsteady. On the roof of the modified off-road vehicle, the strong wind grabbed the pink hair and pulled it back, revealing that somewhat childish face. Sand striking the hilt of the long sword behind the girl's waist made faint crackling sounds. The tall, long-legged, alcoholic pink-haired girl narrowed her eyes slightly, her face showing some intoxication, clearly already drunk early in the morning. Alpha BS. Many survivors already had wet stains dripping in their pants. Some stood with mouths open, lips trembling, not knowing what to say. Damn it, what are you standing around for? Run. The first to react was Chen Ye. The guy shouted loudly, not caring about the breakfast he was cooking. He didn't even have time to pack up the portable gas stove on the ground, directly rushing toward the large pickup truck. Oh God. Run. Cousin, come down quickly, we need to leave. A small head emerged from the modified off-road vehicle's cabin, shouting angrily at the pink-haired girl on the roof. What kind of situation is this? My cousin is still putting on airs. What sin did this beautiful girl commit to have such a cousin? Lena, come back quickly, the sandstorm is coming, we need to leave. Lena stumbled, her face deathly pale, not even picking up the half-sausage that fell on the ground, running with her long legs toward her school bus. Fortunately, Lena hadn't gone far, so with 2 quick steps she returned to the school bus. The vehicle had already started. Oldly turned the steering wheel to change direction. Go. Wait for me. Damn it, the sandstorm is here and you still can't bear to leave your breakfast. This was exactly breakfast time. So many people had just finished cooking their breakfast. Some people, like Chen Ye, didn't care about breakfast and just wanted to escape. But others couldn't bear to leave their freshly made breakfast. The entire camp had fallen into chaos. Chen Ye had already rushed back to the large pickup truck's cabin, struggling to close the door. The sound of sand hitting the vehicle body grew louder, and scratches had already begun appearing on the windows. Ignition, gear shift. The vehicle started moving. The modified off-road vehicle in the distance had already rushed out, the 2 characters' fairness written in red paint on its body, making people anxious. Immediately following was another modified off-road vehicle close behind. It was Nana's vehicle. Chen Ye cursed under his breath. No wonder these 2 could become sequence superhumans. Just this escape speed alone wasn't something ordinary people could match. Even that school bus wobbled into 3rd position. Despite the distance, the engine's roar could still be heard, the school bus's body swaying left and right as it accelerated wildly. The sandstorm arrived faster than imagined. That yellow horizon line was already right before their eyes. Large amounts of sand blew against the windows, even making the vehicle sway slightly. In the leading modified off-road vehicle. Che, aren't you the Pathfinder? Didn't you sense such a large sandstorm? Old Bao asked loudly while controlling the steering wheel. Captain Chu glanced at Nana following behind and cursed, I'm a Pathfinder, not a weatherman. I can sense anomalies, not weather. Unless I advance my sequence. Captain Chu didn't speak this last sentence aloud. Even that small car that escaped from Deer City followed along. Chen Ye had too many secrets, so every time the camp parked, Chen Ye's vehicle would park relatively far away. The disadvantage now became apparent. Others' vehicles had already rushed out, while only his vehicle wobbled along behind. Moreover, Chen Ye's vehicle had manual transmission, so acceleration wasn't as fast as other vehicles. Plus, Chen Ye had only started driving manual transmission vehicles formally yesterday. So his speed was even slower. Sister! Sister! Chen Ye, save my sister! A piercing voice cut through the wind and reached Chen Ye's ears. If Chen Ye's physical attributes weren't far beyond ordinary people's, he probably wouldn't have heard it at all. It was Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao's head stretched out the window, her short hair fluttering uselessly in the wind, shouting toward Chen Ye's direction, her face full of anxiety. When they camped last night, the Zhou sisters' vehicle was parked in the middle of the camp, quite far from Chen Ye's vehicle. Under these circumstances, it would be difficult for Zhou Lan to reach her own vehicle. Chen Ye glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Zhou Lan, the great beauty, just emerging from below a sand dune. In the camp, personal hygiene every morning was a troublesome issue. You could skip brushing teeth, even skip washing your face. But you couldn't skip going to the toilet. For girls, dealing with personal matters was even more troublesome. Especially for big celebrities like Zhou Lan, even in the apocalypse, people always paid some attention to her. Therefore, every morning when dealing with personal hygiene, Zhou Lan always had to go quite far to find a safe place. Today's location was relatively close to Chen Ye's vehicle. This was also Zhou Lan's deliberate choice. After all, it was the apocalypse. If she encountered any problems, she could shout and Chen Ye would come to help. No matter what, that incident from before had passed so long ago. Surely the man wouldn't still hold a grudge now. Just after dealing with her personal matters, Zhou Lan heard the 3 words sandstorm. Zhou Lan shuddered all over, seeing the wildly dancing yellow sand between heaven and earth and the howling wind. Zhou Lan scrambled toward the camp in panic. The closest to her current position was Chen Ye's vehicle. That modified large pickup truck was simply too eye-catching. Chen Ye also saw Zhou Lan chasing after him. The big star's eyes were full of pleading and longing. If Chen Ye stopped and waited a moment now, Zhou Lan might be able to get in the vehicle. But he himself might be swallowed by the sandstorm. But Chen Ye had no such intention. No matter how beautiful the woman, none were more important than his own life. The vehicle had already started moving, Chen Ye's right foot practically wanting to stomp through the fuel tank. There was no way he would stop and slow down. First gear, second gear. The vehicle's speed increased rapidly. The despair in Zhou Lan's eyes grew stronger. Chen Ye, I beg you, save my sister. This scene was so similar to what happened before in Longevity Village. If she could kneel to Chen Ye now, Zhou Xiaoxiao would kneel to Chen Ye without hesitation. Chen Ye completely ignored Zhou Xiaoxiao, the apocalyptic pickup truck's engine roaring with anger, the entire vehicle body trembling. The speed kept increasing. Brother Chen, save me. A man suddenly rushed over from the side. Chen Ye just glanced at him, then didn't look again. This man was one of the members of Iron Lion's school bus. He couldn't bear to leave his freshly cooked breakfast, so he boarded the vehicle a step too late. Fully expecting the school bus to wait for him, but Oldly directly drove the school bus away. Seeing Chen Ye's vehicle, he hurried over to seek rescue. Like this man, 2 or 3 others also rushed desperately toward Chen Ye's vehicle. If she could kneel to Chen Ye now, Zhou Xiaoxiao would kneel to Chen Ye without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Chen Ye completely ignored them, the vehicle shifting directly from 4th gear to 5th gear, the engine roaring as the speed increased even more. Chasing directly after the convoy ahead. Damn that Chu Che, aren't you the Pathfinder? What kind of route are you leading? The man who spread his arms was so frightened that he threw himself aside to dodge Chen Ye's vehicle, loudly cursing at the departing Chen Ye. The vehicle's accelerator was floored to the maximum. This apocalyptic pickup truck was undergoing an unprecedented test. The vehicle shot forward like a fired bolt arrow, racing ahead with the roaring sandstorm chasing right behind. Sand pelted against the windows and vehicle body with rustling sounds, like the cold laughter of death. Visibility was getting lower and lower by the moment. Fortunately, the vehicles ahead had turned on their hazard lights, allowing Chen Ye to barely keep up with the convoy's tail. Back when he was trying to save slaughter points, Chen Ye had even cancelled his hazard lights function. Only a single headlight emitted a faint glow from the front of his vehicle. The convoy raced ahead of the sandstorm, looking as if they could be swallowed by it at any moment. The willow branch had already wrapped around Chen Ye's arm. Chen Ye nervously stared at the flashing red taillights ahead. Wrong. This is wrong. Continuing to run like this was no different from seeking death. He had never been to the desert before, nor encountered a sandstorm, so he had absolutely no experience. When he saw others running, he simply followed along. Most people in the convoy hadn't encountered this situation either. Only now, after calming down, did he realize how foolish this was. How long could they keep running like this? Moreover, how could vehicles possibly outrun a sandstorm? With visibility getting lower and lower, driving blindly meant they might crash into obstacles or get stuck in sand pits. Or they could lose direction and get separated from the convoy. Or their fuel could run out. Any single one of these situations would mean certain death. They couldn't run. Only by stopping and waiting out the sandstorm could they have a chance of survival. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Ye's forehead. He wanted to communicate with Chu Che now, but it was already too late. There was no walkie-talkie in the vehicle. Even if he stuck his head out and shouted, Chu Che probably wouldn't hear him. What should he do? Damn it. But just then, Chen Ye suddenly saw the vehicle ahead rapidly approaching. Chen Ye quickly jerked the steering wheel, the pickup truck swaying as it barely avoided scraping against the vehicle's rear end. Looking more carefully, he saw that Chu Che and Nana's vehicles had both stopped completely. Even Iron Lion's yellow school bus had stopped in place. All vehicles were flashing their hazard lights while stationary. Chen Ye understood. Captain Chu must have realized the situation. As expected of Captain Chu, Only about 10 minutes had passed from start to now, and he'd already figured it out. He saw something waving from the direction of Captain Chu's vehicle. Then two off-road vehicles moved closer to Iron Lion's school bus. Understanding the plan, Chen Ye also slowly drove his vehicle toward the school bus. Sitting inside the vehicle, he could feel the canopy behind him being violently shaken by the fierce wind. The canopy had been pieced together from women's clothing before, and even though he later reinforced it with bicycle materials, it was only barely functional. Alphen. Chen Ye wasn't optimistic about whether the canopy would survive. He could only hope they wouldn't lose too many supplies. With Iron Lion's yellow school bus as the center, Chen Ye and the others' vehicles all gathered around it. The wind around them grew stronger, the sand increased, and the sound of sand hitting the windows grew louder. Scratches on the windows multiplied rapidly. What was once a transparent car window had now become frosted glass. The sandstorm drew closer and closer. It was like a giant beast roaring in their ears, ready to charge forward and swallow this group of ants in one bite. A scream that seemed both near and far echoed through the storm. Through the window, Chen Ye saw a motorcycle being lifted by the wind and blown toward the dusky distance. Following behind the motorcycle was a human figure. He couldn't see the face clearly, but Chen Ye could guess this was the motorcycle survivor from their convoy. The sunlight in the sky had been completely blocked out by the sandstorm. The surroundings suddenly turned dark. Chen Ye sat in his pickup truck, his body swaying left and right with the vehicle's motion. Even though they were in the desert, it felt like they were on a boat. Was this sandstorm too terrifying? Bang! The left window directly shattered from the wind. Fierce wind rushed into the vehicle, blowing Chen Ye's hair like a clump of seaweed. Chen Ye quickly stuffed his sunglasses into his pocket and was about to find something to block the left window. Bang! The right window also shattered, the broken glass cutting the skin on Chen Ye's cheek. No! Another scream that seemed both near and far. Chen Ye didn't know what was happening, but he squinted and looked forward. He saw a massive figure emerging from the school bus. It was Iron Lion. The moment this fool emerged from the vehicle, his entire body suddenly expanded by one size. A 3-meter-tall little giant abruptly appeared. The supernatural ability of the Titan sequence. The little giant seemed to be holding something in his hands, rope. The guy grabbed the rope and ran around the surrounding vehicles. He actually wanted to tie all the vehicles together with rope. But the wind around them was simply too strong. Even a 3-meter muscular giant was having some difficulty. Yezi, help me! A furious roar pierced through the wind and clearly reached Chen Ye's ears. Damn it! Chen Ye cursed inwardly, then flipped his body and directly climbed out of the vehicle. At this point, no matter how much he didn't want to, he had to come out. If the surrounding vehicles couldn't be saved, his apocalyptic pickup truck wouldn't survive either. The principle of unity had been taught by teachers countless times since childhood. The wind grew stronger, and the earlier motorcycle served as a perfect warning. In this situation, probably only those with sequence superpowers could do something. Chen Ye climbed out of the vehicle and rushed straight toward Iron Lion. The two grabbed the rope and quickly circled around the vehicles. They circled a full 2 times. The fool Iron Lion tied a knot in the rope and held the other end himself. With a furious roar, Iron Lion planted his feet firmly into the sandy ground. Half his body remained outside, half buried in the sand dune. Looking at him, he actually intended to use himself as a counterweight to anchor these vehicles. Could this actually work? Looking at this guy over 3 meters tall, with muscles coiled all over his body like a small mountain, his weight alone was probably 500 to 600 kilograms. Using him as a counterweight wasn't impossible. Yezi, you, go back. I'll handle the rest. Iron Lion's voice came intermittently through the wind. Big fool, I'll help you. Pink hair shot through the sandstorm like a sharp sword. It was Nana. The girl swayed her long legs, completely different from her previous drunken state, with sharp gleams shining from her eyes. The girl grabbed the rope behind Iron Lion, murmuring something under her breath, her long sword emitting a 2-meter sword aura that stabbed directly into the ground. Yezi, why are you spacing out? Come help. The pink-haired girl raised her eyebrows at Chen Ye. Fine, everyone has their methods, then let me show you mine. Chen Ye flicked his wrist, a green willow branch shooting out to wrap around the rope as thick as an arm. The machete spun in Chen Ye's hand, then shot violently toward the ground. Go! The machete emitted a humming sound, blasting a deep hole in the ground that was instantly covered by sand. The willow branch pulled taut, firmly anchoring the rope. The blood resentment machete's first trial wasn't against anomalies, but was actually used by Chen Ye as a kite anchor. Yezi, you've got skills. The pink-haired girl still had time to wink at Chen Ye. Chen Ye's expression didn't change. The sandstorm was getting more intense. Through the vibrations transmitted by the willow branch, Chen Ye could clearly feel the wind strengthening, to the point where he himself felt somewhat lifted by the wind, forcing him to grip the willow branch tightly. The tied-up vehicles emitted creaking metal compression sounds. Chu Che's face was extremely grim at the moment. The intensity of the sandstorm outside the vehicle had exceeded his expectations. This was his first time encountering such a natural disaster, and the initial panic had caused him to make the wrong decision. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. However, Captain Chu's expression still hadn't eased in the slightest. From his perception, an eerie presence was approaching. It was likely that the chaotic actions earlier had attracted the attention of an anomaly. Even after the sandstorm ended, the convoy would still be in danger. Under normal circumstances, anomalies couldn't operate under sunlight. This was the consensus among all survivors. Otherwise, humanity would have perished long ago. But now it seemed this common knowledge might be wrong. As a pathfinder, Chu Che had even detected anomaly activity during daytime on more than one occasion. Like that time at the car crash site. Chu Che had a speculation. Perhaps anomalies, like sequence superpowers, could also grow stronger. At the time, Chu Che was startled by his own speculation. It wasn't that this possibility was too far-fetched, but rather that this speculation was too terrifying. That's why Chu Che always deliberately blurred out this possibility. Perhaps one day, all anomalies would no longer fear sunlight. That would truly be humanity's doomsday. Captain Chu turned to look at the raging sandstorm outside the window. With Iron Lion, Nana, and Chen Ye here, the sandstorm wasn't too troublesome. They could definitely withstand it. At most, they'd lose some supplies, and a few ordinary people would be swept away by the sandstorm. These weren't important. What mattered was the trouble that would follow. In Captain Chu's perception, the anomaly's presence was getting closer and closer. After the sandstorm passed, the convoy definitely couldn't continue driving. It seemed a direct confrontation with the anomaly was imminent. Anomalies were invincible. Was the convoy's doomsday right before their eyes? The violent sandstorm almost covered the entire world. Chen Ye kept his eyes and mouth tightly shut, only using his perception to sense the surrounding environment. The sand hitting his body caused faint pain. Every second felt like a year. Fortunately, the machete was buried deep in the sandy ground, keeping the rope securely tied. He didn't know how much time had passed when Chen Ye felt his body going numb. The sandstorm finally weakened a bit. Just this slight weakening ignited a spark of hope in Chen Ye's heart. When the sandstorm finally stopped, Chen Ye had become completely covered in sand. Half of his body was already buried in the sand. Tui, tui, tui. Chen Ye felt like his ears, nose, and even his mouth were full of sand. With just a slight movement, sand flew everywhere around him. Tui, tui, tui. Damn it. Sandstorms, I've truly experienced one now. Chen Ye used the willow branch's power to drag himself out of the sand. At this moment, Iron Lion was buried in the sand up to his neck. Only his massive head remained visible outside. If Chen Ye weren't familiar with Iron Lion, he would never have recognized this sand-covered sphere as a person. A pair of large hands like palm leaf fans emerged from the ground, laboriously digging through the sand in front. Iron Lion was trying to pull himself out of the sand. Yezi, me too. A young woman's dissatisfied voice came from nearby. Chen Ye turned his head and saw a head of pink hair on the sandy ground, but nothing else was visible. This young woman actually was completely buried in the sand. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. Fortunately, this young woman had sequence superpowers and was serious too at that. Her vitality was truly astonishing. Ha ha ha. People often feel less unfortunate when they see someone more unfortunate than themselves during tough times. Before Chen Ye could even light a cigarette, he laughed heartily and went to dig out the young woman's head first. The young woman looked at Chen Ye with an angry expression. Chen Ye, you bastard, still laughing? Ha ha. Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Chen Ye quickly apologized. This woman was serious too, and if he really angered her, it probably wouldn't end well. It wasn't that the young woman couldn't get out herself. It was just that during the fight against the sandstorm, she had consumed some supernatural power. Although it wasn't completely exhausted, she was still somewhat tired. Chen Ye dug out the young woman's arms, and Iron Lion, that big fool, directly grabbed her arms and lifted her up. Iron Lion had now returned to his original size, though he looked somewhat haggard. Other survivors were also gradually climbing out of their vehicles. The first thing these people did after climbing out was spit out sand. The vehicles on the outermost perimeter were already more than half buried by the sandstorm, but fortunately the people were unharmed. To leave, they needed to dig out these vehicles first. Moreover, with such a sandstorm, there was no telling how many vehicles might have developed minor issues. As for supplies, they had lost quite a bit. For example, many roof racks on the vehicles had come loose, and the tied-down supplies had disappeared to who knows where. Even Chen Ye's pickup truck hadn't fared well. The vehicle canopy had vanished without a trace. Fortunately, most of Chen Ye's supplies were stored in the truck bed. The food was placed on the back seat of the cabin. Except for the left, right, and front windows being shattered, the food was still there. Of course, Chen Ye's pickup wasn't the only one with shattered windows. The yellow school bus's windows were almost completely shattered, with only a few barely usable ones remaining. Iron Lion's yellow school bus was the tallest and had suffered the most severe sandstorm damage. Chen Ye lit a cigarette and sat on a nearby sand dune, feeling the rich aroma circulating between his mouth and nose, dispelling his physical fatigue and tension. Alpha. Looking around, everything appeared desolate. Unfamiliar sand dunes, unfamiliar terrain. The sandstorm had altered the landscape. Chen Ye could no longer recognize the direction of their previous campsite. Chen Ye, I'm glad you're okay. You scared me to death. Su Lina patted her chest with concern. This woman wasn't in great condition either. She was completely covered in dust, completely lacking her previous heartthrob appearance. She even looked quite disheveled. But even so, she came to him immediately after the sandstorm ended, worried about his safety. Even someone like Chen Ye couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. But it was just a flicker. Chen Ye didn't believe this woman had fallen in love with him after just a few encounters. Impossible. When danger came, Chen Ye would still use this woman as a shield, as a sacrificial pawn. I'm fine, how about you all? Did you lose much food and supplies? Iron Lion had the most supplies. If his supplies were severely damaged, the convoy would really be in trouble. Su Lina tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and was just about to speak. Chen Ye, I'll fuck your ancestors. A sharp, hatred-filled voice rang out. Then they saw a petite figure charging over like a sharp sword. Another dust-covered figure, but this person's eyes were filled with intense resentment, even hatred. Seeing those eyes, Chen Ye immediately remembered who this person was. Zhou Xiaozhao. He hadn't saved her sister, so this woman had developed hatred toward him. Zhou Xiaozhao wished she could kill Chen Ye right now. She had personally watched her own sister get swallowed by the sandstorm. She used to think her sister was nagging, timid, even somewhat weak, but when her sister disappeared before her eyes, Zhou Xiaozhao felt her heart bleeding. In Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand was a fruit knife, something she had picked up while gathering supplies earlier. All she wanted now was to plunge this knife into this man's heart to avenge her sister. Chen Ye exhaled a puff of smoke breath, which coiled like a swimming dragon, binding the young woman's hands and feet. This was the power of sequence superpowers. Ordinary people stood no chance against sequence superpowers. Chen Ye, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. The young woman struggled, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Chen Ye. This woman had already marked Chen Ye as her enemy. The conflict between the two instantly drew the attention of those around them, as all the dust-covered people turned to look. When they saw Chen Ye subduing the young woman with just a puff of smoke, deep apprehension appeared in many people's eyes. You want to kill me? Why? You killed my sister, Zhou Lan. The young woman struggled, roared, her voice already hoarse. Chen Ye frowned. Have you gone crazy? When did you see me kill your sister? If it weren't for you, if you had stopped to save her, she wouldn't have died, she wouldn't have died. Bullshit. If I had stopped to save her, I would be the dead one. Zhou Xiaoxiao, are you stupid? Why should I save your sister? Why? Because my sister gave you gasoline when you needed it most. Didn't you take it back? Zhou Xiaoxiao, have you forgotten? Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned by Chen Ye's words. The young woman's tears streamed down her cheeks, washing channels through the dust on her face, her lips already bitten until they bled. Her delicate face was utterly disheveled. But those eyes still glared bloodshot at Chen Ye. The young woman needed an outlet for her vengeful emotions. And the man before her was perfect for that. Chen Ye's frown deepened. Sulina stood nearby, at a loss for what to do. Chu Che climbed out of the vehicle, his face pale, his body even trembling slightly. Be careful. There's an anomaly. Just as Chu Che uttered these words, a terrifying human face suddenly emerged beside Chen Ye. It was an enormous, horrifying human face. Just the face alone was as tall as a grown man. The face opened its large mouth and bit toward Chen Ye. Chen Ye felt all his hair stand on end. It was too close. And too sudden. There was no way to avoid it. Instinctively, Chen Ye reached out and grabbed Zhou Xiaoxiao's neck, lifting the woman to shield himself. This future star that the entire entertainment industry had been anticipating was now used by Chen Ye as a sacrificial pawn to shield himself. Chen Ye held her by the neck and used her as a shield. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw that enormous human face. The massive human face revealed an eerie smile, its mouth corners stretching exaggeratedly wide. Under Zhou Xiaoxiao's terrified gaze, that enormous mouth split open grotesquely, revealing layer upon layer of teeth inside. Not the sharp fangs of beasts, but human-like molars and flat teeth, arranged in multiple layers within that huge mouth. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt as if her heart was being tightly gripped by a giant hand. Ever since she was old enough to understand things, Zhou Xiaoxiao knew she had a superstar sister. Therefore, Zhou Xiaoxiao also aspired to become a big star like her sister. With her outstanding appearance, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already gained countless attention even before her official debut. While other peers were studying day and night, hoping to secure a job that would provide basic sustenance in the future, Zhou Xiaoxiao had already transcended the ordinary person's realm. On film sets, everyone she met spoke to her kindly and politely. At home, her parents doted on her excessively, and even her superstar sister offered mostly encouragement. The foul aspects of the entertainment industry never had a chance to approach this future star. Even Zhou Xiaoxiao herself believed she was destined to become a top-tier celebrity in the domestic entertainment industry. But then, in such circumstances, the apocalypse arrived. It came completely unexpectedly. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Lan, who were filming on set at the time, were scared half to death, but fortunately managed to escape from the production crew. Until they joined the convoy. Every time they went out to gather supplies, the sisters would actively participate, which allowed them to maintain a relatively comfortable life within the convoy, at least preserving basic dignity. But things couldn't always go smoothly. In this apocalyptic world, one might die at any supply point someday, or perish at the hands of other people or anomalies. Therefore, when Zhou Lan saw that Chen Ye had awakened sequence superpowers, she wanted to align herself with Chen Ye. At the very least, maintain a good relationship. But Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't agree with her sister's decision. Hence the earlier incident where she took back the gasoline her sister had given to Chen Ye. Zhou Xiaoxiao believed that no matter when, relying on oneself was the only true way. And she had consistently acted according to this belief. Even towards sequence superpower users like Chen Ye, Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't feel she needed to curry favor with them, or even have any contact with them. AOE. Because she was Zhou Xiaoxiao. Just like back on film sets, Zhou Xiaoxiao could even afford to ignore the attitudes of directors and producers. But now they were in the apocalypse. Zhou Xiaoxiao hadn't adjusted her mindset accordingly. In the apocalypse, unless you're powerful enough. Otherwise, these qualities of yours become the roots of your demise. Seeing herself about to be chewed up and swallowed by this large mouthful of teeth, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt warmth and wetness spread in her lower body, while snot and tears streamed freely down her face, her delicate features quickly becoming a messy sight. Facing imminent death, Zhou Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she felt more regret or more fear. Thump. A heavy, muffled sound of impact against flesh. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the enormous human face before her show an expression of pain, the entire face shifting position. When Zhou Xiaoxiao's hands touched the sandy ground, Her whole body had already collapsed weakly, without any strength left. Miss Zhou, run quickly. Zhou Xiaoxiao recognized this young man. It was Xiao Fu from the school bus, a somewhat naive university student. Xiao Fu dragged the completely limp Zhou Xiaoxiao frantically backward. Sulina had also snapped out of her daze by now. Though fear still lingered in her eyes, she hesitated for a moment before coming over to help drag Zhou Xiaoxiao and Xiao Fu as they ran into the distance. Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced back, and when she saw what the monster actually looked like, the little courage she had regained instantly turned into terror. Be careful. This anomaly is tough to deal with, Iron Lion said in his deep, muffled voice. The big fool had used his superpower again, transforming into a 3-meter-tall burly man. It was his punch that had just sent the human-faced scorpion flying. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaoxiao probably wouldn't have survived. Right now, the big fool was shaking his hand, looking like he was in considerable pain. Chen Ye continuously retreated, putting distance between himself and the anomaly before him. Only now did Chen Ye get a clear look at the anomaly. It was an incredibly massive scorpion, its entire body comparable in size to a large truck. What made it even more terrifying was that the scorpion's head featured a gigantic human face. The pained expression on this human face was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Then there were the enormous pincers and the highly raised black stinger tail, all indicating that this human-faced scorpion wouldn't be easy to deal with. Chen Ye exhaled a thick cloud of smoke breath, forming a small smoke barrier within 3 meters around him, his eyes alert. His right hand held the willow branch while the blood resentment machete circled in his grip. Captain, can you handle this or not? Aren't you supposed to be the Pathfinder? How could you let an anomaly catch up to us? Are you even competent as captain? Even the long-legged girl looked distrustful. Captain, how can you mess up something this basic? Her tone and attitude made it seem like Chu Che was her subordinate who could be scolded at will. In front of so many survivors, the long-legged girl was even harsher than Chen Ye, showing no respect for the captain's authority. Chu Che felt blood rushing to his head in anger, but he knew this wasn't the time to settle scores with these two. Gritting his teeth, he said bitterly, I don't know either, maybe anomalies can also grow stronger. It's still daytime now, this anomaly's power should be somewhat suppressed. You'd better deal with it before the blood moon rises otherwise. We're all going to die. The Pathfinder sequence was extremely sensitive to anomaly auras. Chu Che could sense that this anomaly's power was indeed somewhat suppressed during daytime. Otherwise, once the blood moon rose, the surrounding survivors watching the scene were in even worse shape. Some had wet themselves for the second time, their bodies reeking of urine. Others stared blankly, kneeling not far away and continuously kowtowing to the human-faced scorpion while muttering incoherently. A bitter smile touched Chen Ye's lips. Damn it. Do we really have to confront this anomaly head-on? I only awakened a few days ago. Looks like we have no choice but to fight for our lives this time. The long-legged girl drew the long sword from her waist, her expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. Iron Lion knocked his iron fists together, a trace of madness curling at his lips. Let me test this monster's strength. You two look for opportunities. Whenever battle approached, this iron-headed fool's other personality emerged again. It was as if Iron Lion had become a completely different person. After finishing a cigarette, Chen Ye took out his lighter and lit another one. God damn it, I only awakened a few days ago, and now I have to fight this kind of monster? He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke breath, the smoke continuously churning and twisting as if possessing a spirit of its own, swirling around to protect him. The surrounding smoke grew increasingly dense. The area also continuously expanded until Chen Ye's figure was gradually engulfed within it. This would be his first battle after awakening sequence superpowers. Why did he feel a little anticipation? The blood resentment machete in his hand seemed to tremble slightly. That's right, one of the blood resentment machete's characteristics was slaughtering anomalies to absorb resentment energy, which could cause qualitative changes in the machete. He wondered if that was true.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.